in Haicheng, allowing the mind to wander for a moment. At Limin Square, thousands of citizens were queuing to receive a mysterious item, the Transmigration Stone. Surrounding them were armed soldiers maintaining order. The murmurs of the crowd were barely audible, rendering the atmosphere in the square profoundly oppressive. Shen Yun, in line, felt a sense of futility. Transmigration again, how absurd. As an orphan, he had found himself transported to a doomsday world on the brink of a marine beast invasion. Moreover, upon receiving the Transmigration Stone, the entire populace was mandated to traverse to a different realm to survive and gain rewards to grow stronger. This return to reality would equip him to confront the impending tide of oceanic beasts. Wherever we go, its disaster death seems preferable. A senior in front lamented bitterly, and his companions bore similar expressions of despair. Just that morning, a voice resonated in the minds of every individual worldwide. Exotic history. 300 years ago, nuclear wastewater caused mutations in marine life, resulting in aggressive behavior. 50 years have passed, and humanity has lost its dominion over the oceans. 200 years ago, mutated creatures began to invade the land, hunting humans. A racial war ensued, with humanity initially gaining the upper hand, only to suffer defeat until some nations resorted to nuclear strikes on the oceans, forcing the mutated species to retreat. A century ago, a plethora of powerful, radiation-bearing creatures surfaced, leaving humanity defenseless. It was discovered that these monsters had a keen interest in nuclear energy, leading nations to unite and unanimously approve the nuclear strike plan to delay the invasion of mutated marine life, thus developing advanced weaponry for resistance. These simple three statements painted a grim picture of humanity's decline after years of dominance on Earth. If one were to encapsulate it in a phrase, "It is too late for regret," would be most fitting. Initially, no one could halt the discharge of nuclear wastewater from the land of cherry blossoms. Even most of its citizens displayed indifference, often bowing in apology when questioned by foreigners, only to forget the incident shortly after. When a mysterious voice delivered the last message, a pall of dread enveloped everyone. Detection indicates that humanity possesses no resistance prior to this cataclysm. The will of the heavens has initiated the universal transmigration plan, mandating all individuals to survive in a foreign realm and receive scoring rewards. Scoring rewards include high-tech products, removal of internal radiation, enhanced abilities, innate talents, evolution cores, various supplies, among others. A gentle reminder: if a transmigrator dies in the alternate realm, their character will perish as well. Is humanity's chance of survival truly zero? Although the universal transmigration offered a glimmer of hope, surviving in an alternate realm felt far from a vacation. At that moment, a staff member at the front of the line called out, "Next, Shen Yun." Shen Yun hurriedly stepped forward to a 5-meter-tall light blue stone pillar, the transmigration stone bestowed by the will of the heavens. Each individual could receive one to use when the universal transmigration commenced at 2 p.m. It was inconsequential if one did not receive one, as it would automatically appear in hand 30 seconds before the transmigration. Many had come merely to verify the authenticity of the information or to partake in the excitement. A flash of light from the pillar revealed a stone the size of an infant's fist, which fell into Shen Yun's grasp. "I wonder what the first world will be," he mused, stroking the stone as he briskly departed. Only 5 minutes remain until the universal transmigration. All participants, please wait in the safe zone. Once the transmission begins, individuals will vanish and find themselves in the alternate realm. Participation in transmigration is optional. Note: after transmigration, character identity and tasks are randomized. Surviving and returning will yield scoring rewards. A gentle reminder: the alternate realm is a parallel world that truly exists in his rented room. Shen Yun listened to the prompts echoing in his mind, lying on his bed, clutching the transmigration stone and a bag of urea. "I hope I can take some items with me." For safety, he filled a bag with clothes, food, and tools. If he were to land in a doomsday world, the supplies in the bag might sustain him for a while. If not, given his lack of physical training, he would face a daunting start. After ensuring he had not overlooked any items in his modest 30-square-meter abode, Shen Yun slowly closed his eyes. Universal Transmigration Countdown: 3, 2, 1. A gentle reminder: transmigrators cannot carry any items. Damn! Welcome Transmigrator Shen Yun to island survival. Current island number 9527. Survival time 30 days. Actions such as fishing and foraging will have a chance to trigger item rewards. Note: certain actions on the island will become scoring points upon returning to reality. Rewards will be distributed based on scores. Newbie protection period. All individuals will have email trading functionality. Email functionality will be completely lost in the next world. Starting weapon. Stone axe. Certain actions. It seems there are no task prompts I'll have to explore on my own. Upon opening his eyes, Shen Yun surveyed his surroundings. He found himself on a vast island, replete with towering mountains and dense forests, surrounded by an endless ocean. Around him stood dozens of men and women, all clad in gray cloth, trousers, and straw sandals, wielding short-handled stone axes. In his lower left vision, there was a transmigrated chat box. In the lower right corner were icons for character attributes: backpack, friends, email, and trade. What the hell? A starting stone axe? What am I supposed to do with that? A young man with yellow hair exclaimed in disbelief. If someone possesses survival skills, they would be akin to a king at the start. At least it's not a virus-infested doomsday world. Everyone quiet down. At that moment, a middle-aged man leaped onto a rock, addressing the crowd. I am the CEO of Tianhao Group. Who will be my bodyguard? Each will receive a bonus of 1 million upon our return. Whoa, 1 million. I added him as a friend. His ID information confirms he's the CEO of Tianhao. He's not a fraud. Let's go. Many eager individuals rushed over. Due to the global marine nuclear contamination, various food supplies have been tainted to some extent. 1 million could buy a considerable amount of low-radiation food. Moreover, by banding together, their survival chances would increase. People of all ages flocked around the CEO of Tianhao, eager to enlist. Wealth certainly brings convenience. Shen Yun reflected, clutching his stone axe as he turned to leave. Despite his impressive height of 1.85 meters and striking appearance, he knew that strong, robust men would be favored as bodyguards. Lacking any advantages besides his looks, he could only rely on himself. Upon opening his backpack, Shen Yun discovered only a folding fishing rod and some bait. Muttering to himself, should I search for fish bait first? Having more bait would not only allow him to fish, but also enable him to weave bamboo baskets to lure fish. He vaguely recalled a weaving technique he had seen online and decided to give it a try. With this thought in mind, Shen Yun swiftly made his way into the dense forest. While others have golden fingers at their side, I have nothing in my 2 transmigrations. Yet novels or fictional reality must be faced. Suddenly, a chilling mechanical voice echoed in Shen Yun's mind. Ding! Locking onto host Shen Yun. Would you like to bind the super sign-in system? What? A system? Shen Yun's eyes widened, and every hair on his body stood on end with excitement. Could it be that the golden finger required a verbal summons to appear? Without a moment to spare, he inwardly declared, bind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully binding the super sign-in system. Super sign-in system. A system that encompasses multiple super golden fingers, detecting that the current world is island survival. Would you like to sign in for a super golden finger? Sign in. Shen Yun's face was alight with anticipation. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the super golden finger. Thousandfold critical strike. Thousandfold critical strike. In the island world, any item acquired by the host will yield a thousandfold critical strike. Ding. Detection reveals that the host possesses the fishing island item, bait, triggering a thousandfold critical strike, yielding 10,000 baits, now placed in the system backpack. Detection finds a short-handled stone axe, triggering a thousandfold critical strike, yielding 10,000 axes. Detection finds backpack, clothing. A series of prompts made Shen Yun's breath quicken. I can't believe it, a thousandfold critical strike. This is insane. Why bother digging for worms? With the system, I can soar directly. The host remains composed, venturing into other realms while still being able to activate various extraordinary abilities, such as limitless resources, duplication, and amplification, a starting advantage of 1 against 9, and the power to manifest one's words into reality, all ensuring your safety. This guarantees that in every alternate world, you will experience the most professional service from the system. Witness what true professionalism is. Incredible, almighty system. Shen Yun smirked, barely able to contain his excitement, longing to shout out loud to express his exhilaration. The very names of these abilities reveal their formidable nature. The future is indeed promising. Who? Shen Yun suppressed his eagerness as he sprinted towards the seaside. In a struggle for survival on the island, acquiring items also holds the chance to trigger reward props. With a 10,000-fold critical hit and an abundance of bait in hand, the mere thought of it fills him with uncontainable excitement. Chapter 2. A surge of supplies. Thousands of firearms. To avoid exposure, Shen Yun ventured to a desolate, steep cliff. From within the system's space, he retrieved several earthworms and cast them into the sea, a tactic known among anglers as baiting. This method attracts schools of fish, thereby increasing the chances of a successful catch. The retrieval of items from the space was remarkably simple, requiring only his thoughts. Crouching on the ground, Shen Yun waved his hand, and 5 fishing rods appeared beside him. He planned to wrap a few leaves around the worms and secure them against the rocks, anticipating a fruitful catch once the tide receded. After a flurry of activity, he baited the rods and set them down, then perched on a rock, exclaiming, "Ah, it's scorching hot." The weather was sweltering, with the sun glaring down and even the sea breeze carrying a hint of heat. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he checked the messages in the Traveler's chat box. "Zhang-san, I participated in a reality show on wilderness survival. Is there anyone interested in exploring the mountains together? Currently, 3 of us are looking for 2 more. Coordinates: Island 7267, Luo, Chang. Seeking an experienced angler. Offering a monthly salary of 2 million. Private message me. If you're not on the same island, send an email for a trade. Richard John, is there a doctor available? My friend has been bitten by a poisonous snake in the woods. His face is turning purple. Zhou Shui, any classmates from Haishir High School on Island 9? Requests for teams, calls for help, and searches for companionship dominated the chat. Only fishing suits me, Shen Yun pondered. The dense forest undoubtedly harbored abundant food, yet it also posed significant dangers. Without sufficient skills, one could easily meet the same fate as that foreign friend, meeting a grim end. Suddenly, he noticed the fishing float on his left plunge downward. He quickly grasped the rod and pulled upward. Fortunately, the fish bit firmly, and as a novice, Shen Yun did not overthink it. He summoned all his strength to reel it in. Whoosh! The crisp sound of water splashing echoed across the surface, revealing the fish's formidable strength beneath the waves. Stabilizing himself after stumbling, Shen Yun and Appo's face flushed with exertion as he summoned his might, determined to succeed. Supplies multiplied by 10,000. Motivated by self-affirmation, he felt a surge of power coursing through him, veins bulging on his forehead as he yanked the rod with all his might. Come up! Splash! Water sprayed everywhere as a 20-centimeter fish soared into the air. Phew! Fishing is quite laborious, he remarked, tossing the fish onto the rock and quickly pinning it down. An information prompt appeared above the fish. See Roach Acquirer. Shen Yun, triggered item reward. 250 milliliters of mineral water, added to the character's backpack. Mineral water? What a splendid find. Shen Yun's eyes sparkled as he mentally stored the fish in his backpack. Indeed, alongside the fish, there was a bottle of mineral water. Simultaneously, a system notification resonated in Shen Yun's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring a sea roach and a 250 milliliter bottle of mineral water. Triggered a 10,000-fold critical hit. Acquired 10,000 sea roaches dead and 10,000 bottles of mineral water. Friendly reminder. The system space possesses preservation and timing functions, so there's no need to worry about food spoiling. Impressive. Even fish can trigger critical hits. Shen Yun grinned widely, noticing the area was deserted, and swiftly opened a bottle of mineral water, savoring a few refreshing sips. Ah, delightful. He poured the remaining water over his face, relishing the cool sensation. After storing the bottle, Shen Yun rebaited the fishing rod and cast it once more. With both food and water secured, he wondered if trading with others might also trigger a critical hit. Rest assured, host, the 10,000-fold critical hit directly operates in a straightforward manner. Any item belonging to the host is subject to a critical hit. Upon hearing this, Shen Yun felt elated and promptly opened the Traveler-S chat box to review the information on food and water exchanges. However, the content was overwhelming, leaving him momentarily dazed. He swiftly opened the input box and sent a message. Shen Yun, 1 bottle of 250 milliliter mineral water, seeking practical supplies in exchange. As soon as the message was dispatched, his inbox erupted with a flurry of notifications. Ding! Elizabeth from Island 926, attached item, a small umbrella. Ding! Wang Defa from Island 17653, attached item, a pair of stockings. In mere moments, the email notifications surpassed 99. Email transactions required mutual consent. Sending items in advance would not result in loss. Shen Yun hurriedly opened and reviewed each email. The items were eclectic: stockings, toothbrushes, sun hats, chewing gum, and more. Among the practical items, some stood out. For instance, a sharpened toothbrush could serve as a rudimentary dagger, and several pairs of stockings could be fashioned into simple fish baskets for collecting bait at low tide. However, most items were trivial. Given that it was only the first day of survival, everyone was keen to retain highly practical items. Yet in a few days, once food and water supplies dwindled, circumstances would surely change. After perusing his emails, Shen Yun selected 20 practical items from different islanders and clicked. One-click trade. Whoosh. One by one, the items flew into his backpack. The notification of a 10,000-fold critical hit made him beam with delight. Chewing gum, toothbrushes, stockings, flashlights, lighters, binoculars. All 20 items were granted a 10,000-fold boost. What a thrilling experience. Shen Yun took out a piece of chewing gum and leisurely settled on the rock to fish. The likelihood of exposure from trading was minimal. He had deliberately chosen 20 individuals from different islands. With billions of people globally, numerous others had also crossed over today, leaving him with little to worry about. Regrettably, the subsequent fishing yielded either empty hooks or fish that slipped away. By the afternoon, he had only caught a single small fish with no reward items. Shen Yun remained unperturbed. He already possessed 20,000 edible fish. With ample food, he regarded this as mere practice. During this time, he retrieved the stockings, filled them with a generous amount of earthworms, and tied them shut to create a makeshift trap for low tide. As time passed, the sun began to set and the tide rose. He needed to return to prepare a meal and find shelter. Gazing at the sky, Shen Yun placed the prepared worm traps into the crevices of nearby rocks, securing them in place with stones. Once the tide receded, he anticipated at least a modest harvest. After positioning the 7th worm trap into a hollow, he noticed a small crab, no larger than his thumb, nestled within the stone crevice. Crab legs are also meat. He chuckled, swiftly capturing the tiny crab in his hand. But at that moment, he froze. Upon seeing the information displayed about the crab, Shen Yun's hand trembled. Slate crab acquirer. Shen Yun. Carried item. Silenced M4 carbine. 5 rounds of ammunition. My goodness, what a treasure. Shen Yun and Appo's face lit up with astonishment. He eagerly placed the little crab into his character and Appo's backpack, unperturbed by the mere 5 rounds of ammunition. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring a slate crab, a silenced M4 carbine, and 5 rounds of ammunition. Triggered 10,000-fold critical hit. Acquired 10,000 slate crabs dead, 10,000 M4 carbines, and 50,000 rounds of ammunition. Ha, what a windfall. Who can rival this? Shen Yun and Appo's tense nerves completely relaxed at that moment, filled with a profound sense of security. Thousands of firearms and ammunition. To possess such resources on the island could only be described as a veritable armory. Today had proven to be an exceptional harvest. Collecting his fishing rod, he cheerfully retrieved several fish for dinner and began to clean them. As Shen Yun departed from the shore and approached the beach, he discovered a large gathering of people around a bright bonfire. Without any equipment, even the most daring would hesitate to linger in the dark, dense jungle. Shen Yun strolled toward a vacant spot on the beach, surveying the food supplies of those around him. Most teams had insufficient provisions for 3 or 5 individuals. A couple of fish accompanied by some shells and small crabs can merely serve as a morsel for an adult. Shen Yun settled himself on a patch of open ground and opened the chat interface, typing a line. Selling 20 slate crabs in exchange for 10 pounds of firewood, dry leaves, and large tree leaves for bedding. The surrounding dead would had all been scavenged, and even the stones had been turned over in search of a worm, which proved to be a challenge. However, that was of no concern to him. He possessed resources. Chapter 3. To give face or not. A sudden onslaught. Possessing resources makes one supreme. Merely a moment had passed when his mailbox chimed. How convenient is the mailbox? Alas, it will soon cease to exist, increasing the difficulty of survival. Shen Yun opened the mailbox, confirming the transaction before extracting firewood to erect a campfire. He possessed a lighter for ignition. Prior to the arrival of the sea bream, he had already cleaned two. Skewering the fish on a wooden stick, Shen Yun roasted them, raising an eyebrow in delight. This must be the cleanest food I have ever consumed. Having traversed into this realm, he had ingested numerous items tainted by nuclear contamination. Even at his workplace, the radiation detectors exhibited alarming readings. The environments he had once known were starkly different. Yet, what could one do about the past? Everyone had grown accustomed to it. Before long, the primal aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air. Observing the sizzling, oily sea bream, those around who had yet to satiate their hunger gazed on with envy, muttering, "Slurp, this fellow is quite fortunate, feasting on 2 fish. I barely managed to eat 6 tiny crabs and still feel unsatisfied. Alas, there are no worms left around, and tomorrow we must either knock shells off the rocks or venture into the forest. Keep your voice down, otherwise others will beat us to it, and there will be no place left to forage. Were it not for the chilly winds by the sea and the lurking dangers of the forest, Shen Yun would not have preferred to roast fish among the crowd. As the fish neared completion, he swallowed and blew gently on them, taking a hearty bite from the belly. Exquisite and tender. Perhaps due to his hunger, the taste of the fish was unparalleled. He quickly devoured both fish. By then, night had fallen. The rhythmic crashing of the waves against the shore resembled a lullaby, lulling the weary individuals into drowsiness. Noticing many had dug pits and nestled within, Shen Yun took out his stone axe and followed suit. The pits offered some shelter from the wind and cold, and if one were to catch a chill here, there would be no hospital to turn to. To conserve energy, he excavated a shallow pit sufficient for lying on his side. Then, he placed a pile of black stockings within the pit. Sitting atop them provided a soft cushion and retained warmth. Quite splendid. It's rather comfortable. Shen Yun reclined against the sandy pit, gazing at the indistinct silhouettes around him, quietly contemplating. Tomorrow, I must find a place to rest. In a resource-scarce environment, mingling with strangers may inevitably lead to trouble. Even acquaintances could become the harbingers of disaster. Drinking meager rations is one thing, but when it comes to life itself. Yawning, he slowly closed his eyes. Yet, he dared not succumb to deep slumber. When fatigue overwhelmed him, he would rise and engage in some movement to maintain his alertness. The next day, before dawn, those aware of the ebbing tide stealthily departed the resting area, heading towards the coastal rocks in search of seafood. At a steep rocky shore, 7 men and women gathered, eagerly examining the bounty of seafood just collected. Crabs, octopuses, and various fish, over 100 in total, elicited excitement among the crowd. A burly man squatted on the ground, sifting through the seafood with a grin. With this much seafood and the items we've obtained, we could eat well for several days. I never anticipated such a bountiful harvest. What a windfall, haha. Indeed, it was Ah Hui who suggested coming early to gather seafood. A nearby matron gave a thumbs up to the burly man and then smiled at a young girl beside her. Let us head back to start a fire and prepare a seafood feast to invigorate ourselves. Li Ruo, she was a renowned star, and the matron was a cleaning lady from her agency, fortuitously encountering her on this island. The 5 men present were fans of Li Ruo Shi. Witnessing the jubilant expressions of the group, Li Ruo Shi hesitated, quietly asking, "Didn't you mention someone set worm traps here? What if others take them away?" Upon hearing this, the 6 men subdued their smiles, their gazes flickering. How naive and charming. In this place where even food is scarce in a few days, you'll wish to take everything for yourself. Ahui looked at her with a bittersweet smile. Ruo Shi, everyone here is fighting for survival. Without food, We all face starvation. But fear not. We left plenty of seafood in the pit. Right, brothers? Leave plenty? We only left a few worn stockings. The other 4 young men exchanged glances, stifling laughter, and quickly reassured her. Don't worry, Ruashi, there is still a lot of seafood left. We didn't take much. Even if 10 more people came, there would still be enough for everyone. Li Ruashi, being their dream goddess, needed to maintain a favorable image. Should they endure hardships together and win her favor, it would be worth a lifetime. Very well. Li Ruashi nodded. After all, she was a star and needed to be mindful of her words and actions. Her inquiry was merely casual. She was no fool. Acquiring food in such circumstances was paramount. Not only would it satiate hunger, but it would also facilitate trading with others. Even if they refrained from taking, others would surely seize the opportunity. Yet, she still needed to uphold her innocent image. Who would appreciate a selfish woman? Truth be told, she longed to leave this place. Sleeping in a sandy pit last night was unbearable. Early in the morning, the sea breeze chilled her to the bone, causing her delicate face to pale. Were it not for the need to win over these 5 survival-skilled fans, she would never tolerate such hardships. As the group stored the seafood into their backpacks, they turned to see a strikingly handsome young man approaching. Even the seasoned Li Rua, she could not help but admire his striking looks. However, the words he spoke upon arrival caused Ahui and the others to frown. The worm traps over their mind. Stopping in his tracks, Ahui, noticing he was alone, smiled lightly. Handsome, this isn't your domain. First come, first served. Wouldn't you agree? A nearby matron, sensing Ahui's tone was somewhat assertive, clearly trying to impress Li Rua, she hastily interjected. Oh dear, young man, worry not. There is still plenty of seafood over there. Why don't you join us? My Li Rua, she could use a skilled fisherman. Indeed, it is Li Rua, she. Shen Yun had previously found the beautiful woman somewhat familiar. It turned out she was the big star from television. His workplace had a massive poster of her hanging on the main street, a figure of great prominence. Noticing Shen Yun scrutinizing her, Li Rua, she gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, smiling softly. Sir, would you consider joining us? The more hands, the greater the strength. Shen Yun shook his head, continuing on his path. Li Rushi esa smila faltaret. It was her first experience of rejection, leaving her somewhat dejected. However, realizing he recognized her status, she deemed it unnecessary to persist. Let us go, she said, tightening her clothing and quickening her pace to depart with the group. Yet, as Ahui and the others turned to glance at Shen Yun, they found him peering through binoculars, examining the location of the worm traps in the distance. The 5 exchanged tense glances, tightening their grips on their stone axes, a glimmer of danger flashing in their eyes. If he failed to grasp the situation, they would have to teach him a lesson. Indeed, a furious shout erupted from behind. Damn it, there is not a single worm left. Ahui and the others quickly spun around, finding him hiding behind a rock, preparing to strike first. Who are you cursing, brat? Watch your mouth. But before he could finish, the group froze, eyes wide with terror as they beheld Shen Yun, who emerged from behind the rock, wielding a rifle. His face contorted with fury as he roared. You dare to disrespect me? Guns! The group screamed in panic, fleeing in disarray. No, I'll give up all the seafood. Help! I don't want to die. I am Li Ruashi. Suddenly, bang! A barrage of bullets erupted from the muzzle of the silenced gun. The firearm swayed back and forth twice, and the magazine was emptied. All 7 of Li Ruashi and Appo's companions were struck, collapsing to the ground in agony. The powerful recoil of the M4 left Shen Yun and Appo's hand numb and his shoulder aching. With his heart racing, he suppressed an inexplicable tension and swiftly replaced the magazine, advancing with purpose. I and Appo's been hit. Don't kill me. Ahui, crawling on the sand while clutching his leg, screamed in terror as he saw Shen Yun approaching with a cold demeanor. He could hardly fathom that this seemingly frail young man possessed such lethal weaponry. Shen Yun paid him no heed, raising his gun and ruthlessly executing Ahui and the others on the spot. However, the force of the M4 was overwhelming. While watching gunfight movies was exhilarating, experiencing it firsthand revealed the true exertion involved. Noticing that Li Ruashi was still clinging to life, Shen Yun pressed the gun directly against her head. Cough, cough. Please don't kill me. I will give you anything you desire. Li Ruoxi, blood trickling from her lips, wept openly, her face etched with desperation as she completely disregarded the searing muzzle. She still had a promising future ahead, one where her celebrity status could allow her to thrive on the island. Yet, Shen Yun remained unmoved, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The dull thud of gunfire resonated as blood splattered and sand flew. In an instant, Li Ruoxi's exquisite visage was transformed into a mere sieve. Chapter 4. The Mighty Sea Tornado. I possess a fully upgraded iron shelter. In the blink of an eye, Li Ruoxi perished, her lifeless body giving rise to an abundance of seafood and various items. Not only her, but the corpses of the other 6 individuals also yielded a plethora of treasures. Taking a deep breath, Shen Yun suppressed the churning in his stomach, gathering the supplies scattered on the ground before hastily departing. On the dimly lit beach, only 7 bloodied corpses remained. On the beach, Shen Yun meticulously counted the resources he had previously acquired from the pit. Aside from trivial trinkets, his most significant finds included a small pouch of insect repellent powder and salt, as well as a 5-spice seasoning packet. The efficacy of the insect repellent was yet to be determined, but salt was of utmost importance, with the benefit of a 10,000-fold critical hit. He had amassed countless seafood and items, leaving no cause for concern. Fortunately, they did not acquire firearms. Shen Yun silently rejoiced. His reluctance to engage directly stemmed from the fear that Li Ruoxi and her companions might possess advanced weaponry. While he had a rifle, they could have also secured a bounty of seafood. To engage in a deadly skirmish over mere seafood seemed a reckless gamble with his life. Furthermore, he had no intention of taking lives. After all, he was neither an urban assassin nor a reincarnated overlord. The thought of killing weighed heavily on him. Since they claimed to have plenty of seafood remaining, Shen Yun resolved to bide his time, seeking vengeance when the opportunity arose. Yet, despite their claims, it appeared that they had left nothing behind. As the saying goes, one should leave a thread for future encounters. He wished to avoid conflict, but they had resorted to a desperate move. Unable to endure any longer, he concealed himself behind a rock and eliminated them all. The image of the 7 individuals in their final moments churned his stomach, prompting him to hastily dismiss the haunting thoughts and chew on a piece of gum to calm his nerves. As dawn broke, the sky gradually brightened. However, many noticed ominous storm clouds gathering in the distance, and the sea was no longer tranquil. The waves were tumultuous. Quickly search for seafood while the tide is out. People began to disperse in groups from the pit. Shen Yun, on the other hand, headed towards the dense forest, intending to test the insect repellent's effectiveness. Before long, a series of terrified cries erupted from the beach, drawing everyone into Appo's attention. What is that? Following the direction of a pointing finger, the survivors on the island gazed out at the distant horizon. There, a magnificent white line connected the sky and sea, a breathtaking spectacle. Is that a waterspout? Shen Yun hastily retrieved his binoculars, adjusting the magnification for a clearer view. Above the water spout, dark clouds loomed, accompanied by flashes of lightning. He could vaguely discern slender branches from surrounding islands being drawn into the vortex. Branches? Shen Yun squinted, suddenly realizing, wait, are those uprooted trees? The surrounding individuals, utilizing the chat box, finally grasped the gravity of the situation. A massive sea tornado was approaching. The islands ahead had already been devastated, and many lives were lost. Run for your lives. In an instant, the beach erupted in screams. After a moment and Appo's hesitation, everyone armed with stone axes and tools dashed into the forest. If they could find a cave or some form of shelter in the mountains, perhaps they could evade catastrophe. Remaining on the beach with no cover from the wind would only lead to their demise. The crowd surged forward, wielding their makeshift weapons as they blazed a trail through the woods. Shen Yun lingered at the back, applying the insect repellent powder liberally while observing the ground for any insects to test its efficacy. Within the dense forest, chaos ensued. A venomous snake. This is a killer spider. Stay back, everyone. Its bite could fell an elephant. A chorus of terrified screams sent the remaining survivors into a state of panic. Yet, the sea breeze had infiltrated the woods, urging them onward without respite. Suddenly, a dust-covered young man, brandishing a stone axe, burst forth from the crowd like a valiant warrior. Undeterred by the venomous creatures lurking in the forest, he sprinted ahead. Noticing the crowd ahead becoming congested, Shen Yun bellowed, "Clear the way. I shall scout ahead." What a bold fellow. Who is this person? The crowd parted swiftly, faces filled with admiration. Some women were even captivated by Shen Yun's handsome and resolute appearance. In a world rife with danger, such a fearless hero was a rarity. Is he mad to run about in such peril? Or perhaps, it doesn't matter, let's follow him. Seeing him sprint ahead, the crowd hastily pursued. Shen Yun raced through the foliage, grasping the insect repellent powder, flinging it about like a martial artist of the lowest caliber. Wherever he went, the insects scattered in fear, unable to confront him. After testing it earlier, he discovered the repellent's formidable potency. Any insect it touched would flee in terror. Even the vibrant, venomous snakes recoiled at its scent, their tongues trembling, foam escaping their mouths. What if the sea tornado causes a landslide that blocks a cave? Shen Yun gazed anxiously at the mountains ahead, dread creeping into his heart. Suffocation would spell disaster. For now, he resolved to survive this crisis. Suppressing his worries, he plunged into the forest, sprinting toward the mountain peaks while keeping an eye on the chat box, hoping for the tornado to change course. However, one message caught his attention, illuminating his eyes. Zhao Ritian. Is anyone selling house fragments? One piece can be exchanged for 20 sea bream. 5 starfish. Zhang Biao. I am the CEO of Paradise Real Estate. I buy house fragments and provide food indefinitely. A businessman thrives on integrity. Zhang Zhangwo. I am the mayor of Songlong City, still in need of 3 house fragments. Is there a comrade willing to lend a hand? I will personally express my gratitude after the event. House fragments? Shen Yun swiftly sent a message offering to purchase. Shen Yun, buying house fragments, 50 stone crabs, and 2 octopuses, a packet of salt, and a 250 milliliters bottle of mineral water. The quantity of food was neither excessive nor insufficient, but the inclusion of salt and mineral water was a masterstroke. Sure enough, as soon as he sent the offer, his inbox flooded with over 20 messages. Clearly, not every location was experiencing the wrath of the sea tornado. So many people seeking fragments must indicate they are not merely for small wooden houses. Otherwise, they wouldn't withstand the tornado. He quickly opened the messages. 10,086 Island, Qin Chongqing, 1 house fragment attached. House fragment. A fragment of a sturdy iron shelter, capable of withstanding storms, tornadoes, and beasts. Collect 5 pieces to fuse into an iron shelter. Shen Yun's heart soared with joy as he promptly placed his previously offered items in Qin Chongqing's email and clicked to agree. Moments later, the other party accepted. As a house fragment appeared in his backpack, the system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring a house fragment, triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit. 10,000 house fragments. Shen Yun quickly took 5 fragments and clicked to synthesize. His backpack now held a model of an iron shelter. Ding! Congratulations, host, on triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit, resulting in 10,000 iron shelter models. What a surprise, this actually works. Shen Yun grinned widely. He had not anticipated that synthesis could also trigger a 10,000-fold critical hit. Realizing the uneven terrain made it impossible to place the shelter, he turned and dashed toward a nearby clearing. Run! The winds are intensifying. Hurry! Even the insects are fleeing underground. We must find a cave to hide in. The powerful sea winds rustled the leaves, and heavy rain began to pour down, with numerous fish falling onto the island. The panicking crowd paid no heed to the seafood scattered on the ground, as they were buffeted by the wind. Their only desire was to find a safe haven from the gale, which grew ever more ferocious. Even the forest echoed with the resounding crack of breaking branches. Such fierce winds! With his eyes squinted, Shen Yun clung tightly to the sturdy tree, realizing that he could no longer afford to waste time searching for an open space. He swiftly scanned his surroundings and, upon identifying a clearing, hastily opened his backpack and pointed. Deploy metal shelter. In an instant, a gray house with a triangular roof materialized beside him. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Yun grasped the doorknob and struggled to swing the door open, rushing inside. Bang! The door slammed shut, propelled by the ferocious wind. Phew! At last he was safe. Lying on the ground, Shen Yun let out a long sigh of relief. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he surveyed the interior, discovering that the shelter measured only 10 square meters. Furnished with a bed, a bench, and a dining table. Bang! 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 A series of branches crashed against the roof, producing a cacophony, but fortunately, the metal shelter was robust enough to withstand it. As Shen Yun glanced up at the ceiling, he suddenly noticed a prompt. Friendly reminder, the current metal shelter is level 1. You may use 100 fragments to upgrade it to level 2. Super metal shelter, highest level. Super metal shelter, defense, space, weight, and foundation stability are all increased tenfold. Additional features include solar charging, fingerprint authentication for door access, and a water heater. An upgrade was possible. Shen Yun's heart leapt with joy as he retrieved over 100 shelter fragments and used them with a single click. Whoosh! The entire metal shelter trembled slightly, its space expanding instantaneously. The sounds of branches striking the roof diminished to a whisper. A profound sense of safety enveloped him. Smiling, Shen Yun rose to his feet, took in his surroundings, and made his way toward the bathroom. After the exhausting days in this new environment, it was the perfect time for a hot shower, a meal, and a rejuvenating sleep. Chapter 5. 30,000 points of physical enhancement, unassailable. Within the confines of the iron shed, the available items were scarce, consisting merely of a small bottle of body wash and shampoo. However, upon reaching Shen Yun, they all underwent a monumental amplification. After thoroughly scouring the bathroom supplies, Shen Yun turned on the faucet, relishing a warm shower. Outside, fierce winds howled, and torrential rain poured down, with errant weeds and branches swirling ominously. Thankfully, the structure was robust enough. As Shen Yun wiped the water from his skin, he suddenly noticed a bloody hand pressed against the window. This startling sight sent a shiver down his spine. Was someone out there? He leaned closer to inspect, and saw a woman clutching a drainage pipe, desperately banging on the window with a small boy in her arms. The woman's clothes were tattered, her body marred with cuts, blood, and grime, clearly having endured tremendous hardships to bring the child here. Behind her, a man hung motionless, his neck impaled by a broken branch, his eyes eerily fixed on the iron shed. On the ground, a girl clung to a tree trunk, unable to lift her head against the fierce winds. Upon seeing Shen Yun, the woman shouted in desperation, "Help us! Please save us!" Noticing Shen Yun's furrowed brow, indicating his reluctance, the woman, however, could not afford to wait. The winds were growing stronger. Delay would mean certain death for them. She hastily retrieved a pale, pink syringe from her backpack, shaking it vigorously. "Take this. Please save us." Physical Enhancement Serum. Owner, Lin Yuran. Effect, increases physical attributes by 3 points upon use. Could such a miraculous item truly exist? Shen Yun felt a surge of excitement as he pressed the fingerprint switch beside the window. When it opened, a gust of fierce wind rushed in. He accepted the syringe from Lin Yuran, and a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Physical Enhancement Serum. Triggered a 10,000-fold critical hit, awarding 10,000 Physical Enhancement Serums. How many could one person use? Shen Yun pondered, then summoned a serum from the system's space and injected it into his forearm. After administering the dose, he was astounded by the system's notification. Ding! Congratulations, host, for injecting the Physical Enhancement Serum. Increased physical attributes by 3 points. Triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit, an astonishing increase of 30,000 points in physical attributes. By the heavens, is this even possible? Shen Yun exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. His character attributes, constitution, agility, strength, and mental fortitude, were all at a mere 10 points. To think of an increase to 30,000 was simply unfathomable. In the next instant, boom! A thunderous roar erupted from within Shen Yun, his skin flushing crimson. The water from the shower head instantly vaporized against him, rising in billowing steam. Notice, the traveler Shen Yun has surpassed his physical limits, unlocking his genetic locks and human potential, leading to a comprehensive enhancement of attributes and the unlocking of physical potential limits. Current physical value, 30,000 points. Further use of physical enhancement serum is prohibited. Effect, immunity to all damage from the current civilization, with peak enhancements in defense, endurance, resilience, and stamina. Immunity to all damage from the current civilization. Just the thought of such a capability was terrifying. Shen Yun clenched his fists, the previous fatigue evaporating, replaced by a rejuvenated spirit and boundless energy coursing through him. Observing Lin Yuran and the small boy outside, clinging to the drainage pipe against the howling winds, Shen Yun quickly donned his pants and called out, "Come inside. Bring the child in." Lin Yuran promptly handed the boy to Shen Yun, then shouted back to the girl, "Su Xiuyan, hold on. I'll be right there." Uncertain whether the girl heard her, Lin Yuran reached in her backpack and retrieved a length of rope, passing it through the window. "Sir, please secure this for me. I must go save her." Shen Yun did not refuse. He took the rope and secured it to a welded iron bar. If he were in the position of that helpless girl, he too would hope for a savior in such dire circumstances. "Don't stay here. If the rope snaps, it could be fatal," he warned, waving at the sobbing child on the ground. The potential danger of snapped rope was too great. He had nothing to fear. After all, he was invincible now, undaunted even by a nuclear explosion. "Thank you, big brother." The little boy wiped his tears, struggling to rise, but unable to see out the window due to his small stature. Sensing the child's reluctance to call for help, Shen Yun understood that his experiences had been far from ordinary. His perceptive instincts were finely honed. As an orphan, he had learned early on when to speak and when to remain silent. At that moment, Lin Yuran returned, struggling to carry the girl, who was shivering and pale but otherwise unharmed. Shen Yun reached out and pulled the girl inside. As they helped Lin Yuran inside, her clothes were in tatters from her numerous falls, rendering her quite disheveled. "Thank you." The girl expressed her gratitude as she, alongside Shen Yun, helped Lin Yuran in. With a few more efforts, they managed to bring her inside, albeit in a rather precarious state. Lin Yuran, disregarding her own condition, quickly turned to Shen Yun with heartfelt thanks. "Thank you, sir. My name is Lin Yuran, and this is..." Shen Yun gestured for her to pause, closing the window and rinsing off the grime. "Once the winds die down, you all should leave. Remember to clean the bathroom." To him, it was merely a transaction. Once completed, they could part ways without the need for introductions. As Shen Yun turned away, Lin Yuran and Su Xiuyan exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with bitterness. Naturally, anyone would wish to remain in the safety of the iron shed, yet Shen Yun's refusal was so abrupt. "At least we are safe for now," Su Xiuyan murmured. "Indeed." Lin Yuran nodded, gazing out the window. In mere moments, a powerful gust swept through, lifting even the largest trees into the sky. Yet the iron shed stood firm and unyielding. What a sturdy structure. Both women were astounded. Yet, the thought that they would soon have to leave weighed heavily on their hearts. The fierce waterspout persisted for the better part of the day before finally dissipating. The survivors emerged cautiously, surveying the devastated island with trepidation. Broken trees littered the ground, the once lush grass now pockmarked with craters. And numerous corpses lay sprawled in various grotesque positions, a sight that was deeply harrowing to behold. As many began to collect the seafood scattered by the storm, they suppressed their disgust and started gathering supplies. Outside the iron shed, Lin Yuran expressed her gratitude towards Shen Yun. "Thank you, sir. May I add you as a friend? If I acquire anything else in the future, I will contact you first." But they could not remain there. Shen Yun's ability to construct a shelter and his bounty of seafood made him a formidable and professional survivor in the wilderness. Naturally, Lin Yuran wished to forge a closer bond with him. Chapter 6. The Supply Box. A critical hit of 10,000. At this moment, Lin Yuran had cleaned herself up, revealing the exquisite visage of a city beauty. With her alluring curves, she was undeniably captivating. Her status was equally impressive, as she was the president of the Hangzhou Beauty Group. Beside her was a young boy named Xiao Hao, who had suffered severe nuclear contamination, prompting him and his father to venture into this alternate realm in hopes of receiving rewards to mitigate his physical affliction. Su Xiuyan, a high school student with an innocent and charming appearance, possessed a unique grace that inspired affection. When she gazed at Shen Yun, her eyes sparkled with admiration and gratitude for the strong. Within Shen Yun's abode, they enjoyed a long-awaited hot shower, followed by an invitation to indulge in a sumptuous barbecue feast, leading to a deeply restful slumber. However, upon awakening, the pang of separation from the warm embrace of the blankets left Su Xiuyan feeling reluctant. She had believed that after their bath, revealing their astonishing beauty, the young man would choose to keep them around. After all, when Yuran had showcased her 36D figure, the boy's reaction had been unmistakable. Even if the worst outcome meant being his woman for over 20 days, Su Xiuyan could have accepted it. Indeed, the environment could alter one's perspective, especially amidst the terrifying scene of countless corpses. Yet to her surprise, Shen Yun had merely invited them for a meal and a few casual conversations before ushering them out once the wind had calmed. He had no intention of keeping them, which left Su Xiuyan feeling inexplicably disappointed. No need, Shen Yun shook his head, closing the door as he ventured into the dense forest. He paid little mind to Lin Yuren's polite remarks, as he intended to utilize any valuable items he found for himself immediately. Lin Yuran's decision to leave behind a health potion clearly indicated her foresight for possible future needs. Observing him depart in search of supplies, the three women dared not linger. The ground was strewn with seafood and resources swept ashore by the dragon-like tornado. Any delay could mean missing out. Danger often accompanies opportunity. A powerful tornado had blown a plethora of seafood onto the shore, allowing the survivors of the nearby islands to collect their bounty with great enthusiasm. Shen Yun had no concerns about food. He even found the demand for firearms negligible. What mattered most at this moment was how to enhance his score, as it directly influenced the rewards for returning to Blue Star. However, after wandering through the woods for some time, he had yet to uncover any indication of a score. Instead, he had fortuitously gathered several types of seafood and had landed a critical hit of 10,000. Gazing at the chaotic forest around him, he furrowed his brow, contemplating. Surviving for 30 days, or on an island, this should not pose a challenge for someone with a bit of experience. To stand out, one must live better and more effortlessly than others, right? Shen Yun felt his conjectures held substantial merit. System, what do you think? Response to the host. The system has no authority to interfere or influence the host's judgment. The host may proceed as they see fit. Well, that was a fruitless inquiry. Nevertheless, Shen Yun was quite pleased with the system's configuration. Unlike the novels he had read, where systems imposed mandatory tasks, leading to dire consequences when unmet, his system offered him a free hand, allowing for a more relaxed approach without pressure to achieve performance metrics. Noticing an older man nearby, collecting seafood, Shen Yun retrieved a cigarette from his pocket. The sound of the lighter sparked a reflexive glance from the man, as if it were ingrained in his very being. The aroma wafted through the air enticingly. Young man, that scent is undoubtedly Hua Zi. I'll trade you this fish for a smoke. The man exclaimed, shaking a small yellow fish triumphantly. An old smoker indeed. Shen Yun tossed him a cigarette nonchalantly. The man's face lit up in delight as he eagerly accepted it, gratitude radiating from him. Thank you, young man. This fish is yours in exchange for a smoke. Shen Yun waved his hand dismissively, relishing the moment as other seasoned smokers gathered around, their throats working as they savored the secondhand smoke. Particularly the older individuals who, without a word, sidled up beside the two, relishing the chance to inhale a bit of the smoke. Shen Yun glanced at the envious crowd surrounding him and chuckled as he flicked the cigarette butt away. I'm off, old man. The older gentleman, still clutching the cigarette, called after him, amused by the brief encounter. In the world of smokers, camaraderie transcends wealth. Every meeting is a connection. Clearly, the score 1T display directly. Now that I have cigarettes, I need to acquire some wine and gourmet food. As he walked through the forest, Shen Yun opened the chat interface, sending a message. Shen Yun, 2 cigarettes for a bottle of red wine, or cooked food, or a piece of fruit. To live well, one must indulge in fine wine and delicacies. Before long, a swarm of seasoned smokers flooded Shen Yun's inbox, pushing it to 99. Upon checking his inbox, he selected various islands to procure supplies. Wine, steamed dumplings, marinated duck heads, chicken feet, and apple. He traded for each item. With the system's enhancement, each item received a 10,000-fold boost. Now, this is delightful. Shen Yun grinned broadly, surveying his surroundings. The tornado had indeed been formidable, leaving the forest in disarray, branches snapped, and some trees uprooted entirely. Suddenly, a low growl, filled with menace, pierced the air, drawing Shen Yun's attention. He turned his head to see a gray wolf perched on a broken branch, baring its teeth at him. On the ground lay 2 bloodied wolves feasting on a corpse. Shen Yun raised an eyebrow, noticing behind the trio of wolves a box radiating a faint white light. He stepped closer, finally discerning the box's information. Item: universal box, no owner. Universal box, capable of producing any material. A supply box? Shen Yun's eyes gleamed with excitement. While not lacking in resources, the thrill of opening a blind box for unknown rewards was precisely the recreational activity he sought. Yet, as he approached, the 3 wolves charged at him, intent on turning this bipedal creature into a delectable snack. The wolves initially intended to test him, but upon witnessing Shen Yun's swift advance, they could no longer hold back. Perfect opportunity to test my strength. As the gray wolf lunged at him, a glimmer of determination sparked in Shen Yun's eyes as he delivered a powerful punch to its snout. In the next instant, a resounding crack echoed as the gray wolf disintegrated into a mist of blood. The remaining 2 wolves halted in shock, their tails tucked between their legs. Shen Yun stepped forward, seizing one of the wolves. He intended to tame a few to take back with him. As the gray wolf writhed, attempting to bite him, Shen Yun swiftly struck its head with a firm slap. Quiet down. With a subtle crack, the wolf's skull shattered, killing it instantly. Oops. Perhaps he had applied too much force. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Shen Yun discarded the wolf's corpse and turned his gaze to the other gray wolf. To his surprise, it stared back with wide eyes, trembling uncontrollably. If it could speak, it would surely exclaim, "What manner of creature is this?" Fortunately, the animal's keen instincts kicked in, and it quickly lay on its back, exposing its soft belly to Shen Yun in a display of submission. Notification: congratulations to the traveler Shen Yun for taming a female wolf. It may be trained as a companion to hunt for prey. Well done. At least you know your place. Shen Yun smiled as she tucked the she-wolf under her arm, swiftly approaching the treasure chest to claim it. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring a treasure chest, triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit, and receiving 10,000 treasure chests. Chapter 7. Unboxing. 30 trillion tons of supplies. Oh, what a delight. Shen Yun retrieved a supply box, placed it on the ground, and opened it. With a whoosh, a dazzling white light illuminated the surroundings as various items soared from the box and landed gracefully at his feet. Congratulations, traveler Shen Yun. You have acquired a camping tent, a Swiss Army knife, a windproof lighter, a mess kit, a compound bow with 10 arrows, and half a kilogram of raw beef. Each of these 5 items was incredibly practical, and the system proved to be quite generous, delivering a 10,000-fold critical hit. Having such an extraordinary advantage feels like a vacation. Shen Yun chuckled as he collected the supplies, only to notice the she-wolf beside him gazing intently at something in the distance. Ahead, a massive white wolf lay concealed among the fallen timber, its icy gaze fixed on Shen Yun. Howl, howl! As the 2 wolves began to communicate, Shen Yun gently patted the she-wolf's head and beckoned to the white wolf, whispering, "Invite them over. They shall feast." As he spoke, he tossed 100 pounds of beef onto the ground, patting it to attract attention. 1 wolf would not suffice. He desired to nurture a whole pack, which would also serve to guard his domain. He wondered if the she-wolf understood his gestures, for she continued to vocalize enthusiastically. Before long, a gathering of gray wolves emerged, leaping onto the surrounding fallen timber, baring their teeth and growling at him. The enormous white wolf king, sensing betrayal from the she-wolf, charged furiously toward Shen Yun. However, after unlocking his physical genes, Shen Yun's defenses and coordination had reached their zenith. When the wolf king lunged at him, he effortlessly seized its neck and lifted it off the ground. The intense sensation of suffocation forced a whimper from the wolf king, startling the nearby gray wolves, whose tails tucked between their legs in fear. This was the first time they had heard their leader wail. How could they not tremble in terror? Shen Yun surveyed the gathered gray wolves, noting their cautious retreat with necks drawn back, before releasing his grip and stepping down onto the white wolf's belly. Having escaped a dire fate, the wolf king dared not snarl, but lay gasping on the ground, utterly submissive. Congratulations, traveler Shen Yun. You have tamed the 9,527th Island White Wolf Pack. 16 males, 7 females, and 8 pups. This was all too easy. Shen Yun tossed a piece of meat to the wolf king, who eagerly snatched it up, showing a degree of intelligence. He then began to feed the other gray wolves, who devoured the offerings ravenously. Feeling a bit hungry himself, Shen Yun built a fire and prepared a feast of roasted beef and a fruit platter. By the time he was satiated, dusk had descended. Smiling at the wolf king, he said, "Bring your pack to guard my home. Do you understand?" Remarkably, the white wolf king nodded twice in response. Astonished, Shen Yun caressed the wolf king's soft fur, realizing this creature possessed a remarkable understanding. "All right, I shall take the she-wolf with me. Just follow my call when the time comes." After giving the wolf king a gentle pat on the head, Shen Yun stood, cradling the she-wolf as he retraced his steps. Meanwhile, outside the fortified iron shelter, a crowd of over 100 people buzzed with excitement. Wow, why is this iron shelter so much larger than everyone else's houses? It even has a bathroom. I haven't bathed in ages. Unfortunately, no one could open it, and the foundation was quite deep. A man shook his head as he observed the pit being dug nearby. The shelter's defenses were formidable. Even a stone axe struggled to leave a mark upon it. The surrounding broken trees posed no threat either, indicating its incredible sturdiness. Peering through the windows, they could see a bathroom, a water heater, a bedroom, and more, all of which were incredibly enticing. If only we could stay inside. It would be far more comfortable than sleeping on the ground. Upgrading requires 100 shards. Someone must have opened a universal treasure chest, a young man said, his face filled with envy. The chat channels were already buzzing with reports of people acquiring universal chests, each containing highly practical items. It was rumored that someone even obtained a pirate ship and firearms. How enviable. They speculated about who might have acquired this iron shelter. As the night fell, the crowd began to shout, "Come on out and show yourself. Are you afraid we'll take it from you?" This shelter was likely around 100 square meters, capable of accommodating many people. Surely, we could rent it with our supplies? Outside the throng, Lin Yuran and Su Xiuyan observed the commotion. They were eager to see the handsome young man and to understand if there were any conditions for joining him. After all, staying outside was perilous, especially at night, given their vulnerability as women. Just then, a resonant wolf howl echoed from the mountains behind them. The crowd gasped in unison, turning to witness a pack of gray wolves emerging from the tumbled forest, leaping onto the surrounding fallen timber and rocky outcrops. The dimming light made their glowing green eyes appear eerie and chilling. When a majestic large white wolf charged down the mountain, panic seized the crowd. It's a wolf pack. Run for your lives. At that moment, they wished they could sprout additional legs. Has he been eaten? Su Xiuyan whispered, her face pale. I don't know, Lin Yuran replied, clutching little Hao as she glanced back at the advancing wolf pack, realizing they were upon them, prompting her to flee with renewed urgency. Descending the mountain, Shen Yun observed the crowd scattering like startled birds. He chuckled while stroking the little white wolf in his arms. Excellent, this truly simplifies matters. Without the wolf pack, he might have had to confront stubborn individuals facing moral coercion. With the wolves at his side, all he needed to do was let out a few roars, and the threat would dissipate. The Wolf King received the command to disperse the crowd, and with that, led the pack back to the iron shelter. Noticing the Wolf King's gaze fixed on the little white wolf, Shen Yun gently set the pup down, instructing, Keep watch over this area. Don't let anyone come near. With a soft whimper, the Wolf King lowered its head in apparent acknowledgement. Once Shen Yun entered the shelter, the Wolf King stepped forward, licking its pup affectionately. Satisfied that its offspring was unharmed, the Wolf King lifted its head and howled, prompting the pack to scatter swiftly to patrol their territory. Inside, Shen Yun settled into the living room and opened his character's backpack. A staggering 10,000 universal treasure chests awaited him. Rubbing his hands together, he grinned widely. Let us open 5,000 to start. Without hesitation, he set the chest count to 5,000 and tapped the button. One-click unbox. In an instant, his 100-slot inventory was filled to capacity. Any excess items were swiftly absorbed by the system. Congratulations, Shen Yun, you have obtained Tang Hung Dao, a pirate ship, Genie's stunning single audio system, Peking duck, a red-clad cannon, a walkie-talkie, and a pack of spicy strips. The barrage of notifications nearly overwhelmed Shen Yun. He quickly muted the alert sounds. But the system chimed again. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received Universal Box resources, triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit. 10,000 Tang Hung Dao, 10,000 pirate ships, 10,000 Genie's stunning single audio systems. Fortunately, the system provided a summary for Shen Yun. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 762 types of resources, totaling 30 trillion tons. In awe, Shen Yun marveled at the sheer magnitude of the rewards. This golden finger was indeed extraordinary. Even if someone else had access to it, they would effortlessly soar to success. Shen Yun mused, answering the host, that is impossible. Only the host, having traversed twice, activated the system. Others cannot compare to you. The unspoken flattery was particularly potent. Shen Yun felt a surge of delight while maintaining a serious facade. System, your words are excessive. Countless travelers exist. I merely possess a bit of good fortune. Host, luck is also a part of strength. There is no need for modesty. If it were someone else, they might have already found themselves at the mercy of the beast. Ha ha ha. Where? You're still impressive. It's all thanks to the host. The system is merely a supporting role. As Shen Yun exchanged compliments with the system, he mentally cataloged the useful supplies. Chapter 8. The Stalwart of the White Wolf King. The Skeleton King pirate ship currently. Shen Yun is not troubled by a lack of resources. His strength is formidable, and he is devoid of any interdimensional missions. He spent his days in a tin shack, leading a leisurely life. His time is occupied either by opening boxes to gather supplies or indulging in culinary delights. Alternatively, he might engage with the little white wolf, feeding the pack and taking leisurely strolls. Since he is required to survive on the island for 30 days, what else is there to do besides show off? He desires to enhance his physical fitness, yet his robust constitution renders him impervious to fatigue. Even an entire morning of push-ups leaves him unchallenged, proving futile. Instead, training in marksmanship has become his daily routine. In stark contrast to his tranquil existence, chaos has begun to engulf most of the islands. On the 5th day of their journey, the survivors still managed to endure. However, by the 8th day, hunger compelled many to venture deeper into the mountains in search of food. The death toll among the survivors surged dramatically at this moment. By the 16th day, some had resorted to murder for the sake of resources. On the 20th day, when hunger reached its zenith, even the roots, stems, and leaves of plants, as well as the foul seafood washed ashore, became sustenance for the desperate. Numerous individuals succumbed to poisoning, bloating, and agonizing abdominal pain. Notably, on Island 666, reports of cannibalism emerged, inciting widespread panic. Cannibalism. This revelation undoubtedly struck a severe blow to the moral compass of the populace. Yet, in the absence of food, one might find themselves targeted for their lifeless body, even if they would rather perish than resort to cannibalism. Of course, some individuals possess exceptional organizational skills, managing to establish a collective communal dining arrangement early on, relying on personal charisma. Surviving on such an island is indeed a stroke of fortune. Others have disseminated various survival strategies to enhance the community's chances of survival. There are also individuals who have commandeered pirate ships and wielded firearms, establishing dominion over the islands. Particularly notorious are some pirate vessels that, wherever they go, act like bandits, committing atrocities that are truly ghastly. With only 5 days remaining, Shen Yun, wielding an M4, skillfully fires at a branch 100 meters away. His remarkable physique grants him unparalleled balance and stability, allowing him to hit his mark with precision. As for moving targets, those are easily within his grasp. Compared to his former self, he has transcended the ranks of novice marksman and can now be regarded as a sharpshooter. At this moment, Shen Yun has donned a pair of mountaineering pants, a fitted tank top, and black boots. The combination of his sun-kissed skin, the rifle in his hands, and the 3 slumbering wolves beside him exudes an aura of formidable prowess. Suddenly, a mournful howl emanates from the distant thicket. The 3 wolves, previously dozing, spring up and howl in unison. Oh, whoa! Something has happened. Shen Yun's expression tightens as he retrieves his binoculars. He spots 2 gray wolves racing towards him, dragging the body of the Wolf King behind them. Trailing closely behind are several injured wolves. Oh, whoa! The little white wolf beside Shen Yun bolts forward. A crossbow? Upon noticing the crossbow bolts embedded in the Wolf King, he hastens to examine the situation. 7 arrows in total have struck the Wolf King, with one piercing directly through its heart. The arrow, as thick as a thumb, is tipped with a tri-bladed head. There is no saving it. Shen Yun's anger flares. Did I not instruct you to flee at the first sign of danger? He reaches for a physical enhancement potion, only to discover it cannot be used on non-humans. At this moment, the Wolf King, once majestic, now gasps for breath, staring blankly at the little white wolf and Shen Yun. When Shen Yun observes the pack dragging back the bodies of their fallen comrades, he realizes the Wolf King did not attack him due to the betrayal of a female wolf. It was because he had slain a gray wolf that the Wolf King had chosen to retaliate. With so many gray wolves slain, how could it possibly flee? The Wolf King has its own steadfastness. Submitting to Shen Yun is also a means to protect its pack. A life preserved is worth much. Shen Yun sighs softly, wiping away the tears at the Wolf King's eyes, whispering solemnly, "Rest assured, I shall not harm it. We outsiders will soon depart from this island. I promise." Upon hearing this, the Wolf King seems to deflate like a punctured balloon, its heaving chest gradually sinking. It weakly licks Shen Yun's palm before its eyes lose all vitality. Oh, oh, one by one, the wolves begin to howl mournfully, and one can faintly see the tears glistening in their eyes. Just as Shen Yun rises, he notices 2 disheveled wild men emerging from the thicket not far away. Observing that they wield only stone axes and no bows or crossbows, Shen Yun coldly levels his weapon and demands, "Who killed the Wolf King?" Most of the inhabitants of Island 9527 are aware that the owner of the Tin Shack has tamed a pack of wild wolves. The ability to train a wolf pack is no trivial feat, and under ordinary circumstances, few would dare provoke him. Shen Yun suspects that a local faction is likely preparing to hunt the wolves for food. He has seldom ventured out, relying entirely on the chat box to glean information about the outside world, and thus is unclear about the power dynamics on Island 9527. Before the 2 can respond, a filthy child emerges from the underbrush. "Is it you?" Shen Yun approaches, astonished. After more than 10 days apart, Lin Yuran and Su Xiuyan, 2 stunning beauties, have transformed into wild individuals. Relieved that he recognizes her, Lin Yuran quickly explains, "The attackers are from the Skeleton King pirate ship. They have begun plundering Island 9527. We have been living outside the patrol zone of the wolf pack and witnessed them using powerful crossbows to shoot the wolves." The Skeleton King pirate ship? A glint of cold light flashes in Shen Yun's eyes. This pirate faction is the most formidable presence among the 30 islands nearby. The Skeleton King ship is not only swift and sturdy, but is also equipped with 12 cannons on either side. Ordinary pirate vessels would not dare to offend them. Moreover, the Skeleton King has 3 escort ships and over a dozen speedboats following, boasting a force of nearly 1,000 individuals. Shen Yun retrieves a monocular thermal imager from his backpack and dons it. He also grabs a large pineapple and plunges into the thicket. "Don't be impulsive. They have many people." Lin Yuran and Su Xiuyan cry out anxiously. The ones who save their lives could very well lead him to peril if he acts recklessly. However, Shen Yun does not look back, seamlessly disappearing into the woods. With only a few days left, why would they not wish to remain stable? A glimmer of murderous intent flickers in Shen Yun's eyes. Although the Wolf King's pack serves as his temporary allies, they have been dutiful. With so many subordinates slain, as their temporary elder brother, he must send some of his own down to accompany the wolf pack, since they do not intend to remain calm. Bursting forth from the thicket, Shen Yun spots over a dozen pirates adorned with white skull bandanas by the stream and immediately pulls the triggers of his dual pistols, growling ominously, "Then I shall send you all to the heavens." As the gunfire erupts, the pirates by the stream swiftly scatter, evidently possessing combat experience. Yet, Shen Yun's aim is too steady. The recoil is negligible against his physique. Before them, where can they hide from such a formidably steady shooter? PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. A barrage of bullets strikes the pirates by the stream, and anguished cries fill the air. A burly man, riddled with bullets in his abdomen, glares at the figure in the woods wearing the thermal imager, bellowing, "Damn it, we are the Skeleton King's men. You're asking for death. You will regret this. The Skeleton King will capture your people and send them to the heavens." Don't kill me. I did nothing. I was forced to join. Amidst the screams, a woman crawls in panic, clutching her wounded leg. She has never encountered someone with such steady aim. In mere moments, 6 or 7 of her companions have perished. Yet from the corner of her eye, she notices 2 bullets speeding toward her, swiftly whizzing past her head. With a dull thud, the woman's head bursts forth, showering the surroundings with a cascade of crimson and white. In less than a minute, all 16 pirates present were vanquished. Shen Yun then vanished into the forest. Chapter 9. The terrifying firepower suppression, slaughtering the pirates. On the beach of Island 9527, a pirate with a scarf over his face lashed out with a whip at a man kneeling in the sand. Around 60 or 70 ragged, dispirited individuals knelt on the beach, at the mercy of passing pirates who kicked and struck them. Those who could have escaped had long since used up their resources. Only the weak remained, unable to flee. The pirates wielded bows, crossbows, and rifles, rendering escape impossible. At that moment, a pirate approached a man with a red scarf, who was smoking a cigarette, and chuckled awkwardly. "Captain, there are only 3 worth keeping, but they are quite ugly." "Damn it." The scarfed man spat out smoke, his face twisted in frustration. "Have I been cursed with bad luck? 3 consecutive islands, and not a single scrap to gain." "Captain," a subordinate leaned in, whispering, "at least there are 3. Why not consider it a stroke of good fortune?" "Good fortune, my foot." The scarf man slapped the back of his head. "How can you say they are ugly when you're so desperate? Get lost." He tossed aside his cigarette, but, brandishing his gun at the kneeling crowd, "Pick out the good goods and the pretty ones." At this command, the crowd began to wail, "Please, please don't kill me. Yes, brothers, we just want to survive. Don't kill us. Take the remaining resources. Don't take my child. I bow to you." Hearing their pleas, the scarfed man's previous gloom lifted, and he laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. All right, we want to kill you." This declaration brought a collective sigh of relief from the kneeling crowd. Nearby, several weaker islands had already been ravaged and slaughtered by the minions of the Skeleton King. It was known that after 30 days of survival on the islands, anything obtained here would vanish, including the very sensations of consuming human flesh. The so-called good goods on the islands were, in fact, people. Once consumed, returning to Blue Star would erase all feelings of dread. What was there to fear? This scenario undoubtedly fueled the audacious arrogance of those devoid of morals. Yet, as the scarfed man's laughter ceased, his expression turned sinister as he gazed at the crowd. "If we spare you now, the competition in the next world will be even fiercer." Ha ha ha. His maniacal laughter sent shivers down the spines of all present, causing them to tremble in fear. Unfortunately, the pirates concealed their identities behind masks, leaving only their eyes visible, preventing the captives from recognizing them and alerting their friends and family. The kneeling individuals looked ashen, not daring to resist. Previously, over 10 had attempted to fight back, only to be shot dead on the spot. When the Scarf Man's subordinates selected a few beautiful women, he finally lit a cigarette with a satisfied grin. For him, killing was merely a way to vent his frustrations. If he killed everyone, what would he eat when resources ran out? Let go of my wife. Mom. Mom. Observing the terror in the crowd, the Scarf Man chuckled mockingly. All right, I was just scaring you. Selecting these people is for a job. Resist, and I truly will kill. As the crowd fell silent, nervously fixated on him, the Scarf Man smirked, blowing smoke rings with delight. A bunch of fools, but this apocalypse is truly exhilarating. As a mere security guard, I can casually kill the wealthy and enjoy beautiful women. It's worth it. Suddenly, gunfire erupted. Damn it. Didn't I say to conserve bullets? Furious, the Scarf Man turned towards the sound. But before he could react, a fiery tongue of flame surged towards him. Boom! The big pineapple in Shen Yun's hands fired rapidly, eliminating the armed pirates on the beach with deadly precision. Even those attempting to hide in the crowd were swiftly dispatched. The captives, trembling on the ground, made the armed pirates highly conspicuous. What astonished the pirates was that this individual seemed to be clad in exceptionally robust body armor, rendering their firearms and composite bows utterly ineffective against him. Meanwhile, the pirates scavenging for survivors on the island suddenly heard the dense gunfire erupting from the direction of the Scarf Man. Is something happening with Old 8? But soon after, the gunfire ceased. That ended quickly. The enemy must have considerable numbers. Everyone was engulfed in confusion and suspicion. At that moment, a chilling command crackled over the intercom. All units assemble. Go find everyone at Old 8's location. I will personally flay anyone who dares to touch my Skeleton King. When the boss spoke, no one dared to disobey. All ceased their scavenging and headed towards Old 8's location. Shortly thereafter, a new group encountered a formidable obstacle. In unison, they raised their guns toward the man who approached unarmed, wearing half a face thermal imager. Captain, the forest is empty. Hearing the report from his subordinate over the intercom, the bald leader felt reassured. Since the enemy had sent only one man, it should be a negotiation. After all, the Skeleton King pirate crew was not to be trifled with. Realizing this, the bald man took the initiative. Kid, do you dare to kill before he could finish? Every face turned pale. The opposing man's hands suddenly brandished 2 Gatling guns. Shen Yun wasted no time in pulling the trigger. The explosive sound of the machine gun swept through the air. The flames spewing from the barrels were like the scythe of death, slicing through the ranks of pirates. Puffed, puffed, puffed. Bullets tore into the crowd, creating a cacophony of screams and bloodshed. The pirates possessed firepower, but the devastation wrought by the Gatling gun was simply overwhelming, especially as the enemy unleashed a rocket launcher upon them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 rockets soared into the crowd. Boom! In the midst of a deafening explosion, smoke and debris filled the air, limbs flying everywhere. My intestines are severed. The chilling screams cast a dark shadow over the remaining pirates. Yet, as the enemy's ammunition ran dry, he produced another Gatling gun and shouldered a rocket launcher, unleashing a barrage. Were they not on a beach? One might think they had stumbled into a battleground in Syria. This individual's firepower was extraordinarily ferocious. One man was equivalent to an entire regiment. What was even more despairing was that some noticed this formidable assailant seemed impervious to bullet damage. Is he also a physical enhancer? No body armor could achieve this effect. This is futile. We must flee. In terror, everyone turned to run, not daring to confront him. An individual of his caliber, akin to their captain, the Skeleton King, had transcended the capability to withstand the onslaught of firearms, rendering them utterly outmatched. Yet, their speed could not match Shen Yun's. In mere minutes, the once pristine white sands were soaked in blood and strewn with dismembered limbs. This was merely the beginning. With an expression of indifference, Shen Yun discarded the scorching Gatling gun and charged toward the sandy expanse. Along the way, he slaughtered any pirates he encountered, denying them any chance for discourse. His unparalleled defense, coupled with an astonishing arsenal, rendered him invincible as he rampaged forward. After dispatching another group, a furious roar echoed from a distance. seeking death. A shadow wielding a long blade dashed towards him, each step sinking into the sand, creating deep craters as he advanced like lightning. In just a few breaths, he had traversed the battlefield, showcasing his terrifying speed. Witnessing this scene, the pirates who were hiding in the sea and those who had fallen to the ground from gunfire erupted with excitement, shouting, "The Skeleton King is indeed the Skeleton King. He is a superhuman. Moreover, this blade can cut through iron like mud. This man is undoubtedly doomed. Skeleton King, do not merely slay him with a single stroke. We must flay him alive and devour his flesh to avenge ourselves." On the beach, the Skeleton King, like a bolt of lightning, charged towards Shen Yun, wielding his blade, and with a deep, furious roar declared, "Do you think that possessing firearms makes you invincible? Naive." Chapter 10. The demise of the Skeleton King. With a swift motion, the blade sliced towards Shen Yun's neck, the sound of the slicing wind barely registering. Such terrifying speed left the surviving pirates in a state of shock. Although they could not discern the exact nature of the Skeleton King's strike, they were witnessing the full extent of his explosive power for the first time. Having killed so many of us, he must not be allowed to perish. We must leave one alive, Skeleton King. Yet at that moment, the Skeleton King's pupils constricted. The man before him had somehow positioned his right hand in front of the blade, flicking his fingers with precision. Clang! The sound of the blade rang out like thunder on a clear day. In the astonished gaze of the Skeleton King, the once invincible long sword shattered before his eyes. A single finger could break a blade. What kind of formidable defense and strength was required for such an act? The fragments flew through the air with great velocity, grazing the Skeleton King's cheek. Even as blood flowed and bone was exposed, he remained unperturbed, his gaze fixated on the man who had now placed his hand atop his head. First, the blade was broken, and now his head was being held. The speed was so terrifying that it was beyond the comprehension of the Skeleton King. Witnessing the indifference in Shen Yun's eyes, the Skeleton King trembled uncontrollably. His voice a hoarse whisper, I am willing to submit. Crack! With a slight tightening of his fingers, Shen Yun crushed the Skeleton King's head effortlessly. Thud! The sound of the Skeleton King's body collapsing to the ground jolted everyone back to reality. Seeing Shen Yun holding a Gatling gun, the remaining pirates felt their hearts race with fear, pleading for mercy. Please, don't kill me. I was forced into this. I'm just a student. I've never killed anyone. Big brother, if I don't join in, I'll die too. What would you choose in my place? Shen Yun observed the short-haired beauty speaking, recognizing her elite demeanor and the sophistication in her desperate words. Under different circumstances, others might have softened at her pleading gaze, for her argument held some truth. However, this was the lair of the skeleton pirates, who could discern the veracity of her words. A killer always faces death. It was the same for everyone. Did he really think he would have a chance to beg for mercy if he lost? Without hesitation, Shen Yun pulled the trigger, a casual smile on his face. If you truly wished to escape, you would have taken the opportunity to flee while I dealt with several waves of enemies. Be more cautious in your next life. Tot. The powerful projectiles tore through the woman's delicate form, reducing her to a mass of flesh. After a brief moment, silence enveloped the beach. No pirates remain alive, only an expanse of scattered resources, especially the loot from the Skeleton King, which covered a significant portion of shore. As Shen Yun made no move to collect the spoils and instead departed, the survivors hidden in the forest erupted into a frenzy. Racing towards the pile of resources on the beach, everyone quick! Finally, there's food. Honey, did you see? The Skeleton King is dead. Boo-hoo, let us gather more supplies. We can end this wretched island survival in less than a week. Observing the chaos for resources, Su Xiuyan whispered Sister Yuran. Do you think he intentionally left these items for everyone? Who knows? Lin Yuran smiled slightly. Just be sure not to provoke him. Indeed, Su Xiuyan nodded, her curiosity piqued. I wonder what rewards he will receive after this. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuran sighed. If only we could get his contact information. Such strength would ensure safety, whether in reality or in-game. I find that unlikely. Last time, he drove us away, Su Xiuyan replied, looking resigned. They had been protected for so long on the outskirts of the wolf pack. How wonderful it would be to live alongside Shen Yun. Chat box of Island 9527. Chu Jiajun. The Skeleton King is dead, slain by a mysterious powerful figure on Island 9527. Chu Jiame. The man who tamed the wolf pack has appeared. He directly killed the Skeleton King. Xiang Haime. So that's why the Super Iron House and the wolf pack belong to him. No wonder he is so strong. It's a pity he wore a thermal imaging mask. I can't see what he looks like. Does anyone know him? The messages in the chat box ignited a frenzy among the survivors of Island 9527. This was no false information. Many pirates began to scatter in fear, no longer daring to exert their dominance. Is it really true? Everyone rushed towards the shore, where the fleet of the Skeleton King lay anchored. Suddenly, a series of explosions erupted along the coastline. With no tide to shield them, the grounded pirate ships had nowhere to hide, bombarded by rockets from the beach. Engulfed in thick smoke, pirates aboard the vessels had no time to escape, perishing in the inferno. The escort ships and speedboats nearby met a similar fate, all destroyed by Shen Yun's rockets. A multitude of resources erupted from the hulls, driving the survivors on the beach into a frenzy as they charged forward. Many were robbed of their remaining supplies by the pirates. With merely days left in the 30-day Island Survival Challenge, the urgency to seize resources surged. How could they not go mad? After annihilating the skeleton pirate crew, Shen Yun returned to his Super Iron House. Given his current resource reserves, the spoils from the Skeleton King's ship held no allure. Regrettably, even the pirates lacked additional enhancement potions. Clearly, the island survival only yielded physical enhancement elixirs. After burying the corpse of the White Wolf King in the open space outside the house, fatigue washed over Shen Yun as he entered the iron shelter. Having taken so many lives left him feeling somewhat unsettled, though the process seemed like a mere slaughter. The images of severed limbs and mangled flesh stirred his stomach uneasily. A shower and some rest would do. Removing the thermal imaging mask, Shen Yun massaged his face and stepped into the bathroom. Chapter 11. The End. Returning to Reality. 2-3's Abilities Reward. When the incident of the Skeleton King pirate group erupted, everyone realized that creating trouble at the last moment was a futile endeavor. In the following days, the island entered a rare period of tranquility. Various factions, including the pirate groups, settled in to await the conclusion of the survival challenge on the island. For ordinary people, the lack of resources meant they continued to live in dire straits. However, merely avoiding oppression and exploitation was considered a significant improvement. On Island 9527, until the very last day of the survival challenge, Lin Yuran and Su Xiuyin found themselves cornered by a pack of wolves, unable to meet Shen Yun. It seemed he had no desire to make their acquaintance. Lin Yuran sighed in resignation. Such matters could not be forced. Su Xiuyin also wore a look of regret. They did not even know Shen Yun's name at this point. As the clock struck 2 p.m., an announcement reverberated, startling everyone. Congratulations, survivors, for enduring 30 days of the island survival test. You will be transported back to your original world in 60 seconds. Upon returning to reality, reward distribution will commence. Friendly reminder, during the next 60 seconds, all individuals will receive defensive protection and may send anonymous messages. The 30-day survival ordeal on the island had finally come to an end. Those who had managed to survive breathed a collective sigh of relief. Particularly, the individuals from the lower strata collapsed on the ground, gazing blankly at the azure sky, tears streaming down their faces unbeknownst to them. Upon entering, most had believed it was no different from a vacation. Yet, after 30 days, their existence had become perhaps even more pitiful than that of beasts. Anonymous survivor, it's finally over. As long as I'm alive, in the next world, I will eliminate all men. Let us see who dares to cross me. Anonymous survivor, no more cannibalism. The Heavenly Fire Pirate Group is truly despicable, especially their leader, Zhang de Biao, who relishes consuming children. I've memorized your face, and many will come for you. Anonymous survivor, one of my brothers was taken away by Ni Gu and Xiao Rizi. His future is grim. Woe is me. My friend will never venture into another world again. It was evident that most were struggling to survive, especially the beautiful and handsome individuals who, in their weakness, had become easy prey. Numerous survivors sent anonymous messages, venting their pent-up emotions. Anonymous survivor. I wonder what rewards await us upon returning. If only we could become evolvers, there might be hope for our bodies. Anonymous survivor. I just hope the rewards can be carried into the next world. Gaining power and abilities would provide a significant advantage. But if nothing can be taken, while it may seem fair, who can guarantee survival? Anonymous survivor. Then don't go to the next world. Just safeguard your strength and skills in reality and wait for others to surpass you. Then you will regret not having ventured forth. By then, you may lack even the ability to combat the ocean's aberrations. Haha. Outside the super iron hut, Shen Yun lay in a bamboo chair, gently stroking the head of a small white wolf, when suddenly he vanished. The little wolf, feeling an inexplicable sense of anxiety, stood upright, glancing around in confusion. It noticed that aside from the super iron hut, there was no sign of Shen Yun. Upon exiting the island world, Shen Yun found himself back on the bed in his rented apartment, as a notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, Shen Yun, for surviving 30 days in the novice zone of the island. Rewards will be distributed after the scoring concludes. Detecting Shen Yun's power rating. Island First, Super SSS. Resource rating. Island First, Super SSS. House rating. Island First, SSS. Underlings rating, Wolf Pack, B-. Social rating, F. Island Compatibility rating, C. Shen Yun withdrew the transmigration stone from his hand, his brows furrowing. Will subsequent worlds adhere to this rating as well? Excessive socializing in a post-apocalyptic scenario was evidently impractical. Who could predict whether a seemingly jovial individual might stab you in the back? This metric should be related to the faction leaders and survival teams. Compatibility likely pertained to survival skills. As a novice, Shen Yun's C rating was probably inflated due to the abundance of resources he had gathered, such as fishing bait and fish nets. He was aware of this. Once the ratings were announced, Shen Yun took a deep breath, focusing intently. Congratulations, Shen Yun, for achieving an SSS rating. You have received an SSS grade treasure chest. At the moment the announcement concluded, a projection of a purple gold treasure chest appeared before Shen Yun. SSS grade treasure chest contains a chance to yield SSS grade items. Marvelous. SSS. Shen Yun's face lit up with joy as he eagerly raised his hand to tap. Open. As the treasure chest in the projection gradually opened, it emanated a dazzling purple gold radiance. Within that brilliance, two shimmering cards began to levitate. Shen Yun focused intently on the card details, excitement surging within him as he sat upright. Ability card, Space SSS grade. Initially unlocks the ability of spatial displacement. Subsequent techniques will be unlocked and comprehended as power increases. Radiation Immunity Ability Potion, SSS grade. Upon use, all internal radiation levels will vanish, granting immunity to any radiation infection, including biological and future oceanic dominator-level nuclear infections. Chapter 12. Those who did not participate regret their choices. Exceptional reward package. Spatial abilities, truly remarkable. Shen Yun was filled with exhilaration. With this newfound power, he could ensure his own safety in the real world. The ability to be immune to nuclear radiation was equally formidable. According to the introduction, even the dominant mutant species emerging from future oceans could be disregarded. In a zombie apocalypse, this would equate to immunity against any level of zombie virus. Shen Yun felt a surge of excitement. Once the oceanic mutants erupted, flooding the surface, possessing a 3S level nuclear immunity would be utterly terrifying. If a mutant spewing nuclear toxins were to attack him in his sleep, he would perish without even realizing it. Activate. Shen Yun focused his thoughts, and the two floating cards transformed into streaks of light, merging into his body. The methods for utilizing his spatial abilities flooded into his mind. The use of powers was closely linked to one's mental strength and physique. Although Shen Yun had mastered spatial abilities, his current strength was insufficient. He could only teleport up to 100 meters. Simultaneously, he felt a tingling sensation coursing through his entire body. Soon, dark stains began to ooze from his skin. It must be the result of internal nuclear contamination. Shen Yun rose and entered the bathroom. With this passive ability, amidst the pervasive nuclear pollution, he no longer had to worry about sustenance. Let us test spatial displacement. The moment Shen Yun concentrated on the bathroom, he vanished from his original spot and appeared within. How convenient. He chuckled and turned on the shower. After using his powers, he felt a slight dizziness. He estimated that he could manage 10 instances of displacement at most. By the way, system, can I sign in this world? If he were to receive another golden finger, wouldn't that enable him to soar to new heights? Response to the host. The system can only activate the sign-in function when the host traverses a task world. So that is how it is, Shen Yun nodded, feeling no disappointment. After all, during his next journey to another realm, he could still sign in for a super golden finger. Moreover, upon returning to reality, his rating rewards would undoubtedly be substantial. For instance, the 2 abilities he had just acquired were extraordinarily powerful. Calling them apocalyptic golden fingers would not be an exaggeration. He was genuinely looking forward to what the next golden finger's capabilities would be. Shen Yun smiled broadly. System, care to divulge a hint? Host, the golden fingers are entirely random. All right then. After cleansing himself, Shen Yun entered the living room and picked up his phone to check the time. September 30th, 2323, 2:21 p.m. Exactly 7 days had passed. Feeling somewhat hungry, he grabbed 2 packets of instant noodles for a quick meal while browsing the internet for information. Previously, after pushing his physique to its limits in the island world, he could go days without eating without issue. However, upon returning to the real world, hunger returned. Just then, an emotionless notification echoed in the minds of everyone globally. Newcomer Zone Island Survival has concluded. All survivors will receive a newcomer package. The higher the rating, the better the rewards in the newcomer package. Next world opens at noon in 3 days. Friendly reminder, no items, including powers and abilities, can be carried during the traversal. You may choose not to traverse and enhance your strength in reality to combat oceanic mutants. Note, those who have not participated in the interdimensional traversal will have no newcomer zone or newcomer benefits in next round. What? Many who did not participate turned pale. They had intended to wait for the first batch to return, gathering more information before entering the other world, thus ensuring a smoother experience. However, now that the newcomer zone was gone, so too were the completion rewards. The online discourse was already tumultuous. Numerous individuals who returned to reality had acquired a plethora of exceptional items, such as nuclear detoxification agents. A single injection could rejuvenate a severely irradiated patient, restoring them to vitality. Furthermore, various nations had announced the controlled nuclear fusion technology, energy cannons, electromagnetic pulse waves, etc., submitted by the traversers. These were potent weapons and technologies to combat oceanic mutants in the future. Some even obtained physical enhancements, though they did not become evolvers. A robust physique naturally resisted nuclear contamination. More importantly, many had received abilities from the settlement chests. These were the foundation for survival. In encounters with oceanic mutants, those endowed with abilities would undoubtedly have higher survival rates. Even possessing physical enhancements and handing high-tech rewards to the government would ensure a degree of safety. The emergence of so many exceptional rewards left those who did not enter Island Survival filled with remorse. Everyone knew that the newcomer zone Island Survival featured a highly convenient mail function, enabling trades regardless of distance. Some survival enthusiasts who didn't enter the island, upon hearing the traversers recount their experiences online, wished they could slap themselves. Few beasts, scarce food, and rare universal supply boxes, all reliant on personal scavenging. Moreover, the ability to trade via long-distance mail wasn't this akin to a resort. Upon returning, their settlement chests would undoubtedly be rated SSS. Acquiring abilities would be a breeze. Yet now, the settlement chests, newcomer packages, and newcomer zone in the other world were entirely irrelevant to them. It was an utter loss. The mere thought was enough to make them feel nauseous. Alas, there are no pills for regret in this world. A group of individuals left comments beneath various survivor videos, venting their frustrations. If only I had gone. Sigh. Hesitation led to this? How about nothing? My friend is even worse off, having been cuckolded. His wife returned home only to leave again, rumored to have been trained by someone else, a CPU no less. Even after returning, though her senses diminished significantly, it turned out she had a penchant for that. Woe is me. Now, if one doesn't dare to traverse, how can one expect to survive against oceanic mutants in the future? Do you think ordinary people and the strong can coexist fairly? Once resources dwindle, will the weak have any voice? Those reluctant to traverse should take a look at the content shared by those who survived the island. Some were reduced to mere fodder. Fortunately, everyone started from scratch. Even those with abilities now have no advantages entering the next world. It could be said that it was quite fair. Meanwhile, all survivors received a notification in their minds. Congratulations to survivor Shen Yun for receiving a newcomer package. Friendly reminder, this package is enhanced by the survivor's SSS rating. Upgraded to the highest quality newcomer package, exceptional package. Excellent. Sitting on his bed, Shen Yun gazed at the projection of the package, focusing his thoughts. Open. Congratulations, Shen Yun, for receiving 1 D-Class Ability Crystal Core, 1st Stage Evolver Strength, and 21st Stage Evolution Crystal Cores. As the notification concluded, a small pile of crystal cores materialized on Shen Yun's bed. He felt a warm current surge through his limbs, enveloping him in warmth. Chapter 13. Enhancement of Power. Unlocking. Space Devouring. The surge of energy within him instilled a profound illusion of boundless strength. If a bull were present, Shen Yun felt confident he could fell it with a single punch. This sudden escalation in power provided him with an unmistakable sense of inflation. Moreover, his mind was remarkably clear. The discomfort and dizziness he experienced after using his abilities had vanished in an instant. Having previously reached the limits of his physical potential, the sensation of enhancement must have been facilitated by the heavenly Tao, alleviating the sensations of the island. Shen Yun clenched his fists tightly and rose, stretching his limbs. Each punch, kick, and elbow strike filled him with an overwhelming sense of might. To put it plainly, faced with dozens of his previous selves, he could dispatch them effortlessly. Relying on his own strength felt far more reassuring. Shen Yun beamed as he withdrew his hands. After all, the abilities acquired by traversers in foreign realms would eventually dissipate. Powers, various attributes, and so forth would fade, yet survival experience and combat techniques would remain etched in memory, requiring survivors to invest time to solidify them. Thus, the ability to tangibly enhance one's strength was paramount for anyone. As a first-tier evolver, he was already a significant step ahead of the crowd. Coupled with this new ability, his strength was simply extraordinary. With a triumphant smile, Shen Yun raised his hand. Fingers splayed and intoned with gravity, space devouring. Buzz! A ripple of nothingness manifested before his palm. In the blink of an eye, a black hole barrier the size of a basin slowly emerged in the void. This was Shen Yun's second devastating technique of space manipulation after becoming an evolver, space devouring. Once activated, any assault could be consumed, resulting in no recoil damage, a truly terrifying prospect. As his power grew, the black hole would expand, resembling the black holes found in galaxies, devouring everything without escape. Should he engage an adversary, a single strike of space devouring would cast them into an endless abyss. The mere thought sent shivers down one's spine. Dispersing his abilities, Shen Yun grasped the D-tier ability crystal core in his hand. The crystal was the size of a fingernail, its overall hue a murky gray reminiscent of chaos. 3 slender, white lines radiated starlight across its surface, denoting the core's rank, rendering it quite mystical. D-tier ability crystal core, upon use, randomly awakens 1 D-tier ability. D-tier ability. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Yun opted not to use it. For him, the quality of a D-tier ability was too meager. He had learned from the internet, while having instant noodles, that the abilities obtained by survivors were at least F-tier. His own ability was 3S. If there existed a rank beyond 3S, that would entail 10 tiers. A D-tier ability was merely at the 3rd level, a vast disparity. Regardless, in the next world he traversed, all abilities would become ineffective. Should he acquire other advanced abilities again? The D-tier ability might not even have a chance to manifest. Using it now would be a sheer waste. He decided to hold on to it. After securing the ability crystal core, Shen Yun examined the next tier's crystal. The first tier crystal was of the same size, entirely gray. First tier evolution crystal core, produced by low-tier marine aberrations. Humans advanced to first tier evolvers after consuming 25 cores. Had aberrations already generated crystal cores? Or had this not been previously reported? Shen Yun raised an eyebrow. According to the news and records from this world, the marine creatures that had emerged on land over the past 2 centuries lacked crystal cores. If there was a deliberate omission, it certainly piqued his curiosity. Shen Yun's gaze flickered, then he shook his head, dismissing further thoughts. Such matters were not his concern. The upcoming world 3 days hence was what he should focus on. Preparations were in order. Reclining on his bed, Shen Yun opened an app on his phone to search for nearby shooting clubs. He intended to regain his shooting prowess and accuracy. However, upon checking online, he discovered that the shooting clubs in Haicheng were already fully booked. Even studios for combat, survival, and rock climbing were bursting at the seams, requiring reservations and waiting lists. He would have to exercise at home. Rising, Shen Yun proceeded to the living room to commence his workout. As for work, it was no longer necessary. Most companies had ceased operations, instead indoctrinating employees to band together in the foreign realm. Just then, a knock resounded at the door. Is Shen Yun home? Is anyone there? We are here to register information. Register information? Shen Yun peered through the peephole and opened the door to find 2 uniformed police officers standing at the threshold. One man greeted Shen Yun with a smile. Hello, we are here to invite ability users to join the official ranks. If you possess any abilities, you might consider joining the official organization, as it offers many conveniences. We will also reward outstanding ability users with evolution crystal cores. Sigh, I wish I could join. But unfortunately, I have no abilities, Shen Yun lamented. For him, joining a faction equated to being bound and often embroiled in troubles. Moreover, with a system in place, becoming a mere lackey felt beneath him. Well then, sorry for the disturbance. The male officer nodded, briefly registering some details before moving on to the next residence. Shutting the door, Shen Yun began his workout. There were numerous tutorials available online. However, having already attained the strength of a first-tier evolver, his physique was exceptionally robust, requiring several sets of exercises to yield any effect. In the tense atmosphere, time flew by swiftly. Everyone endeavored to enhance themselves, researching information, listening to novels, exercising, and honing personal survival skills. News reported that many nations had implemented comprehensive control over resources, offering significantly increased wages and survival supplies to those willing to continue working. After all, many were preparing to enter the foreign realm. Who would be left to produce goods? Experts asserted that in the future, the primary currency for trade among humans would undoubtedly be aberration crystal cores. On the 3rd day at noon, those preparing for traversal anxiously stared at their phones. 11:59. The waiting period seemed interminable, dragging on even longer than the past 3 days. No one knew what dangers awaited them in this new world. Shen Yun, in his rented space, was also in anticipation. Caressing the pale blue traversal stone in his hand, he inwardly hoped, may this time's sign-in reward be exceedingly practical. At that moment, as the clock struck 11:59, the entire world held its breath. The mysterious announcement, as anticipated, was about to arrive. Countdown to global traversal. 3 seconds, 2, 1. Kind reminder, traversers cannot carry any items, including personal abilities and strength. You may choose to halt your traversal and strengthen in reality. Swish! The traversal stone in Shen Yun's hand erupted with dazzling blue light. As his vision blurred, he found himself seated in an office building. The environment was not the island speculated by internet users, nor was it a desolate desert, but rather an urban landscape. What could a city apocalypse entail? Many felt an inexplicable unease. Simultaneously, a chilling message flooded everyone's minds, causing their hair to stand on end. Ding! Welcome, Traverser, to the zombie apocalypse. Survival duration, 6 months. Countdown to apocalypse eruption, 10 seconds. Starting weapon, fruit knife, zombies. And 6 months of survival. Panic washed over the crowd, their faces paling. Even those who thrived on the island were taken aback. There were no feral beasts prowling the streets of the island, but the urban environment was teeming with zombies. And everyone was merely an ordinary person, having inherited neither abilities nor strength. Surviving 6 months without a trading function left them with little hope. The streets erupted with cries of despair. It's over. We're surrounded by people. Get the hell away from me. Chapter 14. The Dawn of the Zombie Apocalypse. Level up instantly with sign in. Get out of my way. Are you rushing to reincarnate? The young man, knocked down by a stranger, erupted with furious curses. He was not alone. Many shoppers were also stumbling about, having collided with unfamiliar faces. This crowd exhibited a complete lack of civility. An apocalypse? They must be out of their minds. With so many people. Surely this isn't just a performance for video, right? Hey, Judge, why are you leaning back? A girl by the roadside questioned, seeing her friend suddenly tilt backward. As her friend's pink panties were revealed beneath her JK skirt, the girl hurriedly stepped forward to shield her, flustered. What are you doing? I don't recall you ever studying yoga. Before she could finish, her eyes widened in shock. The girl who had leaned back suddenly straightened up, revealing her grayish-white pupils and a face marred by decay. A chilling, hoarse growl escaped her lips as her mouth stretched unnaturally wide, tearing at the corners. Lunging toward her friend. Don't. No. It's a zombie. Run. The guttural, frenzied roar swept through the city, drowning out the piercing screams of the panicked crowd. In the office area where Shen Yun was located, the transformation had also begun. Among the 20 or so travelers, 7 natives had succumbed to the zombie virus. Luckily, many of the travelers had previously visited an island. As the alert sounded, some quickly shut the door. Before the 7 transformed zombies could attack, they were swiftly dispatched by the collective effort of the group. Even the seemingly delicate girls struck with remarkable decisiveness. This scene left many newcomers and natives utterly astonished. Wow, so this is what seasoned players are like. They're incredible, a girl exclaimed. Her eyes filled with admiration as she watched one of the girls kick a zombie. Though the two looked alike, the other's ability to slay zombies filled her with envy. Yet, the 3 who had acted remained expressionless, making the others realize they had either faced dire situations on the island or were formidable forces not to be trifled with. If the former, the danger was even greater. Ding! Current world detected as a zombie apocalypse. Does the host wish to sign in for a super cheat? Here it comes. A spark ignited in Shen Yun's eyes as he noticed no one around him had transformed. He discreetly stepped back into the crowd. Sign in. Ding! Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the super cheat. Level up instantly. Level up instantly. The host will be directly elevated to the highest level in the current world. Peak level 10 mutant. Holy cow. Max level. Another absurdity? Shen Yun's eyes widened. Boom. A tremor coursed through him, causing his hair to stand on end. An indescribable surge of power flooded his being, igniting his vitality. In an instant, the world around him shifted, revealing subtle changes in both people and the howling zombies outside. It was a transformation from within. The most immediate sensation was that everyone and everything appeared to him as one word. Weak. Utterly weak. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of expansion surged within him. With a mere thought, he could easily eradicate the entire city of zombies. It seems the previous enhancement of 30,000 points in physique also granted me this exhilarating sense of power. Shen Yun inhaled deeply, quelling the excitement within. The feeling of strength he experienced on the island had faded upon his return to reality, yet he could still vaguely recall it. Having tasted such immense power once more, he quickly regained his composure. This feeling is truly formidable. Clenching his fists, Shen Yun was filled with admiration. Truly, the super escort system is undeniably domineering. Thank you for the compliment, host. It is merely the system doing its job. System, you're amazing. Shen Yun grinned, surveying the projection interface. The traveler chat group was still active, messages scrolling rapidly. The character inventory contained only 20 storage slots. As for character attributes, mailbox, and friends, they were all gone, leaving only a newly introduced option, Apocalypse Mission. Upon clicking, he found Apocalypse Mission. Collect 2 bottles of mineral water. Friendly reminder, the more tasks completed, the higher the score. You may opt to skip tasks, score deducted. Goodness, I must maximize my score this time. Shen Yun's eyes sparkled. Having previously been unaware of what task scores entailed during his time on the island, he now possessed the strength of a peak level 10 mutant and was determined to complete every task, stacking rewards to the highest quality. I wonder what the highest quality rewards are. Just thinking about it fills me with excitement. Shen Yun reveled in his thoughts. Meanwhile, the remaining 6 natives gazed incredulously at the unfamiliar faces surrounding them. Who are you? How did you suddenly appear here? The sudden appearance of over 20 people in a room was astonishing. No, could they be travelers? Upon hearing this, the travelers, including Shen Yun, turned their gaze toward the bespectacled young man. The sight startled the glasses-wearing fellow, panic flashing across his face. One of the travelers grinned at the 6 natives. That's right, we are travelers. Ha ha. Isn't it marvelous? At this revelation, the 6 were momentarily shocked into silence, then exclaimed, my heavens, there are truly travelers in this world. Quickly, tell us about this apocalypse. There were meteorite showers, a global fog, and we had no idea it was zombie poison. How did you arrive? Indeed, you're not here to save the world, are you? Did you travel here in a time machine? Save the world? The group was speechless. Their priority was merely to save themselves. The thought of having only 6 months to survive extinguished any inclination to continue the conversation. Just as Shen Yun was about to leap from the building to undertake a mission, bang! The door connecting to the adjacent office was kicked open. A man burst into the office, and upon seeing so many people brandishing weapons, he quickly smiled. We're all from the same place. Let us help each other, huh? Shen Yun. Hearing the familiar feigned laughter, Shen Yun turned to see a rather handsome man in a suit. Zhang Tao, the HR manager of the beauty group. He was indeed an old acquaintance from Shen Yun's workplace. Behind Zhang Tao, a crowd of people was curiously searching for him. Where's Shen Yun? Let me see. It's really him. It seems this time the traversal is a realistic scenario. Everyone will be transported to the environment they are accustomed to in their daily activities. Chapter 15. An unexpected encounter with an acquaintance. It is rumored that Shen Yun traversed to the island to seek a fresh start following a breakup. Is this true? I thought he returned home to inherit his family's fortune. As these words were spoken, everyone turned their gaze toward the girl in the white dress, standing like a snow lotus among the crowd. Noticing Shen Yun's calm demeanor, she smiled gently and said, now you must tell me the reason for the breakup, right? Wang Jiani, a graduate who joined the company 2 months earlier than Shen Yun, was already renowned as a campus beauty. Before long, she was regarded as a goddess by her male colleagues. Numerous single colleagues pursued her both openly and discreetly. However, an unexpected rival emerged. Shen Yun. He applied for a security position at the beauty company. In a world plagued by nuclear pollution, he reasoned that dying sooner or later made little difference. Thus, he decided to retire early and enjoy a leisurely life. Yet, his nuclear pollution levels were astonishingly low, so low that only the wealthy and elite could possess such an enviable status. Coupled with his striking good looks and an aura that set him apart from his peers, being a security guard seemed beneath him. Fearing the influence behind Shen Yun, Sister Lu from the recruitment department arranged for him to work within the company. It was a clear case of nepotism. One might think that this wealthy young man would remember Sister Lu's kindness even after he departed, right? Shen Yun, however, declined Sister Lu's goodwill, insisting on remaining a security guard and leading a mundane existence. Yet, it wasn't an oppose, long before rumors of his remarkable nuclear metrics began to circulate. Shen Yun insisted he was just an ordinary person, but no one believed him. Meanwhile, the pure and beautiful campus beauty, Wang Jiani, began to pursue him with fervor. As a single man in this perilous world shrouded in nuclear contamination, Shen Yun began to reconsider. He confirmed that Wang Jiani was drawn to him not due to any presumed extraordinary background, but rather because of his charm and sunny disposition. Consequently, he decided to seize the moment and engaged in a romantic relationship with Wang Jiani. both young and brimming with passion. However, frequent visits to hotels soon depleted Shen Yun and Apos as finances. Wang Jiani was left to realize that perhaps there had been a misunderstanding, aside from their hotel escapades. Shen Yun rarely spent money. Meanwhile, Zhang Tao, the human resources director interested in Wang Jiani, received a private message from her inquiring about Shen Yun's background. In truth, Zhang Tao had already learned from Sister Lu that Shen Yun was an orphan. However, his nuclear metrics were anything but ordinary, and he exuded an air of calm detachment and confidence. Zhang Tao had no intention of getting too close, as he was aware that Shen Yun was affiliated with Wang Jiani. Yet upon discovering Wang Jiani's ambition to latch onto a wealthy man, Zhang Tao saw an opportunity to fulfill his youthful dreams of courting a campus beauty. He directly informed Wang Jiani that Shen Yun was indeed an orphan. If she didn't believe him, he could arrange for someone to confront Shen Yun, thus verifying his status. If successful, Shen Yun's orphan status would be confirmed, and Wang Jiani, eager to maintain her reputation while pursuing affluent suitors, would have no choice but to comply. If Shen Yun truly was wealthy, Zhang Tao thought, the worst that could happen was that he would resign and disappear without implicating Wang Jiani. Once Wang Jiani married into the Shen family, he could then leverage his knowledge to threaten her, given that she was one of those pulling the strings behind Shen Yun. In that scenario, he would gain both wealth and influence, transforming his fortunes. Wang Jiani, without much thought, agreed. She was anxious to ascertain Shen Yun's identity, as failing to do so would result in both loss and embarrassment. Unfortunately, their clandestine plot was inadvertently uncovered by Shen Yun. One fateful evening, after satisfying Wang Jiani's desires, he noticed her receiving messages late at night. Seeing her exhausted form asleep, he used her fingerprint to unlock her phone and discovered a message from Zhang Tao. Tomorrow night, if you part ways with him, my people will deal with him. Remember to keep this confidential. Shen Yun refrained from opening the message to avoid revealing his awareness. Setting the phone down, he gazed at Wang Jiani, who looked like a sleeping beauty, and felt a wave of desolation wash over him. He had initially believed he had found true love, only to realize the woman before him was merely pragmatic. The next morning, when Shen Yun sought to rekindle their intimacy, Wang Jiani coldly rejected him, claiming she felt unwell. She typically would not refuse him before checking out. Shen Yun feigned anger and stormed out, ignoring her for several days. With matters having reached this point, he accepted that there was nothing more to be said, and their communication gradually faded. However, it wasn't long before Shen Yun heard loud knocking on his door. They had both ended their relationship. It was unclear whether it was Zhang Tao's doing or Wang Jiani's lingering curiosity that prompted her to probe into his identity. Shen Yun, hiding within his home, chose not to answer. The next day, he awaited the announcement of universal traversal leading to the current scene. Returning to reality, Shen Yun noticed Wang Jiani. Her eyes slightly reddened, gazing at him without uttering a word. Had it been before, he would have enveloped her in his arms and offered comfort. Yet now, upon seeing Wang Jiani, all he felt was disdain. This woman continued to pry into the reasons for their breakup, clearly unaware that he was aware of her and Zhang Tao's scheme. Wang Jiani's inquiry was ultimately aimed at determining whether Shen Yun had survived the island ordeal. For those who returned were rewarded with bonuses and starter packs. If Shen Yun were to prosper, she would still have a chance to redeem herself. That little schemer has quite the cunning mind. Zhang Tao, naturally, sensed Wang Jiani's attempts to test Shen Yun, but he was not to be forgotten. Those who traversed to other worlds could not inherit their real-world prowess. Even if Shen Yun was fortunate enough to gain abilities during his time on the island, he would return empty-handed here. Moreover, Zhang Tao was also a traveler who had returned from the island, having faced off against the island's leaders and pirate crews, and he felt no fear towards Shen Yun. You boarded my ship and now wish to leave? There's no turning back. You are destined to be mine. Zhang Tao cast a greedy glance at Wang Jiani's exquisite visage and smiled at Shen Yun. Ha! It seems you two truly have parted ways and are still at odds. We are all colleagues here. There's no need for such coldness. We should support one another. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed behind the group. A guttural roar reverberated through the air, startling Wang Jiani and the others, who turned in alarm. Oh no, the rear door's glass has shattered. A horde of zombies surged through the broken glass, their claws reaching out menacingly. Run, don't block the door. Stay calm, quickly. Use the tables and chairs to barricade the entrance. Zhang Tao shouted, directing his colleagues. Having read numerous novels and watched films about zombies after the island ordeal, he felt confident and authoritative in his command. More than a dozen colleagues quickly began to move tables and chairs to block the door. Wang Jiani, her face filled with anxiety, rushed to Shen Yun's side and instinctively grasped his hand, trembling as she whispered, "Will we be all right?" But as she followed Shen Yun's gaze toward the office area, her pupils dilated in horror. The door, previously barricaded by furniture, had begun to erode, transforming into a stream of foul liquid. Yet, the surrounding crowd was captivated by the commotion at the rear door and remained oblivious to the danger here. As the first zombies began to pour in, Wang Jiani's complexion turned ashen as she raised a trembling finger, pointing ahead. The door! The door! What's wrong, Jiani? What door? Her colleagues followed her finger to the door. Just then, a chorus of screams erupted like thunder, causing everyone present to feel dizzy. The zombies are coming in here. What? Everyone spun around, only to see over a dozen zombies charging through the corroded door, roaring ferociously. Witnessing the gruesome sight of the approaching undead, the crowd was gripped by terror and scattered in panic. This is the end. What should we do now? Do not panic. Utilize the terrain to vanquish the undead. Construct barriers from the corpses of zombies. Chaos ensues. The audacious begin to position themselves among the desks in the office, hunting down the zombies. Yet, the majority succumb to fear. Even Zhang Tao, who was blocking the rear door, was startled by an attack from behind and fled in terror. Disregarding any thought of slaying a zombie, Wang Jiani and others were equally disoriented, scrambling atop the office desks in an attempt to grasp the overhead water pipes. When Shen Yun saw Zhang Tao pass by, he swiftly seized him by the neck. "You!" Zhang Tao, furious, turned to glare at him. "What in the world is happening? Is this brat looking for trouble?" An overwhelming urge to kill surged within the anxious Zhang Tao. He had no desire to perish here. However, before he could retaliate against this insolent youth, an excruciating pain shot through his neck. A sharp crack echoed. Why is he so powerful? Zhang Tao's head drooped, his anger and disbelief crystallizing in an instant. Shen Yun, with an expression of indifference, casually flung his lifeless body towards the floor-to-ceiling window. Had he not sensed their plotting earlier, he might have been injured, leading to complications in his survival efforts. Since enmity had been established, it was only fitting to eliminate him. Chapter 16. The Gold-Digging Ex-Girlfriend and the Funeral Procession. The power of a peak-level 10-tier transmutant is utterly terrifying. The body, like a cannonball, shattered the floor-to-ceiling window upon impact. Meanwhile, the office area was inundated with an ever-increasing horde of zombies. Witnessing the overwhelming tide, the crowd, faces etched with despair, scanned their surroundings in search of an escape route. When the sound of shattering glass reached their ears, many turned to see the source and gasped in shock. Hiss! For outside the window stood a figure suspended in mid-air. Shen Yun. He could fly. At that moment, Wang Jiani, upon witnessing the spectacle, felt her hair stand on end. As the zombies poured into the room, she had no time to ponder. Shoving aside her astonished colleague, she rushed forward. "Hubby, catch me." She knew Shen Yun cherished hearing those two words, especially during their intimate moments when she would call him that in a plea for mercy. This would only fuel his enthusiasm, filling her heart with secret delight. Wang Jiani realized she had him wrapped around her finger. Now, her boyfriend could soar through the skies. In this apocalyptic world, that was undeniably crucial. Just the thought of their future together sent waves of exhilaration coursing through her. Leaping from the window, she felt like a bird taking flight toward Shen Yun. Yet, to her horror, he did not reach out to catch her. Instead, he retreated. He stood calmly, observing her plummeting figure. In that instant, Wang Jiani was left dumbfounded. Whoosh! From the height of the 17th floor, the rush of wind as she felt sent chills down her spine, jolting her back to reality. Her face turned as pale as parchment as she screamed in terror. No. Save me, Shen Yun. She attempted to tilt her head to gaze upward, but gravity made it nearly impossible. Tears blurred her vision, yet the overwhelming fear compelled her to catch one last glimpse of the heartless man who would catch her. Suddenly, a whisper pierced her ear, filling her with dread. You Shun Ti have conspired with Zhang Tao. No. In those final moments, Wang Jiani saw no sign of Shen Yun's intent to help her. Clarity dawned upon her as she stared blankly at his fleeting, indifferent expression. Regret? Guilt? Perhaps what Wang Jiani felt most was that she should not have deceived a naive young man with her innocence. It was a conflicting sentiment. But aren't humans inherently contradictory? Boom! A deafening crash. Her falling figure smashed into a car, shattering the windows and denting the roof. Roar! Roar! The cacophony drew the horde of zombies on the street, who rushed towards the sound. Sitting atop the car, Shen Yun reached into a zombie-esque pocket and retrieved a pack of cigarettes. The surrounding zombies seemed oblivious to his presence. Some, upon nearing him, would growl uneasily and instinctively back away. At first glance, he appeared less like a formidable human and more like a zombie king, exuding an aura of dominance. The smoke stung his nostrils. As Shen Yun silently observed Wang Jiani, blood oozing from her wounds, a hint of crimson appeared in his eyes. With a faint smile, he spoke. Here, a smoke to send you off. In your next life, don't be so consumed by greed. Are humans not made of flesh and blood? Had it not been for the violence, Wang Jiani would have evoked in him a sense of first love. To be honest, he still held a fondness for this pure, beautiful girl. Yet life is indeed peculiar. Had Shen Yun been beaten without the system by his side, entering the island would have been out of the question. This would lead to a downward spiral. Even if he made it in, injuries could leave him vulnerable to death. Even robust men could perish on the island. What chance would he have to survive? If he were to be soft-hearted merely because Wang Jiani was beautiful and his girlfriend, Shen Yun would not have acted. There are priorities in life. It isn't enough to simply smile and forget past grievances. It was time to undertake his mission. Shen Yun flicked the cigarette, but towards the leaking gas beneath the car. As the butt ignited the gas, sparks flew, and he leaped towards the rooftop, vanishing in a flash. The formidable physique of a 10-tier transmutant made traversing the void a breeze. Simultaneously, a flame erupted from beneath the car, engulfing the vehicle in an instant. After all, they had shared a fleeting romance. It would be undignified for Wang Jiani to be devoured by zombies. Shen Yun's funeral service was merely a gesture of gratitude. Inside the supermarket, as Shen Yun collected 2 bottles of mineral water, the apocalyptic mission underwent a transformation. Mission accomplished. Reward, a pack of instant noodles. Next mission, hunt 50 zombies. Shen Yun glanced at the horde meandering between the shelves, then tore a metal sheet from the shelf, shaping it into a projectile before hurling it at the zombie heads in the aisle. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air accompanied the decapitation of the zombies. Zombie kill 1. Zombie kill 2. It was effortless. With a smile, Shen Yun molded the metal and dispatched a wave of zombies with ease. The crashing sound of metal against the shelves reverberated, causing the horde to stir, prompting survivors on the 2nd and 3rd floors of the supermarket to exchange bewildered glances. The horde had just settled down. Why are they agitated again? Are they planning to swarm up? I remember there were corrosive zombies. The carts in the hall might not hold them back. Look, someone's on the 1st floor. 1st floor? With that many zombies, he is surely doomed. The crowd cautiously approached the railing to peer down, only to discover a man casually dispatching a line of zombies with his metal sheet. Holy crap! The flying metal man. His power is astonishing. Everyone was left speechless. From above, they beheld the scene of countless zombies sprawled across the floor, a truly spectacular sight. Why weren't the zombies attacking him? Suddenly, a man on the 3rd floor railing frowned and murmured. Do you all remember the mysterious broadcast hinting at the identity of the transgressor? Transgressor identity? The 3 companions exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to shock. He acquired the zombie identity. No wonder the zombies ignored him. He was one of them. Boss, isn't that cheating? A younger companion gazed enviously at the figure below. In a world teeming with zombies, someone had unlocked the zombie identity. The implications were monumental. If you can't beat them, join them. He truly turned the tables. Observing his fluid movements, it was evident he retained his consciousness. What incredible fortune! A deep sense of envy surged within the hearts of all in the supermarket. Chapter 17. Ice Elemental Powers. Instant Ascendancy to 10th rank. Indeed, he seems to have an advantage. The man's tone was laced with envy. He was the ruler of Island 769 in the previous world. Yet now, he could barely ensure his own survival. A stark contrast to the ease with which his counterpart navigated through the horde of corpses. Boss, does this mean he might charge in to undertake a killing mission? The younger brother, sensing a blind spot, appeared visibly anxious. We should make a swift exit. With that, Mo Chong Kong turned and fled. 50 zombies fell swiftly to Shen Yun's onslaught. Mission accomplished. Reward, 20 liters of gasoline. Next mission, ascend to first rank anomaly. First rank anomaly? Shen Yun raised an eyebrow. He was already at 10th rank. Surely, he wouldn't experience a regression in power? Fortunately, the mission seemed plausible. As the taskbar refreshed shortly after. Task completed. Reward, a fine long sword. Next mission, collect 10 kilograms of food, 20 kilograms of drinking water, and 50 liters of gasoline. The rewards held little value for Shen Yun. Upon confirming the task, he began to peruse the supermarket amidst the undead. Given his prowess, these tasks were exceedingly simple. Observing the zombies that automatically parted before him, Shen Yun mused, could it be that the anomalies harbor some form of corpse toxin within? Some formidable corpse kings possessed an aura that instilled fear in lower-tier zombies, deterring them from approaching. It was akin to the behavior observed in animals. However, such phenomena usually arose only among similar species. The stark difference between humans and zombies suggested they were two distinct entities. The only plausible explanation for this occurrence was that the corpse toxin served as a catalyst for human evolution. Survival of the fittest. What was the use of such thoughts? Anyway, I will be leaving this place. Shen Yun shook his head. After gathering the supplies, he exited the supermarket in search of a vehicle to siphon gasoline. At the same time, he opened the interdimensional chat window, filtering for information specific to the city. Interdimensional chat window, Jiangnan City. Alexander, I found a power crystal in a zombie's skull. Who will save me? And I'll share the coordinates. Lu Rong, why is this harder than the island? I'm just a newcomer. Is there anyone who can rescue me and my daughter? Ma Fei Yu, I'm tied up in a bathroom. The task demands I find a generator. What a ridiculous requirement. Li Hua, I heard others in different cities have already acquired powers. Jealous indeed. Huang Xiaoxiong, powers? We have an identity anomaly among us. And it's a zombie. Thankfully, that fellow has left. Otherwise, we'd be in dire straits. What? A zombie identity? How astonishing. Will it evolve into a high-level zombie and wreak havoc in the city? We must prepare to evacuate Jiangnan City. The fastest way to gather information was undoubtedly through the chat window. Shen Yun quickly scanned through, confirming that each individual's apocalyptic mission was unique. Furthermore, the presence of attribute crystals and anomaly crystals among the zombies was noted. He decided to focus on completing tasks. Such matters could wait. Shen Yun smirked and, with a single hand, tore through the car's exterior to extract the fuel tank, commencing his collection of gasoline. In the ensuing days, Shen Yun diligently completed his personal missions. He gathered food and usable supplies, visited the flower and bird market for seeds, enhanced his strength, observed zombie behavior, and hunted corrosive entities. For him, the simplest mission was to enhance his power. Currently, survivors seeking to ascend to second rank anomaly needed to consume 100 first rank crystals or 25 second rank crystals. However, for Shen Yun, the power tasks were completed effortlessly. The second easiest was gathering supplies. One visit to a supermarket or convenience store sufficed. The third type involved collecting resources from specific locations, which was comparatively time-consuming. Over the course of 5 days, Shen Yun elevated his apocalyptic mission to the level of 5th rank anomaly. It could be said that he was unparalleled globally. After all, high-level zombies were virtually non-existent. It was likely that within half a month, he would tackle the 10th rank mission. Standing by the window, Shen Yun observed the horde in the street, a faint smile gracing his lips. His current task was to rest for half a day within the safe zone. Finding an unoccupied room, Shen Yun settled in comfortably. After an arduous few days, he treated himself to a sumptuous lunch: braised pork, steamed yellow croaker, stir-fried cabbage, stewed ribs with radish, a roasted chicken, and ice-cold beer. What a delight it was on this summer day. As he savored a chicken foot, a notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, Traveler Shen Yun, for completing the half-day rest mission. Reward: 1 anomaly crystal. How delightful. Rewards for simply resting. Shen Yun's eyes sparkled as he promptly opened his backpack. Before him lay a white crystal emanating a chilling mist. Ice elemental crystal. Consuming it awakens ice elemental powers. Ice Spire. Note: upgrading powers requires energy crystals. 25 energy crystals can elevate powers to first rank. The energy crystals were also found within the skulls of zombies. These crystals were specifically used for power enhancement, a fact already uncovered by other travelers in the chat. Shen Yun extracted the crystal and consumed it without delay. Recently, he had been focused on missions and had not yet excavated any zombie skulls. Considering the current apocalyptic progress and the strength of others, powers were merely an embellishment for Shen Yun. He did not feel compelled to pursue them aggressively. As the crystal melted upon entering his mouth, a wave of cold mist surged through his throat and radiated throughout his limbs. Simultaneously, the method of utilizing his powers flooded into his consciousness. A modest gain. Shen Yun exhaled a plume of icy breath, just as he was about to test his newfound abilities when a prompt resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring ice elemental powers. Current level, initial, triggering level up effect. Ice elemental powers elevated to 10th rank pinnacle. Congratulations, Traveler Shen Yun, on elevating ice elemental powers to the highest level, unlocking ice elemental abilities. Rain of arrows, frozen 1,000 miles, ice blade, ice wings, solid ice shield, absolute ice domain. Frozen space. Initially composed, Shen Yun's eyes widened in astonishment at the multitude of awakened powers. What the heck? Powers can also level up? Indeed, host. Level up effects include powers levels. 666. You are the best system. A toast to you. Shen Yun chuckled as he raised a glass of beer. Thank you, host. But the system cannot consume alcohol. Haha, no worries. After finishing his beer, Shen Yun, intrigued, approached the window and gazed at the horde below. His eyes sparkling with determination as he intoned, "Rain of arrows." Buzz! A mental ripple surged forth from his forehead. In mere moments, a barrage of ice arrows rained down upon the street, which spanned just over 200 meters. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows, propelled at astonishing speed, left a flurry of afterimages as they pierced through the sea of corpses below. The arrows were remarkably sharp, effortlessly penetrating vehicles along the roadside, let alone the zombies. In the blink of an eye, the street fell silent. The zombies were ensnared in place, transformed into exquisite ice sculptures. The sight was nothing short of spectacular. What tremendous power! Shen Yun nodded in satisfaction, glancing at the refreshed tasks on his taskbar. Then, he raised an eyebrow. A power task? Chapter 18. The terrifying pressure that repels the undead horde. As Shen Yun approached the Tulip Academy, he received a prompt from the navigation system to prepare for parking. Observing the academy gates firmly shut ahead, he pressed the accelerator of his off-road vehicle and barreled through. Before he could get close, a gust of icy mist shattered the lock on the imposing iron gates. A resounding crash startled the faculty and students within the academy. What was that noise? It sounded like the gates in a vehicle. Everyone hurriedly rushed out of their classrooms and into the hallway. Roar! The sight of a multitude of zombies pouring through the school gates sent chills down the spines of all present. After days of hard-won peace, how could someone have breached the academy's defenses? In that moment, a man with his torso bare burst from an office into the corridor. Without needing any additional prompting, he spotted the approaching off-road vehicle and the swarm of undead on the playground. Damn it! The man slammed his fist onto the balcony, fixating his gaze on the figure inside the vehicle, consumed by a desire for vengeance. For days, Xiao Chun had toiled tirelessly alongside his men to clear the zombies from Tulip Academy. Yet, here was an intruder, recklessly destroying what they had painstakingly accomplished. What troubled Xiao Chun even more was the possibility that this intruder might seize his territory. Since Tulip Academy was a private institution for girls, he had intended to establish a female militia there. If the intruder proved formidable, he would have no choice but to bide his time and plot in secrecy. However, if their strength was merely superficial, he would ensure they understood the extent of his capabilities. In the corridor, a dozen armed men rushed over. Xiao Ge, what should we do now? Xiao Chun, seeing the off-road vehicle heading straight for the building, quickly formulated a plan. This person dares to charge down the street alone. Their strength must be extraordinary. Let us observe their intentions before acting recklessly. Don't throw your lives away here. Follow me down to assess the situation. If they are mere novices caught in a misadventure, we'll eliminate them without hesitation. Understood. We will follow your lead, Xiao Ge. The younger men nodded in agreement. They were locals, not time travelers. They had heard tales of outsiders possessing doomsday missions and rewards. If the person in the off-road vehicle turned out to be one of those outsiders, they would have to approach with utmost caution. The priority was to discern the intruder's origins and capabilities to safeguard their own lives. Charging in recklessly could lead to their demise without them even realizing it. After issuing his orders, Xiao Chun donned the clothing handed to him by a nearby female teacher and admonished the whispering students in the corridor. Think carefully about what you should and shouldn't say. It's I who provide for you. Understood. Lily, keep an eye on them for me. Lily, who had been in high spirits, felt a wave of frustration wash over her as Xiao Chun dashed out upon hearing the commotion outside. She quickly nodded, her expression stern as she surveyed the group. Don't worry, I'll ensure no one dares to gossip. Evidently, she had allied herself with Xiao Chun. Now that an unknown individual had arrived, even if she distanced herself from Xiao Chun, there would still be reports made against her. It was better to stick together through thick and thin. Once you're back, I'll deal with you. Xiao Chun smirked, giving her a playful pat on the rear as he hurried down the stairs. Observing Lily trailing behind him like a shadow, several girls exchanged disdainful glances. Lily is such a sellout, all for a bit of food, right? I never realized how disgusting she was. She was supposed to be the top goddess of Tulip Academy. How pathetic, a few girls muttered, but they quickly hushed when they recalled that many were secretly courting Xiao Chun's underlings for provisions. It was not wise to speak too freely. On the playground, Shen Yun parked his vehicle in front of the teaching building. He was not here to form a female militia, but had received a mission: establish a faction, population 600. The only place capable of accommodating such a large number of individuals, aside from large corporations and factories, was the academy. The former options were too distant. For him, gathering people was secondary. Completing the mission was paramount. With a sudden halt, the off-road vehicle came to a stop. Shen Yun opened the door and stepped out. Xiao Chun, witnessing the individual approaching with an air of calmness amidst the horde, felt every hair on his body stand on end. This person can actually disregard the undead? As Shen Yun drew nearer, the surrounding zombies seemed to be influenced by an invisible force, stiffly retreating in disarray. The sight left Xiao Chun and his companions utterly astounded. Even the faculty and students in the corridors gasped in disbelief. A zombie traveler. The thought crossed everyone's mind. After all, there were a few individuals who had traversed here to Tulip Academy, all of whom had been well protected by Xiao Chun. Snapping back to reality, Xiao Chun noticed Shen Yun nearing the staircase and, in a fit of panic, slapped one of his subordinates across the face. Are you just going to stand there and wait to die? Drop your weapons and hastily clear the way for our esteemed guest. This was no trivial matter. He had to submit to this individual. Clang! The long knife clattered to the ground as everyone, trembling with fear, scrambled to clear tables and chairs from the path. Some even stumbled, their legs giving way, but quickly got back up to continue their frantic preparations. A zombie traveler, one of the most powerful figures in Jiangnan City. This person was elusive, seemingly always engaged in tasks. Although there were no reports of him slaughtering survivors, no one could be sure he wasn't there to complete a mission, or perhaps everyone who had laid eyes on him had perished. Though they were all first-tier mutants, comparing themselves to someone who could command the undead felt pointless. They all recognized the vast disparity in power. "Sir, please hold on. We will clear the area immediately." Xiao Chun, hunched over while hefting a large table, spoke respectfully, seeing that they were somewhat sensible. Shen Yun chose not to make things difficult. His primary goal was to fulfill his mission, yet establishing authority was still essential. He turned his gaze towards the hundreds of zombies flooding into the academy, his expression steely. In the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted within him. Akin to a distant thunderclap, an invisible wave surged from beneath his feet, sweeping away the surrounding dust like a tidal wave towards the expansive academy square. Roar! The multitude of zombies began to grow restless, their low growls echoing ominously. Yet, without exception, every zombie swayed and retreated, their agitation palpable. This was the aura of a 10th-tier powerhouse that Shen Yun had mastered days prior. Even the mightiest of crawlers, corrosives, and the robust fat zombies dared not make a sound in his presence. As the horde receded like a tide, over 700 faculty and students at the academy stood in stunned silence. Thousands of zombies feared a single individual. Those who had ascended the stairs, including Xiao Chun and his group, were equally awestruck, observing the zombies on the street scatter in retreat. Only those who frequently ventured out for supplies could truly appreciate the terrifying power of this man. Indeed, he is the Zombie King. The might of the Zombie King is indeed fearsome. Xiao Chun wiped the cold sweat from his brow, fully discarding any previous thoughts of harming Shen Yun. He won't be here long. I must position myself favorably. No, I must become his subordinate. Perhaps I could rise to greatness through this. The more Xiao Chun contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. If he performed well, once the Zombie King departed, Tulip Academy would still belong to him. Xiao Chun. Chapter 19. Kneel and submit to me. Shen Yun did not ascend the stairs, but instead instructed Xiao Chun to inform everyone that he would take control from this point forward. He also requested that people gather in the grand auditorium of the academy. Xiao Chun, aware of Shen Yun's intentions, sent his subordinates to relay the message while he volunteered to escort Shen Yun to the auditorium. Truth be told, Xiao Chun was eager to assert his presence, despite feeling a sense of trepidation, fearing the man behind him might devour him whole. Fortunately, Shen Yun's intentions were clear, and no unexpected occurrences transpired. Upon reaching the auditorium, Shen Yun took his place at the podium, while Xiao Chun busily prepared the generator for the upcoming speech. Casting a glance at the girls who entered the auditorium one after another, Shen Yun leaned back in his chair and opened the Doomsday mission list. Congratulations, the Traveler Shen Yun, for recruiting 600 individuals. Reward, 1,500 first-tier crystal nuclei. Next mission activated. 300 individuals must reach first-tier aberrants. 300 to first-tier. Shen Yun furrowed his brow. Each first-tier aberrant required 25 first-tier crystal nuclei, amounting to a total of 7,500 nuclei needed. Given the crystal nucleus production ratio of 5:1, this would require considerable time. Boss, everyone has arrived. Xiao Chun spoke respectfully. Shen Yun waved his hand, closed the mission panel, and gazed upon the over 700 individuals present. Approaching the microphone, he spoke with a calm smile. My demands are simple. Obey my commands, and those who disobey shall meet their demise. If anyone is unwilling, feel free to leave the academy. This opportunity is singular. At this proclamation, a murmur rippled through the vast auditorium. The unease regarding being under the control of the Corpse King lingered in their hearts. Those not of our kind will surely have different intentions. Furthermore, considering he was a traveler from another world, he likely felt no sense of belonging here. The threat of death loomed heavily, and the thought of leaving only to face greater dangers left many in a state of indecision. The whispers were brief, as all eyes turned to the man at the podium, who impatiently suppressed his smile. The crowd fell silent, labeling this formidable man as impatient, dangerous, and untrustworthy. Indeed, It appeared that the majority were willing to stay, and Shen Yun nodded in satisfaction. He then retrieved a plastic bag from his backpack and poured out a pile of crystal nuclei onto the podium. Here are 125 first-tier crystal nuclei, sufficient to elevate you to second-tier aberrants. As he continued to produce 6 more portions, the audience gazed at him with rapt anticipation. What does the Corpse King want? If he offers this to me, I shall immediately defect. If he intends to kill us, it would merely take a wave of his hand. Clearly, he was preparing rewards for them, especially for the 5 travelers seated in the front row who looked on at Shen Yun with eager eyes, longing for his attention. Seeing him produce such a bounty of crystal nuclei suggested he had vanquished thousands of zombies. The swift results in such a short time were both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Proving his strength, resistance would lead only to death. Xiao Chun sat upright, exuding an air of urgency, eager to be chosen. However, Shen Yun surveyed the room and instructed, "Are there any campus beauties or the most attractive female teachers? 3 of you, step forward to receive your rewards." Upon hearing this, many exchanged bewildered glances, muttering, "Goodness. Does the Zombie King have a penchant for women? Are his intentions genuine?" TCH, clearly a man thinking with his lower half. No wonder he came here. He seeks the comforts of a gentle embrace. This should be quite the spectacle. As thoughts raced through the crowd, half a minute passed with no one stepping forward. Shen Yun raised an eyebrow and softly declared, "It seems everyone is quite humble. I shall give you 3 seconds. If no one comes forth, you shall feed the zombies." In a sudden rush, over 10 figures stood up straight, their expressions tense as they gazed at Shen Yun. They dared not hesitate, fearing denunciation from their peers. After all, this was an all-girls school, and there were many campus beauties and attractive teachers. Yet, uncertainty lingered over who he would choose, prompting them to stand and be honest. As Shen Yun appraised the 19 individuals, he noticed Xiao Chun subtly glancing down. A woman nearby stood up, strikingly beautiful with a voluptuous figure. Judging by her mature appearance, she appeared to be a teacher. However, what caught Shen Yun's attention was Xiao Chen's instinctive tightening of his fists, only to quickly relax them. It seems she is his woman. Shen Yun had no intention of indulging in petty jealousy. His selection was based on the principle that the more beautiful a woman was, the more dangerous she became in the apocalypse. To ensure their survival, they would need to rely on the strong and enhance their abilities. At this moment, Shen Yun offered them 2 paths, confident they would not take his generosity lightly. You and you. Shen Yun selected 3 individuals in quick succession. Lu Lily, positioned beside Xiao Chun, took a deep breath and stepped forward. Once out of sight of the others, she revealed an alluring smile, gracefully accepting the crystal nucleus bag. "Thank you, boss." However, as she turned to view the other 2 recipients, her expression shifted. The first girl, while attractive, posed no threat, as she was one of Xiao Chen's subordinates. The last girl, however, set Lu Lily's heart racing. The tall girl wore a tattered school uniform, her hair disheveled, and her exposed arms bore bruises. The crowd's expressions shifted to astonishment as they recognized her. Qin Shiyu? What's she doing here? Wasn't she confined? Perhaps she had been released out of fear of defying the boss's orders? Or maybe Xiao Chen's subordinates feared Qin Shiyu's friends causing a scene. But why would a boss choose her? Though the murmurs were minimal, the girls nearby recoiled from the foul odor emanating from her. Qin Shiyu maintained a calm demeanor as she approached Shen Yun, unwavering in her gaze. When she drew near, Shen Yun pushed a bag of crystal nuclei forward, smiling lightly as he commanded, "Kneel down and submit to me." Before Lu Lily could comprehend the situation, Qin Shiyu seized the crystal nucleus bag and knelt before him with a weighty thud, as if all her strength had been drained. The sound startled Lu Lily and the other girl, prompting them to hastily kneel as well. Shen Yun chuckled, tapping the podium. "Rise and stand to the side to consume the crystal nuclei." Thank you," stammered the unsteady Qin Shiyu and Lu Lily as they expressed their gratitude. Meanwhile, Xiao Chun glared at the 3 who had obstructed Shen Yun's view, his gaze fixed on a subordinate in the back. The murderous intent in his eyes sent a shiver down the subordinate's spine as he whispered, "Brother Xiao, Qin Shiyu's friend Gu entered the auditorium, threatening to report us. We have no choice." "Damn it." Xiao Qin lamented, regretting not having dealt with Gu Wan and Qin Shiyu sooner. Qin Shiyu was the president of the Tulip Student Council. She had caused him significant trouble in his quest for power within the academy. Yet, her beauty, unparalleled in the Tulip Academy, and her prestigious background made her a figure he had never thought he could touch. Reluctantly, he had refrained from killing her, hoping to conquer Qin Shiyu through strength. Although he had coerced her, she was still his woman. He believed that once she recognized the reality of her situation, she would willingly submit to him. To his astonishment, he was released today and even chosen by the King of Corpses. Witnessing Shen Yun cast the remaining 3 bags containing 125 crystal nuclei onto the ground, Xiao Qin immediately displayed an expression of longing. He must acquire this coveted reward of crystal nuclei. Chapter 20. The art of selection bring forth the most accomplished female athlete. Surely you have a kendo club? With this, Shen Yun turned to Xiao Qin, smiling. You are the one. Xiao Qin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he leapt to his feet, exclaiming, Thank you, boss. He was merely 30 crystals shy of becoming a second-tier aberrant, and he could use the remaining crystals to bolster his little brother's strength. Even if Qin Shiyu wished to eliminate him, she would be no match for them. However, just as he was about to ascend the stage, a chilling voice reverberated through the hall, sending shivers down the spines of all present. Xiao Qin, I want you dead. With a whoosh, Qin Shiyu leapt onto the stage, her foot shattering the wooden planks beneath her as she charged towards Xiao Qin. Now, a second-tier aberrant, her explosive speed was terrifying. Perhaps it was the anguish and fury fueling her, disregarding the potential repercussions of Shen Yun's intervention, that turned Qin Shiyu into a blur. Witnessing this, Xiao Qin's pupils constricted, and drawing a dagger from his waist, he shouted in panic, Boss Lily, save me! He could hardly believe that Qin Shiyu would dare to strike at such a critical moment. Knowing he was outmatched, he could only hope for the aid of his woman and the Corpse King. Yet on the stage, Lu Lily, catching a glimpse of Shen Yun and Appo's calm demeanor as he meticulously separated a multitude of crystal cores, was gripped by fear. Did he choose us intentionally? From a moment this formidable man selected Qin Shiyu, Lu Lily sensed that his intentions were not merely driven by infatuation. After all, she and another girl were seated next to men, as she realized Shen Yun was not the vile character she had imagined. A cold sweat broke out along Lu Lily and Appo's spine, using others as pawns. In this scenario, a beautiful woman sat beside an unremarkable man. Was it love? At least for Lu Lily and the other attractive girl, it was not. And as for the tragic Qin Shiyu, was further explanation necessary? Once they rose to power, they would undoubtedly seek to avenge the humiliations they had endured. Regardless, Lu Lily, drenched in perspiration, dared not move. As for rescuing Xiao Qin, she had no desire to meet her end so soon. In an instant, with a sickening sound, Qin Shiyu's right hand pierced through Xiao Qin's throat. Under his bloodshot gaze, she forcefully withdrew his windpipe. A fountain of crimson erupted from his neck. At this sight, all the girls paled in horror. A series of retching sounds echoed through the hall. Even some teachers turned away, unable to bear the gruesome sight. It was simply too horrific, too bloody. With a thud, Xiao Qin collapsed, convulsing on the ground, his eyes filled with impotent rage. Qin Shiyu's cracked lips curled into a sinister smile. Her dry laughter was laden with sorrow, humiliation, and grievances. Finally, she tilted her tear-streaked face skyward and roared, It's not that I do not seek revenge. Ha ha! A piercing scream enveloped the entire auditorium. As they beheld the disheveled and trembling Qin Shiyu, many of her acquaintances, both female and teachers, were moved to tears. Qin Shiyu was immensely popular at the academy, known for her excellence and kindness, never flaunting her status. Yet they were all constrained by Xiao Qin, struggling even to obtain crystal cores. Only the girls in the Kendo Club could manage to earn a few cores by doing menial tasks for Xiao Qin. At this moment, two more girls knelt on stage, a freckled girl skilled in running and a cool-looking Kendo Club president with long bangs. Rise, please. Thank you, boss. Shen Yun gestured towards the pile of crystal cores on the table. There are over 800 cores remaining. You 5 will divide them. Each of you may select 125 to form a team for my zombie hunting expedition. The rest will serve as logistical support. Upon hearing this, the previously quiet crowd erupted into a cacophony of excitement. A zombie hunting team? The boss can control zombies. We are to hunt his kind. Before the girl could finish her sentence, someone nearby clamped a hand over her mouth, suddenly realizing the inappropriateness of such words. Is this not a pure stroke of luck? My heavens! I can become an aberrant too. Once I grow powerful, I must ensure I am well fed. And to have an ally like the boss. His vision is grand. Unlike Xiao Chun, who hoarded crystals while dreaming of a harem, he deserves his fate. In an instant, everyone was abuzz with excitement. For most girls, strength was the best safeguard. At the very least, they would not face hunger as they had recently. To eat well, they had to cater to Xiao Chun, subjecting themselves to his whims. They would not suffer the same fate as Qin Shiyu, who had been brutally slain by Xiao Chun without a chance to resist. Such was the power dynamic. Now, they had the opportunity to grow stronger. Observing the Corpse King's demeanor, it was clear he intended to establish a force, unlike Xiao Chun, who merely sought to indulge in pleasures. How could they not be thrilled? With a few sharp taps on the microphone, Shen Yun silenced the crowd. Tomorrow, we set out to gather crystal cores and supplies. Within 3 days, everyone shall attain the first tier. As he spoke, he raised his hand and produced a plethora of instant noodles, water, ready-to-eat meals, sanitary products, and toiletries, filling the entire podium. My goodness, so many supplies. Only someone of his caliber, the Corpse King, could amass such resources. But to reach the first tier in 3 days, how many zombies must we slay? It seems utterly impossible. The crowd was a mixture of joy and astonishment. Not only were there abundant supplies, but also a staggering number of zombies to be killed. After surveying the audience, Shen Yun's gaze fell upon Qin Shiyu and the Kendo Club president, Lin Yan. As he barked, this place has no room for the inept. Tomorrow, I do not wish to see anyone hesitating. Is that clear? Lin Yan trembled at his harsh tone. Even the previously frenzied Qin Shiyu did not dare to act out, quickly lowering her head in compliance. Yes, I understand. Rest assured, boss. I shall complete the task. A chorus of eager affirmations resonated throughout the auditorium. As Shen Yun rose to leave, he passed by Lin Yan and Qin Shiyu, whispering, should anyone dare to be sly or treacherous, they shall meet their end. Though the hall was filled with chatter, his words reached the two women with clarity. Lin Yan's heart raced. To kill former classmates. Yet she understood there was no choice but to comply, merely nodding in agreement. Yes. In contrast, Qin Shiyu was resolute, showing no signs of hesitation. Having endured various trials, she now perceived matters with greater clarity. Refusal would only lead to her demise. As Shen Yun exited the auditorium, the atmosphere surged once more. However, it was not long before gasps and screams erupted from the crowd, accompanied by the anguished cries of Xiao Chen's subordinates meeting their demise. Such was the inevitable cycle of power, as the old gave way to the new. Shen Yun raised an eyebrow as he retrieved a city map from his bag, seeking suitable areas for hunting zombie hordes. He had chosen Lu Lily and the other two beautiful women due to the men who surrounded them, likely having endured their share of mistreatment, particularly the woeful Qin Shiyu. Should an opportunity arise for her to rise, her methods would likely be ruthless, and her thirst for vengeance intense. Moreover, individuals like her would cherish hard-won chances all the more. Only those who have faced despair truly comprehend its horrors, and their loyalty surpasses that of others. In the apocalypse, strict measures are essential. Shen Yun aspired to establish a formidable influence, and such individuals were indispensable. The outcome was undeniably evident. After Qin Shiyu's explosive emergence, she eliminated Xiao Chun, delivering an exceptionally profound shock and intimidation to everyone. As for Xiao Chun and his subordinates, one could only say they had left their affairs inadequately tended to. Perhaps their methods were too overt and their arrogance too pronounced. In an academy teeming with young women, Xiao Chun could have had any woman he desired. Yet he sought not only to possess but also to win their hearts. This was a post-apocalyptic scenario, not a romantic urban drama. Xiao Chen's fate had long been sealed among the women selected by Shen Yun for their vengeful objectives. It was merely a matter of making an example of him. Chapter 21. Shocking the crowd, the frozen corpses. Throughout a single afternoon, the inhabitants of the Tulip Academy were engrossed in various activities, distributing supplies, dining, bathing, resting, and preparing for the morrow's expedition to exterminate the zombies. Groups of individuals engaged in conversations about the day's events, while many of the female students and teachers found themselves drawn to the black SUV parked in the plaza. Through the windshield, they could faintly observe a handsome man reclining in his seat, seemingly at ease. Unlike Xiao Chun and his subordinates, who sought the company of women whenever they had a moment of leisure, this man remained untouched by such frivolity. Among the women, Lu Lily was the most favored, yet her heart harbored malicious intentions. During the afternoon's massacre in the auditorium, she had slain the most among Xiao Chen's men, even daring to warn others not to tarnish her reputation, claiming it was Xiao Chun who forced her, a desperate plea for survival. It was evident to all that she aimed to find a more powerful ally. However, her status as a second-tier mutant dissuaded the likes of Qin Shiyu and Lin Yan, who were also second-tier powers, from intervening, leaving others too intimidated to speak out. As night fell, silence enveloped the academy. The next morning, the 600 individuals selected by Qin Shiyu gathered in the plaza, clad in athletic shoes and attire, armed with usable weapons. When the SUV's doors swung open, a palpable tension filled the air as they focused on the man descending from the vehicle. Shen Yun casually gestured with his hand and turned toward the academy gates. Qin Shiyu followed closely, indifferent to her stunned companions behind her. Is it really this straightforward? No rallying cry or plan. Lin Yan and the others exchanged anxious glances, hastening to keep pace with him as they beheld the horde of zombies amassed outside the gates. At the entrance lay a heap of pig carcasses, blood flowing like a river, inciting agitation among the zombies. The allure of the fresh blood had drawn thousands of smaller zombies to this location. Everyone understood that the horde dared not invade because of the presence of the zombie king. Yet, the sheer density of the undead raised questions about their approach. When Shen Yun halted at the gates, Qin Shiyu and the others quickly followed suit, their expressions tense as they watched him and the encroaching horde. Most had never faced the zombies at such proximity, leading to a sense of panic. Are we really going to stand here and fight? Will we just drag the zombies back to extract their cores? My legs are trembling, and I'm drenched in cold sweat. I should have opted for logistics. Suddenly, Shen Yun moved. Standing before the horde, he raised his right hand and intoned, "Absolute ice domain." In the next instant, a pale blue ripple emanated from his palm, swiftly expanding in a semicircle down the entire street. In a breathtaking moment, the crowd gasped in astonishment as one by one, the zombies that encountered the blue ripple were instantly transformed into ice sculptures. The ripple swept through the street, leaving no undead unscathed, all frozen in place, glistening under the sunlight. Within mere breaths, the cacophony of the zombies' roars fell silent. The atmosphere so still one could hear a pin drop. When Shen Yun finally withdrew his power and turned to face the crowd, the 600 present wore expressions of sheer disbelief. Supernatural abilities? Good heavens! This is utterly incredible. Lu Lily stared wide-eyed, her body trembling slightly. She was aware of the existence of supernatural beings. Xiao Chun had encountered a fire manipulator who had detonated vehicles to attract zombies. But the sight before her, with zombies frozen throughout the street, was on an entirely different scale. Qin Shiyu propelled herself into the air, leaping several meters to survey the scene, only to be left dumbfounded. The zombies, encased in ice, sparkled dazzlingly under the sun. The Tulip Academy's entrance, typically bustling, now lay encased in an unyielding frost that stretched far beyond sight. Lin Yan and the others also leaped in astonishment, murmuring to one another, "My goodness, this is overwhelmingly powerful. This man not only possesses the identity of the zombie king, but is also a formidable supernatural being." A wave of exhilaration surged through the female students, their hairs standing on end. Such a powerful man existed within the Tulip Academy. The future appeared bright. In this moment, a profound sense of safety enveloped them, their gazes fixated on Shen Yun, unable to look away. Each team should find positions to collect cores, consider it a practice drill. Shen Yun instructed coldly as he surveyed the crowd. Once everyone achieves first-tier mutation status, we shall commence training for your hunting capabilities. If you are still fearful of the zombies despite such advantages, you might as well leap from a building to conserve food. Lin Yin and the others quickly stood tall. Their chests puffed out as they responded in unison, yes. Boss, yes. Their spirited exclamations resonated as the girls, emboldened by the icy realm that rendered the zombies fragile, began swiftly searching for cores. The ice sculptures crumbled with the slightest touch, their heads breaking off easily as they melted upon contact with the ground, making core retrieval a simple task. Even the female students felt a surge of courage, eagerly scouring for the precious cores. At that moment, 5 traversers, wearing smiles, approached Shen Yun from the rear. Among them were an elderly woman and man, a young couple holding hands, and a young man beside the elderly woman. The middle-aged woman, leading the group, beamed at Shen Yun, saying, "Oh my young man, you are truly impressive." Though Shen Yun was the zombie king, he had not feasted on humans and had dined on human food the previous day. Noticing Shen Yun's gaze, the woman, Chan Suifeng, glanced at the crowd outside, seeking cores, and softly remarked, "Young man, what do you think we should do? We could join logistics, but they say there aren't many cores to be had." Logistics personnel were often a fearful lot, and naturally, the rewards for cores paled in comparison to those for combatants. The 5 had previously enjoyed the comforts provided by Shao Chun, while others risked their lives for sustenance. They had relished the ease of remaining indoors, but now Shen Yun was asking them to venture out to slay zombies? It seemed an unreasonable demand. Did they look like people who could kill zombies? Chun Sifeng's son indeed possessed strength, but she could hardly bear to let him take such risks. Fortunately, this young man was from Earth, making him their fellow countryman. Wouldn't it be prudent to look after them in such a situation? Chapter 22, Moral Coerción, a swift strike, and you're on your way. Upon hearing the implications of the elder's words, Shen Yun could not help but chuckle softly. So, you mean to say you wish to avoid the perils of combat, while still earning a salary higher than that of logistical support? That's not quite it. Chen Suifeng, noticing the curious glances from those gathered at the door, hurriedly interjected, "We're all compatriots here. Given your remarkable abilities, surely acquiring crystal cores would be a breeze for you. I was merely hoping you could look after us, perhaps find us a suitable task. When we venture into another world, it would be beneficial to assist one another. Wouldn't it? A suitable task?" Shen Yun mused, speaking softly. "You mean something that pays a bit more than logistics and is less strenuous?" "Precisely, young man. My age has rendered me somewhat tongue-tied." The elder clapped her hands, her face beaming with delight. "Indeed, there is one possibility." Upon seeing Shen Yun nod, the 5 of them brightened. It's good to have fellow countrymen. Young man, when we return to Earth, we shall treat you to a meal." This scene filled the onlookers with envy. Surely, those from the same place share a unique bond, deep-seated and profound. Observing the eager expressions on their faces, Shen Yun chuckled. "Dreams are plentiful. Young man, such words." The elder looked at Shen Yun with astonishment. However, as she noticed the increasingly sinister smile on the handsome youth's face, an inexplicable chill ran down her spine. "Let me send you off to dream." Shen Yun raised his right hand and delivered a swift strike across her cheek. With a resounding crack, the elder's head exploded on impact, the force of the shattered skull surpassing that of a bullet. Pop, pop, pop. The heads of the 4 individuals nearby were pierced by the rapidly flying shards. Shen Yun wiped the blood from his fingers with a tissue. Casting a sidelong glance at the terrified women who stood watching, his smile warm. "What's this? Do you wish to indulge in a pleasant dream as well?" No. I had a splendid sleep last night. Off we go to excavate crystal cores. Make way. I want to dig for crystal cores too." A throng of people surged out the door, fearing they might be caught by this ruthless man and find themselves in a dream of their own. The Corpse King, alongside the denizens of Blue Star, was merciless in his actions. For these beings from another realm, the act of killing might bear even less weight. Shen Yun discarded the tissue and approached the off-road vehicle. The elder was evidently a newcomer, foolishly attempting to impose moral coercion upon him. Perhaps she had been too coddled in the presence of Shao Chun, unaware of the true nature of the apocalypse. Once seated in the vehicle, Shen Yun perused the information within the crossing chat box, awaiting the arrival of his next task. Collecting the crystal cores from the 600 zombies on this congested street took considerable time, as there were indeed thousands. Upon completion, Shen Yun utilized speakers and large trucks to create noise, attracting a horde of zombies. Employing his domain skill, Absolute Ice Domain, he froze every approaching zombie to the core. By afternoon, while seated in the vehicle, Shen Yun finally heard the notification. Congratulations, Traveler Shen Yun, for achieving 300 individuals reaching the first-tier mutant status. Reward: 2,000 second-tier crystal cores and a 30-meter high defensive wall. Wait, a reward of second-tier crystal cores. Shen Yun sat up straight in excitement. He had anticipated waiting for the appearance of second-tier zombies, never realizing that tasks could yield such rewards. This suggested that there might be other tiers of crystal cores to discover. A glimmer of ambition sparkled in Shen Yun's eyes. This also indicated that his subordinates would consistently maintain a level above others, an undeniable advantage for task completion. Shen Yun smiled, regarding this turn of events as a delightful surprise. As for the recently refreshed resource task, he had gathered ample supplies in the past few days, filling the system's space abundantly. With a flurry of activity, he transferred the materials from the system space into his character's backpack. Soon, the notification chimed again. Congratulations, Traveler Shen Yun, for completing the collection of 1 ton of usable resources. Reward: 1,500 second-tier crystal cores, half a ton of drinking water, and an expansion of the character's backpack to 60 slots. Another reward of second-tier crystal cores. Shen Yun grinned. With 3,500 cores, he could forge 35 second-tier warriors. In this current environment, that was an immense strength. However, there was no need to rush. The busy hours passed swiftly. The students and staff of the Tulip Academy returned, weary yet radiant with smiles. Rough estimates suggested that over 400 individuals had achieved first-tier mutant status within a single day, which translated to a staggering 50,000 zombies dispatched. No, it was the Corpse King who had vanquished those zombies. They merely took part in the extraction of their cores. During the excavation, over 300 survivors had joined Tulip Academy, yet all the cores they unearthed were to be surrendered. What thrilled the students and faculty most was not merely the 400 who had advanced to first-tier mutants, but the joyous reunions as many discovered their loved ones among the survivors. Such moments of miraculous reunion amidst despair were truly enviable. Simultaneously, the collective fear of Shen Yun diminished significantly. He was not here to indulge in frivolities or explore hidden paths. He was here to forge a powerful alliance. Every female in Jiangnan City was fervently engaged in excavating crystal cores, hopeful that, upon clearing this area, they might extend their reach, perhaps even to find their families still alive. With a little more effort, reaching second-tier mutants could enable them to venture forth and bring their loved ones back. Fueled by this motivation, spirits soared and the future glimmered with hope. One could say that this day catalyzed the flourishing growth of these sheltered blossoms. Besides crystal cores and survivors, Tulip Academy had also amassed a significant quantity of resources. What puzzled everyone was that the Corpse King did not seize the supplies, but instead tasked Lin Yin, Qin Xiu, Lu Lily, and 3 others to select 2 individuals from their team to guard the warehouse. This action solidified the authority of the 5 captains, while simultaneously elevating Shen Yun's status in the eyes of all. The provisions within the warehouse were divided among the 5 teams for shared oversight, ensuring no possibility of loss. Should any discrepancies arise, it would be deemed a conspiracy among the 5, leaving Shen Yun unscathed. Indeed, it was unrelated to him. Once Shen Yun departed, Tulip Academy would belong collectively to these 5 teams. This was the conclusion reached by the 5 captains and various teachers during dinner. Reflecting Shen Yun's intentions, such strategies and foresight were far superior to those of Xiao Chun. However, upon hearing this news, many sentimental young women began to feel melancholic at the thought of the Corpse King leaving this world. Without him, they might have become mere targets for any man to exploit. It was well known that Xiao Chun had warned them against associating with traversers. These individuals would not remain long, willing to do anything for task rewards, posing considerable danger. Yet, through a few simple actions, Shen Yun had won over the majority of Tulip Academy's faculty and students. The realization that such a formidable man would not be their eternal protector brought forth the sensitivity and vulnerability of women, as silence fell over many dormitories. As night fell, Tulip Academy was aglow with flickering candlelight, casting a warm, golden hue over the dim surroundings. At that moment, Jiangnan City had succumbed to power and water outages. Had it not been for the Corpse King's presence warding off the zombies, they would not have dared to illuminate the night. Within the confines of the vehicle, Shen Yun was diligently tinkering with the defensive wall. As soon as he clicked to utilize it, an influence icon appeared beneath his gaze. Chapter 23, Dominating Jiangnan City. As a private academy, the Tulip Institute boasts exceptionally comprehensive facilities. The kitchen, medical room, dormitories, and more have been constructed with substantial investment, leaving no room for criticism, making it an excellent stronghold for a burgeoning power. Shen Yun immediately activated the defensive walls. On the projected map of the territory, a towering wall, 30 meters high and 10 meters thick, encircled the entire Tulip Academy. Robust iron gates stood at both the front and back of the wall, complemented by electrified fencing, providing sufficient defense in the initial stages. Leaning back in his seat, Shen Yun pondered, "Tomorrow I must recruit some skilled electricians. Since I have chosen to establish a base, I cannot overlook the necessity of talent, especially during the sweltering summer nights when the heat is stifling. Not only is there no air conditioning due to the lack of electricity, but each person is also allotted a limited number of showers each week. The oppressive weather has led many to lounge on the balconies, bare-chested, seeking respite. At this moment, two figures gracefully strolled down the corridor ahead. Under the moonlight, the silhouettes were enchanting, with one being the tall and elegant Qin Shiyu, adorned in a flowing white gown, resembling an ethereal lotus under the night sky. Her bright eyes, framed by delicate brows, sparkled with a gentle smile as she gazed at Shen Yun inside the car. In stark contrast to Qin Shiyu's soft demeanor, Ling Yin exuded an air of aloofness, coupled with a bold spirit that made her seem formidable and unapproachable. As the president of the Swordsmanship Society, she had narrowly escaped the clutches of Xiao Chun. Upon reaching the car, Qin Shiyu leaned against the window, smiling at Shen Yun. "Boss, may we join you?" Despite her past hardships, Qin Shiyu considered herself fortunate for having located her parents and younger brother just today. Every action, every encounter was predestined. At this moment, she radiated vitality, free from her previous despondency. Shen Yun gestured for them to enter the vehicle. "What brings you here?" Once in the passenger seat, Qin Shiyu looked at Shen Yun and inquired, "Boss, if it's convenient, could you share your upcoming plans? We wish to assist you as much as possible. It would be unfortunate to impede your progress due to our ignorance." Perhaps only Qin Shiyu would dare to speak so candidly. Shen Yun had not only saved her, but had also enabled her to exact revenge upon her enemies and reunite with her family. She was prepared for any consequence that might arise from her words. Noticing the clarity in her gaze, Shen Yun replied with a gentle smile. "I have but one request of you both, to enhance your practical combat skills as much as possible." Shen Yun's ambition was to forge the most formidable force on a global scale, thereby achieving a superior rating for his faction. However, such aspirations were not meant for public discourse. Afterward, he produced a sack and placed on the back seat. Within this bag are 500 second-tier crystal cores. You two should elevate yourselves to the 3rd tier. The remainder can be allocated as you see fit. Second-tier crystal cores? Both Qin Shiyu and Lin Yin expressed astonishment. It was worth noting that until now, they had yet to encounter a second-tier zombie. The fact that he could produce such items was nothing short of astonishing. It must be a reward for a task from a traveler. The two speculated, considering this the only plausible explanation. Realizing Shen Yun had closed his eyes, signaling their departure, Lin Yin and Qin Shiyu exchanged glances before opening the sack and consuming the crystal cores one by one. As second-tier mutants, they had previously required 100 second-tier cores to break through to the 3rd tier. The exhilarating sensation of their powers multiplying caused them to exclaim in unison, "Oh my goodness! Is this what it feels like to grow stronger?" Once their breaths steadied, Shen Yun advised, "Return and master your current strength. Do not expose yourselves to danger and risk infection by zombies." Both nodded gratefully. "Thank you, boss. Good night." They carried the sack and exited the vehicle. After ascending the stairs, Lin Yin glanced back at the car's silhouette in the square and whispered, "I sense he is a man of many stories and exceedingly mysterious." Such a powerful man must indeed be enigmatic. Qin Shiyu smiled softly, continuing her ascent. "Let us go. We have much to accomplish tomorrow. Rest well." In the ensuing days, every member of the Tulip Institute engaged in the activity of excavating crystal cores. Indeed, even logistics personnel joined in. Who would refuse such a generously offered bounty? For a full 20 days, no zombies roamed the vast expanse of Jiangnan City. Following several rounds of task rewards, the defensive walls have been fortified to encompass the entirety of Jiangnan City, reaching unparalleled strength. Testing the wall as defenses, Shen Yun confirmed it could withstand assaults from 9th-tier zombies and large-scale zombie hordes. This was the strongest defensive wall on the entire planet, rendering the city the safest haven. The survivor population in Jiangnan City exceeded 260,000. The overwhelming presence of zombies had elevated these survivors to second-tier mutants. All survivors had settled around the Tulip Academy. Undoubtedly, the devastation of productivity had rendered the acquisition of resources the most urgent matter. Thankfully, every city housed national reserves, and the Tulip Institute had organized personnel to amass substantial supplies. However, relying solely on this was insufficient. Consequently, urban planning, equitable distribution of resources, and agricultural development became pressing priorities. Yet, merely a few days later, disorder emerged within the city. Second-tier mutants were subsisting on only 2 meals a day. In other cities, second-tier mutants were deemed elite, akin to local tyrants. What they lacked in food or companionship was unfathomable. Now, however, all in Jiangnan City had become second-tier mutants. What use with such power? Many clamored to venture out in search of supplies to return to Jiangnan City, believing it a swifter path than farming. Whether they would return was a matter of personal judgment. Clearly, instability was beginning to take root within Jiangnan City. In recent days, incidents of survivors storming designated supermarkets and rioting for food had occurred. Although the Tulip Institute dispatched personnel to execute 15 instigators, those who received food, along with the relatives of the deceased and those disgruntled with the Tulip Institute's measures, gathered in the streets, their numbers swelling to thousands. Even when the Tulip Guards forcefully dispersed the crowd, resulting in the deaths of several ringleaders, it only intensified the rising discontent. Undercurrents of dissent had rapidly permeated every corner of the city. A multitude began to shirk their responsibilities at work, adopting a lackadaisical attitude. Unable to overpower them, they reasoned that they could at least be lazy in their duties. Water can both capsize and carry a boat. Without our productivity, the vast population of Jiangnan City would inevitably face doom. Chapter 24. Chaos arises. You have lived too comfortably. Some merely observe from the sidelines, watching as the Tulip faction manages its affairs. Others seize the opportunity to instigate turmoil, eager for the Tulip faction to lose the support of the people. Who constitutes the Tulip faction? A group of immature girls and a handful of teachers? Were it not for their early allegiance to the Corpse King, would they possess such power and authority? Their handling and management of various matters have been woefully inadequate, giving rise to numerous grievances among the populace. Can such a group truly govern the over 6 million residents of Jiangnan City? Certainly, the Tulip faction has recruited a number of capable administrators. Yet the differing environments and diverse hearts lead everyone to look out for their own interests. Thus, when reporting to the Tulip faction, they merely put on a fa ade of diligence, while the ultimate decisions rest solely with them. In the end, if something goes awry, it would not be their fault, would it? It was not until the Tulip faction issued a public notice that the survivors of Jiangnan City found a semblance of stability. This notice was issued by the Corpse King. Those willing to venture outside the city to search for supplies may temporarily reside in Area C. The city gates will open once personnel are confirmed. The Corpse King had remained silent for a long time, leaving the management of Jiangnan City to his subordinates. Everyone knew that the Corpse King was a traveler from another realm and would not linger on this planet. Yet at this moment, all were compelled to show him respect. The announcement ignited the passion of the survivors, prompting over 3 million to flock to Area C. Even a military mobilized to transport supplies to Area C, preparing to depart for the rescue of surrounding cities. It was the Corpse King who maintained order in Jiangnan City. Without his presence, chaos would have undoubtedly ensued. Observing the several girls maintaining order in Area C, their faces a mix of embarrassment and anger, passers-by could hardly contain their amusement. They were still too young, their temperaments too volatile. Some older survivors shook their heads in bemusement. What use is strength if it does not align with one's capabilities? In such scenarios, strength merely manifests as a superficial display, lacking substance. With the Corpse King exerting pressure, the Tulip faction dared not engage in rampant slaughter or brutal suppression, preventing Jiangnan City from descending into internal strife. Now, an opportune moment had arisen. With the Corpse King absent from his original realm, they could leave Jiangnan City, sparing themselves from future grievances with the Tulip faction. 2 days later, over 200,000 survivors had arrived at Area C. During this time, a section of the military zone had been designated for use, with over 10,000 individuals allocated to another area. Many speculated that those separated from the military zone were the vanguard forces. After all, second-tier zombies had already begun to emerge outside. There was no telling if third-tier zombies lurked unseen. Although the survivors of Jiangnan City possessed second-tier abilities, their practical combat skills were virtually non-existent. With the Corpse King manifesting hordes in mere seconds, coupled with the survivors' fear of zombies, it was preferable to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. Now, with the vanguard forces paving the way, they could expect fewer losses along the journey. In stark contrast to the lively atmosphere of Area C, the ambience within the Tulip faction felt rather oppressive. The Corpse King's orders had evidently nullified the actions of the Tulip faction in recent days. Observing the desolate streets outside the academy, the patrolling girls on the playground felt a sense of disappointment. Had they known, they would have allowed the others to leave the city, even if the people fled. The Corpse King would not have been disappointed in them. A nearby girl shook her head in resignation. Who could have anticipated such a grand upheaval? I heard that Senior Qin Shiyu stirred discontent among many outside due to her repeated calls for violence. Now that there are no zombies in the city and with the city walls to safeguard them, it is only natural that some might feel it inappropriate to resort to killing at the slightest provocation. Enough of this chatter. We might be overheard. The group hastily changed the subject. They had risen through the ranks from logistical support, and while they could flaunt their authority outside, they instinctively lowered themselves in the presence of the 5 great teams. They could not blame anyone but themselves for the results of their earlier hesitations. One bespectacled girl gazed at the empty street and lamented. You know, the Tulip Street used to be bustling with activity. Now it feels quite desolate. Indeed, before, people would call me Captain Shun and shower me with gifts. The flattery was delightful. Upon hearing this, another girl shot a glance at the speaker. You used to blame others for not leaving. Now that they have departed, you lament? I think you're being ridiculous. The group's expressions darkened. What are you saying, Zhang Huihui? All right. We're ridiculous. And you're the one who secretly admires the Corpse King at night. Zhang Huihui's face flushed with anger as she shot daggers at the group. Oh, really? Those photos didn't come from your dormitory? A bunch of looters daring to criticize me. We're all in the same boat. Next time, keep a low profile. I have a high-definition one that got wet. I spent quite a bit of resources to acquire it. The group burst into laughter when suddenly the broadcast echoed. All personnel assemble in the square. Assemble? Are we heading to Area C? Zhou Huihui and the others quickly ceased their laughter and rushed toward the square. In the square of Area C, a large LED screen flickered with static before projecting an image of the Tulip Square. Are they calling us to gather? Wow. The captains of the 5 great teams are present. This is a rare sight. Look, it's the Corpse King. As a figure descended the stairs, the square erupted into a cacophony of chatter. Words of envy, jealousy, and admiration filled the air. Do nobles and commoners not share the same essence? Many ambitious souls felt their blood surge at the sight brought by the corpse king. He merely possessed the mantle of a traveler, yet remained an ordinary person. Once he departs Jiangnan City, they too could seize the opportunity to become such powerful figures. As Shen Yun descended the stairs, his gaze swept across the more than 300 tulip members in the playground. He then focused his attention on the 5 team leaders, Lin Yin and Lu Lily, and calmly uttered, "Kneel." Those 2 simple words caused their pupils to constrict. The breath of everyone present in the tulip square stilled. Even in the bustling area C, the conversation ceased at that moment. The atmosphere grew unbearably tense. The corpse king was enraged. The 5 team leaders, once wielding immense power, must kneel before millions. Some could scarcely contain their excitement at the mere thought. The 5 team leaders embodied beauty, power, and strength. Witnessing their submission would send many men into a frenzy, their breaths quickening and their eyes ablaze. However, those observing from the shadows scoffed at the corpse king's methods. Such actions should not be displayed before outsiders. It would undoubtedly undermine one's authority, possibly inciting rebellion among subordinates. No sooner had the words left his lips than Qin Shiyu among the 5 dropped to her knees. Lin Yin, without hesitation, followed suit. The expressions on their faces were inscrutable, eerily calm. The remaining 3, momentarily taken aback, soon knelt without resistance. Yet, the LED projection in the tulip square displayed the crowd in Area C, allowing both sides to witness one another. In such a glaring spotlight, the faces of Lu Lily and her companions turned crimson as they bowed their heads in submission. Shen Yun paced slowly before the 5, scoffing, 5 fifth-tier metamorphs, each possessing unique abilities, yet you cannot manage over 2 million people? Are you living too comfortably? This statement tore away the veil of mystery surrounding Lin Yin and her companions. A collective gasp reverberated through the crowd, shockwaves coursing through their hearts. Even the tulip faculty and students in the square regarded the 5 with incredulity. Who would have thought that these 5 had attained the status of 5th-tier metamorphs? Moreover, all 5 members, including Lin Yin, possess extraordinary abilities. What is even more astounding is that these 5 formidable beings with such terrifying prowess could not muster even the slightest resistance before the corpse king, and simply knelt down. Just how powerful is the corpse king, rendering these 5 captains as insignificant as ants, too fearful to resist. Chapter 25. Is it difficult to manage many people? Slaughtering 2 million. Upon discerning the sarcasm in Shen Yun's words, Lin Yin and her 4 companions could not help but tremble. Qin Shiyu's eyes reddened as she bowed her forehead to the ground and softly uttered, "I am sorry. I have disappointed you." The thought of disappointing this life-saving benefactor was unbearable for her. Thus, even if killing was unpopular, she resolutely executed her duties. Yet, the sheer number of individuals made it impossible for them to manage hundreds of thousands in such a short span of time. Ultimately, they had indeed let this formidable man down. "Forgive us." The 4 of them dared not hesitate and knelt in unison. Observing over 300 students and teachers of the Tulip Academy kneeling silently in the square, Shen Yun spoke indifferently, with such favorable conditions. "How can so many of you be clamoring to leave? Are you all truly this incompetent?" During this period, Shen Yun's task had been focused on expanding their influence, leaving the management and development to them. He merely provided guidance on the overarching direction. For him, completing tasks to earn rewards was sufficient. However, chaos soon erupted in Jiangnan City. While the surface appeared calm, the undercurrents were tumultuous. When Shen Yun obtained the loyalty instrument for the forces, he discovered that among the more than 2 million people, very few were loyal to the Tulip Academy. Some even wished to leave the safety of Jiangnan City to venture outside. With this thought, Shen Yun chuckled lightly. "Perhaps I have had you eliminate zombies too swiftly, leading to an illusion of safety outside?" No one dared to speak, especially those from Area C, who were too frightened to breathe. Shen Yun paced back and forth, recalling that when they began clearing zombies last month, several individuals had fought over a mere loaf of bread. Now, without exception, These individuals planned to venture beyond the city limits. The environment and strength had been provided by him, and their lives had been saved by his hand. Yet, the 5 of them, despite holding such a significant advantage, managed the situation in utter disarray. Hearing this, Lu Lily, in fear that Shen Yun would dismantle the defensive walls and leave the Tulip Academy, quickly whispered, "Boss, these are just ungraduated girls. Managing so many people requires time to improve their abilities. Are you telling me about a lack of time in this apocalypse? Do you truly believe you are in a position of authority?" Shen Yun cast a sidelong glance at Lu Lily, causing her face to turn pale as she lowered her head, too frightened to say more. Shen Yun shook his head and turned to the crowd illuminated by the square's LED lights, smiling as he said, "If you cannot manage so many, then simply reduce their numbers." "Exactly. Just let us leave Jiangnan and everything will be fine." Indeed, capable women seem to be a rarity compared to men. Many survivors from Area C laughed heartily. Suddenly, after finishing his statement, Shen Yun's back unfurled a pair of resplendent ice crystal wings. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing above Area C. Gazing down at the densely packed crowd, Shen Yun raised his right hand and solemnly commanded, "Icebound for 1,000 miles." Boom! A massive beam of white light descended from the heavens. What is that? Oh no, it's the Ice King's ice-based ability. He intends to kill us. Run! The people in Area C were struck with panic, fleeing in terror. Bang! Ice pillars crashed into the gathered masses in the blink of an eye, transforming into icy mist that enveloped the surroundings. Crack, crack, crack! A series of crystallizations spread across the bodies in the crowd, instantly turning them into ice sculptures. Even the buildings and structures were frozen into icy relics. Within minutes, aside from the military district and a mere 100,000 survivors, over 230,000 individuals in Area C had been slaughtered. Witnessing this scene, everyone turned pale, their bodies frozen in shock. This was over 2 million lives, not merely 23. This is too ruthless. Even the military personnel were filled with astonishment. What kind of person could be so merciless? When Shen Yun returned to the Tulip Square, the gazes of the crowd toward him were now tinged with fear and trepidation. If compassion and morality still held sway in this apocalypse, what awaited you would be annihilation. Remember, this is the only time I will act. Shen Yun glanced at the 5 women prostrated on the ground before turning to leave. The Tulip Academy refrained from taking action against the citizens out of fear of internal strife among the multitude. They were either swayed by sweet words or had familial ties that made them reluctant to take decisive action. However, those burdened by such considerations in the apocalypse were destined to perish. This was also why Shen Yun urged them to frequently venture out to hunt zombies, to enhance their courage and decision-making skills. As for the military district and the 100,000 survivors, they had not been detected by the loyalty instrument as having low loyalty or signs of rebellion. Following the events in Area C, all survivors within Jiangnan City complied exceedingly well with the commands of the Tulip Academy. It was not that fewer people were easier to manage. It was that the Ice King had eliminated over 230,000 lives. Such a display instilled fear in anyone harboring rebellious thoughts. Many speculated that the Ice King was a murderous fiend in his world. However, the traversers from Huaxiao region had never heard of such a criminal. The foreign traversers were even less likely to recognize him. In the following days, Lin Yin, Qin Shiyu, and the others continued to manage the base, while also leading expeditions to gather supplies. Truthfully, they lacked for nothing in terms of resources. What they truly lacked was decisiveness and means. Shen Yun, meanwhile, remained at the base, completing tasks daily and occasionally perusing the Traverser chat interface. When he discovered someone selling rare crystal cores and items, he would make a trip to procure them. 3 of the ability crystal cores held by Lin Yin and her companions were purchased by him, while the remaining 2 were rare drops from the zombies in Jiangnan City. Before long, the time for the Traversers to return had arrived. Lin Yin and the others had long been aware of the precise timing of their departure. Taking advantage of a new year, they adorned the Tulip Academy in a festive manner. The members of the Tulip Academy had all meticulously prepared themselves. This was the first instance in half a year that they had the opportunity to dress up and celebrate. as the powerful yet distant man was set to leave the following day. This was undeniably a poignant occasion. As night enveloped the earth, Shen Yun, clad in black athletic wear, arrived at the brightly decorated auditorium. At this moment, it was filled with people, teachers and students of the Tulip Academy. The bunny girl at the entrance, upon seeing Shen Yun, joyfully handed him a drink, exclaiming, "Boss, we thought you wouldn't come. Wow, the boss is really here." Amidst the chorus of excitement, nearly 1,000 people in the auditorium turned their gazes toward the entrance. There stood Lin Yin and the 5 captains respectfully behind Shen Yun. He smiled and raised his glass to signal the crowd, "Happy New Year." Seeing his rare display of a gentle smile, an inexplicable warmth spread through the hearts of the crowd, and they raised their glasses in return. "Boss, Happy New Year. Huh, let us not leave without getting drunk today. It's been so long since we've had such a good time. Happy New Year, boss. What is your name? We still don't know. Happy New Year." "Oh no, boss, please don't go." It was unclear who started it, but a large group of women, without pretense, began to tear up, pleading with Shen Yun not to leave. The scene was heart-wrenching, leaving many in tears. After finishing his drink with a smile, Shen Yun turned to depart. He was not suited to mingle with these individuals, or rather, he was merely a passerby in their lives. Seeing him leave without looking back, Lin Yin, adorned in her festive attire, sighed softly to the crowd. It seems he truly has no intention of staying, or perhaps he cannot stay. Unbeknownst to others, she genuinely wished for Shen Yun to remain. Half a year has passed in a whirlwind of enchanting dreams. Lu Lily held her wine glass, her expression one of dazed reverie. It felt as though she had awakened from a dream, only to find herself elevated among the elite. It must be said that Shen Yun's choice of companions is rather indiscriminate. As a woman once claimed by Xiao Chun, her fortune in this moment feels like a blessing from ancestral graves. Perhaps when he appointed me as captain, he never intended for me to remain. Lu Lily shook her head in resignation, then turned to the 4 with a playful smile, saying, "All right, I will keep watch here. You all should go and spend some time with the boss. He departs tomorrow." Despite the prolonged festivities of her peach blossom gathering, Shen Yun had merely been an observer. Deep down, Lu Lily understood that she was unworthy of him. Her presence would only deepen her own heartache. "Very well," Lin Yin said, setting down her glass and turning to leave. Chapter 26. The melancholy before parting in the Tulip Square, as Qin Shiyu and Lin Yin descended the stairs. They spotted the black SUV still parked in its usual spot. Throughout the past 6 months, Shen Yun had not spent a single night in another woman's room. Had it not been for the undeniable signs of his vitality, many would have believed him to be a eunuch. With so many beautiful women present, had it been someone like Xiao Chun, they would have already been captivated. Speculations abounded. Perhaps he was poisoned, or perhaps he planned to leave this planet, deeming certain matters unnecessary. After half a year together, no one had witnessed Shen Yun consuming human flesh. This indicated that he was very likely human, merely cloaked in a layer of disguise. Upon noticing Shen Yun reclining in the vehicle, gazing at the stars, Lin Yin naturally began to massage his temples from the back seat. She had been doing this for several months, and had even sought lessons from a massage therapist. In the passenger seat, Qin Shiyu glanced at him and gently inquired, "Boss, do you have any instructions for us?" With his eyes closed in bliss, Shen Yun pondered for a moment before responding, "Earth is not the limit. Your enemies come from higher civilizations." This was Shen Yun's 9th-tier mission: travel to the Arctic and locate the spaceship left behind on Earth. According to his estimation, the future of humanity here would undoubtedly involve advanced civilizations. However, as time travelers, they had a mere 6 months to remain. Higher civilizations. Lin Yin and Qin Shiyu were taken aback. Thus, you must strive to enhance your abilities if you wish to survive, or else you may as well end it all, Shen Yun said, casting a sidelong glance at the 2 girls, whose faces betrayed their embarrassment. "There should be a spaceship in the Arctic. Whether you can find it depends on your luck. Consider it a benefit from me." "Got a spaceship?" Lin Yin exclaimed, delicately caressing Shen Yun's cheek to alleviate his fatigue. Whenever Qin Shiyu and the others witnessed this scene, they could hardly suppress their envy. Only Lin Yin dared to unabashedly offer such affection to the strikingly handsome Shen Yun. "Damn, Her massage skills are impressive, Qin Shiyu thought, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Despite Lin Yun's serious demeanor, she secretly harbored numerous photos of Shen Yun, a discovery made by none other than her roommate, Qin Shiyu. Thus, the boundaries of Earth are not the ultimate limit. Venturing beyond is merely the beginning. Perhaps one day, you too may attain a transcendent existence. Shen Yun joked as he stood to drive towards the base's warehouse. A transcendent existence? A celestial being? Lin Yun's eyes sparkled. If I become a celestial being, can I visit your world? Such audacity. Shen Yun chuckled softly. Yet there is a possibility if one cannot reach that state. It simply means lacking the strength to breach the walls of this world. For instance, I appear quite powerful now, yet I cannot return to my own planet. As he expressed his thoughts, he seemed to gain enthusiasm. The walls of reality traversing to other worlds. Lin Yun and Qin Shiyu exchanged glances. Upon arriving at the Academy's warehouse, Shen Yun dismissed 10 guards at the entrance and entered, waving his hand. Before them lay piles of colorful crystals. The sight left the two girls wide-eyed. Could these be crystals from other tiers? Indeed, they range from 7th to 10th tier, along with energy crystals necessary for abilities to evolve and some for special powers. Shen Yun retrieved various pieces of equipment. These are armor and weapons ranging from 7th to 9th tier. Such high quality. The two were astonished. With these armaments, they would become even more formidable. As Shen Yun turned to leave, both understood that their conversation had come to a close, and Shen Yun would depart the following day. Feeling a pang of sadness, Lin Yun quickly approached Shen Yun. Why are you so kind to us? Unbeknownst to her, this man had already occupied her heart. Not just hers. Qin Shiyu, too, gazed at Shen Yun with tender eyes, though she felt unworthy despite being the most beautiful woman at Tulip Academy. Shen Yun waved his hand dismissively. I have no use for these. Consider them a benefit for you. You have always helped us. Thank you, Lin Yun whispered. Her eyes filled with reluctance, a hint of mist forming. Shen Yun raised an eyebrow. It seems you have developed feelings for me. He glanced at Qin Shiyu. And indeed, her gaze was brimming with warmth, nearly overflowing with emotion. Yet, upon meeting his eyes, she hurriedly looked down, her insecurities evident. Shen Yun understood that her self-doubt stemmed from her past. I am leaving. Your affection for me bears no significance. Shen Yun spoke plainly. He was acutely aware of his allure. It was only natural for women to be drawn to him. However, he was not of this world, and such fleeting romances held no value. Qin Shiyu silently observed him, 2 tears tracing down her cheeks. At least in this moment, he did not disdain her past. Moreover, he understood her feelings. That is enough, she thought, a rare, radiant smile breaking across her face. Lin Yun, with unwavering resolve, looked at him. I will reach the pinnacle of the anomalies and become a powerful being capable of traversing the stars to find you. Dream on. Shen Yun rolled his eyes as he exited the warehouse. Perhaps you should consider your future plans instead of daydreaming about becoming a stellar warrior. With the vastness of the universe, countless strong beings exist. Do you truly believe Lin Yun, would stand chance? Taking a deep breath, Lin Yun called out to his departing figure, I will succeed. Without glancing back, Shen Yun waved his hand and drove away the following morning. The faculty and students of Tulip Academy gathered around the SUV, gazing at Shen Yun, who feigned sleep in the driver's seat. The 5 team leaders sat silently within the vehicle. The atmosphere was heavy with melancholy, many girls discreetly wiping away tears, their eyes red as they gazed at his handsome profile. Without this man, how could they have achieved what they had today? As noon approached, Lin Yun mustered her courage and softly asked, Big boss, what is your name? Shen Yun smiled slightly. My name is Shen Yun. Since I am leaving, it is no harm to share. Shen Yun, the 5 girls silently repeated, smiles spreading across their faces. Perhaps it was the impending departure that emboldened them. Qin Shiyu chuckled. Brother Shen, you must have been strong in your original world, right? Do you have a partner? Beside her, Lu Lily teased. Surely there were many. Otherwise, how could you remain unfazed by someone as stunning as Lin Yun? You must be too picky. Indeed, a seasoned veteran. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun's face flushed, though her heart felt empty. But when she heard Shen Yun's reply, the five felt a chill run down their spines. There was one, but I killed her. Gasp. Oh my goodness. Could it be that the boss has some peculiar preferences? It shouldn't he be. Perhaps his woman betrayed him? The five girls speculated. Sympathy swelling for Shen Yun. No wonder he was so focused on his missions, showing no interest in women. He must have been hurt by love. Chapter 27. The Reward of the Lucky Gem. The first power of the defense sequence. Lin Yan, with a serious expression and her chest held high, declared, "If I were your girlfriend, I would never betray you. Indeed, I would never either." The freckled girl and another team leader boldly professed their affections. The specifics of their relationship were irrelevant. What mattered was to express their feelings first. Lu Lily, noticing that Qin Shiyu in the front seat had not voiced her opinions, chuckled, "Boss Shen, do not be upset. Girls are naturally drawn to strong individuals. Even out there, everyone admires you. Be quiet. Your incessant chatter is giving me a headache." Shen Yun frowned. He then produced the loyalty detection device. This instrument measures the loyalty of our members. You five will oversee it together. Additionally, there are supplies stored around the Grand Hall. A loyalty device? Such a thing exists? The five were taken aback. To receive such a reward in a traverser's mission was astonishing. For a faction, this was nothing short of a divine artifact. Perhaps Shen Yun's previous massacre of over 2 million survivors was facilitated by this very device, and he had only revealed it now, likely having observed them all along. If anyone had harbored treachery due to the numerous crystal cores and weapons he had provided last night, they might very well have met their demise in the vehicle. Even now, he remains vigilant against us. The five exchanged glances, their eyes filled with admiration. They had not anticipated Shen Yun to be this powerful and cautious. Warm reminder. The survival period in the zombie world ends in June. Survivors will be teleported in 3 seconds. Upon hearing this notification, Shen Yun set the device down and stretched. He then smiled at the five, saying, "It's time to go." Those 2 simple words left the five staring at him. Their expressions a mix of reluctance, gratitude, admiration, disappointment, and sorrow. "Thank you. Take care, boss. Don't forget about us." As the five wiped away their tears, Shen Yun waved his hand dismissively. "We are merely passing through each other's lives. Let us each strive forward." No sooner had he spoken than he vanished from the driver's seat. The five felt as if they had lost something profoundly significant, leaving their hearts hollow. In Haicheng, as Shen Yun materialized in his rental apartment, he felt his strength ebb away like a receding tide. His mastery over ice powers fragmented in that instant. Suddenly, a voice from the system echoed. "Host, surveillance cameras have been installed in your room. Please be cautious." As the message concluded, a 3D projection of his home materialized before him, revealing 10 red dots scattered throughout the room. Could it be the police? Or the landlord? With a glint of cold light in his eyes, Shen Yun approached the bathroom, broke a mop, and wielding it like a staff, he dismantled all the cameras. Only these 2 possibilities would lead to such surveillance in his home. Meanwhile, another notification rang in his mind. "Congratulations, Shen Yun, for surviving 6 months in the zombie apocalypse. Reward will be dispatched post-evaluation. Personal strength rating, Global First Super SSS. Material rating, Global First Super SSS. Faction rating, Global First Super SSS. Underling strength rating, Global First Super SSS. Task completion degree, Global First Super SSS. Hidden task, civilizational heritage, passing the torch. See 5 Super SSS ratings. His efforts had not been in vain. A smile graced Shen Yun's face. As for the hidden task, no one had any inkling of its existence. The prospect of passing the torch was unlikely for Shen Yun, as the more potential mothers there were, the higher the score would be. Achieving AC was likely due to his preservation of the library at the base, preventing survivors from burning it for firewood. Shen Yun focused intently, awaiting another prompt. Congratulations, the traveler Shen Yun has achieved a zombie apocalypse score of Super SSS. Reward, 1 Super Sequence Treasure Chest. 2 Lucky Stones. Super Sequence Treasure Chest, only obtainable by those rated Super SSS, can unlock one of the top 100 powerful abilities. Warm reminder, Abilities ranked 101 to 500 are produced from the sequence treasure chest. All other abilities are ordinary. Ordinary abilities can be upgraded to sequence level. Lucky Stone, a one-time item that brings good fortune. Sequence level abilities? Fortune indeed smiled upon Shen Yun. He was elated. Among all the rewards, abilities and strength were the most precious to him. Securing a sequence level ability meant he had struck gold today. It was worth noting that Shen Yun's spatial ability did not possess a sequence, likely due to its underdevelopment. Now he could obtain one of the top 100 powerful abilities. In the projection, the treasure chest was enveloped in chaotic mist, obscuring its overall shape, exuding an air of mystery. The lucky stone was a fist-sized, multicolored gem. Shen Yun promptly used one lucky stone and then pointed at the super sequence treasure chest. Open. Buzz. The chest trembled, and the surrounding chaotic mist expanded to envelop the entire projection. Subsequently, the mist was entirely absorbed into a dark-framed card. Ding! Congratulations, Shen Yun, for obtaining the first ability of the defense sequence, damage immunity. Passive super sequence damage immunity ignores all damage, including that from the past and future. Cooldown none. Characteristic master protection can actively activate the Master-S counter damage effect, reflecting tenfold the damage endured back to the enemy. Duration 10 minutes. Cooldown 24 hours. Note: the cooldown for master protection does not affect damage immunity, which is permanently cooldown free. Holy cow! Shen Yun, overwhelmed with excitement, sprang to his feet and hastily activated it. As the card transformed into a stream of light and entered his body, he felt the hairs on his skin stand on end, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. His heart raced wildly, reflecting his exhilaration. Automatic immunity to damage. Not only was the defensive effect incredibly potent, but it could also protect the master by retaliating against foes. Such a simple description belied its immense power. Truly, it was the first ability of the defense sequence. Absolutely invincible. Shen Yun was in awe. With another lucky stone in hand, he might even acquire a super sequence ability. Clearly, Shen Yun did not intend to forego his next traversal due to obtaining damage immunity. Although he could not inherit powers in another realm, he possessed a super golden finger for protection. Even in the worst-case scenario, he could still survive and develop. Testing the effect, Shen Yun cheerfully retrieved a pair of scissors from the drawer and jabbed at himself a couple of times. The sharp scissors left no trace on his skin, and the mental energy expenditure was negligible, easily disregarded. As a sequence-level ability, who knew what rich rewards awaited him in the future? Shen Yun checked his phone and discovered that the time interval remained the same as before 7 days. Just then, a notification echoed in his mind. Next world. Opens 3 days later at noon, 12 p.m. Warm reminder. No items, including abilities or evolved strength, can be brought to the next world during traversal. You may choose not to traverse and instead enhance yourself in reality. Another 3 days, 10 days for each cycle. Shen Yun felt a pang of hunger and entered the kitchen to prepare a meal. For others, this news would undoubtedly invoke trepidation. However, with such a formidable system at his disposal, Shen Yun felt no fear whatsoever. Traversing to another world was merely a scoring exercise for him. Chapter 28, The Internet Sensation. The Worth of the Corpse King. A week had elapsed, and the ingredients in the refrigerator had long since lost their freshness. Shen Yun hastily prepared a few eggs and indulged in instant noodles. As he savored his meal, he retrieved his phone to peruse the latest news. He recalled the last time on the island, when numerous famished survivors returned to reality, feasting heartily only to end up in hospitals. The trending videos on his phone were predominantly shared by survivors who had traversed back from this apocalyptic ordeal. Their posts were nothing more than ostentatious displays of newly acquired items, ranging from varying quantities of first-tier crystal cores to, for the fortunate few, ability cards or mutated crystal cores. A few acquisition messages caught Shen Yun's attention. Prosperity Group, purchasing first-tier evolution crystal cores for 1 million each. Haitian Enterprises, acquiring F-grade ability crystal cores for 35 million each. As he scrolled through more posts, he noted the prices were largely consistent. Even the official rates from various nations exhibited little variation. Meanwhile, the degradability crystal he possessed had reached an astonishing price of 120 million. It seemed the major factions had conspired to establish a unified price. Shen Yun raised an eyebrow. In the current climate, not everyone could acquire evolution or mutation crystal cores, and a significant number of individuals had opted to remain in reality out of fear of perishing during the traversal. With the emergence of demand, trade naturally followed. As he slurped his noodles, Shen Yun swiped to the next video, discovering a man clad in a black hood broadcasting live. The host's identity was meticulously concealed, even his eyes shielded by sunglasses to prevent exposure. Upon reading the title and description of the stream, Shen Yun couldn't help but smirk. Title: Apocalypse Corpse King, the unrivaled base of Jiangnan City. Description: Are there any brothers and sisters at the Jiangnan City base? Show some support. Upon entering the stream, he was astonished to see the viewer count had surpassed 6 million. This underscored the remarkable allure of the title. The barrage of comments and gifs in the live chat was relentless. Thirsty fish. Are you the Corpse King of Jiangnan City? What rewards did you receive for your rating? The most charming. If it weren't for you, my child and I would have been devoured by zombies. No need for more words. Here's a big rocket for you. Smart Murphy. Bro, what level of zombie are you? I've never heard you eating people. Concerned netizen. My entire family was killed by you. Why are you still alive? Internet police. Single parent with 2 kids. I heard you killed over 3 million people? That is quite cruel. First to slay the Holy Mother. Single parent with 2 kids. How come I've never heard that the Corpse King killed so many? Do you believe everything you read online? Foolish bird. Anonymous account. Stop defending him. If you can, reveal your identity, and I'll make you regret it. Before long, the user known as First to Slay the Holy Mother amassed over 100,000 followers. The individual, now too intimidated to speak, exited the live stream to observe from the sidelines. Inside the stream, skepticism and admiration were scarce. The comments were overwhelmingly hostile, launching vitriol at the host's lineage. Shen Yun found this delightful viewing material. Hangzhou Law Enforcement Team. Following the host, Songlong City Evolver Association. Following the host, Sioux City Police Department. Following the host. A torrent of official accounts rapidly refreshed in the lower left corner, indicating that the Corpse King's notoriety in the zombie world had captured widespread attention. The hooded male host remained composed, his tone somber. I am not the Corpse King, merely a survivor of Jiangnan City. Were it not for the Corpse King dispatching individuals to clear the zombie hordes, I would have starved long ago. I have repeated this over 10 times. If you keep asking, you're just foolish. Don't question why I can curse without being banned. The platform seeks accurate information and supports us. Isn't that infuriating? Haha. The host burst into laughter, his frustrations boiling over after enduring such backlash. As for the claims regarding the Corpse King slaughtering 3 million people, he narrowed his eyes and leaned closer to the camera, chuckling. In the apocalypse, there are always those who betray their own. If they don't die, who will? You only see the killings but fail to recognize how many survivors the Corpse King has indirectly saved. The foreign army has made significant progress, clearing 5 surrounding cities. I wonder how many traversers survived in those cities? A bunch of keyboard warriors, if you have the guts. Go confront the Corpse King and his fellow traversers. I'm merely a small-time streamer, so if you want to berate me, feel free. He added with a cheeky middle finger. This audacity incited further outrage among the viewers. Their anger palpable, with family members lost, who cared about the nuances of good or evil. Words alone could not substantiate the claims against the Corpse King. Nevertheless, numerous gifts continued to flood in, eliciting joy from the host. Invincible Dragon. Although I have never seen the Corpse King's appearance, one of the overseers of Luqing, adjacent to Jiangnan City, is one of his subordinates. The highest commander in Luqing has even reached the level of a 5th-tier evolver. Quite terrifying. Keep in mind at that time, the zombies were barely 2nd tier. Fairy descends. Setting aside other factors, he has indeed killed people, right? 3 million. Such individuals are dangerous. Thankfully, once he enters the next world, his abilities will vanish. If he encounters me, he'll be finished before he can wreak havoc. Does anyone know what he looks like? Please share. First to slay the Holy Mother. Fairy descends. What a way to ignore the facts. You're quite beautiful. I know your address now. Better shut it down. There are 3 days left. Are there any brothers forming a train battle team? Private message me. I'll join and send you the location. General of the Chow camp. 1. Help her pass the tribulation. 1. A cascade of one's left fairy descends pale, hurriedly shutting down her personal information. When she clicked on the profile of First to slay the Holy Mother, she discovered the account had amassed over 10,000 followers. Fearful, she sent a message. I'm just stating a fact. What you're doing is illegal. If you dare come, I'll call the police. First to slay the Holy Mother. Hey, nice. I love married women. I'll break your husband's limbs and let you watch. Fairy descends, terrified, immediately blocked him, contemplating relocating. These were mere trivialities. Shen Yun found the spectacle highly entertaining. He was indifferent to the possibility of being recognized. After all, he feared no malevolent spirits at the moment. As he continued scrolling through videos, he discovered that all streams related to the Corpse King in Jiangnan City had ceased. Not just his, but all broadcasts and videos deemed negative had been taken down, replaced with a plethora of positive propaganda. It was evident that the platform had gleaned the information it sought and returned to a state of normalcy. After all, the prevailing environment necessitated stability. Ultimately, their true enemy remained the aquatic aberrations. Compared to zombies, the sheer numbers of marine creatures could easily overwhelm the land. Those with discernment understood the gravity of the situation. At that moment, a knock resonated from outside. The principal had arrived. Shen Yun's eyes narrowed slightly as he rose to open the door, revealing 5 individuals clad in suits standing outside. Chapter 29. Witness my arrogance? The Evolutionist Association bows down at the forefront stood a short-haired beauty, who greeted Shen Yun with a smile as he opened the door. Hello, Mr. Shun. I am Zhang Yanran from the Haiqing Evolutionist Association. 6 days ago, due to the absence of anyone at your residence, we took the liberty of installing surveillance cameras to prevent any evolutionists from infiltrating and harming the rights of citizens. Since you are unwilling to have them installed, I sincerely apologize and will compensate you with 1 million for the disturbance. This young man had detected the presence of the cameras almost instantly, suggesting he might possess certain extraordinary abilities. Such talent was precisely what the Evolutionist Association sought. Upon hearing this, Shen Yun chuckled. Were it not for the system, the locations of these cameras were so concealed that an ordinary person would hardly notice them. If one were to overlook them, any rewards obtained upon their return would be promptly exposed, leading to discovery by the Evolutionist Association. Should one acquire any miraculous treasures, the possibility of being confined or used as a tool was imminent. Yet, their words were artfully crafted, laced with reasoning, and their smiles seemed to attempt to trivialize the situation. However, the undertone of their tone exuded a sense of intimidation. A glimpse into the power dynamics revealed that the Haiqing Evolutionist Association possessed formidable strength. Only with such a robust foundation could the association's members exude an air of superiority. Seeing Shen Yun's relatively agreeable demeanor, Zhang Yanran produced a document and presented it to him. Mr. Shun, this is our association's employment form, which includes numerous benefits. Would you consider joining us? This is also the reason for the camera installations, to search for individuals with extraordinary abilities to bolster our association's strength. Shen Yun took the form, barely glancing at it, and crumpled it into a ball, tossing it onto the floor. Noticing the 5 individuals retracting their smiles, he softly remarked, joining the association is out of the question. You think a mere million can silence the harm caused by installing these cameras? With this, Shen Yun casually extended 2 fingers, stating, return to your association and inform them it will cost 200 million to settle this matter. The 5 were merely errand runners, and he deemed it unnecessary to pay them much heed. Yet, this haughty tone caused their expressions to shift dramatically. 200 million. Do you realize what you are saying? Do you believe that awakening an extraordinary ability grants you the right to act so recklessly? Be cautious. Calamity may follow your words. The 2 men glared ominously at him, for among them were 2 first-level evolutionists. Though the Evolutionist Association was not official, it was one of the top powers in Haiqing, boasting many formidable individuals. It was not a realm where a young man could tread lightly. Zhang Yinran narrowed her eyes in scrutiny of Shen Yun, her tone flat. It seems Mr. Shen is quite confident in his abilities, but you seem to underestimate the Evolutionists Association. What kind of extraordinary ability do you possess? Had we known your level of extraordinary power, we would have acted long ago to teach you a lesson. If you were an ordinary person, such a threat to the Evolutionists Association would have resulted in your demise. Evolutionists must not be insulted. You have 2 days to prepare, Shen Yun stated lazily, turning to re-enter his home. If you do not comply, I shall personally pay you a visit, and the outcome will not be as simple. Suddenly, a furious shout erupted from behind him. I want to see what audacity you possess. One of the men instantly unleashed a formidable aura, a crimson glow flickering around him as he charged toward Shen Yun. But in the next moment, the 5 were taken aback as Shen Yun vanished. Zhang Yinran's heart raced inexplicably, and she turned with alarm, shouting, "Be careful!" To her astonishment, Shen Yun had transformed into 4 spectral figures wielding short blades. With a series of muffled sounds, 4 jets of crimson erupted from the necks of the 4 present, staining the corridor red. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Yinran's pupils constricted, and her hair stood on end. Could he be a dual ability wielder? Not only did he evade the cameras, but his speed is such that he left behind mere afterimages. Such extreme velocity is incredibly advantageous in combat and escape, far beyond their capacity to resist. In a mere moment, an equal first-level evolutionist met their demise. Panic surged within Zhang Yinran, her fair complexion paling as she frantically exclaimed, "Don't misunderstand." But in an instant, Shen Yun appeared before her, a fruit knife thrusting upward into her chin. He twisted with force, and with a cough, she sprayed blood, her delicate visage etched with disbelief. She had never imagined that her routine recruitment for the association would lead to such a deadly confrontation. Others would never dare confront the Evolutionist Association. Simply revealing their status would compel compliance, and even if they struck, the opposition would not retaliate. Yet today, her arrogance cost her dearly. Regret and resentment flickered in her beautiful eyes, but moments later, they lost their luster. Shen Yun retrieved her phone from her pocket, unlocked it, and opened the messaging app. The chat groups were numerous, including subteams, leadership, and other classifications. Shen Yun selected the Association 1,000-person group and directly posted a video of the 5 corpses. Zhang Yinran. Video. Installing cameras in my home? Submit 20 billion as compensation within 3 days, or the Haiqing Evolutionist Association will cease to exist. Bank account number. The once lively chat group fell silent upon receiving this information. Then, it erupted into chaos. Wang Riqian, daring to kill someone from the Evolutionist Association. Who is this person seeking death? Zhou Shilu 20 billion. Has he lost his mind over money? Does he truly believe that killing a couple of evolutionists grants him the right to threaten the association? MacArthur, Zhang Yinran, and Li Jie were both first-level evolutionists. But from the video, they didn't even have a chance to retaliate. This person's speed is terrifying. He must be a speed evolutionist. The fury of the group members ignited instantly. Though the Haiqing Evolutionist Association had only recently been established, it maintained connections with associations across major cities, aiding each other in defense and offense. Now, with a colleague murdered, they were unaware of the implications that awaited them. Group leader, the upper echelons have taken over this matter. No one is permitted to act without authorization. Shen Yun discarded the phone and retreated into his home. As for the bodies, the association would handle them. Half an hour later, while Shen Yun sat in the living room browsing information, his phone chimed with a notification. Ding! Your Huaxia bank account has received a deposit of 20 billion. How swift their actions were. If this were his hometown, Blue Star, transferring money would not be so efficient. Simultaneously, Shen Yun received a message. Mr. Shen, I am Yi Fenghua, president of the Haiqing Evolutionist Association. My subordinates were inconsiderate in disturbing you. The bodies outside have already been dealt with. However, we sincerely invite you to join the association, offering you the position of either vice president or honorary president, whichever you prefer. If you're interested, please open the door. I am waiting outside. Shen Yun raised an eyebrow and replied, "No need." Chapter 30. The third traversal commences. The fact that an entire city association adopts such a lowly posture indicates their intention to avoid confrontation with him. Clearly, they must have discovered his identity as the king of corpses. The various city evolutionary associations, though not official organizations, have rapidly expanded their influence in this era by gathering numerous evolutioners and supernatural beings. It would not be difficult for them to obtain information about him in a short period, especially since Shen Yun had never deliberately concealed his appearance. This is the most direct benefit derived from strength. Everyone knows his rating must be quite high. This is beyond doubt. Even if they are unaware of the items he possesses, the evolutionary associations would not dare to provoke him lightly. If he were to hide his identity as the king of corpses, the evolutionary association would certainly dispatch formidable individuals to seek trouble. Not everyone can eliminate a member of the association and remain unscathed. Such an encounter would inevitably lead to a series of battles, resulting in endless complications and a significant waste of time. In this apocalyptic world, Shen Yun's decision not to conceal his identity was made after careful consideration. In the current environment, societal order and laws are virtually meaningless to the powerful. Yet, in the eyes of ordinary people, cities still maintain an appearance of tranquility. Shen Yun simply despises the hassle, which is why he has not hidden his looks in this world of calamity. The effects are evident. The Haicheng Evolution Association has directly backed down. As for the positions of vice president and honorary president, with the system he possesses, he would have to be insane to serve as a subordinate to anyone else. Suddenly acquiring wealth is merely a trivial matter. After experiencing a brief surge of excitement while gazing at the series of zeros in his bank account, Shen Yun soon felt indifferent. Once a person attains higher aspirations, what was once coveted appears exceedingly mundane. Regardless of how much wealth one possesses, it can only guarantee temporary comfort. The true path lies in enhancing one's strength. After ordering some food online through a delivery app, Shen Yun began exercising in the living room, simultaneously utilizing spatial displacement to enhance his proficiency with supernatural abilities. According to online reports, the quality of supernatural powers becomes exceedingly important when evolutioners are of equal rank. Power, effectiveness, proficiency, and consumption are all factors that can influence the outcome of battle. For the following 3 days, Shen Yun dedicated himself to training at home. Meanwhile, various cities were far from tranquil. Survivors who returned to reality after the zombie apocalypse exhibited drastic changes in temperament. Incidents of injury and murder sporadically occurred throughout the cities. Even the military was stirred into action, deploying numerous evolutioner soldiers to patrol the cities in shifts, aiming to prevent the recurrence of violent incidents. As the time for traversal approached, tension, anxiety, indecision, and excitement lingered in the hearts of all. The dangers of venturing into another world need not be elaborated upon. Yet, the allure of the rewards upon returning alive is exceedingly tempting. Supernatural abilities, crystal cores, technological products, precious food with zero pollution, and the reduction of internal core contamination, among others. These rewards could directly enhance one's capabilities. This is the only avenue through which one could confront the impending outbreak of marine aberrations. If you do not go, others will surpass you. When the apocalypse strikes, only the weak are destined to be enslaved. Moreover, within the realm of traversal, individuals experience a life where they wield the power of life and death, surrounded by breathtaking beauties. This has cultivated a sense of excitement among many netizens who have gained insight into the relevant content, eagerly anticipating the next traversal. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. A multitude of individuals preparing for traversal held traversal stones, quietly awaiting the arrival of the traversal prompt. I wonder what world awaits this time. It would be splendid if it were a world of mutated creatures. I have made extensive preparations. This time, I must be decisive and become a formidable force. I saw someone on the forum who acquired over 1,000 women in 6 months. I envy that. The uncertainty of waiting feels akin to a significant life examination, leaving people feeling anxious. At this moment, Shen Yun also eagerly anticipated what golden opportunity awaited him this time. Sitting on his bed, he rubbed the traversal stone in his hand, intently gazing at the clock on his bedside. 11:59. As the minute hand approached the final minute, the traversal prompt arrived as expected. Countdown to traversal. 1 minute. Friendly reminder. Traversers cannot carry any items, including personal supernatural abilities or strength. 58 seconds. 3 seconds. 1 second. Whoosh. A brilliant pale blue light erupted from the traversal stone, dazzling his vision. Shen Yun found himself unable to open his eyes. Had it not been for the prompt sound, he would have thought he had been blinded by the brightness and transported to a world of the visually impaired. Ding. Welcome, Traverser, to the ancient world. Survival time, 2 years. Activating Traversal Identity Card. Heir of the Ling family. A noble beginning? Not bad. Shen Yun smiled faintly, only to realize that he was actually within someone's womb. I haven't been born yet. Filled with astonishment, he saw a series of images flash before him, and soon he found himself lying in a cradle, being entertained by a couple. Moments later, a torrent of memories flooded his mind. 2 years, 5 years, 7 years, all in succession. His perspective shifted rapidly, akin to traversing a time tunnel filled with vibrant colors. The progression is so swift. Shen Yun's eyes glimmered with curiosity. This sensation felt like life was fast-forwarding, each scene feeling as though he had personally experienced it, creating a profound sense of immersion. It was not only him. Many others who had obtained identity cards were in similar situations, sharing messages in the Traverser's chat box. Damn, I started off in a prison with a brand on my face. Once I get out, I'm going to kill the one who branded me. What the heck? How did I end up building the Great Wall in the blink of an eye? Starting as the son of a landlord. How delightful. This time, I'm going to marry 100 wives. No one can stop me. Ha ha ha. Starting as an orphan with a broken bowl. I believe I can achieve the greatness of Zhu Laozu. Anyone want to hitch a ride? Oh, in a moment of confusion. I've already been adopted into a merchant family. It's time to recite a few Tang poems to show off. You copy me, I copy you. Whoever writes slower will be exposed by the literati. Most of the starting scenarios for people in the ancient world are considered normal, coupled with the current visual progress, which has spanned over a decade without any danger arising. Everyone feels elated. Living a stable life in the ancient world is undoubtedly a pleasant experience. However, some believe that they, as traversers, are not merely here for a vacation. Indeed, in the year 233 AD, just before Emperor Discharges' departure, he appointed his only child, Princess Zhao Muxue, as his successor, marking the first time a woman ascended the throne in Discharges. However, the sudden death of the late emperor left no time to clear obstacles for her. Fortunately, many loyal old ministers within the court remained devoted to the royal family. Even though Discharges faced hidden dangers, the vastness of the nation and the presence of numerous old ministers were sufficient to support the young empress's growth. When the empress turned 12, Lord Ling Feng was secretly summoned to the palace, thus commencing his legendary life. A master strategy, Lord Ling utilized his skills to ensnare all the officials of the dynasty. His organization, the Heavenly Net, ruthlessly suppressed officials who opposed the empress, quelling dissenting voices and rooting out corrupt elements. This instilled fear among the officials, silencing even the cries of infants. However, with great power comes great peril. Once the empress assumed control, she heeded the fears expressed by both ministers and the populace regarding the Heavenly Net. Consequently, she imprisoned the hard-earned Lord Ling Feng in the dungeons. This upheaval sent shockwaves throughout the empire. Not only did this elevate the empress's prestige among the officials and the people to unprecedented heights, but it also made her one of the few rulers in Discharges' history to reclaim imperial authority from a formidable minister. In an instant, the empress's authority reverberated throughout the realm. The imperial family is often devoid of compassion. Even though Zhao Muxue did not need to take such extreme measures to secure her throne, she remained wary of Ling Feng, who held numerous keys to Discharges' fate. Chapter 31. The Turbulent Era of the Hunt. The night of wedding lights in the year 247 AD. Lord Ling Feng met his demise in prison, and on the same year, his wife took her own life at home. Meanwhile, the young Lord Ling Chun had been discreetly removed from the imperial capital a few days prior to Lord Ling Feng's final audience with the emperor. As for the other branches of the Ling family, the empress, acknowledging the years of toil and merit of Ling Feng, demoted them to commoners or exiled them to distant lands. Although the Ling bloodline endured, the once mighty Ling Marquisate had irrevocably fallen from grace. During this tumultuous period, young Lord Ling Chun was covertly relocated by loyal subordinates of Lord Ling Feng. Despite facing several assassination attempts, he managed to evade the eyes of the court with the steadfast protection of those loyal to the Marquisate. Indeed, upon discovering that the young lord of the Ling family was an impostor, the empress dispatched a secret investigation throughout the realm to track down Ling Chun's whereabouts. Those in the know believed that Ling Chun must possess vital secrets left behind by the late lord. As long as he lived, the empress could not find peace. Should these secrets fall into the hands of those with ill intent, her reign would be jeopardized. In a moment of confusion, Shen Yun found himself in a courtyard, realizing that the vibrant time-space portal had vanished, signaling the commencement of the daily life of a time traveler. He hastily organized the vast memories flooding his mind. I am now 20 years old, situated in Liangzhou County of the northern Dacian, and the current magistrate is an informant of my father, Ling Feng. My present identity is a distant relative of the magistrate, disguised as Zhang Yukai to throw off suspicion. Beside him, a toothless, gaunt old man supported him as they entered the bedroom. Young lord, today is a day of great joy, but alas, the empress has left the remnants of the Ling family alive solely to capture you. This banquet is attended only by us old fellows, sigh. Great joy? Shen Yun raised an eyebrow at the bright red robe he wore, suddenly struck by realization. Is today my wedding day? From his memories, he learned that he was to wed the daughter of a wealthy merchant dealing in horses. This merchant, adept at navigating the nomadic and Liangzhou regions, boasted significant familial influence. In the past, such a match would have been far beneath the Marquisate, but with the Ling family's diminished status, seizing the opportunity was essential for resurgence. At that moment, a projection appeared before all time travelers. Countdown to chaos. 3 days, region, all territories surrounding Dacian. Amid a drought, nomadic tribes and other foreign entities have gathered armies to plunder the central plains for survival. Catastrophe. The era of chaos begins. The hunt for the central plains. Kind reminder, no one is to reveal their identity as a time traveler to the ancients. Any violations will result in sound suppression. Chaos. Many time travelers turned pale, especially the newcomers, who trembled in fear. Those at the edge of Dacian were in dire straits. With only 3 days to prepare, far too little time to withstand the onslaught of foreign armies. Even the most skilled warriors would falter without modern equipment. Even the time travelers deep within the central plains felt a wave of anxiety. This was no mere border skirmish. It was a hunt for dominance in the heart of the realm. Historically, war had led to widespread suffering and countless deaths. This was no trivial matter. Faction, southern barbarians. I become a southern monkey, attacking Dacian? Feels like walking a tightrope. Awkward. Faction, Turkic, seems like everyone's ID has been suppressed. Which puts me at ease. No need to elaborate. Let us concoct some gunpowder to send you on your way, ha ha ha. Faction, Dacian, you have gunpowder? So do we. We can fight it out. We are not afraid of you. Faction, southern barbarians. I'm still a time traveler, and my mission is to fight on the battlefield. Is there anyone from the Dacian military among us? Let us connect privately and find a place to discuss. So this is the era of chaos. Shen Yun and Apos, eyes narrowed. For others, this was indeed the end of days. However, Shen Yun, having undergone rigorous martial training under Ling Feng since childhood, was exceptionally skilled among his peers. His father's admonition to prioritize self-defense over literary prowess was not without foresight. At that moment, Shen Yun noticed a task related to his identity materializing before him. Identity Task 1. The 4 great joys of life. A joyous union. This task, Shen Yun pursed his lips. His current identity as the heir of the Marquis meant that subsequent tasks would likely pertain to his family. It was not his style to forfeit reward settlements due to personal grievances. 2 years' time. In that case, I shall establish a grand estate. A gleam of ambition sparkled in his eyes. In a time of chaos, pursuing romance was futile and meaningless. Yet, the present circumstances were different. Otherwise, his interests will be compromised. Should he depart, the Ling family would require an heir. Although Shen Yun's life projection had progressed rapidly, it was undeniable that he was born of Ling's mother after 10 months of gestation. His parents had showered him with care, and the warmth he felt was authentic. Not one to hesitate, Shen Yun resolved to set aside his burdens. Everything hinged on securing the reward. The old man, seeing Shen Yun's indecision, assumed he was shy, and with a cackle, he excused himself. The wedding night is a joyous occasion, and I, an unworthy servant, shall take my leave, ha ha. As the elder departed, Shen Yun shook his head with a smile, sending him off. Ling Fu, the steward of the Marquis for 3 generations, had lost his sons in battle. The elder, having lost 3 fingers on his right hand, commanded significant respect. Turning to face the door, Shen Yun took a deep breath and slowly pushed it open. The system had not yet activated, indicating that the environment was safe and devoid of immediate danger. Inside, Lin Yuran, seated on the bed, felt her heart race as she heard the door creak open. To marry at the outset of chaos, how daunting. Although she was the daughter of a prominent merchant in the county and her family held considerable power in the face of the Turkic invasion, her father still had a retreat. Yet, in this era of turmoil, venturing into foreign territories could lead to her being captured. With thoughts swirling, Lin Yuran tightened her grip on the scissors hidden in her sleeve. There would be no escape tonight, for this was the magistrate's residence. After much contemplation, she resolved to take action against this distant relative of the magistrate, Zhang Yukai. From her memories, he was well regarded in the county. Not only handsome and articulate, but also skilled in martial arts. Being related to the magistrate conferred him remarkable status. If she could persuade him, leveraging his background and her own connections in the time traveler chat group, perhaps they could secure their safety in this chaotic era. As for sharing a bed with Zhang Yukai, that was out of the question. Lin Yuran had already devised a plan to propose waiting 2 years until the situation stabilized before discussing anything further. By then, her own task would be complete, and she need not worry any longer. Chapter 32. The Cooperative Lin Yuran. Task completed. As of now, no one in Yinshan is aware of the Turkic intentions. My news alone is sufficient to instill fear in the ancients. Lin Yuran felt a sense of calm within. Given Zhang Youcai's demeanor and character, he would undoubtedly refrain from imposing his will upon her. As she observed a figure ahead, holding a jade rui and preparing to lift the red veil, Lin Yuran took a deep breath to steady her emotions. If the other party is a time traveler, the priority for both of us in this chaotic world is survival. Otherwise, she gripped the scissors tightly, mentally preparing for the worst outcome. The veil slowly began to rise. As Lin Yuran's vision cleared, she raised her bright eyes to behold a man clad in red. Upon seeing his extraordinarily handsome visage, her eyes widened in shock. It must be said, Zhang Yukai was indeed strikingly handsome. But why did he look so familiar? Is it you? Lin Yuran was astonished, her eyes sparkling with recognition. The leader of the wolf pack from 9527, the corpse king of Jiangnan City during the apocalypse? What a coincidence indeed. Shen Yun was also taken aback. This person was actually Lin Yuran, with whom he had traded for the physique-enhancing potion on the island. However, at that moment, Lin Yuran exhibited no signs of distress. On the contrary, on her wedding night, her delicate features were enhanced by her beauty, rendering her breathtakingly captivating. Her exquisite oval face glowed like jade, adorned with a hint of blush, making her look extraordinarily alluring. Beneath her picturesque willow-like brows, her bright eyes reflected his image, clear and luminous. Coupled with Lin Yuran's inherent intellectual grace, she effortlessly conveyed the aura of a gentle elder sister. My heavens! Lin Yuran excitedly stood up, her face alight with surprise as she gazed at Shen Yun. Am I truly to marry you? It was not the prospect of marrying Shen Yun that thrilled her, but rather the serendipity of encountering him. They had met on a few occasions. Although they were not intimately acquainted, they were familiar enough. Shen Yun's formidable prowess was evident. How could Lin Yuran not be elated? Shen Yun smiled as he sat on the bed, observing her. To be forthright, I have a task to fulfill regarding a joyous union. What do you say? A joyous union? Lin Yuran's eyes flickered. Upon seeing Shen Yun nod, her entire face flushed crimson, and she nervously averted her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. How embarrassing! She had not immediately rejected the idea, nor did she harbor any feelings of aversion. The tales of Shen Yun having slaughtered over 2 million survivors indeed instilled fear within her. Yet, he was also the one who had saved her life. With chaos on the horizon, her best reliance at present was Shen Yun. There were no other options. Let's consider this a task partnership. If there are similar relationships in other worlds, I will reach out to you for mutual benefit, Shen Yun said with a smile. This was his decision upon encountering Lin Yuran. If she were a local, he would endow her with a vast estate. Should she be a time traveler? As long as she refrained from causing trouble, Shen Yun would consider it a task completed. However, upon seeing Lin Yuran, he decided on a long-term collaboration. This would save him the trouble of selecting a partner, as those who had survived multiple apocalyptic events possessed deep cunning and intricate thoughts. Should he find a woman who might betray him, it would be a disastrous loss. Collaboration. Lin Yuran lightly bit her pink lips, contemplating. Having endured 2 apocalypses, she was acutely aware of how perilous it was for a beautiful woman in such times. Though she was formidable in reality, without continued traversal, she risked being surpassed. Establishing a task-team relationship with Shen Yun would yield more advantages than disadvantages. In an instant, Lin Yuran came to a decision. She took a deep breath, nodded, and spoke earnestly. All right, no problem. May our collaboration be fruitful. Shen Yun smiled calmly. After they added each other as friends, Lin Yuran finally learned Shen Yun's name. As she watched him extinguish a nearby candle, she hastily rose to pour drinks from the table. Let us first toast with a cup of wine. After all, this is a marriage task, and failure would be regrettable. This was merely her excuse. Her true intention was to find an opportunity to set down the scissors hidden in her sleeve. Seeing her prudence, Shen Yun also felt relieved. Before long, the two had finished their toast. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in Shen Yun's ears. Congratulations to the time traveler Shen Yun for completing the joyous union task. 5,000 measures of grain acquired. 5,000 measures of grain. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Shen Yun's eyes. This would be enough to feed thousands for over a month. In times of chaos, grain is paramount. There was no time to waste on purchases. Lin Yuran sat upright, tightening her sleeves as she softly inquired. Shen Yun, are you not the lord of Jiangnan City? Surely, finding someone to complete the task should be a simple matter for you. She believed that with Shen Yun's capabilities and his current status as the son of a marquis, this task would be effortless. It seems she still harbors some doubts. Shen Yun raised an eyebrow, directly sharing his task list with her, speaking in a calm tone. I believe my sincerity is evident. For the sake of the task, he could still provide some explanations. If this woman failed to recognize his goodwill, then he would have to reconsider. As Lin Yuran browsed the task list, sensing his impatience, she smiled sheepishly. I apologize. I was merely curious. Rest assured, I will cooperate fully. After all, I do not wish to perish. As long as you understand. Shen Yun replied, casting her a sidelong glance. He plucked a red date from the side and flicked it, extinguishing the lights in the room. Sleep now. If there are tasks, I will notify you. Shen Yun slowly lay down, closing his eyes. The following morning, as Shen Yun stepped out, he was greeted by a throng of maids bowing their heads as they entered the room. Outside, the elder Ling Fu smiled broadly and clasped his hands. Filled with emotion, young master, there is finally hope at home. The young master's significant life event has reached a small milestone. It is worth noting that the Ling family's main line has only Shen Yun remaining as a descendant. Now that the young marquis has finally wed, the burden on my shoulders as the steward of the Ling family for 3 generations has become much lighter. Chapter 33. Signing in for the 500,000 great snow dragon riders. Are you not afraid that I, Ling family, might perish without an heir? Shen Yun rolled his eyes. Bah, what a thing to say. The old servant chuckled, revealing his toothless grin. The chaos has arrived. Such is the reality. Yet to speak it outright feels rather unseemly. Ling Fu leaned closer and whispered, Young master, news of the Turkic invasion reached Shan County this morning. Turmoil has begun. Do you intend to confiscate the horses and grain from those wealthy merchants? Or what? Shan County is still a fair distance from a border. Granting them a bit of time. This old fellow speaks of plundering. It is indeed to Shen Yun's taste in these tumultuous times. He pondered briefly, then shook his head and replied softly, Those who can conduct business on the borders must possess considerable backing. They are but small fish, yielding little profit. Uncle Fu, seal off Shan County. Do not let anyone leave. In 2 days, the final trump card my father left for me should arrive. Upon hearing this, Ling Fu's stooped figure suddenly straightened, his eyes glimmering with vigor, dispelling any hint of frailty. The imposing elder gazed intently at Shen Yun, his voice trembling. Young master. You mean to say that the master has left a trump card? As the most trusted aide of the Ling family, how could there be something he is unaware of? And a card that Lord Ling Feng never utilized until his death, yet reserved for the young lord. Incredible. Excitement, anxiety, confusion, and doubt surged within the old man, rendering him overwhelmed with emotions. Shen Yun nodded with a faint smile. My father once said that this trump card would only be used in times of chaos. It seems he had foreseen this day. Lord, Ling Fu, recalling the feather fan and silk cap of that illustrious Ling family genius, was suddenly moved to tears. Host, there is no need to address the system as, I curse your ancestors. Shen Yun's expression darkened as he assisted the elder out of the courtyard. When the county office posted a notice forbidding anyone from leaving the city, an uproar erupted at the city gates. I am Li from the Jianzhou Li family. Open the gates at once. An overweight old man on a carriage shouted in fury. If we don't leave now, we will surely die here. Indeed, I see your Shan County is plotting rebellion. How dare you detain so many wealthy merchants? Open the gates immediately. If you do not comply, the Qing family from my region will cease to come to Liangzhou. And can you, a mere county magistrate, bear the consequences? I advise you to act wisely. Otherwise, I shall report this to the Liangzhou governor, and your position may be at risk. The crowd roared in agreement. Many fanned the flames, claiming that the Turkic would first strike Shan County, inciting panic among the people. Yet, faced with the wrath of hundreds, the guards at the city gate raised their hands and bellowed, within the span of a tea break. Anyone daring to approach the city gates within 50 paces shall be executed. As the words fell, the soldiers atop the gate drew their bows, aiming directly at the crowd. Back to the city, go to another gate. The wealthy merchants urged their attendants to turn around quickly. Military orders are absolute. It appears County Magistrate Cheng Dong is resolute in preventing their exit. He claims that within 3 days, the Imperial Vanguard will arrive, instructing them to await orders within the city. Coupled with the Imperial Edict posted atop the city, no one dared to defy the Imperial authority. These merchants approached the gates merely to test their luck, for none wished to be slaughtered by the Turkic. Yet, none could have imagined that this so-called imperial decree was fabricated by Ling Fu. Inside the magistrate's courtyard, the old man sighed. There is no imperial army coming. By the time they reach Liangzhou, it will likely be in chaos. Cheng Dong looked helplessly at the elder sipping tea. Ling Fu glanced at him sideways. Your family has all been secretly sent out of Shan County. What? Now you regret not being able to die? Cheng Dong smiled bitterly. What does it matter if I die for the Marquis house? But the young lord is here with me. If anything happens to him, how shall I face the Marquis? This statement nearly implored the old fellow to reveal his plans. Otherwise, given the current defensive strength of Shan County, even if they were Ling family elite troops, they could hold the city. But entrusting those from the rivers and lakes with escorting the Marquis' heir would be far too perilous. If not now, then when? To be frank, Uncle Fu was somewhat speechless. He had been inquiring about Shen Yun for ages without any clear answer. However, having watched Shen Yun grow up, he knew that the young master would not have lost his mind at this moment. Could it be that I wish for the young lord to come a harm? Ling Fu shot him a glance. You should focus on calming the citizens within the city, keep a close watch on the gates, and do not worry about anything else. Sigh. Very well. As time passed, a restless atmosphere spread throughout Shan County. For 3 consecutive days, the people in the city received no news of any imperial reinforcements. When they inquired with the magistrate, the only reply was, "Just wait a little longer." Had it not been for the guards executing several instigators, they might have stormed the gates. Outside the city, a considerable number of refugees began to gather. Yet, the gates of Shan County remained firmly shut, leaving many in despair. The Turkic have launched their attack, and tens of thousands of cavalry are surging into Liangzhou. With the gates barred, once the cavalry arrives, these people could only await their demise. But where could they flee? Without the city's defenses, they would likely be cut down on the road by the Turkic cavalry. Suddenly, several soldiers atop the wall spotted a vast number of people fleeing from the north. The Turkic cavalry is coming. The refugees outside the city, upon hearing the cries from behind, turned pale with fright. "Open the gates. The Turkic are here. Officials, save us." The lamentations melded into a singular chorus. Not only did the refugees outside the city feel despair, but those within also wore expressions of dismay. The Turkic had indeed arrived, yet the imperial reinforcements had not. This signified that Shan County would pay a heavy price to hold its ground. In an instant, shadows of death loomed over everyone. On the city wall, Magistrate Cheng Dong gazed at the billowing dust on the horizon, signed to Shen Yun beside him. "By my estimation, there are over 10,000 cavalry. Does the young lord intend for Shan County to hold out for several days?" 3 days of silence has stoked even Cheng Dong's deep-seated anxieties. All present were loyal to the Ling family, with no outsiders among them. Everyone fixed their gaze on Shen Yun, whose face remained calm as he stared ahead. Yet, his handsome visage bore no hint of turmoil, nor did he respond to Cheng Dong's inquiry. Just then, several perceptive individuals suddenly heard a deep rumbling sound. Boom! Boom boom! A series of thunderous noises erupted from the east. Ling Fu was the first to turn towards the sound, his aged eyes filled with uncertainty. The others, reacting slightly slower, also turned their gazes eastward. As a wall of dust rose against the sky, hundreds of soldiers' pupils dilated, and they shouted, "It is cavalry!" Such an immense cloud of dust must number at least 50,000. Could it be another wave of Turkic forces? What shall we do now? Yet, amidst the crowd, Ling Fu's beard trembled as golden light sparkled in his eyes. Cheng Dong and the others suddenly turned to Shen Yun, only to see a faint smile gracing his lips. "Why must we hold our ground?" As he spoke, he strode confidently to the front of the war drum on the city wall and proclaimed, "I will, within a month, sweep away the Turkic. Ding! 500,000 great snow dragon riders are prepared. Please give the order, host." As the prompt echoed, Shen Yun raised the drumstick and struck the war drum. Bellowing, "Charge forth. Let the horses trample the world." Chapter 34. The Fall of the Turks. Chang'an in turmoil boom. The earth trembles, and the city shakes. It resembles the upheaval of a dragon, startling the citizens both inside and outside the city. On the city wall, everyone gazes in horror at a white snow line approaching from the east, darting like a swimming dragon. The Turkic cavalry is taken aback. Yet, as they turn their horses to flee, a silver wave surges forth from the dragon riders, crashing directly into the Turkic forces. The 1,000 vanguard cavalry charge in like tigers into a flock of sheep, scattering the Turkic riders within mere moments. They then unleash a merciless slaughter, utterly unmatched. The Turkic cavalry has no power to retaliate at all. Witnessing such terrifying combat prowess, the elder Ling Fu trembles, while others are entranced. Staring blankly at the more than 100,000 cavalry outside the city, standing like ice sculptures. Even from this distance, the crowd atop the city wall can feel the terrifying aura radiating from these horsemen, although the main force remains stationary. Their piercing gazes cause the hairs on the backs of the onlookers to stand on end. Even the experts from the Marquis' residence feel a chill run down their spines when locking eyes with such elite soldiers. Danger, utterly perilous. This thought rises from the depths of everyone's heart. With such cavalry in hand, the world is bound to change hands. It becomes clear that the Marquis harbors ambitions for the entire realm. Ling Fu sighs deeply. As an elder of the Ling family, he struggles to comprehend Ling Feng's intentions, suddenly feeling a wave of desolation wash over him. No wonder the young Marquis said, "This is a trump card to be employed in times of chaos." In the elder's view, the impending turmoil might also be a grand gift from Marquis Ling Feng to the one seated upon the dragon throne in Chang'an. At this moment, the refugees outside the city finally regain their composure. Everyone is overwhelmed with emotion, tears of excitement welling up as they dance with joy. We won. We have triumphed. Such powerful cavalry. The court's reinforcements have arrived. Thank goodness for the court, thinking of us in the northern lands, sob, sob, sob. These praises ignite a fire within the flustered Fu Bo. This is the army of his young master. What does the court have to do with it? Just then, as the cavalry finishes slaughtering the Turks and enters the grand formation, all the great snow dragon riders rise to their feet. When the hooves of their steeds hit the ground, an earth-shattering roar erupts. Boom! The tremendous sound instantly overwhelms the cheers of the refugees outside the city. Then, "Presented my lord." This unified shout is like a clap of thunder, leaving the people inside and outside the city dumbfounded. As they gaze at the resolute cavalry, Shen Yun is filled with fervor, his blood surging with ambition. From this day forth, I shall make this world aware of the might of the dragon riders. Indeed, this is the unparalleled iron cavalry that Shen Yun signed in this morning. 500,000 great snow dragon riders. However, today only 20,000 have been summoned. The remaining 30,000 remain unutilized. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough space to accommodate them all. Go! The commanding voice reverberates across the fields. Shen Yun smiles and nods, turning to the still-stunned Cheng Dong, saying, "County Magistrate Cheng, let the wealthy merchants within the city come out to witness this unparalleled iron cavalry. I want them to prepare ample supplies, or else let them contemplate the consequences. Fu Bo, prepare a fine steed for me. Wait, young Marquis, are you personally heading into battle?" Fu Bo's tone is somewhat hesitant. "Indeed, my decision is made." Shen Yun waves his hand, interrupting the elder's counsel, and looks at the surrounding people, their eyes gleaming with golden light, standing tall and proud, smiling. "You shall accompany me into battle, and we shall see if the Turks possess enough riches. Whoever seizes it shall claim it." These individuals have loyally supported him through thick and thin. This opportunity is perfect to reward everyone. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Marquis. Thank you for your generosity. The crowd beams with excitement, disregarding the fuming Ling Fu, as they rush to prepare the horses. Meanwhile, upon the city wall, a blood-red flag is raised, embroidered with the character Ling. With such a formidable cavalry present, the young Marquis's identity no longer requires concealment. Below the city, a throng of citizens looks on in fear at the cavalry formation not far away. Even the seasoned representatives of various factions display expressions of astonishment. The steeds are all clear-eyed, their bodies robust and powerful. The riders upon them are not to be underestimated. Merely observing their aura reveals they are battle-hardened elites. No one expected that this distant relative of County Magistrate Cheng Dong would be the son of the iron-blooded Marquis Ling Feng. It is truly unimaginable. There are rumors that His Majesty has been searching for him. Now that the young Marquis has emerged with these 20,000 cavalry, it seems. The speaker hastily falls silent, their gaze filled with uncertainty. At this moment, County Magistrate Cheng Dong steps out from the city gate, smiling as he addresses the gathered wealthy merchants. "My young master has mentioned he is in need of some provisions. Might any of you have good suggestions?" Upon hearing this, the eyes of the crowd light up. Need provisions? It seems this is a declaration of allegiance. My Li family from Jinzhou has a batch of grain, but we have no means to sell it. Haha, my Qing family from Yuanzhou is indeed a major grain trader. Watching the wealthy merchants swarm around Cheng Dong, Shen Yun atop the city wall smiles at Lin Yuran. "I will leave 2,000 cavalry behind. You shall follow Fu Bo's arrangements. He is an old hand at this." "Ah, I didn't expect your identity to be that of a Marquis' son." Lin Yuran gazes at him in disbelief. The iron-blooded Marquis is renowned, even as someone like her from the border regions. This man is the greatest intelligence chief of Dakian, holding countless secrets and resources. The 20,000 great snow dragon riders are undoubtedly the best testament to this. At this moment, Lin Yuran feels immensely fortunate for choosing to collaborate with Shen Yun. Compared to those who have already begun to fight, facing death, she considers herself incredibly lucky. Lin Yuran softly advises, "Be careful. If the situation becomes dire, leave early." In these 3 days, the two have spent most of their time working indoors. Their relationship has certainly grown less distant than it was initially. "Ha, you two." As soldiers approach with armor, Shen Yun steps forward to don his gear. Before long, clad in blood-red battle armor and wielding a long spear, Shen Yun rides forth on his steed to stand before the great snow dragon riders, proclaiming loudly, "Let us head to the grasslands and eradicate the Turks. Annihilate the Turks. Annihilate the Turks. Annihilate the Turks." Amidst the deafening roars, the dragon riders, under everyone's gaze, depart in waves. A month later, Chang'an City. Make way. Urgent news from 800 miles. The citizens queuing at the city gate, upon hearing loud shouts and the thundering of hooves behind them, quickly move aside without a second thought. They fear yet another defeat from some distant battle. One citizen gazing at the 5 war horses, lamenting helplessly. With the sudden outbreak of war, Dacian is indeed engaged in multiple fronts, suffering more losses than victories. This leaves the populace deeply concerned. Recently, numerous reports of defeats have emerged. Perhaps we have one this time. Sigh, I've heard that many exceptional soldiers have emerged among the barbarians. Even the old generals in the court are no match for them. What shall we do? Urgent news from 800 miles. 5 war horses dash through the city gate with remarkable speed. Among them, a rider delivering news leaves the citizens both inside and outside the gate in stunned silence. A great victory! A great victory! The Turks have been annihilated. Khan Imu has been slain. The iron-blooded Marquis's eldest son, Ling Chun, personally led the army to eradicate the Turks. The sound of hooves gradually fades away. The pedestrians on both sides of the street awkwardly retract their gazes, exchanging bewildered glances with one another. Among all the forces attacking Dacian, the Turks undoubtedly rank among the top 3. But this formidable figure from the vast grasslands, who had harassed Qian for many years, was actually vanquished. It is said that he was annihilated by someone. An elder struck the face of the young man beside him with a resounding slap, unable to confirm the news. The young man, in a daze, replied, Yes, it seems. He was indeed annihilated. A grand victory. A grand victory? Everyone trembled with excitement, their faces alight with joy. The Turks were defeated. Boom! In that instant, the entire city of Chang'an erupted in fervent celebration. Chapter 35. The horse tramples the borders, shocking the world. Within the Golden Throne Hall, Zhao Mushua gazed incredulously at the battle report in her hands. This document had been jointly submitted by the governor of Liangzhou and various generals. Beside the messenger cavalry, there lay a wooden box containing the severed head of Yimit Khan and his sword. 200,000 elite cavalry, and they have annihilated the Turks. Zhao Mushua's eyes were filled with disbelief. In her view, only the astute and iron-willed Duke Lingfeng of Ur could have discreetly stationed such a formidable force within Dacian. Setting aside the report, she addressed the civil and military officials present. Esteemed ministers, do you have any opinions? The murmurs of the assembled crowd fell silent. After a brief moment, Zhao Zhan from the Ministry of Revenue stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, the Turks are undoubtedly vanquished. But how many of those 200,000 elite cavalry remain? No one knows. Zhao Zhan was a pivotal figure from Zhao Mushua's maternal family. Her ability to ascend to the throne at such a young age was not solely due to Lingfeng's support, but also the backing of the royal family and her maternal kin. Unfortunately, Lingfeng's overwhelming power had made it difficult for even the royal family and the Zhao clan to escape his ruthless grasp. Although Zhao Mushua reaped the benefits, this left behind a potential crisis. Zhao Zhan's words echoed the doubts shared by the assembly. With such a powerful cavalry force, how many remained? It was crucial to remember that the Ling family had been subjected to a royal purge. The number of cavalry at their disposal was their foremost concern. It was likely that only a handful remained, especially considering the Turks had amassed an army of 1 million. Though this number may not be exact, It was not to be underestimated. He could also recruit many Turkic cavalry. This young man had bided his time for years, and now, with a mere show of force, he had obliterated the Turks, indicating he had long been prepared. Caution was warranted. The hall erupted into fervent discussion. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Muxiue spoke calmly. Let us discuss the rewards for Liangzhou. We shall send someone to probe further. If he dares to act against the court, his ambitions will be laid bare. Testing the waters is one thing. If we can win Ling Chun over to the court, that would be the wisest course of action. Everyone is aware of this. Even if Liangzhou exhausts its military strength, it would only benefit the court, not harm it. The hall was once again engulfed in intense debate. The prowess of the great snow dragon cavalry was undeniably unmatched. Within a month, the vast Turkish territory was utterly destroyed, and the royal family was entirely massacred. Upon hearing this news, the wealthy merchants were quick to redouble their efforts, sending provisions and supplies to Liangzhou. Although some regions faced governmental restrictions, the seasoned merchants had various undisclosed means of transport. Shen Yun had left 100,000 dragon cavalry in the Turkish territories and led his forces in an indiscriminate cleansing of the nomadic tribes surrounding Liangzhou and the Turks. The proud cavalry of the steppes could hardly mount a defense against the dragon cavalry. Their formidable strength caused the nomadic tribes to flee, some even retreating deep into the mountains of their ancestral lands. Wherever the dragon cavalry passed, the border cities opened their gates without hesitation. Any city that dared to remain closed would face Shen Yun's wrath, and the defenders would meet a grim fate. Within just 8 months, the northern front was secured. Such accomplishments were nothing short of terrifying. It is noteworthy that the north was home to numerous nomadic tribes, yet under the might of the Iron Cavalry, they posed no resistance. Several powerful nomadic nations were completely annihilated. The world was astounded. Moreover, His Majesty of Dakian conferred upon him the title of Duke of National Defense. At such a young age, he was truly an unparalleled figure in history. This left many traversers from foreign lands speechless. Liangzhou Turkic tribe Liang Jingshan. This iron-willed duke is absolutely extraordinary. What a powerful start. Liangzhou Khitan tribe Ma Sanlian. So, the notion that all men are created equal is utter nonsense. He began as a top-tier noble, with deep-rooted advantages and extraordinary luck. While we struggle with meager rations, he feasts on succulent abalone. There is no comparison. Liangzhou Jurchen tribe Li Dakai. What nonsense about the Jurchens being invincible. We couldn't even match the great snow dragon cavalry, losing 3-1. Who propagated that myth? Liangzhou Ruren tribe Hali Kesh. Chieftain, thankfully, I was wise enough to surrender at the outset. The iron-willed duke is truly righteous. He even provided us with provisions. In another year, we can return home. How delightful. Liangzhou Xiongnu tribe Alice. Why was I born near Huaxia? I would rather be in ancient Rome than suffer here. Woe is me. The allegiance of so many tribes to Liangzhou could only be described as a remarkable feat in a luxurious estate courtyard. Shen Yun closed the chat window and reclined languidly on a bamboo chair, feigning sleep. After 8 continuous months, aside from the time spent resting, he had been on the move. Although he had not spent much time on the battlefield, the intensity of the marches was exhausting. Fortunately, he had 500,000 great snow dragon cavalry to rotate. Seeing this, Lin Yuran, seated behind him, gently pressed his temples, easing the tension accumulated over recent times. Her abdomen had begun to swell. In a month or 2, she would give birth. When Shen Yun returned to Liangzhou, aside from fighting, he had been diligently with Lin Yuran. Heaven had rewarded their efforts, and she was finally with child. With the enhancement of bloodline, Lin Yuran found herself harboring a peculiar affection for the young man, whose complexion was dark and bore the signs of hardship. Though their relationship was one of partnership, affection often blossomed in the quietude of time. Noticing Shen Yun's eyes flutter open, Lin Yuran smiled softly. What are your plans next? Once the child is born, we shall see how the tasks unfold. Shen Yun turned over, playfully touching Lin Yuran's belly, chuckling. Do you not find it curious? Here I am, only 21, yet back in reality, merely 18. Huh, to be a father so soon? For Shen Yun, It was indeed remarkable. However, Lin Yuran felt a pang of bittersweetness as she grasped his hand, her tone forlorn. If I give birth to this child, how could I bear to part with him? The trials of 10 months of pregnancy were indeed arduous. Observing her reddened eyes, it was clear that maternal instincts were beginning to swell within her. Shen Yun rose and laughed. Let us consider it a real-life game quest. Overthinking is futile. I must attend to the court's emissaries. All right, you go ahead. Lin Yuran replied with a radiant smile. She understood that both of them were traversers, but the child was not and could not return to reality. Yet, she was not as carefree as Shen Yun. This highlighted the vastness of Shen Yun's heart. At least your father has laid a vast foundation for you. Lin Yuran tenderly caressed her abdomen. As Shen Yun's closest companion and privy to the iron-willed Duke's highest secrets, she was aware that the origins of the great snow dragon cavalry were shrouded in mystery. Limited by their understanding, Fu Bo and the others would only assume they were remnants of Duke Lingfeng's power. However, Lin Yuran believed that they might also be a reward for Traverser's quests. Regardless, this unreliable father had at least bequeathed a legacy to the child. Alas, my child will grow up without father or mother. Perhaps I should find a father and mother among the Ling family for him. Lin Yuran wiped her tears and beckoned to a nearby maid. The ever-watchful maid, Chui hurried over with the other maids, speaking gently. Madam, shall we return to your chamber to rest? This beautiful woman was the most important person in the estate, second only to the head of the household. She carried the bloodline of a duke. Seeing her melancholy demeanor, the maids feared that the couple had quarreled, their hearts racing with anxiety. Lin Yuran stood and smiled. Yes, assist me back to my room. Prepare some chicken soup. Look at how thin he is. He needs to replenish his strength. Oh, what a false alarm. Chui and the others breathed a silent sigh of relief, carefully assisting her. Madam, please take your time and watch your step on the stairs. Chapter 36. The Siege of Chang'an, the Execution of the Empress. Inside the Grand Hall, upon seeing Shen Yun approaching from outside, the 17 eunuchs gathered around the strategist greeted him as if he were their long-lost father. Oh my, Duke Ling, you have finally arrived. Duke, this old servant has been waiting for you for half a year. The Emperor has been thinking of you every day, seeing you so lively. He can surely sleep soundly tonight. It was evident that the court had elevated Shen Yun's status. The group of eunuchs chattered incessantly, creating an unbearable noise. Shen Yun waved his hand and took a seat at the head of the table, surveying the crowd. I do not wish to hear idle talk. State your purpose directly. After a moment of glancing at one another, an elder eunuch clasped his hands and replied with a smile. I report to you, Duke. His Majesty has appointed you as the Grand General, commanding the entire army of Diqian to eradicate the invading nations surrounding us. Moreover, your wife has been elevated to the status of a first-rank lady, with the authority to educate the offspring of all officials. Furthermore, he continued, the prowess of your cavalry is known throughout the realm. The officials wish for outstanding young men from the army to study under your guidance, allowing you to mentor the finest talents. The court will also provide ample resources, ensuring you have no worries. Is that all? Shen Yun leaned back in his chair, a faint smile gracing his lips as he regarded the anxious elder eunuch. You do not mention Zhao Mushua, who murdered my parents and annihilated my family. Not a word. Thud. Upon hearing this, the elder eunuch's expression changed drastically, and he fell to his knees. The younger eunuchs, sensing the murderous intent radiating from Shen Yun's eyes, went pale and fainted on the spot. His disdain for the court's rewards was palpable, signifying that the renowned tiger of Liangzhou might very well lay siege to Chang'an. This was tantamount to rebellion. How could they not be terrified? As Shen Yun stood to leave, even the elder eunuch leading the group could no longer maintain his composure, wailing, Duke, if the world were at peace, His Majesty would still bestow upon you the title of a royal of a different surname. Duke, we are merely envoys. Please spare our lives. A royal of a different surname? Shen Yun scoffed, exiting the grand hall while waving his hand. Kill them all. Zhao Mushue's words were largely superficial. Even if she offered something substantial, it would hardly catch Shen Yun's eye at this point. Having plundered so many foreign tribes, Shen Yun's resources had reached an unimaginable level. Indeed, being granted a title and status would be ideal. However, the enmity of family slaughter and the hatred of annihilation cannot be exchanged for mere status. Behind him, two masters of the martial arts, their eyes gleaming with excitement, dashed into the hall. This signified that the power of the realm was about to change hands. Those of them born from humble beginnings were elated at the prospect of becoming favored subjects. "Duke, do not misjudge the situation," they cautioned. "Once rebellion commences, the hearts of the people will scatter." 2 months later, Lin Yuan gave birth to a son. The entire Liangzhou was adorned with lights and celebrations, especially within the manor. Regardless of status, everyone wore joyous expressions. The Ling family had a successor. Shen Yun's current strength, coupled with the promise of future support, was the focal point of excitement for all. Especially after the envoy from the palace was executed, many began to entertain the thought, is the master to become the emperor? With the birth of the young master, he might very well be the crown prince in the future. Now, those within the manor wished to catch a glimpse of the young lord, not only as a source of bragging rights, but also as an object of envy. Moreover, many young men who had accompanied Shen Yun and Fu Bo on their journey began to take wives, engaging fervently with them each night. No need to elaborate. Becoming the crown prince's attendants was a certainty. This realization dawned upon them, thanks to Fu Bo's guidance. The master is indeed the master, they mused. Otherwise, how could he have served the Ling family for 3 generations? Including the young master, that makes 4. Having an elder in the family is akin to possessing a treasure. Now, Fu Bo was truly the master. The old man seldom left the manor, focusing on health, practicing martial arts, and conditioning his body, all while hoping to prolong his life to protect the young master. As the spring festival approached, Liangzhou was filled with joy. Yet, for those still mired in turmoil, with marauding barbarians wreaking havoc, who could celebrate the new year? Simply having enough to eat was a blessing. In the spring of the following year, having completed his preparations, Shen Yun personally led his troops southward. Initially, he encountered considerable resistance, for news of his rebellion had spread far and wide. The appearance of the great snow dragon riders was shrouded in mystery, leading many to label him as a celestial star descended upon the world. However, in the face of absolute strength, all schemes proved futile. In just 2 months' time, 150,000 great snow dragon riders besieged Chang'an, seated upon a magnificent white steed. Clad in blood-red armor, Shen Yun gazed at the walls of Chang'an ahead, bellowing, "Zhao Muxiue, if the city gates are not opened within 10 breaths, I shall massacre every man and woman of Diqian within." Massacre! The roar of 100,000 dragon riders echoed, causing the faces of those atop the city walls to blanch. At this moment, further words were futile. Everyone turned to the calm woman standing at the center. With a creaking sound, before Zhao Muxiue could issue a command, the city gates swung open. She turned to look around, finding that none of the ministers dared to meet her gaze, and she could not help but chuckle, shaking her head. "If he dares to kill me, what reason do you think he would have to spare you?" Those who have opposed the iron-blooded marquis. Upon uttering these words, some panicked while others remained indifferent. Yet, for the sake of their lives, even if it meant bearing the name of traitors, they were willing to take a chance. As for the loyal subjects of Diqian, they had long been captured by this group. Ignoring the crowd, Zhao Muxiue fixed her gaze on Shen Yun below and declared loudly, "The iron-blooded marquis once allowed me to bear you a son, to inherit Diqian. Duke, you are aware of this matter, are you not?" "What? This is news to us." The surrounding ministers turned pale, their hearts racing with fear. As the emperor of Diqian, Zhao Muxiue would never lie. Thus, this matter must be true. What made them anxious was that Duke Ling sought to seize control of Diqian, silencing the ministers and the whispers of the realm. The only way to gain the hearts of the people would be to marry Zhao Muxiue. After all, rebellion is looked down upon by the world. Otherwise, even if he obtained the realm, he would be ostracized by the clans that had benefited from Diqian, even if Shen Yun were most unwilling. The worst outcome would be to place Zhao Muxiue's royal bloodline in the cold palace after she gave birth. However, such an outcome would still be catastrophic for those present who had betrayed the emperor. They would undoubtedly face Zhao Muxiue's wrath. Realizing this, many ministers immediately fell to the ground, crying out in despair, "Your Majesty, please forgive this old servant for being momentarily bewitched. I beseech you to show mercy for the sake of my loyalty. In light of the devotion I have shown, I hope for your leniency, Your Majesty. This matter has nothing to do with me. I was also deceived." In an instant, the ministers atop the city wall wept sorrowfully, pleading for mercy. It was no wonder she remained so composed. She had this trump card. "Humph, before I lose my power, I shall settle accounts with each of you." Zhao Mushue's eyes glinted with cold light. She would not become the emperor. However, once she bore a son, with the support of her maternal clan and the royal family, she might still have a chance to ascend as empress. Hearing that the duke's wife, Lin Yuran, was pure-hearted and devoid of scheming, she believed that if she maintained a good relationship with her, coupled with her own beauty and assisted Shen Yun diligently, she could redeem herself. Yet, to hand over such a vast empire, at least it will remain within the royal bloodline. May the ancestors below not blame Mushue. Zhao Mushue sighed inwardly as she surveyed the group of traitors. Then, her gaze shifted to the blood-clad figure among the army below. But the next moment, her pupils constricted, and disbelief filled her gaze as she stared at Shen Yun. Whoosh! An arrow was released from the bowstring, hurtling towards her with ferocious speed. Why? Thud! The powerful arrow pierced through Zhao Mushue's skull. Shen Yun lowered his longbow, surveying the chaos among the hundreds on the city wall. His voice icy. "Slay all the warriors and scholars above." Immediately, the ground trembled as tens of thousands of cavalry charged into Chang'an City. Chapter 37. Little One, good luck. Upon entering the city, the dragon riders unleashed a brutal massacre. All royal family members, and those who opposed Shen Yun and the former iron-blooded marquis, were executed without mercy. For a full 10 days, the streets of Chang'an ran red with blood, instilling fear in every heart. After cleansing Chang'an, the dragon riders dispersed across the realm, commencing the capture of rebels in other regions with astonishing speed. Even in places where gunpowder was produced, it was insufficient to contend with the dragon riders. Meanwhile, the southern barbarians, sensing the impending doom, retreated into their lairs. In an instant, the underworld fell silent. Ling Fu and others believed that Shen Yun's bloodlust was excessive and advocated for a policy of appeasement to stabilize the realm. Yet only Lin Yuran understood the urgency of their situation. If given enough time, Shen Yun would undoubtedly realize the strategy of boiling frogs in warm water. However, upon deciding to attack Chang'an, he returned home that night, playing with his son, little Hu Tu. The vague utterance of daddy and the innocent grin on his child's face stirred a complex mix of emotions within him. Thus, Shen Yun disregarded the counsel of Fu Bo and others, opting to eliminate all obstacles with utmost expediency. Fortunately, the dragon riders possessed autonomous awareness, not merely programmed automatons. Such a formidable force, in the age of cold weapons, could at least ensure the safety of little Hu Tu. As for whether he could ascend to the throne peacefully, that remained a matter of fate. In the palace, Shen Yun sat regally, while Lin Yuran cradled her sleeping son, scrutinizing the couple before her. The man and woman, around 30 years of age, hailed from a branch of the Ling family. After a year of surveillance, it was evident that despite their impoverished existence, they were kind-hearted and honest individuals. They had met the family head and matriarch, and the couple bowed respectfully, acutely aware that they stood before the ruler of the great Qian dynasty. Although they were the heads of their family, an invisible pressure emanated from Shen Yun, rendering them exceedingly nervous. The tales of slaughtering nomads, sweeping across lands, bloodily purging Chang'an, and personally executing the empress loomed like myths. The Ling family regarded their head as a celestial being, an extraordinary figure beyond their reach. Shen Yun set down his teacup and smiled, gesturing for them to sit. Good. Then, the man eagerly nodded and took a seat beside his wife. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Yun turned to the man and said, Wan San, I wish to place little Hu Tu in your care, and your family shall reside in the imperial city. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Ling Wan San's eyes widened in shock and fear. Once he regained his composure, his face turned pale, and he knelt before Shen Yun, exclaiming, Oh, my lord, Are you seeking my son's life? I am not capable of raising the young master. In ancient times, fostering a child was common, yet it typically occurred due to starvation or prolonged journeys. They were in no position to raise the child of a divine being. My wife and I plan to travel the world. It's settled, Shen Yun stated firmly, not wishing to dwell on the matter. He called for Fu Bo and departed the grand hall alongside Lin Yuran. Seeing Ling Wan, San, nearly lifeless on the ground, Ling Fu's frustration boiled over. He kicked Ling Wan, San, and scolded. Can you not be more ambitious? With us watching over the young master, how could anything go wrong? Just keep him safe until he can remember. Ling Fu held a significant position within the Ling family, commanding great respect. His words prompted Ling Wan, San to promptly rise. Clutching the old man's hand tightly, his voice trembling, is what you say true? Fu Bo, please do not frighten me, or my mother will surely haunt you in dreams. You rascal. Ling Fu's face flushed, and he slapped Ling Wan, San on the head. Quit your nonsense. Enjoy the blessings while you have them. Do not speak of this to outsiders. Keep it to yourself. Huh, it is all thanks to you. Ling Wan, San replied, relieved, and hurriedly led his dazed wife away. Once they were outside, his wife, still in shock, looked at Ling Wan, San and asked, Wan San, Fu Bo, and your mother? Ling Wan San gazed upward, reminiscing. It's an old story. My father passed away early, and Fu Bo often came to care for us. Over time, he grew close to my mother, so do not speak of it carelessly. 3 days later, as Ling Wan San and his wife departed with little Hutu, Lin Yuran could no longer suppress her sorrow. She buried her face in Shen Yun's embrace and whispered, How will I live without you? Shen Yun felt a hollow ache in his heart and gently patted her back, murmuring reassurances. Once we return, all sensations will diminish. Do not worry. After traversing to another world, returning to reality meant that their powers, abilities, and life experiences would fade significantly. Most travelers opted for training upon their return to regain their skills and memories. How easy it sounds. My poor Hutu has lost his parents since childhood. If anything were to happen to him, I would rather die. Lin Yuran lamented, tears soaking Shen Yun's garment. Shen Yun could only comfort her, feeling the same sorrow, for this was his own flesh and blood. Yet the birth of little Hutu was also meant to preserve the Ling family's legacy. Little one, good luck, Shen Yun said, gathering Lin Yuran's trembling form. The birth of little Hutu signifies the continuation of the Ling family and Apos' legacy. They need him to uphold their honor, and nothing will happen to him. Suddenly, a prompt echoed in the ears of all travelers. Warm reminder. The ancient chaotic era has come to an end. Survivors will commence transportation in 10 seconds. Upon hearing the prompt, Lin Yuran took a deep breath and entered the house with Shen Yun, closing the door behind them. We need to keep in touch in the real world, she instinctively asked Shen Yun. After 2 years together, she had been utterly captivated by this powerful man. Who would not admire a hero who conquered the world? Over time, her heart had become irrevocably his. Shen Yun looked down at her tear-streaked face and gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, speaking in an unusually soft tone, perhaps upon our return. The bond between us will fade. These words struck Lin Yuran like a sharp dagger, leaving her breathless. Stumbling, she instinctively grasped Shen Yun's hand. Looking up at him with a bittersweet smile, if only I could be as composed as you. Seeing the glimmering tears in her eyes, filled with reluctance and profound affection, Shen Yun wiped away her tears and teased, perhaps once you have more children, you will find it easier to remain calm. This remark jolted Lin Yuran from her sorrow, her cheeks flushing as she clenched her fists and playfully struck him. You, who said anything about having children? Oh, have you turned against me? Shen Yun raised an eyebrow, mimicking her breathless tone. Quickly, let's have a plump little boy. Shen Yun, Lin Yuran exclaimed in a mix of embarrassment and fury, stamping her feet and letting out a piercing scream. After a considerable time, Fu Bo, preparing the meal, noticed the couple's absence. Upon returning to the courtyard, he was astonished to find them missing. On the table, only a letter remained. It was a joint message from the two. Fu Bo, I am leaving. Little Hutu is entrusted to you. May my son, Ling Tian, achieve greatness. Do not spoil him. Let him remember to seek out the dragon riders. Each of the 5 Dragon Rider guards commands an army of 100,000, possessing the authority to guide him. As for those merchants who fund the military, they should not profit excessively. A mere fleeting reputation suffices. Lin Yuran remarked, Fu Bo, in the Fenghui Lane of Liangzhou, I entrusted you to purchase a house, within which lies a birthday gift for Tian'er to be presented each year until he turns 20. The content flowed abundantly across 25 pages, all pertaining to the young Hu Tu. In contrast, Shen Yun merely provided a brief overview of the state of the Qian. Lin Yuran's notes were sporadic, clearly reflecting profound sorrow. I hope my son can be mindful of the common people, Ling Chen expressed. I only wish for my son to remain safe and sound, Lin Yuran added. There was a fear that the young master might resent them for leaving such a significant burden upon him. Fu Bo's voice trembled with emotion as he wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes, carefully and reverently placing the papers into his bosom. In truth, the elderly man had long harbored suspicions regarding the origins of his young master's formidable Shuelong cavalry. For even the venerable Marquis could not possibly forge such a powerful army. Could it be that the young Marquis is indeed otherworldly, unable to even take away the young Hu Tu? Perhaps he is but a mortal, Fu Bo mused, his gaze vacant and his expression one of melancholy. As expected, in the ensuing days, reports emerged from various places of individuals mysteriously vanishing, all within the same time frame. To Fu Bo and his companions, these individuals might, like their master, be celestial beings undergoing trials in the mortal realm. Chapter 38. The Fall of Sakura Nation as Shen Yun returned to reality. The sound of a notification resonated in his mind. Congratulations, the traveler Shen Yun has survived for 2 years in a chaotic ancient era. Rewards will be distributed after the evaluation. Personal strength rating, S. Family development rating, S. Resource rating, SSS. Subordinate strength rating, Global First, Ultra, SSS. Nation Power Construction, S-. Nation Power Stability, -. Nation Enlightenment of the Barbarian, B. Amidst a series of evaluations, only the Snow Dragon Riders achieved the prestigious Ultra 3S. The Golden Opportunity was indeed a formidable ally. Congratulations, Traveler Shen Yun. You have received an evaluation of S for surviving in the ancient chaos. Rewards 10,000 second tier evolution crystals, 10,000 ability advancement cores. 2 types, each with 10,000. Shen Yun's eyes sparkled with golden light as he focused on his bedroom. The system did not indicate the presence of any cameras. He then retracted the time travel crystal in his hand and took out a second tier evolution core. The core was white, far more translucent and radiant than the first tier gray ones. However, it bore no starry patterns, as only ability cores possessed such features. Without hesitation, Shen Yun consumed 25 second-tier cores. Moments later, his strength reached that of a second-tier evolver. Onward, let's ascend to the 3rd tier. Shen Yun inhaled deeply and swallowed 100 second-tier cores. To break through to the 3rd tier, a second-tier evolver required 100 second-tier evolution crystals. But to advance to the 4th tier, 3rd and 4th tier evolution crystals were necessary. The cores melted upon entry, devoid of any resistance. Boom! A surge of power coursed through Shen Yun's limbs, causing his strength to soar once more. His mental prowess also significantly enhanced. He exhaled deeply, a smile gracing his face. I am now a 3rd tier evolver. With his strength, coupled with his abilities, he felt he could navigate the apocalypse with ease. Furthermore, upon transcending to the 3rd tier, not only did his powers increase, but he also unlocked a spatial ability, the Void Blade Cross Slash. This ability would manifest suddenly on enemies, delivering a devastating blow. A moment of inattention could result in dire consequences. Next, he extracted the ability advancement core. The core shimmered with radiant starlight, resembling a cluster of stars. Des 000 cores. Shen Yun promptly opened his inventory and consumed all the experience cores. Congratulations, Shen Yun, for using 10,000 advancement cores. Current spatial ability experience, 10,001 1,000,000. Reminder, upon reaching 1,000,000, the spatial ability will ascend to the sequence level, enhancing its effects. 1,000,000 cores, Shen Yun thought, bemused. He recalled someone online mentioning that an F-tier ability user needed only 10 advancement cores to elevate to E-tier. Indeed, the quality of abilities can be improved, provided one possesses sufficient advancement cores. However, such cores were rarer than second-tier ones. Information about them online was scant, with few posts or videos available. To acquire them in bulk, perhaps only a high rating in another world would suffice. What a bountiful harvest! A third-tier evolver. Shen Yun rose and exercised his limbs. Without the aid of abilities or armor, he felt that the defense of a third-tier physique could withstand ordinary firearms with ease. This signified that, in the near future, human firearms would gradually fade into history, making way for the advanced weapon blueprints he had been rewarded with upon his return. However, for Shen Yun, no matter how powerful the weapon, it became inconsequential to him, who could render it ineffective. In the kitchen, he opened the refrigerator to retrieve a refreshing drink. Musing, speaking of which, my feelings for Lin Yuran have diminished to zero. It dawned on him that, throughout those 2 years of camaraderie, he had not retained any significant emotional attachment. Lin Yuran was a gentle and graceful woman, possessing a refined and intellectual demeanor. Her comprehensive perspective allowed her to manage affairs within the household with remarkable clarity, far surpassing that of the family steward, Uncle Fu. He had heard she started a sizable company, which was not surprising given her capabilities. After 2 years of companionship, Shen Yun felt quite satisfied with the thoughtful and vivacious woman. Should a similar task arise in the future, she would undoubtedly excel. Retrieving his thoughts, Shen Yun checked his phone for the trending events of the past week. Upon opening the video application, he found content predominantly from other travelers. After a brief observation, he noted that very few individuals had acquired second-tier cores, with most possessing a mere 3 to 5. Not a single person had been found with 10 or 20 cores, let alone the thousands he possessed. The disparity in reward items was evident. After browsing for a moment, Shen Yun clicked on the official news. A prominent announcement caught his eye. Headline: A surge of aberrant beasts has erupted around Sakura Nation, resulting in heavy casualties. Citizens are evacuating to neighboring East Asian countries. The little nation's territory has vanished? Shen Yun reveled in the misfortune. However, the little nation had purchased considerable land in other countries, larger than its own territory. Its annihilation was far from imminent. East Asia was merely a transit point. Shouldn't there be a grand feast to celebrate? Shen Yun chuckled as he rummaged through the available ingredients in the freezer, continuing to peruse the news. Military forces from various nations are converging on coastal cities. Numerous citizens from coastal regions are beginning to evacuate. Federal government. Following discussions between the leaders of Sakura Nation and various countries, the populace has consented. The first annihilation nuclear bomb has been deployed over Sakura Nation. The fall of Sakura Nation served as a warning to the coastal nations. Fortunately, coastal cities had established a maritime defense line over a century ago, avoiding chaos. Areas like the little nation, surrounded by the sea, had no escape routes and were forced to relinquish their territory to retreat into East Asian countries. However, what surprised everyone was that the annihilation nuclear bomb had failed to deploy. The first bomb accurately appeared over the island nation, yet the entire island was enveloped in a protective barrier. When the bomb fell, even the barrier did not shatter, resulting in an explosion in the air. In the videos, experts speculated, the aberrants have landed. This is likely the evolution process of the aberrant creatures. The defensive barrier is possibly due to a powerful aberrant being within, aiming to seize human territory. Latest news: the island nation's travelers have returned. The barrier did not disrupt communication. However, the cities are infested with marine aberrants. Surviving the ordeal is akin to climbing a mountain. Trending: Sakura's formidable warrior, Mitsui Jiro, attempted to escape the barrier via helicopter but crashed when the rotor struck the barrier, leaving him missing. Various national research institutions have declared this is likely the realm ability of the aberrants. Escaping is exceptionally challenging. The aberrants within the realm should be responsible. and Sakura's travelers may attempt to detonate the bomb from within as a means of self-rescue. A flurry of news updates flooded his phone app, overwhelming him with information. The realm. It seemed the aberrants were indeed intent on proliferating on land. Shen Yun pursed his lips, glancing at the cars filling the streets outside, planning to finish his meal before departing from Haicheng. Those remaining in Haicheng were either newly returned travelers or their families. Others may have left upon the fall of Sakura Nation. As soon as travelers made their appearance, everyone else hurriedly evacuated, causing traffic to come to a standstill. Although this area was still some distance from the sea and equipped with a coastal defense line, which would promptly issue alarms in case of emergencies, it was prudent to leave early. Turning on the faucet, Shen Yun submerged the frozen ribs, only to find the water flow intermittent. Had the water been shut off? With a slight furrow in his brow, he turned the faucet to its maximum. Suddenly, the faucet emitted a series of sputtering sounds, releasing a torrent of murky water accompanied by a foul, putrid odor. As if that were not enough, the faucet began to tremble slightly. There was something amiss within the pipes. Chapter 39. The Outbreak of the Apocalypse. Marine Mutants Land. Shen Yun's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly stowed away the kitchen knives and turned to flee. A resounding crash echoed from the sink, followed by a sudden eruption of water that shot up to the ceiling. Within the gushing column, a slender, flesh-colored tentacle writhed through the air before darting towards the doorway with lightning speed. As Shen Yun slammed the anti-theft door shut, the tentacle pierced through, revealing a writhing segment. With a swift motion, he wielded the fruit knife, severing the tentacle cleanly. A first-tier squid, glancing at the severed limb, which had turned black. Shen Yun hurriedly descended the stairs. According to the Mutant Encyclopedia, the first-tier squid had extremely poor defense and was nearly impossible to evade. The blackening of its severed limbs was a distinctive trait. But how could marine mutants have infiltrated a coastal city? This implied that they had likely devised a clandestine underwater passage. Suddenly, a series of thuds resonated from the main street. Fire hydrants and manhole covers were propelled into the air by powerful jets of water, startling the onlookers into a frenzied retreat. What is happening? Before their eyes, monstrous fish began to emerge from the ground, their limbs planted firmly as they glared at the surrounding humans with bloodthirsty eyes. Their gaze resembled that of creatures encountering a delectable meal, their serrated rows of teeth clashing together, dripping with fishy saliva. These monstrous fish stood at 1.5 meters tall, their bodies cloaked in a dark hue, with robust limbs. However, each black fish exhibited varying degrees of decay and deformity. This, a swarm of black fish? A nearby elderly man widened his eyes in shock, his beard trembling. The black fish swarm was a well-known marine mutant, notorious for its terrifying numbers, often recorded in the tens of millions during appearances. Although these creatures were merely first-tier, their biting power was astonishing. Mutants have landed. Run for your lives. The drivers on the street blared their horns in panic. Many abandoned their vehicles, fleeing with their families. A man, having just exited his car, was bitten on the head by a nearby black fish monster. The creature's powerful jaws unleashed a torrent of blood as it violently twisted its body. With a horrifying rip, the man's head was wrenched off, blood gushing forth. The gruesome scene left those around him pale with terror, fleeing for their lives. In an instant, the street was engulfed in screams, car alarms, and the roars of the black fish swarm. The sheer number of black fish emerging from the ground was overwhelming. Even the first-tier strong individuals among the crowd dared not linger, scattering like headless flies. It wasn't that no one attempted to combat the black fish. Rather, they were swiftly overwhelmed by the relentless swarm. Even the soldiers on the street found it challenging to fire their weapons amidst the chaos, resorting to escape instead. At that moment, Shen Yun had just descended the stairs and was met with the anguished cries from the street. Seeing a large group of bloodthirsty black fish charging into the community, he quickly activated his spatial displacement, appearing atop a traffic light pole at the intersection in an instant. As he surveyed the scene, his heart raced upon realizing the entire street was submerged in a black tide. So many. Moreover, murky seawater was seeping from the drains. Mutants had managed to bypass the coastal defenses, infiltrating the city. Shen Yun pondered briefly before reappearing on a balcony 100 meters away, hastily making his escape. This place was no longer safe. He had initially believed that the coastal defenses, equipped with humanity's highest technology, would provide early warnings. However, it seemed that over the years, marine mutants had likely developed incomprehensible abilities. The protective barrier of Sakura Island might merely be one of them. Although Shen Yun was unafraid of being surrounded by mutants, he was unsure of their evolving capabilities and did not wish to become ensnared in the coastal city. First, I must gather supplies. Shen Yun glanced around the familiar surroundings, redirecting his path towards the nearest large supermarket. Indeed, spatial displacement exhibited formidable prowess at this moment. Not only did it allow him to effortlessly evade the black fish swarm, but it also facilitated swift travel. Within 3 minutes, Shen Yun arrived at a 5-story shopping center. There, he witnessed the entrance of the supermarket, where 6 large windows had been shattered. Yet, the sheer number of people attempting to seize supplies had caused a logjam at the entrance. Run. The black fish swarm is coming. Get out of my way. My kidney. Some resorted to violence, stabbing those blocking their path amidst a cacophony of screams. At this moment, the entire city was thrown into utter chaos. Who had the time to maintain order? Even the supermarket staff had begun to hoard supplies and flee, seeing that the first floor was nearly emptied of goods. Shen Yun quickly displaced to the second floor and commenced his zero-cost shopping spree. Approaching the shelves with a mere wave of his hand, he collected all the supplies into his system space. Snacks, water, beverages, candy, and prepared foods. All were gathered without hesitation. This was not the time for selective shopping. He simply needed to seize whatever he could see. What the hell? Where's my water? A burly man, having just placed water in his cart, turned to find the shelves completely bare. The entire shelf stock had vanished. Look, it's all taken by him. The crowd turned to witness a tall, handsome young man, approximately 185 meters, effortlessly clearing the shelves of supplies. My heavens! Storage space. He possesses storage space. Many young people gasped in admiration, their faces filled with envy. Yet, in such an environment, possessing the ability to store supplies was akin to a miraculous blessing. If they had such powers, they could easily empty the supermarket and retreat to another city to develop in seclusion. An elderly man by the shelves, upon seeing Shen Yun approach, quickly tossed instant noodles into his cart, exclaiming, "Young man, leave some for us." I can't eat much. He claimed to eat little, but his movements were quick, and his cart was nearly overflowing. The surrounding crowd frantically grabbed supplies, tossing them into their carts. "Handsome guy, leave a line for us to meet again in the future. You've cleared out several shelves. Share some with us." Shen Yun did not relent, continuing to gather the supplies from the area, even helping to collect items from the elderly man's cart to prevent waste. Vegetables, seafood, meat, daily necessities, he packed them all. Before long, having accumulated most of the supplies from the 5th floor, Shen Yun glanced toward the 1st floor hall. There, large numbers of black fish monsters surged into the supermarket, attacking the panicked crowd. So swiftly, it appears that the surroundings have succumbed. Shen Yun furrowed his brow and swiftly darted to the windowsill of the 5th floor. Leaping into the void, he had amassed nearly 100 tons of supplies, sufficient for his sustenance for an extended period. While suspended in midair, he fixed his gaze upon the rooftop of a building over 100 meters away, and in an instant, he vanished. Upon reaching the 3rd tier of evolution, his displacement range had notably increased. Without a moment's pause, Shen Yun reappeared on the rooftop, once again harnessing his ability to displace, disappearing into the distance in a series of flickering movements. Chapter 40. The Colossal Beast. The fall of Haicheng, undoubtedly. The highway out of the city had become completely congested. At such a moment, the slightest rear-end collision would render any attempt to escape futile. Those fleeing Haicheng clambered atop their vehicles, scarcely daring to linger. Shen Yun walked along the highway guardrail, casting a glance back at Haicheng. In the distance, plumes of thick smoke billowed from the high-rises. A throng of people surged onto the highway behind him. Escape was imperative. Surrounded by mountains and forests, the highway was their only swift route to the next city. The soldiers who had once maintained order within the city had now retreated, overwhelmed by the sudden onslaught of the otherworldly creatures, which had appeared without warning. With such limited forces, it was impossible to cleanse the city. Suddenly, a tremor rippled through the road beneath their feet. Even the parked vehicles began to shake. An earthquake? Where did this earthquake come from? Could it be that some monstrous entity lurked underground, preparing to emerge? At this revelation, fear gripped the crowd, recalling that the black fish swarm had erupted from beneath the earth. Panic ensued, and people desperately scrambled over the rooftops of their cars in a frantic bid to escape. Then, a thunderous roar echoed from the city behind them. Shen Yun, who had been intently observing Haicheng, felt a shiver run down his spine. Incredible. Those who heard the sound turned to witness a sight that made their hearts race. What manner of creature was that? They beheld a massive octopus, its tentacles entwined around the skyscrapers, rising majestically into view. The deafening noise they had heard was none other than the sound of buildings collapsing under the strain of the creature's weight. As the giant octopus lifted its colossal form, it let out a haunting wail. Oh, oh, oh. The sound was not jarring, yet what followed left the onlookers pale with fear. The creature exuded a faint blue semicircular light that rapidly expanded, engulfing the entire city in mere moments. It was the otherworldly protective barrier of Sakura country. Those familiar with it shouted in alarm, "Run!" The crowd fled in terror, knowing that being trapped within would lead to certain doom at the hands of the monstrous tide. Shen Yun, unwilling to linger, made several swift leaps, traversing hundreds of meters. In uncertain circumstances, it was wise to avoid unnecessary risk. Fortunately, the barrier remained confined to the city, not extending outward, allowing the crowd to breathe a sigh of relief. However, the survivors within the city faced a dire fate. Before they could ascertain a means of escape, they would have to contend with the full might of the oceanic monsters. The likelihood of survival was nearly non-existent. Those perched upon their vehicles exchanged glances, expressing their relief. It seems Haicheng is destined to fall like Sakura Island. Thank goodness we left swiftly. Otherwise, we will be trapped inside. Rumors spread that other coastal cities were also experiencing surges of monstrous tides, with some coastal defenses breached. Should they find themselves in another otherworldly encounter, only to emerge surrounded by a beastly onslaught, it would spell disaster. If that happens, we'll have no choice but to retreat inland or to the highlands, buying time as best we can, striving for high scores in the otherworld. Meanwhile, the colossal octopus within Haicheng had vanished, likely sinking beneath the earth. Yet the people on the highway dare not tarry, resuming their flight. Shen Yun gazed back at Haicheng, contemplating whether to observe a moment longer. He needed to discern whether he could use spatial displacement to penetrate the barrier. If successful, the barrier would be of no consequence to him, allowing him to claim the resources within the city. After more than half an hour, Shen Yun confirmed that the barrier had not expanded and approached its edge. Standing atop a truck, he was startled to observe that the black fish could freely enter and exit the barrier, while the humans inside, despite their desperate attempts to escape by pounding against it, were rendered powerless. Even the soldiers within, armed with firearms, could not so much as scratch the surface of the barrier. Outside, amidst the onslaught of the black fish, people either cowered inside their vehicles or succumbed to the waves of monsters, becoming their prey. Free to enter and exit. Are they akin to the same species? Shen Yun mused, narrowing his eyes as a flicker of movement caught his attention at the barrier's edge. Yet before he could displace himself inside, he collided with an invisible barrier, rebounding mid-air. With a startled yelp, the black fish below leaped into the air, mouths agape, ready to strike. Shen Yun, falling freely, swiftly landed atop a nearby car. Squinting at the barrier ahead, I cannot enter. Is it due to species limitations? Or is it spatial ability superior to mine? He pondered the implications of encountering such a colossal octopus enveloping a city. Perhaps slaying it would dispel the barrier. Dismissing further contemplation, Shen Yun turned and vanished from the highway in a series of rapid flickers. He intended to head inland or to elevated terrain, seeking a tranquil environment to continue amassing rewards from his otherworldly adventures, while also studying the traits and abilities of the monstrous entities. If he were to slay the giant octopus and still be unable to break the barrier, or if he encountered other uniquely powered oceanic monsters, the variables could prove overwhelming. At Sioux City International Airport, throngs of people swarmed the area, rendering it nearly impassable. The fastest way to the interior, aside from the high-speed train, was by plane. However, following the incident in Sakura Country, where monstrous tide had overwhelmed the region, tickets for all major airlines had been booked solid for a month. No tickets meant no boarding. Those arriving from other cities were undeterred, forcefully breaching security to board planes, resulting in numerous flights being canceled and delays abounding. This left those who had originally secured seats feeling disgruntled. Conflict escalated from shouting to physical altercations, with several casualties reported. At this moment, Shen Yun had already taken his seat on a plane. Seated by the window, he surveyed the chaos in the waiting area, closing his eyes to rest. More than an hour of displacement had drained much of his mental energy. Fortunately, he had managed to hitch several rides along the way, allowing him to rest atop their vehicles. With no available seats on the plane, Shen Yun settled into the flight attendant's designated area in the rear cabin. It was evident that tickets for flights to the interior were in high demand. The minimum fare was now 300,000, and even that was elusive. As 3 flight attendants returned from their rounds, they were startled to discover a young man occupying their area. However, the strikingly handsome Shen Yun quickly won them over with his quiet demeanor. Wow, he is quite handsome, they mused. Had he been bumped from his seat? Or was it possible that he had boarded without a ticket? After a hushed conversation among themselves, one of the attendants approached with a professional smile and a melodious voice. Sir, do you have a ticket? This area is reserved for staff. The plane had already taken off, and it was impossible to remove anyone at this stage. If they would be disrupted by the crowd outside, it would only complicate matters further. Before she could finish her sentence, all 3 attendants were taken aback. The young man had not even lifted his eyelids before vanishing from the window seat and reappearing in the middle section. The sight left the attendants in stunned disbelief. An ability user? Only an ability user could achieve such rapid movement. Moreover, it was a spatial ability, a remarkably practical and potent skill. Do not disturb me. His calm tone sent a wave of unease and tension through the 3 attendants. It dawned on them that the young man exuded an air of authority that was palpable. The 3, seasoned in their encounters, recognized that he was no ordinary individual. As the plane ascended, they each took their seats, while the attendant without a seat perched on her colleague's lap. They were not foolish. It was unnecessary to offend someone of his caliber over a mere ticket. Naturally, their minds are also filled with ulterior motives. Young and handsome, endowed with extraordinary abilities. Such are the criteria for partners among flight attendants in the current era. Even a fleeting romance may serve as a potential refuge in today's climate. Naturally, the 3 of them do not wish to let this opportunity slip by. Chapter 41. The Ruthless Quartet. The heist of the crystalline core is swift, and so is death. Once the seat belts were fastened, the 3 flight attendants simultaneously cast their gazes upon Shen Yun. His strikingly handsome visage was adorned with delicate features, particularly his profile, with eyebrows sharp as peaks and a nose elegantly pronounced. His jawline was softly contoured, lending him an allure that was hard to resist. Noticing he still had his eyes closed, the flight attendants exchanged knowing glances, raising their delicate thumbs in silent admiration. He is indeed handsome, and so powerful. What impressive aura. How is it that he hasn't even purchased a ticket? One of the attendants had already devised a plan for an introduction, lightly pursing her rosy lips. If you were to give me a hint, I might just yield with a touch of reserve. The airplane ascended smoothly, allowing the passengers to breathe a sigh of relief. The journey to Luocheng was far removed from the coast, and known as a fortified stronghold within Huaxia, ensuring a period of safety. Disappointed by Shen Yun's lack of interest in conversation, the 3 flight attendants gradually returned to their duties. One attendant, seated on a colleague's lap, whispered softly in Shen Yun's ear as she prepared to rise. Sir, I need to step out for a moment. Her voice was gentle, laced with a fragrant allure. As she rose, she lightly grasped his arm for support, subtly hinting at her intentions. However, upon glancing back and seeing his eyes still shut, her expression turned to one of resignation. At that moment, They noticed a man in a baseball cap standing up and clapping his hands, capturing the attention of numerous passengers. "This is a hijacking. Please remain calm." With his proclamation, 3 men clad in black headscarves rose and moved into the aisle. "Hand over the crystalline cores you possess. We advise you to comply. We are only after wealth." Seeing that the 4 bore no visible weapons and posed little threat, a middle-aged man seated nearby chuckled. "Well, this is quite the novelty. Shouldn't you assess the situation before attempting a hijacking?" His words prompted a wave of laughter among the passengers. "Ha ha, I suggest you keep a low profile. There are quite a few first-tier evolvers on this plane. Don't risk your lives." Voices of disdain echoed. "You must be deranged. If there are evolvers, we should eliminate these fools together." The mocking continued, with several evolvers unfastening their seatbelts, regarding the hijackers as one would a dying insect. Having survived the apocalypse, they were all too aware that should the assailants make a single misstep, the collective force of the passengers could extinguish them effortlessly. Clearly the leader, the man in the cap, listened to the scornful remarks with a chilling smile. "Remember the faces of those who insult me." In an instant, a powerful gust of wind surged through the cabin. The startled passengers suddenly felt an overwhelming suction beneath their feet. Looking down, they were horrified to see blue skies and white clouds below them. The force of the suction instantly drew a group of them out of the airplane. No, I'll give you my crystalline core." A deafening rumble shook the aircraft. Though fleeting, the sight of people being sucked away left the remaining passengers in sheer shock. My heavens, he possesses supernatural abilities. Those people were just ejected from the cabin. "Please, let us negotiate. I'll give you the crystalline cores." A cacophony of screams and exclamations erupted. Everyone was petrified by the cap-wearing man's display. Even some first-tier evolvers hesitated to act, their eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at him and the 3 hijackers. The assailant's powers had created a hole within the airplane, only for it to miraculously return to normal. Such an uncanny ability had not compromised the aircraft's integrity at all. Most crucially, the man in the cap wielded such a practical superpower, suggesting that he might even be a second-tier evolver. In a sea of first-tier individuals, those who achieved the second tier were undeniably formidable. This was a threat beyond their capacity to counter. "Those who wish to live, hand over your crystalline cores." The 3 men in headscarves glared menacingly at the crowd, intent on gathering their bounty. Those aboard the plane were either wealthy or influential, likely carrying various crystalline cores. This was the very purpose of their intrusion. "Do not even think of hiding anything. I possess detection equipment. I seek riches, while you seek your lives. Cooperate willingly." The man in the cap surveyed the cabin, his smile radiant. The passengers, fearing for their safety, hastily produced their crystalline cores, surrendering them to the 3 brigands. However, they were all merely first-tier cores. Satisfied with the compliance, the man in the cap called out, "Old 3, go check the business and first-class cabins. Anyone who refuses to cooperate will be dealt with." It must be said, the heist for crystalline cores was indeed swift. "Understood, boss." The headscarf man turned to a flight attendant in her 30s, who was nervously watching him, and wrapped an arm around her waist with a grin. "Go inform your captain to divert the plane to Nanshan Airport. Nanshan Airport has already been shut down." The headscarfed man interrupted her with a sinister smile. "What does that have to do with us? Those who wish to live must comply." The flight attendant, upon hearing his words, immediately lost any hesitation. I'll go right away." Suddenly, the seated passengers noticed something peculiar as the headscarf man turned to leave. A figure appeared between him and the cap-wearing man. In the next moment, this figure lunged forward, brandishing a kitchen knife that glinted ominously as it aimed for the back of the headscarf man. This figure was none other than the swiftly appearing Shen Yun. To protect the cap-wearing man, he aimed for the back of the assailant's head. Spatial absorption. Given the rapidity of supernatural abilities, the brain had to be disabled at once. A ripple of darkness enveloped the headscarfed man's head in an instant. With no resistance whatsoever, the headscarf man's neck was severed cleanly as if sliced by a beam of light. His head vanished, and a fountain of blood erupted. Meanwhile, The cap-wearing man was struck with great force by Shen Yun's kitchen knife, severing his cervical vertebrae on the spot. Oh! A chilling scream erupted from the man, sending shivers down the spines of all who heard it. What kind of despair must one feel to emit such a sound? Chapter 42. The Inland Giant City. Luocheng. The piercing screams immediately attracted the attention of the bandits, collecting crystal cores. The two men turned abruptly, only to find their leader's head had vanished, blood gushing from his neck. Their third comrade lay on the ground, his neck severed, convulsing violently. This horrifying scene struck terror into their hearts, prompting them to tremble and plead with Shen Yun. Big brother has something to say. I surrender. Yet, before they could finish their sentence, they felt a powerful hand gripping their necks tightly. The force was akin to steel, causing their eyes to bulge with bloodshot terror. Crack! With a sharp sound, their necks were crushed on the spot. Thud thud! The two lifeless bodies slumped to the ground, still failing to rouse the stunned crowd. Shock! Every face was etched with disbelief. In an instant, 4 individuals suspected to be second-tier evolved beings had been annihilated, one of whom was an ability user. The power of this young man was truly terrifying. Shen Yun glanced at the astonished flight attendant and the motionless air marshal ahead, instructing, maintain the flight path, accelerate. I am pressed for time. As he turned to leave, everyone's gaze was fixed upon him. The flight attendants, including Julissa, expressed their shock and admiration, eagerly stepping aside to let him pass. This was the epitome of strength. Only when Shen Yun entered the rear cabin did the cabin erupt into enthusiastic applause and cheers. This person is extraordinarily powerful. That must be the ability of instant teleportation. How practical. Cool. This big brother is like a superhero descending from the heavens, effortlessly dispatching the villains. In an instant, the atmosphere was electrified. After the crew removed the bodies, they consoled those who had lost loved ones. They also informed passengers that the plane had accelerated and would soon arrive at Luocheng Airport. After some time, the chief flight attendant approached Shen Yun with the crew to express their gratitude. Without his intervention, the casualty count could have been devastating. Before the chief could speak, Shen Yun waved his hand dismissively. All right, don't disturb my rest. Understood, sir. If you need anything, please let us know. With that, the crew dispersed, leaving Julissa and the rescued flight attendant seated beside Shen Yun. Unfortunately, he remained in a meditative state, offering no opportunity for conversation. After the plane docked at Luocheng Airport, the flight attendant, seeing Shen Yun rise, quickly smiled and said, Sir, the team leader has asked me to invite you to dinner as a token of gratitude. What do you think? The middle-aged flight attendant gazed at Shen Yun with deep appreciation. Sir, thank you for saving me. If you have time. However, Shen Yun vanished from his spot, appearing at the exit. As those around recognized him, they hurriedly cleared a path. Particularly those familiar with Shen Yun felt a chill run down their spines. He truly is the Corpse King. Not only the evolved beings present, but even the crew had learned of Shen Yun's identity. In contrast to his previous life as the invincible Marquis, obscured by the elements of the ancient world, his name was different. The moniker of the Corpse King was the most renowned alias for Shen Yun. It's no wonder his strength is so formidable. He is indeed the Corpse King of Jiangnan. The crew members at the door held their breath, standing straight, eyes focused, fearing any misstep could lead to dire consequences. Meanwhile, several flight attendants gazed at Shen Yun with fervent admiration, longing for his affection. To be favored by such a figure, even as a mere plaything, would be a divine opportunity. Regrettably, as the cabin door opened, Shen Yun swiftly departed. The crowd waiting to disembark collectively exhaled in relief, feeling as though they had narrowly escaped disaster. It was well known that the Corpse King had been criticized online by many who had lost family members, and it was feared he might lash out at anyone. Thankfully, this handsome young man not only spared their lives, but had also saved them, leading to a flurry of conversations. I think those 3 million might not have died in vain. Ha ha ha. It's because he saved our lives that we feel favorably towards him. Let those family members try their luck here. Yet, during his last journey to the ancient world, the Corpse King seemed to lack a notable reputation. Could it be he had acquired an identity card and change his name? Such fortune seemed unlikely. Perhaps he had merely laid low and bided his time. However, it was worth noting that a prince of the Ling kingdom had emerged from the great Qian dynasty. From the information circulating on the internet, his power surpassed that of others from ancient nations. After 3 journeys, China had produced 2 super bosses. The corpse king was now in Luocheng, and even if sea beasts attacked, he would possess the strength to fight back. This was no exaggeration. His teleportation ability allowed him to decapitate generals amidst a throng of horses. Should he join the Luocheng authorities, the city's defense would surely be bolstered, an excellent development. Unlike coastal cities that constructed defensive lines by the sea, Luocheng, an inland city, had surrounded itself with towering walls over 100 meters high more than a century ago. This was a precaution against potential oceanic beast tides sweeping inland. If 12-meter-high walls were considered a giant city in ancient times, then today, 100-meter-high walls could be likened to a colossal beast. Inside a taxi, Shen Yun gazed at the imposing city walls and robust fortifications, finding the city's architecture intriguing. Numerous windows for heavy weaponry lined the outer walls, while the inner circle served as the garrison area for the city's armed forces. The interior, however, had undergone minimal changes, retaining the essence of a modern metropolis. The driver cheerfully explained, Luocheng's foundation is exceptionally deep. Recently, it has been announced that they acquired sensing devices and a batch of technological weaponry from the traversers, which will be installed underground to prevent marine anomalies from launching surprise attacks. Looks quite solid, Shen Yun nodded. The city appeared truly impregnable at first glance. The driver continued. Those first and second ring walls were constructed by various financial conglomerates. Only the wealthy can reside within. Even those who work inside must leave the city by 7 p.m. Staying overnight costs tens of thousands. The driver expressed both indignation and pride, reveling in the boastfulness of his city. Such blatant discrimination was something Shen Yun had come to understand upon his arrival. In this increasingly tense environment, money and power spoke volumes. Before long, the taxi halted in front of a 5-star hotel in the outer city. As Shen Yun ascended the steps, he was greeted by 8 women clad in elegant blue-green kipayos who slightly bowed. "Sir, welcome." One of them, beaming with a radiant smile, inquired, "Sir, are you here for lodging or dining?" Though Shen Yun was dressed in modest attire, anyone who ascended those steps was considered a guest, perhaps even a discreet individual. They were all employees who dared not offend. Chapter 43. The Deterrence of the Corpse King, Supreme Treatment. As Shen Yun surveyed the opulent hotel, he spoke, "Accommodation. Please find me a quiet room." "Certainly, sir. Please follow me to the front desk," the welcoming hostess replied with a smile. At the reception, after Shen Yun presented his identification, the staff member glanced at it and pushed it back apologetically, saying, "Sir, you must have arrived in Luocheng today, correct? Did the tour guide not inform you that a temporary residence permit is required?" "A temporary residence permit?" Shen Yun furrowed his brow. "Yes, sir," the front desk attendant explained with a smile. "This is a new regulation issued by Luocheng following the recent destruction of the Zairizing nation last week. Additionally, with the outbreak of beast tides along the coastal areas today, it is also to prevent overcrowding in Luocheng." Shen Yun had not anticipated such a requirement. However, considering the situation in Haicheng and the influx of people from surrounding coastal cities into the interior, establishing population control seemed indeed necessary. But he had no time to deal with a temporary residence permit. Without hesitation, Shen Yun produced his bank card and placed it on the counter, stating, "There are 2 billion within. Have your management assist me in obtaining the permit. The password is 6 sixes. 2 billion. The front desk attendant and the hostess were taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment. They never expected this seemingly ordinary yet handsome young man to possess such a fortune. No one dared to question him. His willingness to disclose the password demonstrated his confidence. Although obtaining a permit required the applicant to be present and would take a week, the management of a star-rated hotel certainly had its connections. In the current climate of inflation, it was still rare for anyone to treat 2 billion lightly. Realizing this, the front desk attendant respectfully responded, Please hold on, sir. I will contact the management right away. She picked up the phone, but instead of dialing, she first checked the balance on Shen Yun's card. After glancing at the long string of zeros, she then proceeded to call the management number. Believing was one thing, but it was wise to avoid being deceived, was it not? As expected, the management instructed her to proceed with the guest check-in first. Hearing old Joe's excited voice, "I'm glad I acted swiftly," the front desk attendant thought to herself, feeling relieved after hanging up. Before long, as Shen Yun accepted the room key, the hostess's smile grew even more radiant. "Sir, allow me to escort you." Just as they turned, a group approached the elevator in the distance, led by Zhu Wan, the general manager of the Star Emperor Hotel, accompanied by a cadre of hotel management. "Manager, greetings." The staff greeted, while Shen Yun, watching Zhu Wan, was inwardly astonished. To have such a large hotel in Luocheng, Zhu Wan's background was certainly noteworthy. This young man had only just arrived in Luocheng and was already receiving a personal reception from Zhu Wan. He must have considerable influence. Zhu Wan nodded to the crowd and quickly approached Shen Yun with a beaming smile. Mr. Shen, it is truly an honor to have you grace us with your presence." Uninterested in such flattery, Shen Yun's demeanor remained aloof. Noticing this, Zhu Wan wasted no time and swiftly produced a diamond card from his pocket, offering it to Shen Yun. "This grants you access to our top-tier Tian room, which boasts a view of the cityscape beyond. You may stay as long as you wish, with all expenses covered by the hotel. For someone of such stature, geographical position is a vital indicator of survival." The Star Emperor Hotel stands over 300 meters tall and with the high-powered telescopes by the floor-to-ceiling windows. One could easily observe the situations beyond the walls. Zhu Wan's gesture was indeed astute. The surrounding staff, however, were stunned by Zhu Wan's enthusiasm. Even those in management were casting incredulous glances at Shen Yun. The Tian room. This was a suite reserved for the elite of Luocheng. The daily rate alone was 2 million, and he was offered the luxury of staying for as long as he desired, free of charge. Yet, Shen Yun did not seek such favors. "I appreciate the sentiment. I would be content anywhere," he replied with a chuckle. "Very well, Mr. Shen, should you have any needs, feel free to command." Zhu Wan smiled as he escorted him to the elevator. Watching the elevator doors close, a department manager beside Zhu Wan remarked, "Manager, you must enlighten us about your friend's identity." "Indeed, manager, to warrant your personal attention, he must be a scion of a prominent family from another province." Zhu Wan took a deep breath, shaking his head with a chuckle. "You should feel fortunate to have retained your lives. He is none other than the corpse king of Jiangnan in this apocalypse." Gasp! Good heavens! No wonder he seems so familiar. He is the infamous killer. He is the corpse king? The crowd was left speechless. Although Shen Yun had a record of slaughtering 230,000 enemies, most were survivors from other realms. It was a distant concern, and few could recall Shen Yun's appearance. Now, having encountered him in person and not being slaughtered by him was indeed a stroke of luck. Zhu Wan had hurried downstairs upon receiving a report from Manager Zhou. Zhou, amidst the crowd, let out a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, our hotel has connections at the airport. Today, an incident occurred with the Corpse King present. Upon receiving the report from the front desk, I notified Manager Zhu to come down. As the premier hotel in the outer city, bolstered by a formidable background, most notable figures arriving in Luocheng would first take refuge in the Star Emperor before venturing into the inner city or elsewhere. Today, they were simply fortunate. Otherwise, provoking a being with teleportation powers could have dire consequences." Zhu Wan smiled as he patted Manager Zhou on the shoulder. "Let us reward Zhou, the front desk staff, and the hostess. Promotions and bonuses are in order. It is a blessing to be alive." Manager Zhou shook his head, chuckling, then furrowed his brow, speaking softly. "Manager, it appears the Corpse King does not intend to stay long in Luocheng. As the tallest building in the outer city, the Star Emperor's prime location allows for a view of the outside. The value of the Tian room would undoubtedly soar with the influx of people from coastal areas. Yet, Shen Yun's outright refusal of such generous conditions indicated his intentions lay elsewhere. Such formidable beings typically had their purposes. We, as hoteliers, need not concern ourselves." Zhu Wan said no more, surveying the crowd as he commanded, "Elevate his room service to Tian level." Ensure he is not disturbed, and charges will be deducted as usual. After a mere encounter, Zhu Yun understood that Shen Yun was not one to revel in favors. However, the fact that he was the Corpse King, notorious for his ferocity, warranted the highest standards of service. This was a matter of respect. Understood, manager. Rest assured, I will make the arrangements. Once in his room, Shen Yun confirmed the absence of surveillance cameras, showered, and reclined on the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window, his gaze drifting outside. The sun had set, and the city streets illuminated, with numerous transport trucks ferrying supplies to the city walls, ever prepared for the impending beast tide. Yet, the two towering walls loomed like colossal cages, trapping both groups within the city. Given the size of the gigantic octopus, unless equipped with specialized weaponry, breaching these walls would spell disaster. Shen Yun muttered to himself. Perhaps those who constructed the walls never anticipated that the aberrant octopuses from Sakura Nation and Haicheng could grow to hundreds of meters. While these walls were effective against zombie-like creatures, they would require armaments to counter the colossal octopus. Reflecting on the giant octopus, Shen Yun retrieved his phone to search for information online. The trending topic undoubtedly revolved around the coastal cities. Today's hot topic: marine aberrations infiltrating coastal cities worldwide. Currently, 42 coastal cities in Huaxia have fallen, while Korea reports total collapse of its coastal cities. A global invasion of aberrations. Shen Yun's eyes narrowed. Chapter 44. The Fourth Transcendence. A hellish beginning? Previously, many believed that once the territory of Little Sun was overrun, the tide of aberrant beasts would spread to surrounding areas, such as Korea, Japan, and China. However, the reality is that it has now become a global phenomenon. This heralds the dawn of the oceanic aberrant era. The once dominant human civilization may find itself relegated to mere prey for these creatures, much like other animals. This is a conflict between the old and the new civilizations. Yet, the vastness of the ocean is daunting. Who knows how many aberrants lurk within its depths? The mere thought evokes an overwhelming sense of despair and a suffocation. Collecting his thoughts, Shen Yun continued to peruse the pertinent information. Experts speculate that aberrants have developed the ability to cloak their detection. Suspected to be giant octopuses, their true strength remains undetermined. Categorized as a special type aberrant. Reports from survivors in Sakura Nation indicate that giant octopuses have infiltrated deep pits, with some speculating that they have morphed into a screen-like form, undergoing a secondary mutation. Federal news. Various nations have established rescue teams, implementing a policy of self-rescue before aiding others. Nations surrounded by the ocean must evacuate their citizens as a priority. The news of the giant octopus's disappearance caught Shen Yun off guard. If the octopus indeed transformed into a screen-like entity, who could possibly escape the city? With the formidable strength of the aberrants combined with their mysterious abilities, no one would wish to remain amidst the beast tide. Shen Yun continued to scroll through the information. Headline: Big Data. Not every fallen city harbors giant octopuses. There have been 76 global occurrences, yet they should not be underestimated. Inland citizens who detect aberrant signs in their cities must report immediately and evacuate for self-preservation. Coastal dispatch. The coastal defense systems are under siege from the aberrant beast tide. As of 5:58 p.m., one-third of the defenses have been breached. Second-tier aberrants. Mutated killer whale pods have emerged within the beast tide, presenting a terrifying threat. Conventional weaponry proves ineffective. Military Command Center. Cities may no longer serve as humanity's final stronghold. Those possessing blueprints for advanced buildings and weaponry are urged to trade with the cities to collectively resist the aberrants. The atmosphere was oppressive and tense. This was Shen Yun's most immediate impression as he absorbed the information. With the realization that urban defenses could not withstand the aberrant onslaught, where would humanity turn? Suddenly, a series of fighter jets tore through the sky above Luocheng, headed toward the southeastern coastal region. Shen Yun rose and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the departing aircraft. Murmuring to himself, "We truly need fighter jets from inland Luocheng." It was evident that the situation along the coastal defenses was dire. Shen Yun scrolled through his phone, locking his gaze on the top of the information list. Pinned, From today, Earth enters the oceanic aberrant era. We must traverse into the other world to obtain rewards, allowing us to grow rapidly. Keep pushing forward. He hoped that Luo Cheng could hold out a little longer, granting him more opportunities to undertake otherworldly missions. Shen Yun gazed out over the bustling city, his eyes deep with contemplation. Once the beast tide engulfed the entire continent, not only would there be no safe zones for survival, but even accessing information online would become impossible. Once the internet and signals were severed, it would no longer be as convenient to stay informed. During the ensuing hours, Shen Yun focused on exercising in his spacious room, equipped with ample fitness apparatuses. After inquiring about a place to practice shooting, Zhu Wen promptly arranged for a club and a dedicated driver to escort him. Naturally, Shen Yun was financially comfortable and also requested Zhu Wen to procure a substantial amount of supplies, which he then stored in the warehouse area and transferred into his system space. It must be said, the lifestyle of the affluent is indeed convenient. They can secure any type of service or resource. Ordinary individuals, let alone such exercise equipment, would struggle to gather even a few crystal cores. In contrast, the wealthy simply purchase what they need. However, even with wealth, second-tier crystal cores are elusive, with limited supply and high demand. Amassing 100 cores to advance to the third tier is no easy feat. As time passed, more and more individuals fled to Luo Cheng. Fortunately, the subsequent oceanic aberrants did not follow. However, the information circulating online indicated that once the aberrants seized human cities, they did not immediately pursue fleeing survivors, but rather entered a human cleansing mode, beginning to hunt the remaining inhabitants. Some speculated that this indicated the emergence of intelligent aberrants among them. Otherwise, how could these bloodthirsty oceanic monsters exhibit such formidable teamwork? At this moment, the survivors encircled by oceanic aberrants shared a singular thought: to transcend into the other world. Only by traversing and obtaining exceptional rewards could they hope to fight back. Not only the survivors of major cities, but also the travelers awaited in silence. Everyone sought to gain sufficient power for self-preservation through the universal transcendence. Meanwhile, on the internet, teams and individuals were already seeking comrades for mutual survival. Amidst this tense atmosphere, 3 days swiftly elapsed. After finishing lunch, Shen Yun approached the floor-to-ceiling window, using binoculars to survey the situation outside the city. The environment remained unchanged, with no traces of the beast tide's approach. At that moment, a notification echoed in his mind. Universal Transcendence Countdown. 30 seconds. It had begun. Shen Yun took a deep breath, retrieved the Transcendence Stone, and sat on the sofa. I wonder where I'll be transported this time. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Whoosh. Shen Yun blinked, finding himself in a dim underground cavern, flanked by steep rock walls. Welcome, traveler, to the game Arrival World. Survival duration: 1 year. Game arrival. Just as Shen Yun attempted to rise, his expression paled, cold sweat pouring down. What the hell? My legs? He discovered, to his horror, that both of his legs were broken. Waves of excruciating pain surged through him, compelling him to abandon the notion of standing. Fortunately, the intense pain had rendered his legs somewhat numb. As long as he remained still, he could endure the stabbing sensation. Gasping for breath, Shen Yun's chest heaved violently. This opening is utterly disastrous. This is the first time he has encountered such a dire predicament. With his legs broken, health nearly depleted, and only 1 bottle of healing potion left in his inventory, this truly felt like a hellish start. Soon after, a torrent of memories flooded his mind. Unlike the previous ancient chaotic era, where memories began from infancy, this time, the recollections were imparted in an overwhelming manner. Half a month ago, an unknown game fused with reality, unleashing a global invasion of monstrous beasts, with conventional weaponry rendered obsolete by the game's mechanics. Humanity could not withstand the onslaught of the beasts. Only by becoming professionals and growing stronger could one survive in this perilous world. He was born in Qingshan City. Orphaned at a young age, his relatives bestowed upon him the name Zhang Taidan, hoping to grant him a more resilient fate. However, living with his uncle, he endured disdain, and his parents' inheritance was hidden away by his uncle. When he turned 20, the game arrived in reality. Fortunately, Qingshan City was spared from the initial wave of beast attacks. With many survivors awakening to their professions, the city's defenses significantly improved, ensuring relative safety. And then fortune smiled upon him. He awakened as one of the mainstream professions, mage. Chapter 45. Sign in for Death Plunder, slaying a level 100 boss. The presence of a mage within a team undeniably amplifies their damage output, significantly enhancing Shen Yun's status within his uncle's household. His uncle awakened as a berserker, while his aunt became a marksman, and his cousin served as a healer. In the early stages, they all acted as a cohesive family unit, providing a sense of safety superior to that of strangers. Shen Yun resolved to acquire the means of self-protection before departing from his uncle's family. Despite the noticeable improvement in their treatment towards him, the shadows of his childhood lingered, prompting him to seek distance from them. However, when everyone reached level 15 and undertook their professional skill quests, fortune smiled upon Shen Yun, granting him an exceedingly rare hidden class Awakening Stone. By simply verifying it at the Awakening Hall, he could acquire a hidden profession, enhancing not only his personal attributes, but also bestowing him with formidable skills. The outcome was predictable. His aunt and cousin conspired to snatch the Awakening Stone from him. Lacking prowess in the game and devoid of any reincarnated advantages, he stood no chance against the duo. As for Uncle Zhang Yong, initially hesitant, he was spurred on by the venomous mother-daughter pair and, with a brutal charge, sent Shen Yun flying into the abyss nearby. His last recollection was of his head colliding with a tree trunk, rendering him unconscious, only to awaken to the grim reality of 2 fractured legs. Health, 15,450. Status, both legs fractured, losing 2 health points per second. Reminder, health depletion to 0 results in death. Current inventory contains 1 basic health potion, incapable of healing injuries. Seek assistance promptly. Glaring at the projection before him, rage surged within Shen Yun. What an amusing family. With this kind of start, anyone who comes here is doomed. System. Activate sign in. Shen Yun swiftly retrieved the basic health potion from his bag and consumed it in 1 gulp. A series of green notifications appeared above his head. 1-1. Regrettably, the potion's low quality only restored 20 health points. Considering the 3 seconds of health loss, he was left with a mere 29 health points. Congratulations. Sign in successful. You have acquired a super ability, Death Plunder. Death Plunder, upon striking a target, disregards level and health, triggering a 100 plunder effect, randomly extracting target attributes, talents, skills, equipment, etc. Cooldown none. Consumption none. Note 1. Item extraction is without decay or reduction, 100 plunder rate. Note 2. Each target can only be plundered once. Repeated attempts on the same target yield no effect. Shen Yun's heart raced with exhilaration. This golden finger not only allowed him to slay targets instantly, but also guaranteed the acquisition of their belongings. In the realm of gaming, this was the epitome of invincibility. Truly, the sign-in system was exceptionally powerful. Yet, what thrilled Shen Yun was not the might of this ability, but rather the fact that he was on the brink of demise. What use was it to receive such a gift now? Resignedly, he lay on the ground. This predicament could not be blamed on the system. After all, the golden finger was bestowed at random. Who would have anticipated such a disastrous start with broken legs? Even a cursory search online for previous transmigrators would reveal how rare such an absurd beginning was. Perhaps I died without returning to reality. Shen Yun gazed skyward in disbelief. Observing the red text indicating his health depletion, he reluctantly downed a blue potion and picked up the low-level staff from the ground, scanning the surroundings for a creature to activate Death Plunder. Unfortunately, the barren rock walls provided no sign of life. The deeper shadows deterred him from venturing forth, as he feared the rapid health loss would hasten his demise. An expedition without success. Shen Yun sighed in dismay. Suddenly, as he lowered his head, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a faint white question mark lurking in the corner. He quickly leaned forward, seeking a suitable angle to scrutinize it, and was overjoyed to discover, rare level boss. Mountain moving dark turtle. Level. Attributes. Traits. Often hibernates in the abyss. With the game's data notification, a colossal silhouette, reminiscent of a mountain, began to materialize in the dim depths. Overjoyed, Shen Yun grasped his staff. However, as he prepared to cast Fireball, a frown crossed his face. Such a terrifying entity would undoubtedly awaken at the slightest magical disturbance. If it were to retaliate and kill him, it would all be for naught. I cannot use magic. Shen Yun searched his surroundings for a suitable stone, clenched his right hand, and forcefully hurled it toward the shadowy figure. Whoosh! With a subtle sound of slicing air, the stone vanished into the darkness ahead. Death Plunder required only a hit to activate. Would an elephant even notice a few grains of sand falling from its back? Certainly not. Bang! The stone struck what felt like tough hide, producing a faint sound. In the next moment, boom! The ground trembled slightly. In the distance, the mountain-moving dark turtle abruptly opened its enormous orange eyes, each the size of a truck's head, and roared with fury. Roar. Yet, before it could complete its roar, its massive form erupted into a mist of blood. A cascade of treasures glimmered with brilliance, cascading to the ground accompanied by a melodious clinking sound. Congratulations! Player has slain the level 100 mountain-moving dark turtle. Gain 12,620,000 experience points. As the game notification faded, a flurry of white light enveloped Shen Yun. Congratulations! Player has reached level 16, unlocking side quest icons. Congratulations! Player has reached level 20, unlocking guild icons. Congratulations! Player has reached level 25, unlocking equipment enhancement icons. The influx of experience catapulted him instantly to level 40. Had he not needed to undertake a professional advancement quest to level up, he might have soared into the higher echelons of levels. Nonetheless, the remaining experience did not vanish, still residing in his experience bar. After completing the professional advancement quest, he could level up directly. Simultaneously, a global announcement abruptly resonated in the ears of players worldwide. World announcement. Congratulations to player Zhang Taidan for becoming the first to slay a rare level boss. Reward: 100,000 gold coins, 30,000 reputation points in Qingshan City, a super treasure map, and an additional skill slot. 100,000 gold coins, and 30,000 reputation points. Within Qingshan City, a berserker seethed with jealousy. 100 copper equaled 1 silver, and 100 silver equated to 1 gold. It was essential to recognize that the game had only recently manifested in reality, and cash could not be exchanged for in-game currency. 100,000 gold coins could only be procured by the most elite factions. Ordinary organizations could not even fathom such wealth, let alone lone wolves. Furthermore, the city's production chain had long been ravaged by monsters. Searching for food now meant confronting the peril of battling monsters. Even in the relatively safe confines of Qingshan City, resources have been commandeered by powerful organizations. To acquire various supplies, one had to risk their life by venturing outside the city to hunt monsters. The purchasing power of 100,000 gold coins was simply unfathomable. Chapter 46, Plunder. 860,000 health points. 30,000 reputation is impressive. This will significantly enhance NPC favorability, potentially triggering hidden quests. The Super Treasure Map is truly remarkable. There have been instances where treasure hunters unearthed skill books. This map must lead to a hidden class awakening stone, right? At first glance, the skill slots seem somewhat ordinary. Yet in the early stages of the game, having an additional skill could introduce a myriad of variables. Jill is enviously purple with jealousy. The survivors of Qingshan City are brimming with envy. The streets are alive with discussions. Such abundant rewards. Defeating a rare level boss must grant a wealth of experience. Some have already contemplated the leaderboard, and upon clicking the icon, they were greeted by the glaring presence of Zhang Taidan on the level chart. Huaxia Region Level Rankings. Rank 1. Zhang Taidan. Level, rank 2. Yu Chun, level 28, experience 76, rank 3. Zhao Haoqian, level 28, experience 75, rank 4. Lin Feng, level 28, experience 74. Upon viewing this, the powerful contenders on the list were astonished. Information cannot be displayed. He surpasses level 28 by 10 levels. Level 38. Regardless of whether it be monsters or players, any gap of 10 levels results in automatic information concealment. Such luck is simply unfathomable. This sentiment echoed in the hearts of all. To solo a rare-level boss is an accomplishment that can only be described as extraordinary fortune. To claim that the opponent possesses formidable strength is evidently unrealistic. Until now, Zhang Taidan had not garnered much renown in the Huaxiao region. His sudden rise can only be attributed to serendipity from ancestral blessings, encountering an extraordinary opportunity. Meanwhile, within Qingshan City, in the class Awakening Hall, he's still alive? The expressions of Zhang Yong and his family shifted dramatically. Zhang Yong panicked, pulling his wife, Chen Rong, as they hastily exited the hall. His tone frantic. What do we do now? He will undoubtedly come to Qingshan City. Useless. Chen Rong disdainfully shook off his hand, turning to her daughter Chen Sidu with a cold voice. What else can we do? He is at least level 38. Are we to wait here for death? We must leave quickly. Originally, she had planned to part ways with Zhang Yong once Chen Sidu successfully awakened, but with Zhang Taidan still alive, they must maintain the faade of familial bonds. However, they cannot remain in Qingshan City. Otherwise, upon Zhang Tiadan's return, they would be left with no choice but to await their demise. Leave the city? Zhang Yong gasped, swallowing hard. Situ has just awakened. It is far too dangerous outside. The NPC teleportation function in Qingshan City had long since been disabled. The cities accessible via teleportation had already been overrun by monsters, rendering them perilous unless the monsters were cleared out. Chen Situ had long grown accustomed to her indecisive stepfather, stating, "The guild leader has already accepted me as a disciple. He will take us away." With that, she turned and walked toward the Awakening Hall. Just moments ago, she had awakened the hidden class of a healer, gaining a powerful skill that instantly restores health. This was the primary reason the guild leader chose her as a disciple. Initially, the mother and daughter planned to conceal Chen Situ's apprenticeship from Zhang Yong to prevent him from boasting about it. However, it now seemed that survival took precedence over all else. Phew, this is good. Zhang Yong exhaled in relief, hastening to follow the mother and daughter. Within the abyss. Ding! The player has received 776 billion friend requests. Block all. Shen Yun silently thought, focusing as he awaited the system's announcement. As for the items dropped by the mountain-moving ghost turtle, there was a 1-minute window for collection, so there was no rush. Moreover, with such a formidable ability as Death Plunder, he need not worry about lacking equipment or treasures. He did not have to wait long. After a few breaths, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Plunder successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the mountain-moving ghost turtle's attributes. Health points 860,000. Boom! An overwhelming surge of vitality akin to a stampede rushed through Shen Yun's limbs. Coupled with the boss's dropped potions he consumed, his leg injuries healed in an instant. A truly miraculous occurrence. Boss-level health points are astonishing. With exhilaration, Shen Yun let out a low cheer. It must be said, this Death Plunder is indeed monstrous. Player Zhang Taidan class, Mage, level 40, experience 100, can level up after class advancement. Health points, 861,100. Mana, 520, Constitution, 55, Physical Defense 110. Strength, 47, Physical Attack 94. Spirit, 76, Magical Attack 152. Agility, 57, Dodge 114. Magical Defense 152. Free Attribute Points, 100 points, 860,000 health points. Glancing at his personal information, Shen Yun marveled. With such health, he could remain unarmored without concern. Looking through the items dropped by the mountain-moving ghost turtle, he discovered that all the gear and items were around levels 40 to 50. No level 100 equipment appeared. This is simply the game's design. Otherwise, even if level 100 gear dropped, he would not be able to equip it. However, the gear dropped by the mountain-moving ghost turtle held little significance for Shen Yun to analyze. If he desired attributes, he could simply grind for them. There was, however, a scroll that piqued his interest. Yin-Yang Scroll Level 40, Legendary Item. Effect: allows a level 40 player to enhance class characteristics upon class advancement, elevating the class to a hidden class. Class growth, 10 stars. Quality ratings, common, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, epic, legendary. Truly, it is a legendary item. This single scroll alone could facilitate remarkable development. However, it seems I do not actually need it. Shen Yun chuckled to himself, shaking his head. The golden finger is simply too overpowered. Even with acquiring a legendary item, he felt little excitement. Nevertheless, this item could enhance class characteristics, coupled with an unknown class. It still held some intrigue. I shall use it later. Shen Yun pocketed the item, gazing upward at the obscured sky, shrouded in darkness. His eyes glinting with cold light. Zhang Yong, how shall I deal with your family? Zhang Yong is the biological brother of Shen Yun's adoptive father, Zhang Hong. This man, having accomplished nothing, was unstable even as a department manager in Zhang Hong's company, frequently visiting entertainment venues. He had a notoriously poor reputation locally, and despite being of age, remained unmarried. When Zhang Hong and his wife met with an accident, Zhang Yong assumed control as Shen Yun's guardian, wielding financial power. He even took the opportunity to marry the divorced beauty, Chen Rong, thus achieving a semblance of fulfillment in life. Unfortunately, due to his frequent visits to entertainment venues, his son fell victim to addiction and could not be cured. Thus, Chen Rong dared not share a bed with him. To this day, they remain childless. This is one of the reasons why Chen Rong and her daughter hold him in disdain. They must have left Qingshan City. Shen Yun's eyes narrowed. Zhang Yong and his family undoubtedly saw the global announcement. If he were in their position, he too would have chosen to vacate Qingshan City without a moment's hesitation. However, given Shen Yun's capabilities, locating these three individuals would not pose a challenge. He needed to contemplate how to torment these three wretched beings. Shen Yun's eyes gleamed with cold resolve. To simply eliminate these three heartless individuals would be far too merciful. Chapter 47. The Hidden Class of the Full Star, Necromancer. Without further contemplation, Shen Yun opened the quest log to check his class advancement task. Level 40 class advancement. Solo through the Misty Forest dungeon. Let's advance first. Shen Yun retrieved a return scroll from his inventory. Each city has a general store where one can purchase return scrolls. These items cannot be used during combat or while injured. Safety is paramount. As he unfolded the scroll and tore it, a flash of white light enveloped him, and he materialized in the city of Qingshan. He then clicked on the Merchant Association icon to search for mage skill books. Currently, besides the basic fireball spell, he possessed only one skill, the Ring of Fire Resistance. This was obtained from trading a skill book of another class. The prices for other spells were exorbitant. Lure of Light for 60 gold, Lightning Strike for 120 gold, Firewall for 266 gold and 66 silver, and Blink for 500 gold. For most players, these prices were exceedingly steep. Only the top-tier players in major factions could afford them. Casual players were unable to make such purchases. After acquiring the Firewall and Blink spells, Shen Yun closed the shop interface and made his way to the city gate to undertake his quest in the Misty Forest. The number of skills he possessed was inconsequential. With the ability to plunder, a group attack like Firewall sufficed. An idea sparked in his mind. Plunder? I should hunt flying monsters first. Skills like Dive, Lightning Strike, and Blink were all associated with flying creatures. Having these skills would make traveling much more convenient. Imagining himself, a mage, charging forth made Shen Yun chuckle, quickening his pace significantly. Before long, having exited the city, he followed the mental map to the nearby forest of Qingshan. The monsters here range from levels 8 to 12, classifying it as a novice area with few players. Walking briskly along the forest path, Shen Yun soon entered the territory of the popo birds. Upon spotting the flock resting atop a large tree, he eagerly raised his staff with a mischievous grin. Firewall. In an instant, the tree ignited spontaneously. Shen Yun had experience from playing Legends and knew that the firewall could only be cast on ground. However, the flexibility of this real-life game allowed for such creative maneuvers. Suddenly, 6 or 7 popo birds were enraged by the unexpected attack. They squawked in alarm, smoke billowing from their throats, plummeting to the ground like singed, featherless creatures. Their health bars were instantly depleted. Reminder: current player level exceeds the monsters by more than 10 levels. Experience gain is reduced by 95. Who needs experience? Shen Yun was after plunder information. Ding. Plunder successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Popo Bird attribute. Defense 26. Ding. Plunder successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Popo Bird trait. Courtship song. A melodious voice that attracts mates. When cast, it increases personal charm. Courtship? Is that even possible? Shen Yun felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. However, he discovered that the plundered attributes could stack. His defense had previously been 110. Now it stood at 136. His health had also increased by over 200, accumulating rather than being overwritten. This golden finger is truly formidable. You have something special, Shen Yun mused quietly. Thank you for the compliment, host. Please refrain from excessive praise. Ding. Plunder successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Popo Bird skill, Lightning Strike, a burst of speed within 20 meters that impacts the enemy, dealing physical damage at 110. Excellent. Let us hunt some more. Shen Yun chuckled as he departed, moving toward other areas inhabited by flying creatures in the mountains. Though the Misty Forest was a level 40 dungeon, it was surrounded by monsters. Players attempting to traverse the wilderness to reach it faced significant challenges, even in teams. In the sky, a fleeting shadow descended, and, as Shen Yun landed, he stepped into the spatial rift before him, entering the Misty Forest dungeon. Having hunted 5 types of flying creatures and acquired 5 flying skills in just 10 minutes, his efficiency was remarkable. As for his mana, he had plundered over 6,000 points, completely untroubled by mana consumption. The mist was dense, and the shadows of the trees danced. As he walked through the forest, Shen Yun vaguely spotted several animals crouching in the gray fog. He raised his staff and cast Firewall. Boom! The wall of fire erupted beneath the monsters and Oppo's feet. Before they could react, their health bars were fully depleted. Congratulations, player. You have slain the level 40 striped tiger, earning 200 experience points. Current experience is now full. Ding. Plunder successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the strength of the striped tiger, 260. Ding. Plunder successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the striped tiger skill, Tiger Roar, area mental attack, magic damage at 120. 4 striped tigers yielded the Tiger Roar skill, an area attack, quite impressive. After checking the skill release, Shen Yun cleared his throat and opened his mouth. Roar. A wave of sound rippled from his lips, sweeping outward. In an instant, a series of explosive sounds echoed through the dense forest. Ding. Plunder successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the fairy's agility attribute, 120. Ding. Plunder successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the butterfly spirit's agility, 210. As Shen Yun advanced, his attributes surged dramatically. He released Tiger Roar as soon as its cooldown ended, and when it was unavailable, he cast Firewall. If all else failed, he would use a few flying skills to evade the monsters. The efficiency of his monster hunting was astonishing. Within a minute, Shen Yun located the dungeon boss of the Misty Forest, the goat-headed beast. Noticing it dozing on its throne, Shen Yun casually tossed a small fireball, roasting the creature to a crisp. Accompanied by the notification sound, a plethora of items erupted from the monster's corpse. Ding. Congratulations, player, for clearing the Misty Forest dungeon in 36 seconds. Rating: SSS level. Ding. Plunder successful. The dungeon rating. Shen Yun clicked to collect the items. Unlike the zombie apocalypse, there was no Doomsday mission prompt during these 2 traversals. To achieve a high rating, explorers had to rely on their own ingenuity. He needed to devise a broad area attack skill to enhance the dungeon rating. Deep in thought, Shen Yun heard a notification. Congratulations, player, on completing the class advancement task. You may now continue leveling up to level 80. What will my hidden class be? Shen Yun opened his inventory and clicked. Use the nether scroll. Buzz. The golden scroll levitated, erupting in a dazzling golden glow that illuminated the entire dungeon space with blinding brilliance. Suddenly, the radiant nether scroll released a torrent of black mist that surged toward Shen Yun. What on earth? Furrowing his brow, he noticed the black mist penetrating his very being. A chill enveloped him, sending a shiver down his spine. He discovered that his character's skill bar had transformed. The horizontal bar was now encased in gold trim, emanating a faint black mist, exuding an air of sophistication. However, all skills were obscured by the black mist. He could not discern what new skills had emerged from his hidden class. At that moment, a game prompt appeared before Shen Yun. Congratulations, player Zhang Taidan. You have awakened the hidden class. Necromancer, 10 stars. A necromancer, is it? Shen Yun clicked to view the skill bar, his expression filled with astonishment. So powerful. Trait 1. Aura. When exuding the aura of a sovereign, hostile undead will be suppressed, reducing all attributes by 85. Chapter 48. The fearsome skills of the undead. Characteristic 2. Limitless. The controlled undead creatures have no numerical restrictions. Characteristic 3. Undead realm. When encountering undead creatures, they can be drawn into the undead realm for refinement, transforming into summoned entities upon success. 3 characteristics. Shen Yun gazed contentedly at the 3 icons standing proudly in the characteristic bar. It is noteworthy that the known hidden classes possess only 1 characteristic. This 10-star hidden class is truly terrifying. At least from memory, he had never heard of a 10-star hidden class. Then, Shen Yun glanced at the skills of the undead sovereign, only to discover that these skills were equally formidable. Skill 1. Summon Skeleton. Costs 1 mana to summon 1 skeleton creature with no cooldown. Skill 2. Sovereign's Grace. Upon activation, the summoned creature will gain one of the 4 attributes of the player, stacking onto its own attributes. Costs 100 mana. Lasts for 2 minutes. Cooldown 10 minutes. Skill 3. Sacrifice. The summoned creature self-destructs upon activation. Range, 5 meters. Damage. Magic damage, 260 randomly selected attribute of the summoned creature, 180. Costs 120 mana. Up to 3 creatures. Cooldown 3 minutes. Skill 4. Undead Anthem. Upon chanting, undead warriors will rise from the ground within the area. The number depending on the quantity of undead beneath the surface. Costs 200 mana. Cooldown 1 hour. Reminder, if you find it impossible to control a large number of skeletons, please reduce their number to prevent skill release, as mental strain during combat may lead to unexpected situations. Currently, the undead sovereign possesses only these 4 skills, alongside Firewall, Blink, and various skills Shen Yun had acquired. Summoning a skeleton for just 1 mana is undoubtedly a catastrophic profession. Shen Yun couldn't help but marvel. Even without a miraculous advantage, this class's capabilities are exceedingly terrifying. Of course, this assumes he can obtain a legendary 10-star Phantom Scroll. This is evidently a challenging endeavor. Noticing that there were 2 pieces of hidden class reward equipment remaining in his bag, Shen Yun opened them. Sovereign Robe. Level 40, Quality, Gold, Constitution, 210, Spirit, 168. Physical Defense, 330. Effect, when worn by an undead mage, restores 2 mana per second. Mana regeneration is quite impressive. Shen Yun smiled as he donned the new equipment. Given his catastrophic summoning abilities, which heavily rely on mana, this gear is akin to adding wings to a tiger. The Sovereign Robe is entirely black, adorned with golden cloud patterns at the hem. Coupled with the soft black mist that emanates from the robe, with glimmers of golden light, it exudes an exquisite aura, especially with the black mist swirling around his pale face. When he grinned and revealed his pearly white teeth, he truly embodied the allure of a dark sorcerer. After admiring his reflection, Shen Yun equipped the Sovereign Staff from his bag. Undead Staff. Level 40. Quality, Silver, Spirit, 157. Its attributes are average, but its appearance, shimmering with a silvery gray hue, is far more impressive than the wooden staff he had used previously. Time to level up. Shen Yun clicked the personal upgrade button and upgraded in one swift motion. With a flash of white light beneath his feet, he instantly reached level 65. Player, Zhang Taidan class, Undead Sovereign, level 65, experience 6, health 889, 620, mana 7, 685, constitution 850, physical defense 2, 990, strength 733, physical damage 1, 801, spirit 621, magic damage 1, 524, agility 3, 620, dexterity 12, 625, magic defense 1, 680, free attribute points 200, goodness. How has it become so terrifying? Shen Yun swallowed hard. The values in parentheses are double the base attributes. For instance, his agility should be over 7, 000 dexterity. However, the agility gained from death has compounded, directly elevating his dexterity to 12, 000, based on the attributes at level 40. Achieving over 500 in a single attribute after donning a full set of similarly leveled gear would be quite impressive. But he has essentially hacked the system. Glancing at his equipment bar, he noticed 2 vacant slots for rings that enhance magic damage, but he was too lazy to wear them. Time to deal with them. Shen Yun's gaze sharpened as he opened his friend list, only to find that Zhang Yong and his family had removed him. He quickly scanned the list and noticed that Lin Yuren's ID was conspicuously absent. Clearly, friends from 2 different worlds cannot connect. Finding Zhang Yong would not be difficult. Shen Yun opened his friend list and located someone. Lu Ning, 41 years old, 8 to 26, Li Shuai Street, Qingshan City. This individual is Zhang Yong's childhood friend, his closest companion. Shen Yun promptly opened the chat window and glanced at the astonished messages from the other party that had been blocked, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Since this family has forsaken loyalty for profit, I shall thoroughly enjoy myself, vent my frustrations, and eliminate them. The mere thought filled him with anticipation. Shen Yun grinned malevolently and sent Lu Ning a message. Are you there, Uncle Lu? As expected, the response was instantaneous. Lu Ning, you little rascal. Taidan, you are truly impressive. I thought you had forgotten me, since I hadn't heard from you. What's going on? Inside the Li Shuai Street residential building, Lu Ning, having just finished dinner, was brimming with excitement, his eyes wide with anticipation as he stared at the chat window. He never imagined that the seemingly useless Zhang Yong's nephew would possess such fortune. He had directly topped the level charts. This revelation had caused quite the uproar in the game chat, with everyone searching for this Zhang Taidan. However, Zhang Yong's messages remained on Do Not Disturb, possibly due to being in a dungeon, so Lu Ning had not been able to ascertain the details. Noticing a message incoming, Lu Ning focused on the screen, his brow furrowing. Zhang Taidan. Uncle Lu, I woke up to find myself at the edge of a cliff, seemingly having lost my memory. Upon returning to Qingshan City, all my uncle's friends have vanished. What has happened? Could it be that Zhang Yong's family pushed this kid off the cliff? He knew that Zhang Yong had seized Zhang Tieran's assets. It indeed seemed plausible. However, Zhang Yong was still a childhood friend. This nephew had suddenly struck it rich and soared to new heights. Lu Ning felt that this matter could not be directly addressed. It was an opportune moment to capitalize on this child's amnesia to strengthen their relationship. Lu Ning, from what you say, it seems there has been an accident. Perhaps old Zhang thought you were dead and deleted you from his friends list. Hold on, I will inquire. Chapter 49, The Anxious Family of 3. Level 80 in an instant. After sending the message, Lu Ning swiftly took a screenshot of the chat history and sent it to Zhang Yong, accompanied by a note. Grandson, regardless of your past actions, the future of Taidan is immeasurable. His amnesia is undoubtedly true. Otherwise, with his level, it would be trivial for him to locate you. Not to mention possessing 100,000 gold and 30,000 reputation in Qingshan City. Think carefully. Brotherly words end here. To be candid, Lu Ning's assistance to Zhang Yong was motivated by the hope that this family would support him in the future. After all, they shared a connection and a sense of gratitude. Zhang Yong would surely remember his kindness. Lu Ning had deftly navigated the complexities of human relationships. Just as he finished sending the message, Lu Ning received a reply from Shen Yun. Zhang tied in. Uncle Lu, I have awakened the hidden profession of necromancer. You often bought me snacks when I was young. When I have time, I'll take you to level up. Haha. I'm not joking. Look at this equipment I received upon awakening. Hidden profession equipment. Necromancer's staff. What the heck? Lu Neng's eyes widened, and he abruptly stood up, his voice trembling. A hidden profession, a mage. This is a mainstream hidden profession, requiring at least level 38. He desires subordinates, and with a mere call, they will rush to serve him. This Zhang Taidan is destined for greatness. Without further contemplation, he quickly messaged the unresponsive Zhang Yun. Screenshot, grandson, are you still playing dead? He has awakened a hidden profession. Quickly add him as a friend and explain. This is a mage's hidden profession. How formidable it must be. Within the residential building of On Yuan City, Zhang Yong had already received Lu Neng's information. Upon seeing the screenshot confirming his nephew's awakening of a hidden profession, he trembled with shock. Beside him, Chun Rong and her daughter's expressions shifted dramatically, their eyes clouded with uncertainty. After a moment, Chun Rong, who had weathered many storms, regained her composure and whispered to the others, regardless of whether he is feigning ignorance or not, we must not expose our location. However, if he truly has amnesia, we need to contact him to prevent suspicion. Beside her, Chen Situ nodded silently, realizing the unavoidable nature of the situation. They could not forget that her brother's level had already surpassed 38. Even if she awakened a 3-star healer profession, catching up would be exceedingly difficult. If he began to harbor doubts, it would spell danger. With this thought, Chen Situ softly instructed her father, who was wiping cold sweat. Dad, let us not rush to add him. We can say we were busy in a dungeon and didn't TC the message. The three of us should coordinate our story and say he encountered danger while attempting to advance to a level 15 profession. Exactly, old Zhang, don't be anxious. He doesn't know where we are. We can just mention a distant city. After sending the message to Lu Neng, Shen Yun began inquiring around the city, spending 10 gold coins to purchase information about the areas where high-level magical beasts appeared, confirming that the nearest area with high-level monsters was in the Sunset Mountain Range. He promptly set off from Qingshan City. As for whether Zhang Yong's family would respond to him, Shen Yun was indifferent. Once he leveled up, he would swiftly eliminate monsters across various cities using his necromancer abilities. With status, reputation, and strength on his side, he was not concerned about the family's potential visit. Amnesia was merely a convenient excuse he provided for Zhang Yong's family. Traveling without a teleportation array was troublesome. After more than an hour of flight, Shen Yun finally arrived at the outskirts of the Sunset Mountain Range. Roar! As soon as he landed, he heard a resounding dragon's roar. In the sky, a plump, crimson western dragon soared past, the gathering place for the 85-level western dragons. Shen Yun took a deep breath, raised his necromancer's staff, and intoned softly, "Hear my call, arise, skeletal minions." As soon as the command left his lips, dark elements surged wildly around him, enveloping him in a chilling aura. The necromancer's staff, shrouded in black mist, shimmered silver and emitted a fan-shaped ripple. In the next moment, whoosh! The ripple opened like a tear in space. Crack! 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 One after another, staggering skeletal minions leaped out and landed. Dozens, hundreds, thousands. In just a few blinks, nearly 3,000 skeletal minions, pale and ghostly, gathered at the outskirts of the Sunset Mountain Range. If players were to witness this scene, they might mistakenly believe that the skeletal monster spawn point had relocated here. For Shen Yun, who possessed over 600 mana points, this only cost him half. His mental state felt perfectly fine. This was the formidable advantage of his unique ability, having plundered numerous mental points. Skeletal minion level 65, health 2200, mana 400, defense 480, damage 725, magic defense 480, agility 280. The attributes were quite ordinary. Encountering a dragon might easily spell their doom. Shen Yun scanned the skeletal minion's mundane attributes, and a sudden inspiration struck him. Raising his staff, he declared, "Dominion's blessing." Buzz! In an instant, vast amounts of black mist surged from him. dispersing and merging with the skeletal minions present. A miraculous scene unfolded. Among the 3,000 skeletons, hundreds transformed into fleeting shadows darting into the dense forest. Moreover, some skeletal minions astonishingly turned a pure golden hue, exuding an intense aura. Ding! 368 skeletal minions received Dominion-S blessing. Agility increased by 12, 625 points. Ding! 689 skeletal minions received Dominion-S blessing. Damage increased by 1, 801 points. Additionally, physical defense, magical damage, and 4 other sub-attributes were directly enhanced on all skeletal minions due to the upgraded effect of Dominion-S blessing. Boom! The 3,000 skeletal minions charged into the Sunset Mountain range. Concurrently, roars echoed from the mountains, revealing the dragon clan's displeasure at these intruding ants. However, swish, swish! A flurry of white shadows darted like light toward the dragons in the valley. In mere moments, boom! The massive forms of the dragons exploded into clouds of blood after being swept by the white light. Ding! Plunder successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the dragon attributes. Health 160, 000. Ding! Plunder successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the red dragon attribute. Physical damage 6, 520. Ding! Plunder successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the blue dragon skill. Dragon Breath. How swift were the skeletal minions enhanced with agility. In no time at all, Shen Yun had already gained experience points and plundered information from over 1085 level giant dragons. As he activated automatic leveling, a series of upgrade lights enveloped him. Ding! Congratulations, player level increased to 69. Congratulations, player level increased to 75. Congratulations, player level increased to 80. You must complete the class advancement task to level up further. Level 80. Just a visit and 2 skills later, he reached level 80. How extraordinary! Shen Yun stretched his limbs, relishing the exhilaration of leveling up and watching his attributes soar. He did not intend to stop there. Instead, he continued to use the skeletal minions to farm the dragon horde. Having come this far, he aimed to maximize his attributes. Chapter 50. The Excited Zhang Yong. The beast tide approaches. As the sun sank low in the sky, casting a shadow over the land, Shen Yun finally summoned all his skeletal minions back. He then opened his personal information to review his current attributes. Player, Zhang Titan class, Necromancer, level 80, experience 100, health 12, 564, 200, mana 1, 866, 528, constitution 2, 771, 202, physical defense 8, 765, 200, strength 567, 412, physical damage 1, 358, 542, mental power 499, 512, magical damage 1, 223, 657, agility 396, 621, dexterity 963, 369, magical defense 824, 200, physical resistance 27, magical resistance 19, physical critical rate 22, magical critical rate 37, free attribute points 260. Goodness, I have never played such an absurd game in my life. Shen Yun felt a blend of excitement and amusement. With such a character sheet, even a single skeletal minion possessing his attributes would be deemed an invincible boss, let alone himself. Particularly, the physical critical damage surpassed even the magical damage. One word, absurd. Closing his personal information, Shen Yun utilized a return scroll to teleport back to Qingshan City. Due to the influx of monsters, many houses within the city lay vacant, including his own, which had long been unoccupied by its owner. Upon entering the neighborhood, Shen Yun noticed Lu Neng rising from a nearby flower bed, his gaze curious as he observed Shen Yun. After removing the hood of his robe, Shen Yun saw Lu Neng rushing towards him with a look of surprise and joy. "Ha, it really is you. Uncle Lu, what brings you here?" As Lu Neng approached, noticing the golden glow emanating from Shen Yun's black robe, he spoke enviously. "Only golden-grade equipment can radiate such brilliance." Fortune has truly favored you. By the way, how are you feeling? Remember anything? Shen Yun shook his head, frowning in contemplation. I only recall celebrating my cousin's birthday not long ago. Our families gathered for dinner. I have a vague recollection of what happened afterward, but the details escape me. Ah, your uncle mentioned it to me as well. It seems you encountered an accident while completing a task, but it's good to see you're fine. Lu Ning patted him on the shoulder. Indeed, Shen Yun acknowledged. Earlier that afternoon, while he was grinding monsters, Zhang Yang's family had indeed informed him of this incident, albeit with slight embellishments, without attempting to seize his hidden class awakening stone. Seeing the curious stares of passers-by directed at Shen Yun's black robe, Lu Ning quickly placed an arm around his shoulders and urged him to move. Let us head home. With so many people around, even if you're at a high level, you must remain discreet to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Tomorrow, change your residence to mine next door. Remember to swap out your equipment upon entering the city. Grateful for his heartfelt advice, Shen Yun nodded appreciatively. Thank you, uncle. I'll move over tomorrow. We can grind monsters together, and let's invite Annie too. Lu Ning, clearly pleased that Shen Yun had taken his advice to heart, grinned broadly. Ha. It's good to see you're thoughtful. You focus on your business. I'll join you for leveling up when I have the time. Such considerate remarks typically endeared younger individuals, and Shen Yun felt an increase in his fondness for Lu Ning. However, he was aware that Lu Ning was a childhood friend of Zhang Yang, and although he meant no harm, his visit was undoubtedly a means to probe further. By the way, Taidan, what level are you currently? Lu Ning inquired curiously. I'm precisely at the threshold of the advancement quest, Shen Yun replied. Wow, your level is impressively high. Are you not concerned about potential dangers? Lu Ning observed in awe. Indeed, his level aligned closely with the speculations of players in the chat box. Most players were anticipated to be around level 40. After all, one could not level up without completing the advancement task, and attempting it solo would undoubtedly pose significant challenges. Lu Ning pondered for a moment before advising in a hushed tone. With your high level, you ought to seek out a few competent allies for future endeavors. This interim period is your advantage. Do not squander it. Make sure to plan wisely tonight. I have the same intention, Shen Yun replied earnestly, eliciting a knowing smile from Lu Ning, who realized that Shen Yun considered him among potential future allies. Sensing the budding camaraderie, Lu Ning waved cheerfully without waiting for an invitation. All right then, as long as you're fine. You carry on. I'll head back. Once Shen Yun ascended the stairs, Lu Ning turned to the projection camera, sending a message to Zhang Yang's family. Old Zhang, I don't see anything unusual about Taidan. Have you all detected any issues? He was eager to inquire about the situation, but worried that such questions might raise suspicions among the three, potentially leading to trouble for him. Lu Ning merely wished to align himself with Zhang Taidan and his family without attracting any danger. After all, there was no conflict between him and Zhang Taidan. Even if Zhang Yang's family had done something to him, they would certainly refrain from acting against Lu Ning, given Tiedan's protection. Lu Ning was acutely aware of this reality. Thanks, old Lu. No need for lengthy words. We'll return together only when we're thoroughly intoxicated. Zhang Yang expressed his gratitude. Indeed, his friend proved to be reliable. Furthermore, his nephew's recent behavior suggested he was in no immediate danger. After a brief exchange, Zhang Yang ended the video call and turned to his wife, Chen Rong. What do you think? Chen Rong shook her head, her brow furrowed as she murmured, regardless, we must maintain a positive communication atmosphere with him. The transportation situation is inconvenient. He cannot reach us now. At this, she turned to their daughter, Chen Situ. Situ, during this period, focus on enhancing your strength and seize opportunities to befriend powerful figures. If this boy intends to lure us back to eliminate us, we will have to rely on you. Chen Situ nodded, pursing her lips. Understood, Mom. Hearing this, Zhang Yang furrowed his brow, glancing at Chen Rong. His daughter needed to cultivate connections with the influential. Did this not imply that his charming wife might be tempted to betray him? Chen Rong, aware of his possessiveness, shot him a playful glance and smiled. Are you foolish? If your nephew truly has amnesia, would I not cling to you, given your substantial backing? Sending Situ out is merely a strategic reserve. What are you thinking? Haha, I'm just worried about you all. Zhang Yang scratched his head, his face reddening. The thought of his precious child betraying him was unbearable. Yet he felt a sense of pride. If his nephew truly had amnesia, as his only family member, Shen Yun believed he would surely rise to greatness. Moreover, Shen Yun would have to obey and bear him a robust child. The future is promising. The more Shen Yun contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. All right, I know you love me, which is why you're anxious. Hurry and prepare dinner, my dear. The sweet, soft tone sent Shen Yun into fits of joy as he hurried off to the kitchen. The following morning, as Shen Yun finished his breakfast, he prepared to undertake the level 80 advancement quest. Suddenly, a resounding alarm echoed throughout the city. Beep! Everyone paused momentarily before swiftly accessing the nearby channel in the player chat box. Upon reading the messages, the expressions of the citizens of Qingshan City shifted dramatically. Qingshan City leader, Beast Tide. The Beast Tide is attacking Qingshan City. Nearby Zhou. We have a Beast Tide here too. There are too many. We can't defend against it. Nearby Chaoranchi. This is it. I don't want to die. Nearby Ma Sanju. Is there any true local nearby? Hurry and join a group to survive. We cannot reveal our identities. Our advantages are diminishing. Friendly reminder. Qingshan City is about to face a Beast Tide siege. All players should prepare accordingly. A Beast Tide siege? Observing the panicked crowd scattering within the neighborhood, Shen Yun could not help but smile radiantly. He immediately sprang into action, vaulting to a high-rise building in the city. What lay before him? Outside the city walls, the roads and forests erupted with an overwhelming multitude of monstrous beings. Roaring, amidst the deafening cacophony of their cries, the beastly tide surged forth like a dark ocean, obliterating all obstacles that lay before the players outside the city. Chapter 51. O immortal undead, he my summons. The eastern city gate is also besieged by a tide of beasts. All 4 city gates are under threat. If the city falls, there will be no escape. This scale is terrifying, likely a super horde of several 100,000 beasts. As a relentless wave of creatures surged forward, the faces of the defenders and the remaining survivors in the city turned ashen. It was well known that the safer the city, the more ferocious the beast tide it would attract. Yet this was the first time Qingshan City faced such a formidable onslaught. Even the leaders of various factions were taken aback by the sight. Could they withstand it? A melodious horn echoed from behind the beast horde. Amidst the chaos, a throng of pitch-black panthers surged forth from the tide. Simultaneously, a deep drumbeat resonated from the human battlements. Boom! Archers, prepare. The commanders on the 4 city walls forced themselves to regain their composure and shouted in unison. Release explosive arrows. Whoosh! 30,000 arrows were loosed, transforming into a rain of death aimed at the panther horde below. As the arrows struck and exploded, plumes of smoke filled the air. Boom, boom, boom. The charging panthers were thrown into disarray, with many falling victim to the arrow storm. Witnessing this scene, the defenders atop the walls felt a momentary relief. However, the 4 commanders dared not relax, shouting loudly, "Prepare piercing arrows." No sooner had the words left their lips than the archers equipped themselves with the specialized ammunition. Clearly, they were all well trained. Although Qingshan City remained relatively safe, in such a dire situation where only self-preservation was possible, no one dared to neglect their defensive training. Release. The arrows flew forth, wreaking havoc among the panther horde outside the gates. A hint of satisfaction appeared on the faces of the archers. At least they had successfully defended the city during this initial wave. Just then, a subtle yet unusual sound of wind caught the attention of some wind element classes, prompting them to look up at the city's exterior. To their horror, a group of 3-meter-tall giant apes emerged from the tide, wielding boulders the size of human heads, and hurled them towards the battlements. As the stones hurtled like cannonballs, the commander's expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately sounded the defensive whistle. Tweet. All archers crouched down. Boom, boom, boom. The massive stones crashed into city walls, sending debris flying. Moreover, numerous stones breached the city, collapsing several buildings. Seizing this opportunity, while the archers were taking cover, the beast horde sounded their charge. A thunderous rumble echoed outside the walls. sending the archers hiding behind the battlements into a state of panic. They intend to scale the walls. Stay calm. Follow the plan. Mages, it's your turn. Once the flying boulders ceased, the archers swiftly vacated the battlements, making way for the mages in the rear. However, no sooner had they switched positions than a vibrant flock of birds swooped in from the void. Oh no, it's the venomous bird swarm. An aerial assault was underway. The siege mechanics were entirely random. Although they had rehearsed, the sheer number of monsters attacking simultaneously was enough to throw the inexperienced into disarray. Panic was inevitable. In this realm, death was final, unlike games where characters could respawn. Stay composed. Ice mages, position yourselves and release ice crystals to impede their advance. Rogues, drop distraction bombs to disrupt their formation. The four commanders swiftly issued commands to stabilize the situation. But just as they opened the team chat to type release bird-repelling cannonballs, they were met with a chilling message. Team second in command. The stones thrown by the giant apes have gravity runes, affecting the release of the bird-repelling cannon. It will require 2 minutes. What the hell? Is this even possible? The foresight of the shamans within the beast tide is alarming. The faces of the four commanders darkened. If they had the bird-repelling cannonballs, they could counter the aerial assault. But now, with the giant apes' stones suppressing their capabilities, they had no choice but to rely on the archers. However, one must not forget that arrows are direct fire, making it easy for the birds to evade. In contrast, the bird-repelling cannonballs explode in the air, releasing a large cloud of smoke to disperse the birds. The effectiveness of the two was not even comparable. Yet, there was no better alternative at present. All archers aimed skyward, utilizing their rapid-fire technique. The explosive arrows were ready for release. Quickly, whoosh, a dark curtain shot from within the city towards the densely packed birds, while many arrows struck their targets. Numerous birds evaded, charging towards the mages atop the battlements. Even with warriors holding shields for defense, the chaos on the battlefield would inevitably tilt the scales against them, especially since these birds were level 26 and 27, capable of releasing toxic mists. I've been poisoned. Healer, where are you? Healer, cure me. My face is rotting. What the hell? Wait for my cooldown. Instantly, chaos erupted atop the walls. Observing from a nearby tall building, Shen Yun keenly studied both sides of the conflict. This was his first experience witnessing a siege by otherworldly creatures. Particularly in the real world, where sea monsters also attack cities, it provided him an opportunity to learn. To capture the thief, one must first capture the king. Shen Yun's gaze sharpened as he made his assessment. Within the beast tide, the shamans provided command, while humanity was aided by the four commanders. It could be said that eliminating the leader would secure a 70% chance of victory. However, to claim the head of a general amidst a throng of foes was no simple feat indeed in the rapidly shifting battlefield. Falling behind by a single step could lead to a cascade of failures. Without the bird-repelling cannonballs, the mages atop the walls were heavily disrupted by the swarm of birds. Many positions lacked the presence of ice mages, allowing a multitude of venomous creatures to surge up the walls. Rogues, quickly use insect-repelling powder. Warriors, taunt the monsters. Pull them away quickly. The western wall can't hold. All mages, unleash your spells. The situation descended into utter chaos. Only those who have experienced the trials of defending a city could grasp the overwhelming dread that enveloped one as the beast tide surged with unrelenting force while their own forces floundered. The western wall held for a mere 10 minutes. Due to a lapse in the use of professional skills, the beast horde breached the city. It's over. It's all over. The western commander, fleeing with a rogue, stared pale-faced at the players atop the walls, slaughtered by the onslaught of beasts. Just a moment of carelessness had brought ruin upon a city. Slap! The rogue struck him across the face and shouted, "Kong Ping, there's still a defense line within the city. Pull yourself together." The sting of that slap finally brought him back to his senses. Kong Ping suppressed his fear and quickly began to strategize their next defensive measures. But at that moment, he noticed a figure clad in a black and gold robe suspended above the western city gate. Below him surged the tide of beasts. What was he? Suddenly, Kong Ping witnessed a scene that would be etched in his memory forever. Before him stood a shadowy figure, shrouded in a swirling mist of darkness. Slowly, it raised its hands and intoned in a haunting whisper, "O immortal specters, heed my summons and awaken from your eternal slumber." Chapter 52. A single person is a calamity. Annihilating the beast, tide, a faint melody eerily permeated the entirety of Qingshan City. In the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted. A dense black mist surged forth from Shen Yun, enveloping the entire cityscape. Suddenly, a cacophony of cracking bones echoed as skeletal creatures, skeleton monsters, bone dragons, and bone beasts began to rise unsteadily from the ground beneath the shroud of darkness. 110, 1,000, 10,000. As the citizens gathered at the city gates, found themselves besieged by the horde of undead, they trembled, their eyes wide with shock as they gazed upon the figure shrouded in black mist hovering in the void. Heavens! The necromancer can summon such a multitude of undead. The street was filled with these undead creatures, their emerald eyes raised toward the heavens, their hands reverently lifted as if in supplication to the sovereign figure suspended in the air. This surreal scene left the entire city in stunned silence, not daring to draw breath. Then, a single command resonated from the figure above, imbued with the authority of a deity. "Heed my call. Annihilate the beast tide." As the words fell, the black mist swiftly surged into the bones of the undead. The legions of the undead began to move, their limbs creaking. Yet astonishingly, some skeletons radiated a golden glow, their presence almost palpable, while others were drenched in crimson, exuding a vigorous vitality. Some levitated mysteriously, defying explanation. The dominion and Apos' grace took effect, bestowing upon all the undead the attributes of Shen Yun. Could they be mutated creatures? But I've never seen such a thing. Many watched in bewilderment at the attributes of these undead. Strength type skeleton monster level. Agility bone dragon level. Description: summoned by player Zhang Taidan using Song of the Undead. Duration: 2 minutes. What? The crowd's eyes widened. While they could not comprehend the obscured levels, the attributes being concealed as question marks left them flabbergasted. Even the most skilled thieves and archers, employing their insight skills, were unable to glean any information about these undead creatures. At that moment, the tide of bones surged forth. Leading the charge were the skeletal monsters and bone beasts that plunged into the city from the western gate. The mere sight of their encounter rendered all surviving witnesses speechless. With a flurry of gore, the white silhouettes moved with unparalleled ferocity, ruthlessly slaughtering the monsters. These terrifyingly swift undead decimated the invading horde in mere moments. Unbelievable. Terrifying. Then those skeletons and bone beasts leapt from the city walls, diving into the fray of the beast tide. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of the other city walls remained motionless, while the undead army leapt over their heads, descending upon the beasts outside the city. From above, the white waves outside the city walls devoured the black tide of beasts at an unmatched speed. In the air, the bone dragon merely opened its mouth to unleash elemental magic, causing flocks of birds to explode mid-flight, blood spraying everywhere. In a matter of moments, the vibrant avian horde was annihilated. Hiss! All eyes widened in disbelief, gasping in awe. What manner of sorcerer is this? Am I not dreaming? The sheer number and destructive power of the undead had left them awestruck. Yet, even more perplexing was the chain of mist floating above their heads when these creatures were attacked. How could such a multitude of monsters fail to breach their defenses? A single individual obliterating the beast tide. Could this truly be real? As an elder uttered these words, his body was enveloped in a chilling dread. It was simply too inconceivable. Many gazed wide-eyed at the figure in the void, staff in hand, cloaked in black mist. This person is nothing less than a disaster-level entity. I sense his potential may surpass even the 10-star realm. No one had ever witnessed a 10-star professional. Yet all present felt that such a being would not be worthy of possessing this level of cataclysmic power. Otherwise, even a level 40 necromancer, regardless of 10-star growth, could not achieve such might. Simply illogical. Even if Zhang Taidan were level 80, it would still be unfathomable. Some pondered in secret. Perhaps he possesses extraordinary artifacts. Regardless, they all felt a sense of relief. Zhang Taidan belonged to their Qingshan city. On the battlefield, the strength of the undead was overwhelming. Within 2 minutes, not a single monster's roar echoed from beyond the city walls. 1,000,000 undead turned in unison toward the shadow, standing in the void, paying homage. This heart-stirring spectacle rendered the players atop the city walls utterly silent, fearing to disturb the terrifying legion of undead bosses. Before long, the skeletal forms of the undead crumbled into dust, falling to the ground. The once fierce battlefield now lay in complete silence. Though the undead had vanished, the citizens remained entranced, unable to shake off their astonishment. Meanwhile, those who had traversed to Qingshan City looked at the imposing necromancer in the sky with both jealousy and gratitude. Jealousy for the rewards he would undoubtedly receive upon returning home if he were a traveler. Gratitude for surviving. With this powerful ally, they could likely return home after a year in Qingshan City, reaping rewards without effort. Perhaps they could even use this time to develop their skills and elevate their rewards. At this moment, Shen Yun, the focus of the entire city, surveyed the crowd with calmness and spoke. I intend to cleanse all monsters within the cities of Huaxia. Will you follow me? While he needed to bolster his influence, he couldn't exhaust himself alone in the monster-slaying endeavor. This was the perfect opportunity to win hearts. What? The players in the city stared dumbfounded. Cleanse all monsters in Huaxia cities. Such audacious words, if uttered by anyone else, would have been deemed the height of folly. Yet, the recent display of the undead army suggested that this remarkably youthful speaker might indeed realize such a feat. Moreover, we would be among the first to follow him. With this thought, many leaders from various factions in the city, emulating the undead, gazed fervently at Shen Yun, shouting in unison, I am willing. I'm willing to follow you. Not only these factions, even the neutral armed forces hesitated for but a moment before kneeling to show allegiance. I am willing. No one wished to leave monsters lurking within the city. Once the monsters were cleared, the NPCs for intercity teleportation could be activated, creating numerous avenues of escape. Whether due to family ties, entangled interests, or the weight of Shen Yun's overwhelming presence, all within the city knelt in submission. Excellent. Shen Yun smiled gently as he surveyed the crowd. In 1 hour, gather 10,000 to march with me and purge the monsters of the surrounding cities, clearing the path. Once the primary routes between cities were established and NPC markers set, monsters would no longer roam those paths, paving the way for teleportation between 2 cities. 10,000 for the expedition. The crowd gazed at Shen Yun with fervent anticipation. If they had the undead army clearing the way, would this not be an opportunity to gain experience and level up? If they could outpace other players in level, the benefits would be immeasurable. All eyes were filled with expectation as they awaited Shen Yun's next command. Sign up with Lu Neng at Li Shui Street. With that, Shen Yun vanished into the air. Lu Neng at Li Shui Street. Has anyone heard of this person? The crowd swiftly began searching for friends. Those quick on their feet went directly to Li Shui Street. Meanwhile, Lu Neng stood in a daze by the street, his expression blank. As for his wife, her eyes widened in disbelief, her voice trembling as she exclaimed, We just joined the team, and we are already at level 40. Chapter 53. Nephew, it is a relief to see you well. When Shen Yun summoned the skeletal army, he directly invited Lu Neng and his spouse to join the ranks. During the 2 minutes of slaughter against the beast tide, the substantial experience gained propelled the couple S levels to soar like a rocket, reaching level 40. Furthermore, Shen Yun took full responsibility for recruiting members in Qingshan City. I've struck gold. I've truly made it big. Lu Neng exclaimed, trembling with excitement. Look at me. Old Lu, you've hit the jackpot. Hearing the exclamations from nearby, Lu Neng quickly composed himself. An opportunity had arisen, and he could not afford to be arrogant. He must seize it wisely. As he turned, he spotted a group of neighbors rushing toward him, led by He Quan, the president of the Qinglong Guild, one of the most formidable forces in Qingshan City. Oh my, Brother Lu, you have become the envy of us all. He Quan approached with a sincere smile. bowing slightly as he took Lu Neng's hand, patting it eagerly. Sending a private message, Brother Lu. From now on, you are my dear brother. I shall follow your lead. You must arrange for some of my people to join the Legion. Lu Neng's heart raced. He could hardly fathom it. Such a powerful figure was groveling before him. A mere commoner. In the past, individuals of Quan stature wouldn't even spare him a glance. Yet now, with Shen Yun's rise, those around him had ascended to new heights. An unprecedented sense of satisfaction surged within Lu Neng. However, having navigated society for many years, he endeavored to remain calm, stating that he needed to consult Zhang Taidan first. Quan readily agreed, and his exquisite secretary promptly offered Lu Neng a cigar. As Lu Neng inhaled the sweet fragrance of the female secretary and noticed her alluring figure, he swallowed hard, attempting to contact Shen Yun. Before long, after receiving confirmation that he could take full charge, Lu Neng straightened his back, feeling as if it were forged from titanium. In Rod City, Zhang Yong paced anxiously in his home, beads of sweat dotting his brow. He chain-smoked one cigarette after another. Meanwhile, on the sofa, Chen Rong and Chen Sita displayed their own unease, their expressions taut with tension. That orphan had become the king of Qingshan City, a million-strong army of the undead. He had single-handedly vanquished tens of thousands of beasts. Additionally, he had captured 2 cities surrounding Qingshan City in just one afternoon. Most alarmingly, those 10,000 had all reached level 40. How could all this have transpired in such a short time? Moreover, after Lu Neng completed his class advancement, he had reached level 65, becoming the first elder of Shen Yun's undead guild. He had dominated the rankings in strength and equipment, all while remaining a resident of Qingshan City. These astonishing events shook the very core of the trio's souls. Chen Situ could not comprehend how her cousin, whom she had always looked down upon, could have such an extraordinary fortune. Surely, he must have acquired a powerful hidden class while at the cliff. Filled with regret, she lamented, "Had I known, I would have simply killed him and pushed him off." "Are you blaming me?" Zhang Yong retorted, displeased, glaring at the sullen Chen Situ. Chen Rong, witnessing her daughter's outburst, felt a surge of anger but maintained her composure, saying, "It is now clear that Zhang Taidan has indeed lost his memory. We must cling tightly to this opportunity. Given Zhang Taidan's current strength, he could easily eliminate us. However, since he has chosen not to act, it is evident that he is indeed amnesiac." Zhang Yong nodded fervently. "Exactly. Lu Neng has become my nephew's right-hand man. What incredible luck he has stumbled upon. I can hardly wait to find Shen Yun and express the concerns I've harbored as an uncle." Lu Neng had now become someone of great stature, inciting jealousy within Zhang Yong that kept him awake at night. As an uncle, he would undoubtedly be the center of attention, far preferable to languishing in this dismal place. Chen Rong pulled at Chen Situ, advising, "When you see Taidan, speak to him with respect. Do not act petulantly." Chen Situ rolled her eyes, exasperated. "I'm not foolish. He is the lord of 3 cities, at least of 100 levels. If I do not seize this opportunity, would I not be out of my mind? I can hardly wait to check on this brother." "Oh, what do you mean?" Chen Rong raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing her daughter closely. It must be said that her daughter had perfectly inherited her beauty, with skin as luminous as jade and eyes sparkling like gems. Complemented by Chen Situ's exquisite oval face and charming lips, she was indeed a campus belle. Chen Situ was well aware of the implications in her mother's gaze, her lips curving into a subtle smile. "I shall handle it with ease. Before I push him off the cliff, our relationship was quite amicable. After all, as a mainstream class mage, this brother could fare well anywhere. Maintaining a good relationship is only sensible." Confident in her abilities, Chen Situ believed that securing his favor would not pose a challenge. This self-assured demeanor prompted Chen Rong to affectionately pinch her daughter's nose, chuckling softly, "No rush. After all, we are family. We have ample time." Unbeknownst to Zhang Yong, who was engaged in conversation with Lu Neng, this young man had usurped what was rightfully his, leaving him quite displeased. Yet soon, he would be reunited with his soaring nephew. 3 days later, Shen Yun led the undead guild. having breached the neighboring city of Rod City, where he met with Zhang Yong's family. Upon their meeting, Zhang Yong's eyes glistened with emotion. "Nephew, it is a relief to see you well. It is wonderful to finally meet you." "Uncle," Shen Yun replied, his eyes also slightly misty, embracing Zhang Yong warmly. "I must ponder how to toy with you all." Shen Yun patted his back, concealing the glint of ambition in his eyes. With his strength secured, it was still too early to return to reality. He intended to extract some amusement from this family trio. Chen Rong and Chen Situ, witnessing this emotional reunion, also felt tears welling, touched by the sight of familial bonds being rekindled. Undoubtedly, upon joining the guild, the three would be entrusted with significant responsibilities. Zhang Yong and Chen Rong would follow Lu Nong, learning how to communicate with various factions and manage the guild's logistics. The importance of these roles was evident, and it would not be long before the couple would excel in high positions. News of this spread, not only reaching the major factions in Rod City, but also garnering congratulations from powerful figures in other cities. The once cautious couple felt a resurgence of confidence, truly soaring with ambition. They regarded Shen Yun with the affection of a beloved nephew, showering him with utmost concern. Meanwhile, the youthful Chen Situ was assigned to the Zhuke team, one of the 4 strongest squads in the Undead Guild. This team comprised only 10 members, just like the Qinglong, Baihu, and Xuanwu teams, primarily consisting of Shen Yun's fervent followers, often accompanying him to level up. The 40 individuals reported solely to Shen Yun, and even Lu Nong, now second only to Shen Yun, had to greet them with a smile, enjoying a position of great prestige. Thanks to her relationship as Shen Yun's cousin, Chen Situ received preferential treatment upon joining the Zhuke team. Whether in dungeon runs or leveling, she could obtain the finest rewards, although she outwardly declined these offerings. Inside, she felt immense satisfaction and pride. It was common knowledge that any individual from this circle would attract celebrity-like attention. Yet now, they were bending over backward to please her, fulfilling Chen Situ's vanity to a remarkable degree, with her greatest anticipation being the praise she received from various factions. Regardless of the circumstances, the Zhangyong family was destined to become significant figures within the Undead Guild. Chapter 54. Finding some fun, a grand performance for your family. For 2 consecutive months, the southeastern region of Huaxia was completely overrun by the Undead Legion. With Shen Yun's birthday approaching, both the Zhang and Lu families wished to celebrate it for him. The guild, having operated at a frenzied pace for an extended period, decided to take a 7-day break. During this time together, had it not been for Shen Yun's overwhelming strength, both Zhang Yong and Chen Rong would have considered him as a son. The families often resided together, their previous estrangement replaced by a harmonious atmosphere. The birthday party was intimate, with only the leaders of the 4 Divine Beast team present to toast, alongside the Zhang and Lu families. After several rounds of drinks and a delightful array of dishes, a slightly inebriated Shen Yun took his leave, heading to his room for some rest. It was not until the midnight hour that Chen Situong entered with a basin of water to help him wipe the sweat from his brow. "My dad and Uncle Lu are relentless. They insisted on getting you drunk. Why didn't you say anything to them?" She chided lightly. "Haha, I'm just happy today." "It's nothing," Shen Yun replied, weakly waving his hand and forcing his eyelids open. Under the soft glow of the room, he beheld Chen Situong, freshly bathed and adorned in silk, her porcelain skin slightly flushed, an exquisite sight to behold. Noticing Shen Yun's gaze, she quickly raised a hand to cover her chest and used the other to shield his eyes. Her voice a mix of bashfulness and authority. "Stop being silly and go to sleep." Yet, her heart fluttered sweetly at his attention. Shen Yun's formidable prowess and increasingly decisive demeanor as a leader made many who once held high positions feel that he would surely accomplish great feats in the future. Chen Situong, too, found herself captivated by his strength and charm, her heart now wholly occupied by his presence. How could she not feel joy at being noticed by the one she adored? "Good night," Shen Yun said, turning away, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Little minx, let us see how long you can endure." Realizing he truly intended to sleep, Chen Situong felt exasperated. This fool. Does he think I would resist a chance to embrace him? However, his impressive restraint, with no scandalous rumors circulating about him, only deepened her admiration. Yet, some matters could not be postponed too long, for opportunities are fleeting and many women outside were watching. With this thought, Chun Situong, having finished wiping Shen Yun's back, bit her lip, about to speak, when she heard him snoring deeply. This idiot. I don't believe it, she thought, disregarding her earlier reservations, and pushed Shen Yun aside, claiming the bed for herself. The following morning, after Shen Yun and Zhang Yong left the house, Shen Rong hurried to the bedroom. Upon entering, she found her daughter peacefully asleep, which brought her joy. She quickly knelt beside the bed, gently patting Chun Situong's cheek. Tong Tong, wake up! Chun Situong, groggy, opened her eyes, and upon seeing her mother, rolled over to continue her slumber. Not yet. What's going on? Shen Rong was determined to find out. She climbed into the bed, her delicate hand brushing Chun Situong's abdomen urgently. You girl, tell me, have you succeeded? It's cold. Chun Situong snapped awake, glaring at her mother, her tone triumphant. Succeed? The emperor is anxious, not the eunuch. Yet deep down, she knew that Shen Yun had slept soundly, not stirring at all. Regardless, at least we spent the night together. It counted for something. Seeing her daughter's proud expression, Chen Rong understood. My precious girl. To see the once proud Chun Situong so devoted on the first day. She must have made her decision. Indeed, she did seem a bit hasty. However, Chen Rong then leaned closer to her daughter and teased. You don't happen to have feelings for him, do you? Chun Situong, exasperated by her mother's relentless questioning, replied. So what if I do? Can't you let me rest? All right, I'll go. Chen Rong laughed, rising to leave. She was pleased to see her daughter capable of such affection for others. After a week of rest, the Undead Guild's members were invigorated. Shen Yun no longer needed to lead the charge in cleansing the cities himself. Each member of the 4 Divine Beasts team had reached level 160. Any one of them could stand on their own. This was all thanks to Shen Yun's golden touch alongside his necromancer class, summoning monsters of boss-level caliber, which expedited their leveling process beyond comprehension. The elemental bone dragons he commanded could clear hordes in an instant, truly a powerful force. As the members of the 4 Divine Beasts ventured forth to eradicate the monsters in various cities, Shen Yun found himself with ample leisure. He merely needed to remain at home, overseeing everything. During this time, Zhang Yong supported the bond between Shen Yun and Chun Situong, having come to regard Shen Yun as a son despite any past grievances. As their operations expanded, both Lu Ning and Zhang Yong found themselves increasingly occupied, leaving Shen Yun with ample time to himself. Even Chun Situong sought to join others on outings, eager to prove she was more than just a pretty face. Uncertain of Shen Yun's feelings towards her, she resolved that only by becoming stronger could she capture his attention. In the villa, Shen Yun smiled as he advised the prepared Chun Situong. Be careful out there. Don't get into any trouble. Don't worry, Chun Situong replied, smiling sweetly. Stay at home, little brother. I'll be back soon. Their deepening affection over the past month made her reluctant to leave. Yet, his strength was undeniable. With countless accolades to his name, his presence commanded respect from countless players. If she did not strive for improvement, she risked being left behind. Shen Yun placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, a glint in his eye as he whispered, If things become untenable, it's best to withdraw. There are still many unknowns to explore, and your life is the most important. Even if danger lurked, powerful allies would secretly protect her. Should anything happen to her, it would be catastrophic. He intended to completely win her over. If not for his current idle state, she would have long since joined his undead army. Listening to his heartfelt words, Chun Situong felt a surge of emotion, her eyes glistening. This delighted Chen Rong, who watched with a smile. Her daughter's happiness was what she cherished most. Goodbye, little brother. Chun Situong waved as she got into the car. The convoy drove off into the distance. Upon returning to the house, Shen Yun found Chen Rong looking at him teasingly. Are you going to miss Tong Tong? What do I want? I'll be at home, so whatever you wish to cook will be fine. Shen Yun chuckled. You little rascal, still calling me aunt? Chen Rong shot him a playful glare, amused as he hurried away. However, a few days later, Chen Rong noticed Zhang Yong returning home late, reeking of alcohol. Inquiring with Shen Yun, she learned that Zhang Yong had no scheduled social engagements, causing her heart to tighten. Could it be that he is struggling to comprehend? The relationship between Zhang Yong and Shen Yun was crucial for their family's survival. If Zhang Yong could not overcome the hurdle of his nephew, and in a moment of impulse revealed everything, it would spell disaster for her and her daughter. Could this fool truly be considering confronting Zhang, tied in, using familial ties? This was something Chen Rong could not tolerate. The current favorable situation must not be jeopardized by Zhang Yong's foolish actions. Yet, her nephew Zhang Tian's strength was far too formidable for her to directly inquire. If she probed and inadvertently uncovered something, it could lead to significant trouble. One night, as Zhang Yong drove away from the villa, Chen Rong stealthily followed him. Upon his arrival at the Red Romance Bar, Zhang Yong stepped out of the car and made his way inside. Observing from the shadows of the alley, Shen Yun noticed Chen Rong's furtive entrance into the bar, a chilling smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Let us begin with you. The show is about to commence. Chapter 55. Chen Rong, fuming with anger. Inside the bar, Chen Rong, adorned with an elegant veil hat, sat in a corner, nursing a drink while her gaze remained fixated on Zhang Yong, who was seated not far away. Alone? Is he waiting for someone? Following him all the way. She noticed that he had switched to a more ordinary vehicle midway and donned a mask to obscure his identity. Clad in casual attire and a cap, he attracted little attention from the crowd. Chen Rong waited in silence, swatting away numerous bothersome flies that dared to intrude upon her solitude. Though her well-fitted black gown concealed her ample figure, it was her poise that truly captivated the men within the bar. Given her status and discerning eye, she would hardly be interested in this ragtag bunch. Suddenly, a striking figure in a purple qipao gracefully settled into the seat across from Zhang Yong. So, it is a woman. Chen Rong's brow furrowed in irritation. Noticing the stranger was veiled and wore sunglasses, she discreetly activated her high-level insight ability, enabling her to see through the veil. However, upon seeing the woman's face, rage surged within her, nearly prompting her to storm out. The woman bore an uncanny resemblance to her, an alarming 80 similarity. What infuriated Chen Rong was the audacity of this woman to entwine her fingers with Zhang Yong's. In the dim lighting, they exchanged casual banter and sipped drinks, creating an atmosphere that seemed deceptively harmonious. Yet, the girl's bashful and enamored glances ignited Chen Rong's fury. Her hands clenched into fists. Tanya, you despicable wretch. Tanya, before the apocalypse, had been the proprietress of a tea house in Hang City. Following the invasion of the undead army, she gained notoriety due to her striking resemblance to Chen Rong. Many influential figures secretly desired to sequester this beauty as their personal plaything to satisfy their twisted desires. Fortunately, this matter reached higher echelons and came to the attention of the Zhuke group members, who firmly prohibited any harm befalling Tanya, considering her striking resemblance to Chen Xidong's mother. Chen Rong understood that Zhang Yong was covertly intervening. After all, if someone closely resembling his wife were to be wronged, what regard would he have as the leader of the guild? Yet, she never anticipated that Zhang Yong would develop feelings for Tanya. Could it be that this good-for-nothing has already taken a liking to Tanya? Chen Rong's expression darkened. As the one with the most influence at home, Zhang Yong was but a meek figure in her presence. Perhaps he had finally grown bold enough to stray. Nevertheless, a sense of pride flickered within her. After all, this man still held affection for her. At least he is merely seeking a woman and not entangled in anything regarding Zhang Taidan. As she relaxed, curiosity prompted her to activate her eavesdropping skill. However, the conversation that ensued caused her complexion to pale. Zhang Yong, what should we do about this? I've had dealings with Chen Rong regarding Taidan, and now that he is so powerful, I fear he might regain his memories. Tanya, don't overthink it. Yonga, as long as no one speaks of it, no one will know. This fool has truly revealed it to someone. Chen Rong's heart raced with alarm. Spotting yet another bothersome man approaching, she swiftly exited the bar to avoid detection. This idiot cannot find solace with me, and yet has the audacity to engage in such foolishness. Once inside her vehicle, her eyes burned with fury. She had underestimated Zhang Yong's level of incompetence. Had she known today would unfold in such a manner, she would never have encouraged him to eliminate Taidan for their daughter's future. This cannot stand. Tanya must be eliminated. A glint of cold determination flashed in Chen Rong's eyes. She could not harm Zhang Yong, but Tanya needed to die. It would serve as a warning to Zhang Yong. Otherwise, they would all face ruin. Wiping the cold sweat from her brow, she started the engine and departed the scene. In the shadows, Shen Yun, cloaked in invisibility, observed the emotional detection device in his hand. Chen Rong, intent to kill 90, anger 80, fear 89. As long as there is intent to kill. Shen Yun's smile was frigid. What could be more satisfying than witnessing the demise of a beloved? He intended to make this ungrateful family taste despair. Did they truly believe that their recent kindness would spare them? Over an hour later, Zhang Yong, still masked, exited the bar. At that moment, the well-disguised Tanya slipped away through a secluded alley behind the bar. When she reached an empty corner, she lit a cigarette, her tone laced with resignation. Boss, having me entertain such a useless person is hardly preferable to serving you. She genuinely could not grasp the peculiar games the younger generation played. Shen Yun, who had been waiting, revealed himself and handed her 2 scrolls, one for resurrection and another for a forbidden spell. Perform well, and if satisfied, I shall grant you a high-ranking position. Fail, and you will become my undead minion. The ominous tone sent a shiver down Tanya's spine. She quickly accepted the scrolls and earnestly assured him, rest assured, I will make him understand what it means to be the perfect lover. A high-ranking position within the undead guild. This was worth far more than the 2 rare scrolls in her hands. Shen Yun said nothing further, vanishing into the shadows with a wave of his dark cloak. Chapter 56. The Death of a Beloved. Zhang Yong's descent into madness in the ensuing days. Chen Rong occasionally followed Zhang Yong to the bar. Each appearance of Tanya intensified the murderous intent simmering within her. Unfortunately, several assassination attempts were thwarted due to Tanya's close proximity to Zhu Kei's squad, resulting in failure. Today, as Zhang Yong dined at home, he uttered words that stripped her of all reservations. Taidan. With a smile, Zhang Yong served a chicken leg to Shen Yun, saying, you know that Tanya, right? The one who resembles your Aunt Rong. Since joining the guild, her abilities have been exceptional. I plan to invite her over for dinner tonight, and then have her join Rong's team to assist her. What do you think? Shen Yun smiled lightly. I've been quite busy these days, might not be free tonight. I know this woman. It's good for Uncle to introduce her to Aunt. Who knows? She might even serve as a substitute. Ha ha. Zhang Yong chuckled awkwardly, surprised that his nephew viewed Tanya as a scapegoat. It was evident that he was a leader of a major guild with a unique perspective. However, Tanya was already his soulmate. How could he possibly let her die? Moreover, it was Tanya who had requested to come, hoping to alleviate some of Rong's burdens. He also desired to improve his relationship with Chen Rong. For although she harbored disdain for him, the opportunities for intimacy were few and far between. Yet, he had once loved this woman. Now that they were all in the same boat, helping her find a capable ally was advantageous, and it would also protect Tanya. But his thoughts were overly simplistic. This fool thinks Tanya can familiarize herself with my work, preparing to usurp my power in the future. Chen Rong's heart sank. She suspected Zhang Yong intended to eliminate her and her daughter, ensuring that no one would ever know who killed Zhang Taidan. This clearly indicated that Tanya had secured her position in Zhang Yong's heart. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. Upon hearing Shen Yun's unavailability in the coming days, Chen Rong replied with a smile, as long as a Yong decides, I have no objections. If she truly possesses ability, she is a talent for our guild, isn't she? Ha 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 ha. Rong certainly has vision. Zhang Yong, delighted, raised his glass in a toast. Cheers. Here's to the continued prosperity of our guild. Shen Yun, beaming, raised his glass. Cheers. The following evening, Zhang Yong indeed brought the elegantly dressed Tanya to the villa. Ah, Tanya, I've long heard of your renown, Chen Rong said, inviting the visibly nervous Tanya to take a seat. Come, I've been eagerly awaiting your arrival. If it weren't for Tai Dan's busy schedule, he would have liked to join us. Thank you for your hospitality, sister, Tanya expressed gratefully as she settled down. Satisfying Zhang Yong, who watched with contentment. Although he dared not disclose his relationship with Tanya to Chen Rong, the moment filled him with pride. It feels akin to having two wives. What more could one desire in life? The trio shared joyous moments, frequently raising their glasses in celebration. However, midway through the feast, Tanya suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. This unexpected scene caused Zhang Yang's expression to change dramatically. Yeah. As he rushed to support Tanya, the woman he had long adored turned pale, her vitality waning swiftly. In a state of panic, Zhang Yang instinctively looked to Chen Rong for help, only to find her calmly seated, continuing to eat and drink. Chen Rong! Zhang Yang roared like a mad lion. Yet, Tanya clutched his clothing tightly, whispering tremulously, "Brother Yong, don't. It's not Sister Rong, perhaps someone else has poisoned me." With those final words, her life force dwindled, and she vanished from existence. This meant that Tanya, as a character, was no more. Due to the game's mechanics, once a character dies without a resurrection scroll or similar treasure, it is akin to real death. Yet, such scrolls are exceedingly rare. Even as a high-ranking member of the Undead Guild, he had never encountered one. No. Witnessing the warmth of her body dissipate from his grasp, Zhang Yong succumbed to fury, lunging toward Chen Rong. "Vile woman, I will have you dead." The loss of his beloved rendered him feeling as though life itself was no longer worth living. Unfortunately, as a marksman, Chen Rong easily evaded his sluggish assault with a scoff. "Pathetic. Do you dare to reveal our murderous deeds to her? Have you not considered the consequences? You know nothing." Upon hearing her words, Zhang Yang's rage tore his clothing asunder. "She has already placed a heart-devouring curse upon me. If I were to betray her, I would face instant death. Vile woman, return my Yiya." "What?" Chen Rong's eyes narrowed. She had indeed not anticipated that Tanya could reach such depths. However, her intention in killing Tanya was merely to intimidate Zhang Yang, making him understand the gravity of the situation. She had not intended to turn against him. Otherwise, if Zhang Taidan found out, it would have all been in vain. After all, it was merely a woman seeking to climb the social ladder. Chen Rong raised an eyebrow and smiled. "All right, to make amends, I shall attend to you well in the coming days." Roar! Zhang Yang unleashed his professional abilities, stunning the fear-stricken Chen Rong, and then swung his weapon down toward her. Chapter 57. A Lone Rider at level 300. With attributes worth billions, Zhang Yang, whose eyes burned with a crimson hue, felt tears streaming down his face upon hearing those words. "Indeed, it was I who brought her here. I merely believed in her abilities and sought to alleviate your burdens." At that moment, the pain in his heart was so suffocating that he regretted acquiescing to Tanya's request. What a considerate young woman she was, yet she was ruined by Chen Rong's malice. Cursed be that wretched woman. Zhang Yang ceased to ponder further. His sole desire was to swiftly vanquish this venomous woman. Fortunately, Chen Rong was a high-ranking member of the guild, and her equipment was formidable enough to withstand immediate defeat. She, aware of her misunderstanding regarding Zhang Yang, felt helpless. Jealousy had clouded her judgment this time. Yet, Zhang Yang, consumed by madness, was beyond heeding her pleas. "If you continue down this path, I shall inform Zhang Taidan." "Go ahead, say it," he shouted, his fury unabated. This man had gone completely insane, disregarding the repercussions entirely. But Chen Rong still wished to survive, to savor the opulence that life offered. In a sudden burst of emotion, she cried out, "How can I not be angry when you seek other women? Why are you so selfish? I'm your wife." This momentarily halted Zhang Yang's assault. Chen Rong took a deep breath, hastily gulping down a potion, her tone filled with anguish. "You profess your love for me, yet now you wish for my demise. Is that what satisfies you? You should blame yourself for not being clear." Her words rendered Zhang Yang pale, and he sat despondently upon the ground. Witnessing this scene, Tanya felt a flicker of joy. Indeed, this fool remains as indecisive as ever. Fueled by newfound determination, she began shedding tears, reminiscing about their past joys, hoping to quell Zhang Yang's rising ire. Watching the surveillance footage, Shen Yun's face darkened with frustration. What can you even accomplish? Meanwhile, Tanya, now resurrected, stood beside him in resignation. "Boss, this guy is truly a waste. I've done all I could. Yet he remains unyielding, noticing Shen Yun's sidelong glance. Tanya Weasley chose silence. She was truly at a loss. Despite her flawless performance, Zhang Yong would still consider killing Chen Rong because of her. As for her current state, although she had used a resurrection scroll, she was rendered unable to level up due to Shen Yun's necromantic skills, placing her in a death state to avoid exposure. Nonetheless, she was unperturbed. This family would inevitably perish, and her status would naturally be lifted then. Though she lamented the loss of her opportunity to be a high-ranking member of the Necromancer Guild, as Shen Yun observed Chen Rong weeping in Zhang Yong's embrace, he shook his head in resignation. Man proposes, but heaven disposes. If this is the case, I shall have to personally deal with them today, as events had extinguished any desire he had to confront Chen Rong and Zhang Yong. One was as cunning as a fox, while the other was a hopeless fool. Together, they posed a significant threat to him. Still too inexperienced with the amusement gone, Shen Yun departed. In the following time, he ventured to the guild's frontline to summon the undead army to cleanse the city. Within a year, the monsters within the cities of Huaxia had largely been eradicated. 99% of the city's teleportation NPCs had successfully connected. This prompted nations worldwide to send requests for assistance, hoping that Huaxia's players would, out of humanitarianism, help clear the monsters from their cities as well. However, Shen Yun had come with a mission in mind. There was no need to expand his influence or play the benevolent role. On a desolate mountaintop, dozens of high-ranking members of the Necromancer Guild gazed in awe at the millions of undead troops below, their hearts filled with astonishment. The sky was darkened by tens of thousands of bone dragons, while below surged skeleton beasts, undead knights, and necromancers, assaulting Huaxia's strongest dungeon, the level 300 Beast City. This was the highest level dungeon of the current version, with future updates still unknown. What none anticipated was that the level 300 monsters, summoned by the Necromancer Sovereign, still wielded devastating power. After the colossal city crumbled before them, a Golden World announcement slowly materialized. World announcement. Congratulations to the Huaxia Guild, the Necromancer Guild, for annihilating the Beast City and prematurely initiating regional updates. The Huaxia region will unveil version 2.0 in 1 month. Other nations should keep striving. It seemed that Huaxia was destined to lead the way. This thought surged in the minds of all players. While other nations were still expanding their cities, Huaxia had taken a monumental leap forward. With the presence of a Necromancer Sovereign, Zhang Taidan, Huaxia was poised to achieve an unprecedented feat: global dominance. On the mountaintop, all eyes turned towards a man clad in chaotic divine attire, obscured by mist. At that moment, he resembled a celestial being shrouded in light, making it difficult for mortals to discern his true form. Shen Yun turned to the gathered guild members and spoke calmly. Take this time to recuperate and prepare for the new version. The attendees immediately clasped their fists in acknowledgement. Yes, guild leader. As the undead army that had breached the city dissolved into bone dust, Shen Yun mused, I am about to return, yet it is a pity that the real world lacks such professions and the death plunder golden finger otherwise. Mere marine anomalies would pose no challenge to his undead army. With this thought, Shen Yun reviewed his current personal attributes: player Zhang Taidan profession, Necromancer Sovereign, affiliated faction, Necromancer Guild leader, honorary title, Huaxia Region Alliance leader, level 300, experience 100, health 23, 076, 230, 000. Mana 26, 442, 510, 000. Vitality 8, 846, 600, 000. Physical defense 17, 592, 100, 000. Strength 12, 087, 200, 000. Physical damage 29, 011, 130, 000. Spirit 10, 162, 100, 000. Magic damage 23, 330, 000. Agility 15, 560, 050, 000. Dexterity 32, 670, 020, 000. This golden finger truly is unfathomable, Shen Yun marveled inwardly. Such exaggerated statistics would leave any individual astounded. Even if a million level 300 bosses were to appear, they would not suffice to challenge him. Chapter 58. The Annihilation of the Entire Family. At this moment, the four Divine Beasts team was busy collecting the gear dropped by the monsters in the city. Given Shen Yun's attributes, he could effortlessly tear apart the finest equipment on the current server, rendering it utterly beneath his notice. Amidst the crowd, the team leader Zhuke, Mu Shuang, smiled expectantly at Shen Yun and proposed, "President, now that all is calm across Huaxia, why don and Amp? Oppos. We host a celebratory banquet?" As she spoke, the other three leaders in the crowd eagerly chimed in, "Yes, President. We Haven and Oppos. Had a good drink together yet. Len Oppos. Let's not leave until we're drunk, haha." Shen Yun, who rarely participated in such celebrations, as Lu Neng and Zhang Yong typically took the lead, could sense the group's anticipation to gather with him. "You all enjoy yourselves," he said with a smile, waving his hand and turning to leave. The lively atmosphere immediately stiffened, and the crowd laughed awkwardly. Shenrong, fearing that his aloofness might dampen spirits and affect the harmony of the guild, quickly interjected, "You all know the president dislikes crowds. We could just have a meal at home. It will be just as good." Zhang Yong joined in, explaining that the president had been busy with various dungeons lately and was rather exhausted. On the surface, there seemed to be no discord between him and Shenrong. Although Zhang Yong mourned the loss of Tanya, life must go on for those who remain. Moreover, Shenrong had indeed provided him considerable comfort during this period, and for the time being, they were allies. As night fell, when Zhang Yong's family prepared a sumptuous dinner to reward Shen Yun, he did not even touch his chopsticks. Looking at Zhang Yong, Shenrong, and Chen Sidu, he smiled lightly and remarked, "Let us not rush into eating. It seems I have recalled something." This statement caused the pupils of the three to constrict slightly, and they held their breath. It can't be. Chen Situ turned pale, anxiously gazing at Shen Yun. Over the past few days, she had been captivated by this powerful man. If given the chance, she would rather have never harmed him. Now, all she wished was to be a good woman to him, to bear his children and create a warm home. "Please don't remember." Shenrong and Zhang Yong felt their hearts leap into their throats. Unfortunately, reality seldom grants such mercies. "Did you push me off a cliff?" Shen Yun leaned back in his chair, observing the anxious expressions of the three with a faint smile. Boom! Upon hearing this, Chen Situ's mind felt as though it had been struck by lightning, leaving her momentarily dazed. However, Zhang Yong and Shenrong reacted with remarkable speed, as if they had rehearsed their actions. In unison, they summoned the epic scrolls from their bags, the magic suppression order. The next moment, two beams of light surged forth from their bodies, enveloping the entire villa. Warm reminder, in the current domain, all individuals are prohibited from using magic or equipment. Chen Situ blinked, astonished, as she looked at the grim-faced Zhang Yong and Chen Rong. Magic is forbidden? Indeed, Chen Rong declared sternly, since he has remembered. We can no longer resolve this amicably. These exquisite scrolls have been prepared specifically for this nephew. If things took a turn for the worse, they would have no choice but to resort to such measures. At the same time, over a dozen leaders of factions friendly with Zhang Yong stormed into the villa. It was only now that Chen Situ realized her parents were staging a rebellion. "Are you crazy?" Chen Situ sprang to her feet, but Shenrong pressed her back in her seat. Despite her struggles, her inability to use magic rendered her efforts futile. "Let's discuss this rationally," she cried out, but as she saw her mother remain unresponsive, fear gripped her heart. The most unwanted outcome had come to pass. Zhang Yong, with a satisfied expression, lit a cigarette and paced the room. Noticing Shen Yun casually sipping kanji, he smirked and said, "Don't expect the 4 small teams to save you. I have my own means to act. Thankfully, your strength is formidable and audacious. Otherwise, if there were security in this villa, I wouldn't be able to handle you so easily." Hearing this, Chen Situ glared at Zhang Yong, tears streaming down her face. "Dad, you can't kill him. You can't make a mistake again. It's too late for that." Zhang Yong snapped, tossing aside his cigarette. "Kill him. Swish, swish, swish." 20 level 280 melee fighters transformed into fleeting shadows, rushing towards Shen Yun. His reputation was simply too overwhelming. Otherwise, dealing with a frail mage unable to use magic could be handled by just one warrior. No, if you're going to kill him, start with me. Chen Situ instinctively threw herself into Shen Yun's embrace as she saw Chen Rong draw her bow. She couldn't bear the thought of losing the person in her arms. Perhaps it's better this way. We die together, and it's all over. Witnessing this scene, Chen Rong's eyes reddened as she gritted her teeth, shouting, "Kill her too. Today, we either succeed or fail. A daughter can be born again, but if her life is lost, everything is for naught." Zhang Yong and the others felt a chill at her words. Yet, with their heart so hardened, they had no reservations and unleashed their deadly moves. However, a single, nonchalant remark from Shen Yun left Zhang Yong and the others aghast. It's merely a magic suppression order. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Shen Yun transformed into a wisp of breeze, gliding through the room effortlessly. With his overwhelming agility and strength, these individuals posed no threat to him. The next moment, puff, 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 a series of heads soared into the sky. Shen Yun had already clamped one hand onto Zhang Yong's face. Seeing him still in a state of shock, Shen Yun, uninterested in further conversation, tightened his grip. Bang! Zhang Yong's head exploded on the spot. His headless corpse fell backward with a thud, spraying blood in a gory arc. This shocking scene left the surviving mother and daughter utterly stunned. Yet, as Chen Rong saw Shen Yun approach with a stoic expression, tears streamed down her face. "I was wrong. I truly regret it. Please spare me. I beg you, spare me." Without a word, Shen Yun stepped forward and, with a swift motion, delivered a slap that obliterated her head. Puff! Blood and gore splattered beneath his feet. Chapter 59, The End. The beast's confinement in Luo City, Shen Yun turned and walked towards the dazed Chen Sitong, wrapping her in his embrace as they sank into the sofa. His laughter was warm. "Considering your fondness for me, how would you prefer to meet your end?" Chen Sitong seemed oblivious to the murderous undertone of his words, murmuring to herself, "You love me, don't you? You fear for my safety out there. You care about me. In truth, I have not lost my memory. I fear you may die outside because I cannot bring myself to end your life." Shen Yun gently grasped her chin, lifting it slightly. Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Chen Sitong's face, her delicate form trembling like a leaf in the wind. Looking into Shen Yun's cold eyes, she slowly shook her head, her voice a soft, broken whisper. "You're lying to me." "No, it's not like this. I regretted falling in love with you." It was evident that she could not accept the reality of Shen Yun's emotional manipulation. She had already resolved that once the Huashat district stabilized, she would bear him a child, envisioning a stable life together, even after witnessing her parents' fate. Yet, Chen Rong's earlier words had shattered her heart completely. Moreover, given their initial transgressions, Chen Sitong found it impossible to harbor hatred towards him. But upon discovering that the one she cherished was merely toying with their feelings, she crumbled. The beautiful future she had imagined shattered like glass at the utterance of his words. Shen Yun said nothing, holding her close and gently patting her quaking back. Her tears had already soaked through his garments. "Can you tell me, have you ever loved me? Even a mere hint of affection would suffice." Her sobs were filled with desperate longing, evoking tears from anyone who heard them. Yet, Shen Yun remained indifferent, his right hand stroking her nape as he spoke with an air of detachment. "And if I were to die, what would you do then?" At this, Chen Sitong trembled even more violently. The shattering of her dreams enveloped her in an abyss of terror, her face pale, tears cascading down. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." She regretted her initial decision to seize his profession Awakening Stone. Had it not been for all this, perhaps they could have had a peaceful future. But alas, there are no what-ifs in this world. Crack! A faint, brittle sound echoed from the nape of Chen Sitong's neck. The girl's weeping and trembling ceased in that instant. Shen Yun rose, laying her lifeless form on the sofa, and slowly exited the blood-soaked villa. Zhang Yong had fallen. It was time to cleanse the forces that had aided him. Outside the villa, members of the four divine beasts, having rushed to the scene, knelt on one knee. drenched in sweat, not daring to breathe. The appearance of two epic scrolls made everyone acutely aware that the man before them, who toyed with his close kin, was not only the sovereign of the undead, but also a formidable close-combat fighter, a master of both magic and martial arts. Shen Yun surveyed the crowd, issuing orders. Eliminate all those associated with this matter, regardless of who they are. Yes, the crowd responded in unison. A month slipped by in the blink of an eye. Numerous players in Huaxia awaited the release of version 2.0, curious about the changes it would bring. However, for individuals like Shen Yun, the anticipation was not for an update, but for a return to reality. Indeed, when the update occurred, it would be their moment of departure. Seated at home, Shen Yun awaited the impending transfer, glancing at the transcendent chat group. Xiaohua, finally able to return home. Brothers, living is truly wonderful. Zhu Lily. This time, we must not expose the identities of the transcenders. Who knows what may happen next? With the email gone, we cannot reveal our identities. Will we lose the chat box as well? Who cares? Just being alive is enough. Let us think about whether the city will be overrun by sea beasts after we return. If we emerge only to be surrounded by anomalies, that would be quite awkward. Haha, my home in Inner Mongolia is a safe haven. Once I reach the second tier of evolution and strengthen my body, I'll hide in the mountains. By the way, who is this Taidan? One person directly uniting the Huaxia district. If he is a transcender, he could rival ancient greats like Ling Chun. Even the corpse king pales in comparison. The messages were diverse. However, thanks to the formidable Zhang Taidan, this instance of traversal was remarkably safe for the Huaxia district players. With no monsters in the city, security was greatly assured, as long as one remained hidden within. Grinding for levels, survival for a year posed little challenge. This led to minimal resistance when Shen Yun's faction purged the city, with some even aiding by opening the city gates. It was inevitable. His professional capabilities were simply too overwhelming. Just then, a notification resonated within everyone's mind. Warm reminder. 1 year of survival in the reality data world has ended. Survivors will initiate transfer in 3 seconds. As this announcement echoed, Shen Yun had already input a message within the Undead Guild. President Zhang Taidan, from now on. The guild will be managed by Lu Neng, Tanya, and members of the Four Divine Beasts team, distributing my authority to jointly discuss the guild's future. Anyone who disagrees may be executed on the spot. For Shen Yun, the initial intent of building a power structure was to secure rewards. The details that followed were of little concern to him. Whether in the zombie world, the apocalypse, or this realm, he had little interest in power. Since he would be departing soon, he would leave management to others while claiming the rewards for himself. The moment this message was sent, it sent shockwaves through the ranks of the Undead Guild. What was the president planning? Dividing power? This was a thorough detachment. Lu Neng had just opened his friend list to inquire, but was startled to discover that President Zhang Taidan's ID had vanished. In an instant, Lu Neng's face turned as pale as a sheet. He feared the president might eliminate him. After all, the fate of Zhang Yang's family lingered vividly in his mind. Yet, when he mustered the courage to add him, pleading for mercy, he found a search bar displaying unknown ID. How could this be? Lu Neng stood in stunned disbelief. In Luo City, on the 27th floor of the Star Emperor Hotel, Shen Yun, perched on the sofa by the window, quickly checked the telescope set up beside him. Having just opened his eyes, he noticed the city walls of Luo City crackling with faint blue electric arcs. This phenomenon only occurred during a siege defense. Indeed, as he adjusted his lens to focus outside the city, he saw a dense mass of oceanic anomalies surrounding Luo City, rendering it impenetrable. The walls were already manned by defenders. Shifting the view, he even spotted a makeshift camp for the injured not far inside the city. It appeared that the siege by the sea beasts was not just beginning. In just 7 days, such a multitude of oceanic anomalies had gathered. He hastily checked his phone, confirming that indeed, it had been 7 days. At this rate, even the plateaus may not guarantee safety, Shen Yun mused, his brow furrowing. The rapid spread of these oceanic anomalies exceeded all expectations. This also implied that it wouldn't be long before the entire globe was inundated with oceanic anomalies, leaving humanity to struggle for survival amid the chaos. Simultaneously, the conclusion report of their otherworldly traversal was playing in his mind. Chapter 60. The 10-star full-level trait reward. Berserk. Congratulations to Shen Yun for surviving 1 year in the data reality apocalypse. Commencing settlement. Personal level. Global First Super SSS. Faction rating. Global First Super SSS. Equipment list 300 exceptional artifacts. Global First Super SSS. Dungeon record 2 seconds clearance. Global First Super SSS. Exploration achievement points. Global First Super SSS. Social relations kinship, apprentice, close friends, see hidden task. Unfinished transnational teleportation array for the strongest guild. 5 super ratings. A broad smile adorned Shen Yun's face. He recalled the last time he received such a rating. The reward was a sequence-level treasure. Reward has been issued. Let us see what it is. Noticing the absence of surveillance cameras, Shen Yun grasped the small black box that appeared in the projection and opened it. It was neither a technological blueprint nor a weapon core. Instead, it was a small black pill. Reward character trait, Berserk pill. Quality, 10-star full-level trait. Effect, upon use, the individual permanently possesses the Berserk trait. Activating Berserk mode enhances the individual's physical attributes by tenfold, alongside tenfold attack and defense power, and tenfold ability strength. Consumption, mental power, physical condition, cooldown. None gasped such an outrageous reward. Shen Yun's eyes narrowed in excitement as he swiftly placed the black pill into his mouth. Character traits. This was the first time he had heard of such an effect, and especially a full-level trait. The potency of this effect was simply overwhelming. Regardless of his current strength phase, he could activate Berserk mode. This trump card was undeniably formidable, as one could glean from its very name. The small black pill had a slightly sweet and sour taste. Shen Yun savored it a couple of times before swallowing it. After a brief moment, he felt a surge of information flooding into his mind. With a mere thought, Berserk can be activated. Exhilarating. If there were any specific conditions, such as needing to be attacked to activate it, that would be quite disappointing. Haha, I truly appreciate this reward. Feeling satisfied, Shen Yun stretched lazily, but was interrupted by the sound of a doorbell. He approached the door and found the hotel as general manager, Zhu Wan, standing there. Behind him were over a dozen men and women, all gazing curiously. Zhu Wan, with a warm smile, exclaimed, "Ah, Mr. Shen, you still exude such charm." However, the man clearly bore an expression of apology, hinting at something more. Shen Yun glanced at a few individuals in combat uniforms among the crowd and turned to enter the room, asking curtly, "What's the matter?" Zhu Wan merely acted as a guide, remaining silent. Once everyone entered the room, a young man in uniform introduced himself. "Mr. Shen, I am Chen Tianyu. Commander Chen Shui of Luocheng has sent me with the hope that you can lead the most elite team in the city to eliminate the commander of the Beast Tide, capturing the leader to defeat the enemy together." Upon hearing this, everyone observed Shen Yun on the sofa, who promptly closed his eyes. The implication was clear. He was dismissing them. The hotel executives within were taken aback. Is this the infamous butcher of millions? He doesn't even regard Commander Chen's words. Not a hint of hesitation. Chen Tianyu was merely testing the waters. After receiving his answer, he pondered briefly before continuing. "Should the Beast Tide retreat, we will grant Mr. Shen half of the profit in crystal cores, regardless of the level. Furthermore, we will promote Mr. Shen to the position of Vice Commander of Luocheng. In simpler terms, you will be the second in command of Luocheng, only subject to Commander Chen's orders." This declaration astounded the hotel executives. My goodness, this is a significant offer. Luocheng has a population of millions. The prospect of becoming the second in command is almost unimaginable. It has been said that the electromagnetic sniper cannons atop the city have already eliminated several second-tier aberrations, yet there are simply too many aberrations. If the Beast Tide were to retreat, Luocheng might soon witness third-tier evolvers. Chen Tianyu smiled slightly. The prowess of the butcher was indisputable. Moreover, the impending Beast Tide was a serious threat, and Shen Yun's displacement ability would prove indispensable. It was no surprise that his father would make such a bold promise. Shen Yun lifted his gaze to Chen Tianyu. The old tactic of empty-handedly catching a wolf is outdated. Unless you provide several dozen third-tier crystal cores, I might consider it. Several dozen third-tier crystal cores? The companions surrounding Chen Tianyu could not help but twitch at the corners of their eyes. If they had such high-level cores, they would have long armed themselves to reach third tier, rather than letting them go. Not to mention that third-tier aberrations were incredibly formidable. These types of aberrations are far more cunning than second-tier ones, and are rarely struck by the city's electromagnetic snipers. Each appearance of one attacking the city is a tremendous test of the city's defense system, and yet he asks for dozens? Chen Tianyu felt somewhat helpless. It must be noted that there are regulations in Luocheng. Once war is declared, everyone must unconditionally adhere to the city defense policy's first rule: join the battle. If one enjoys the protection of the city, they must also bear the responsibilities. However, such regulations hold no weight for formidable individuals like Shen Yun. It would be as if speaking empty words. If he were to express this directly, given the opponent's lethal nature, it would be tantamount to courting death. Realizing Shen Yun's firm stance, Chen Tianyu opted not to escalate the conflict and stood up with a smile. Mr. Shen, if we have the means, we will certainly compensate you. We only hope you can lend us your assistance. I won't disturb your rest any longer. Farewell. Seeing this, Zhu Wen rose to escort them out. Once everyone had departed, he returned to the room and reported to Shen Yun with a smile. Mr. Shen, a beast tide erupted just 2 days after your return. As for the various supplies you requested, they have been placed in the warehouse. However, during the state of war, we cannot continue purchasing. It was only through the military district's allocation that we were able to acquire these. He was clearly trying to speak well of the military district. Shen Yun cast him a glance, fiddling with a telescope as he observed the battle situation outside the city. I will not accept the supplies. You may deduct some as a service fee. He truly refuses. Zhu Wen let out a bitter laugh as he placed Shen Yun's bank card on the table. When he was acquiring supplies, the military district intervened to assist him. He knew well that Shen Yun was highly unlikely to accept this batch of supplies. Adding to that, he had just turned down Chen Tianyu's offer, making the acceptance of supplies even more improbable. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the door. Boss? Zhu Wen turned to see a girl in uniform, holding a small basket at the entrance. She leaned in and whispered to Shen Yun. You just returned from the other world. I assume you could use some relaxation. This girl specializes in massages and is assuredly clean, just graduated and quite charming. An enticing offer? Shen Yun shook his head, indicating his disinterest. With the battles raging outside, indulging in such pleasures seemed rather inappropriate. Suddenly, he heard a faint noise emanating from the kitchen sink. Thud, it was identical to the sounds from his home in Haicheng. With a furrowed brow, he glanced at Zhu Wen. What is the state of the underground defenses in Luocheng? It may not be long before this proud fortress of the inland becomes a relic of the past. Chapter 61. The Crisis in Los City. The mutant jellyfish capable of communicating with humans, Zhu Wen did not conceal the truth, stating candidly, I learned from my employer the new batch of underground lures has been introduced, capable of emitting scents that attract the aberrations to dig towards the outskirts of the city. The results have been remarkably effective. It seems they were purchased from a few travelers, and fortunately, they did not traverse to the digital realm this time. Otherwise, defending the city would have posed significant challenges. Someone is descending into the pit, Shen Yun remarked, retracting his binoculars into the system space, casually inquiring, what was your previous defense? A high-voltage electric fence. Zhu Wen replied, the entire population of the city is aware of it. It is not confidential. He continued, it was developed by the Research Institute, but once activated, it would evaporate the underground lures. Thankfully, we have replaced it. Otherwise, the aberrations would have already breached the electric fence, unlike the current state of tranquility. Understanding dawned on Shen Yun as he rose and headed towards the door. Indeed, any fortress can be compromised from within at the fastest rate, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. The individual delivering the lures has undoubtedly allied with the oceanic aberrations. Zhu Wen smiled confidently. Mr. Shen, are you concerned about the underground defenses failing? In his perspective, It would require at least fivefold the forces for the aberrations to breach the sturdy Low City. Shen Yun shook his head. The problem has already arisen. Huh? Both Zhu Wan and the oil masseurs appear perplexed. However, Shen Yun, with his formidable presence, did not seem like one to speak idly. Realizing this, their expressions shifted dramatically. In the next moment, bang! Hearing the muffled sound behind him, Zhu Wan swiftly turned to look. A fleshy tentacle emerged from the water pipe, swaying back and forth, as if searching for the scent of nearby prey. Fine squid. Zhu Wan's heart plummeted. Was there an issue with the underground lures? Was someone attempting to destroy Low City? Help! It's a fine squid. Run! In an instant, a chorus of screams erupted from the rooms lining the corridor. The previously sealed doors swung open hastily. At this moment, even the evolved beings dared not linger. Fleeing in a frenzy, the fine squid, undoubtedly a first-tier aberration, implied that the aberrations had already infiltrated the city from below. Shen Yun deftly threw a fruit knife, severing the tentacle advancing toward him, then grasped Zhu Wan and the oil masseurs, teleporting away from the hotel towards the city gate defense zone. Witnessing the fleeting scene, Zhu Wan, for the first time experiencing the practicality of teleportation, felt a profound envy. Simultaneously, he expressed his gratitude to Shen Yun. Thank you, Mr. Shen. It appears the Corpse King is not as cold-blooded and heartless as the rumors suggest. He understood the nature of the individual. This was a reward earned through days of dedicated service. The oil masseurs, clinging tightly to Shen Yun's arm, looked as though she had narrowly escaped death. Had she been forced to run down from the hotel, her fate would have been sealed. To be candid, she had previously resisted her employer's arrangements. Now, however, she felt an urge to kneel before Shen Yun in gratitude. His ability to escape was simply unparalleled. Shen Yun did not elaborate further. After setting the two down not far from the city gate, he vanished to the top of the city wall's watchtower. From this vantage point, he could see far and wide. The aberrant horde outside seemed aware of the commotion within the inner city and launched a full-scale assault. Do not panic. Continue to repel the aberrations outside. Mobilize the reserve team to the electric control area to activate the electric fence. Otherwise, with the enemy attacking from both inside and out, we shall all perish. A considerable number of defenders on the massive city walls engaged in combat against the beast tide outside. Every weapon in their possession was a laser technology weapon, creating a spectacular scene from above. Coupled with the powerful blue arcs of electricity emanating from the walls, they managed to withstand the onslaught of the beast tide. At least for the time being, everyone held their breath, hoping that the reserve forces within the city could clear the underground electrical control area of aberrations. Then, they could activate the underground electric fence to sever the continuous influx of aberrations. Otherwise, caught between two fronts, the millions of citizens within the city would face doom. Shen Yun retrieved his binoculars from his space and turned his gaze towards the interior of Low City. The streets of the entire city were in utter chaos. Aberrations surged forth from below, rampaging through the streets, unleashing slaughter. The underground electric fence. He frowned slightly, supporting himself against the edge of the watchtower as he leaned towards the window. This prompted two soldiers inside the room, observing the situation, to widen their eyes in astonishment. I am the Corpse King. Swiftly lead me to the underground electric fence. The Corpse King. The two were taken aback. One of them quickly turned to point towards the interior of Low City, only to be seized by Shen Yun, disappearing from sight. The remaining soldier, filled with excitement, shouted into the microphone, report. The Corpse King has headed to the underground electric control area. What? Incredible. Notify everyone. The Corpse King has intervened. Tell everyone to hold on. The intercom crackled with fervent cheers. Evidently, the Corpse King's intervention acted as a shot of adrenaline, stabilizing everyone's spirits. After all, he was one of the prominent figures among the travelers from Huaxia. His involvement naturally incited great excitement. At this moment, Shen Yun had arrived near the underground passage to the electric control area. The entrance resembled a circular underground subway structure. However, the number of aberrations surging forth was overwhelming. The surrounding firepower was insufficient to suppress them, leaving the defenders to fight while retreating. Their primary concern was not to collapse the entrance. Otherwise, sealing off the underground electric control area would render them helpless. The northwest direction cannot hold. Quickly summoned second-tier, evolved beings. The three small teams at the rear had managed to block the black fish horde, but they needed to withdraw within 5 minutes at most. Cursed! What the predicament? The deafening gunfire and furious roars rendered the scene at the electric control entrance chaotic. Smoke filled the air, and blood and flesh flew. Laser bullets crisscrossed. Shen Yun, accompanied by soldier Hao Chong, utilized his teleportation ability to swiftly dash into the entrance. The expansive electric control workspace had transformed into an ocean of aberrations. Given the current situation, it seemed like a miracle for anyone to enter and clear the control area. There was a headquarters within the electric control zone, where the main switch could be activated regardless of obstacles, designed for emergency situations. However, it was locked behind a password door. Hao Chong quickly explained, "We only need the retina or fingerprint of the internal staff." Shen Yun followed his indicated direction, using his teleportation to swiftly approach the underground electric control headquarters. Unfortunately, along the way, apart from the blood on the walls, not a single staff member was present, let alone any eyes or fingers. However, what puzzled them was that the deeper they ventured towards the command center, the fewer aberrations they encountered. By the time they reached the end of the corridor, not a single one remained. Suppressing their curiosity, Shen Yun and Hao Chong teleported into the internal office area of the command center. Immediately, they understood why there were no aberrations present. Two formidable humanoid sharks stood sentinel at the doorway, while inside the room, three individuals clad in white uniforms were rapidly typing on computers. Beside them, two jellyfish enveloped the heads of two corpses, observing intently. The jellyfish were translucent white, the size of a basin, exuding a faint blue glow. Most astonishingly, these jellyfish could control their speech. "How much longer do we require?" Their voices were dry and rigid, carrying an eerie quality. As they spoke, the jellyfish emitted a soft blue light, creating a disconcerting and unsettling atmosphere. Chapter 62. The Terrifying Power of the Corpse King. Instantly annihilating third-order mutants. Hearing the inquiry, a woman with long hair and bangs manipulated three computers simultaneously. The city's power supply is entirely nuclear, and the operation is exceedingly complex, designed specifically to prevent easy access. The progress bar had reached 68. Once it hit 100, the city defense system could be deactivated. The jellyfish-like entities controlling the corpse nodded stiffly, their tone lacking warmth. "Rest assured, you are all talented individuals, desperately needed by my clan. As long as you pledge your loyalty, your status will be extraordinary." Witnessing the exchange, Shen Yun and Hao Chong exchanged bewildered glances. The mutant could actually communicate with humans? This feeling was akin to witnessing an extraterrestrial being in the flesh. Shen Yun's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Upon hearing this, Hao Chong, sweating profusely, quickly drew his pistol. Meanwhile, the two parties conversing below suddenly turned their gazes upward. Upon recognizing Shen Yun's face, the expressions of the three women shifted dramatically. The Corpse King, Shen Yun. Shen Yun's arrival in Luo City was not a secret. The trio recognized him immediately. "King, you dare to call yourself that?" The two jellyfish controlling the corpse displayed an exceedingly rigid grimace. "You think you are worthy?" As soon as the words left their mouths, a thunderous roar erupted. Two humanoid sharks stomped the ground and charged toward Shen Yun and his companion. As a third-order powerhouse, Shen Yun could sense the same tier of energy emanating from the two sharks. "If you dare to move, I will kill her." Hao Chong shouted furiously, glaring intently at the woman below, who appeared unfazed. Unfortunately, the two jellyfish disregarded his threat entirely. In stark contrast to the anxious Hao Chong, Shen Yun remained remarkably calm. As the two mutant sharks lunged, he slowly raised his hand, fingers splayed, void blade cross slash. In an instant, a ripple of cross-shaped energy manifested before the advancing sharks. Before they could react, the two third-order sharks were cleaved into 8 pieces, crashing to the ground. It must be said, This spatial technique he had mastered after his power enhancement was not only hard to defend against, but also incredibly lethal. Wow! Hao Chong was left in a state of shock. The three women below displayed expressions of incredulity, instantly obliterating third-order sharks. Was this spatial ability not terrifyingly powerful? At that moment, the two jellyfish finally grasped the gravity of the situation. They rapidly scoured the memories within the human's mind below, attempting to discern the true nature of this corpse king. Simultaneously, they attempted to persuade him. "Your Excellency, you must recognize the strength of our clan. It would be wise to submit." Before they could finish, Shen Yun had already flashed in front of them, manifesting two void, devouring orbs in his hands. He pressed them against the faces of the jellyfish. With a splatter, the majority of their forms disintegrated, blood gushing forth. Seeing one jellyfish struggle with a portion of its head severed and lying on the ground, Shen Yun remained silent, stepping forth to crush it underfoot. "You will regret this." Crack! The jellyfish was reduced to a pulp. Following this, Shen Yun extracted the green third-order crystal nuclei from the minds of the four monsters. With the intimidation of these four mutants gone, the horde outside roared and surged forward. Shen Yun swiftly blocked the entrance of the passage, raising his hand as a void-devouring force expanded and sealed the corridor. All the mutants rushing into the passage vanished as if they had plunged into an abyss. Unable to breach this formidable barrier, the overwhelming display of power left the trio of women trembling. They had only known that the Corpse King was strong, but to this terrifying extent. Hao Chong had already secured one of the staff members and was heading towards the main power switch, intending to activate the underground power grid to sever the mutants. The woman in the white lab coat noticed Shen Yun's gaze and took a deep breath. Speaking softly, "I was stalling for time just now. Please remain calm. All the staff here are dead. Only I can control the entire underground power grid, and these two are my assistants." Shen Yun replied with a calm demeanor. "I am here solely to activate the power grid. This woman can be dealt with by Luo City itself." Zhou Huihui brushed her hair back and, signaling her assistant to leave, fixed her earnest gaze on Shen Yun. "My name is Zhou Huihui, 28 years old, dual doctorate holder, with significant contributions in advanced weaponry and research, both domestically and internationally. I believe my expertise could be beneficial to you. If you are willing to protect me, my value will surely meet your expectations. I have no need for high-end talents," Shen Yun stated, noticing how Chong had activated the power grid and turning to leave. Undeterred by his rejection, Zhou Huihui followed closely behind him, her expression unchanging. Those so-called sedatives were a trap set by someone allied with the mutants. "I was forced to betray. Would you sacrifice yourself for a stranger? Moreover, my parents are still in the city. My options were simply life or death. I chose the latter out of necessity." She was a composed woman, unyielding to external distractions. She could sense that this powerful corpse king harbored no goodwill toward her, so might as well be forthright. In this apocalyptic world, notions of right and wrong were blurred. Surviving was already a blessing. Shen Yun waved his hand dismissively. Survivors resorted to various means to stay alive. There was no absolute right or wrong. No one wished to perish, and everyone could spin their own narrative, big or small. However, this bore no relevance to him. Zhou Huihui fell silent, merely seeking a reliable ally to escape Luo City. Since Shen Yun showed no interest in engaging further, prolonging the conversation would only irritate him. With Shen Yun's assistance in devouring the void, the group of five quickly closed the door and exited the passage. Seeing him emerge from the underground tunnel without even a hint of fatigue, Hao Chong and Zhou Huihui were astonished. Is this how strong a third-order being is? Before long, the people of Luo City learned of the underground power grid activation and experienced an unprecedented unity. They understood that as long as they eradicated the mutants within the city, stability would be restored. Compared to the incessant influx, resolving the current situation would prevent further emergence from below. The defenders atop the city walls fought valiantly, the atmosphere of resistance against the beast tide reaching its zenith. Before darkness fell, the beast tide outside, finding no way to contend with humanity and unable to breach the underground power grid, finally retreated. As for the mutants within the city, They were nearly annihilated through the collective efforts of the people. This was undoubtedly a historic moment for the inland city. The survivors of the entire city wept tears of joy, erupting in cheers akin to a tidal wave. On the second floor of a villa, watching the survivors celebrating in the streets, Shen Yun answered a call from Commander Chen Shui of Luo City. Mr. Shen, thank you for your assistance. And thank you for bringing back Zhou Huihui. She is currently vital to the base. Only she can fully comprehend the underground power grid. As for what Hao Chong mentioned, I will address her situation once we acquire new defensive tools. Shen Yun took a sip of red wine from the table, narrowing his eyes. Perhaps Zhou Huihui orchestrated the demise of all the staff members. This woman would undoubtedly resort to extreme measures to ensure her own survival, thereby committing such acts. Chapter 63. Interstellar Migration a century ago. By the way, Mr. Shen, are you free tonight? I've arranged a banquet. No need. Shen Yun flatly refused Chen Shui, causing Zhu Wen behind him to feel a twinge of fear. It is well known that Chen Shui, Chen Guodong, is the master of Luo City, a fact everyone acknowledges, though it remains unspoken. Yet, in Shen Yun's eyes, this powerful figure seemed no different from Zhu Wen, sharing an identical tone, such as the most direct manifestation of immense strength. Haha, very well. My son will bring you the 3-tier crystal cores shortly. With a nod, Shen Yun ended the call. After Zhu Wen left, Chen Tianyu entered the room, carrying a briefcase, followed by 4 team members and the ever-present Zhou Huihui, still clad in her white coat. Mr. Shen, here are 96 second-tier crystal cores and 2 third-tier crystal cores. If you need first-tier cores, we can arrange that immediately. Chen Tianyu smiled as he opened the briefcase. Among a pile of white second-tier crystals, 2 green cores stood out strikingly. Shen Yun nodded in acknowledgement. No need for the first-tier ones. This will suffice. Although the 2 third-tier cores were few, they were quite valuable for Luo City. It was evident that there must be third-tier powerhouses within the city. After all, as a city with millions, it was not surprising that Chen Shui, wielding significant authority and resources, could acquire 100 second-tier cores to elevate to third tier. This illustrates the stark difference between formidable factions and lone wolves. The efficiency of resource collection. As for Shen Yun's possession of tens of thousands of second-tier cores, those were rewards he had earned. Noticing Shen Yun busily preparing tea, Chen Tianyu understood it was time to take his leave. With a smile, he said, Mr. Shen, in 10 days, when the next interdimensional crossing concludes, Huihui and I plan to hold a secret wedding. I hope you can honor us with your presence. At this, Shen Yun's eyes twitched involuntarily, casually glancing at Chen Tianyu. He noted the fervent admiration in his gaze directed at Zhou Huihui. It was clear that Chen Tianyu was infatuated with her. After all, who would dare marry a woman who nearly led Luo City to ruin? However, this same woman had previously sought Shen Yun's protection. In light of this, Chen Tianyu appeared quite pitiful. Raising his cup to sip tea, Shen Yun refrained from commenting. Their marriage undoubtedly involved Chen Shui's intentions. For Chen Shui to suppress such a significant threat, it was likely that Zhou Huihui possessed something essential that preserved her life. Then I won't disturb you any longer, Chen Tianyu said regretfully as he rose. He genuinely hoped this powerful figure from Huaxia would witness his wedding. He then turned to Zhou Huihui, gently smiling. You two continue your conversation. I'll wait outside the villa. Zhou Huihui nodded, and after he exited, she poured a cup of tea for Shen Yun. I can share with you what Chen Guodong wishes to know, but my condition remains unchanged. I hope you can protect my family's lives. Marrying Chen Tianyu is solely to prevent Chen Guodong from killing me. Seeing Shen Yun reclined on the sofa with his eyes closed in contemplation, Zhou Huihui fixed her gaze on him, her tone solemn. Without crystal cores entering Luo City, even if all the evolved beings abstain from the interdimensional crossing, this city is destined to fall to the alien species. The worst that could happen to me is being taken by Chen Guodong or recruited by the aliens, neither of which I desire. You must have ensnared Chen Tianyu in such an infatuation for a reason, right? Shen Yun met her gaze. It was merely a struggle for survival, with contingencies in place. Zhou Huihui did not shy away from revealing, her hair brushing softly against her ear as she smiled faintly. 200 years ago, the human leadership initiated a lunar migration plan. The power of the oceanic alien species is evident. They will eventually dominate the Earth. We are nothing but discarded pawns, merely surviving as best we can. Interstellar migration? Shen Yun furrowed his brow. It was not an impossible scenario. Yet the notion that the leadership had abandoned Earth 2 centuries ago was quite surprising. Indeed, Zhou Huihui sighed, her usual calm demeanor shifting as she languidly reclined on the sofa. In my youth, I inadvertently overheard this news and aspired to secure a ticket for a spaceship. I believed that research and advanced weaponry were humanity's most relied upon tools, so I dedicated myself to these fields. Unfortunately, the last spaceship slot belonging to my family was taken by someone with connections. I have no interest in your grievances. If there is nothing else, you may leave, Shen Yun said as he stood and made his way toward the villa's gym area. He had already adapted to the physique of a third-tier evolved being, yet he understood the importance of maintaining his training. The villa also contained a shooting range, which was quite convenient for him. In the gym, Shen Yun shed his shirt and shoes, stretching his limbs before warming up with a 300-kilogram barbell for one-arm deadlifts. Zhou Huihui's intentions were of no concern to him. Even if she could construct a spaceship, it was inconsequential. With his extraordinary abilities, he could thrive anywhere on Earth. Watching him exercise, Zhou Huihui noticed his well-defined muscles and smiled slightly. My powers can elevate you to the level of a fourth-tier evolved being. This is my utmost sincerity. Supplementary abilities? Shen Yun turned to her, only to see Zhou Huihui rise and unzip her white uniform, revealing skin as pristine as a snow lotus, approaching him slowly. 12 tattoos resembling third-tier crystal cores adorned her abdomen. As she stepped closer, the tattoos emitted an eerie green glow, mirroring the radiance of third-tier crystal cores. When Zhou Huihui reached him, she raised her delicate hand to caress the defined muscles of Shen Yun and Apo's abdomen, gazing up at him with soft words. Moreover, my powers can enhance the bloodline of your offspring, making them the first evolved infant in human history. Our child shall become humanity's beacon of hope. Shen Yun looked down at the woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Beneath her delicate brows, her eyes were dark and deep as an abyss, captivating him. Coupled with her subtly world-weary expression, she was now licking her lips, presenting an intriguing allure. Shen Yun reached out to trace the ethereal outline of the crystal core on her abdomen, sending goosebumps across her jade-like skin. A faint blush appeared on Zhou Huihui's exquisitely shaped face. Suddenly, Shen Yun's hand shot out like lightning, gripping her neck and lifting her effortlessly, his voice low and menacing. Is this your true intention? The abrupt turn of events flushed Zhou Huihui's face crimson. She widened her eyes, coughing, cough, cough. Please, don't kill me. Her hands clutched desperately at his wrist, fear etched across her features. Shen Yun chuckled derisively. Desperately seeking a child? Do you really think so highly of yourself? He truly hadn't expected that a small advertisement on a telephone pole could reach him. Though fourth-tier evolved beings were rare, he had no need to resort to such desperate measures to acquire one. Moments later, as her neck remained firmly clasped, Zhou Huihui's consciousness began to fade. Chapter 64. The Bloodbath of Luocheng. With a thud, Shen Yun casually cast the woman to the ground, his tone indifferent. All right, divulge all the peculiar traits of the you-know. Zhou Huihui, rubbing her neck and coughing, replied cough. It's in my pocket. Once held in high regard, Zhou Huihui now found herself in a disconcerting predicament, experiencing the sensation of being discarded like refuse, and was momentarily terrified of Shen Yun. Throughout her life, she had borne immense pressure, particularly after years of effort only to have her ticket to success snatched away. Anyone would have gone mad in her position. Now, before this fierce powerhouse, her once proud dignity was trampled multiple times, leaving her deeply impacted and her arrogance considerably diminished. Shen Yun remained silent, picking up his long coat to retrieve a notebook from within. He casually draped the coat over her and instructed, Scram. Your fiancé is waiting impatiently. Zhou Huihui staggered to her feet. While she could show weakness in front of Shen Yun, she had little regard for others. She was particularly unconcerned about Shen Tianyu. In truth, she had already allied herself with the. However, if Chen Guodong was willing to leave Luoqing early, she would follow suit. Who would wish to remain among a throng of monsters? Her initial plan was to seek Shen Yun's assistance after succeeding in her ulterior motives, aiming for a treacherous act during the siege to have them eliminate Chen Tianyu. Then, under Chen Guodong's protection, she would bear a child with Shen Yun. Regrettably, Shen Yun's willpower was formidable. Even her beauty was insufficient to sway his mind in the slightest. The information about the spacecraft, her potent auxiliary abilities, and her status as a rare talent were all dismissed by him. Aware that she could not control Shen Yun, Zhou Huihui resolved to be forthcoming. Hoping for a favorable response, Shen Yun, uninterested in her, sat on a nearby piece of exercise equipment and opened a notebook. Shark trait. Olfactory. Possesses formidable olfactory nerves, enabling combatants to anticipate their opponent's next move through smell. Blue light jellyfish trait. Communication. Capable of communicating with various life forms, possessing immense mental strength. Giant octopus trait. Domain. Can create a defensive light shield, other abilities unknown. Crimson starfish trait. Absorption. Can extract memories and abilities from human minds through its oral siphon. During the beast tide, one crimson starfish absorbed the thoughts of thousands of soldiers, easily overpowering similarly ranked evolved beings. In addition to these rare traits, there were also familiar entities such as the sensitive black fish schools, the elusive squid, the bomb-launching cannon crab, and the astonishingly agile mantis shrimp. The notebook detailed the ranks of the, leaving Shen Yun quite satisfied with his findings. After a thorough review, he secured the notebook and moved to the training area to commence his workout. Zhou Huihui did not linger. After dressing appropriately, she exited the room with a smile. If you wish to enhance your strength, feel free to seek me out. My door is always open for you. For now, you are the only one privy to my secret. No response came from Shen Yun. Even if you don't use it, you should keep it close to prevent others from utilizing it. I truly wonder what you're thinking. With a sense of helplessness, Zhou Huihui stepped outside to find Chen Tianyu approaching, his face etched with concern. Huihui, are you all right? Why did it take so long? Zhou Huihui resumed her icy demeanor, her expression tranquil. Let us go. Chen Tianyu hurriedly followed, voicing his worries. I think Shen Yun is too dangerous. If anything happens, I'll inform him. We're about to get married. We cannot afford any mishaps, or my father will be displeased. Zhou Huihui replied, walking slowly. Chen Tianyu smiled slightly. He relished Zhou Huihui's aloof beauty. The thrill of conquering her only added to his satisfaction. The thought of her becoming his woman ignited a fervor within him. At least you see the situation clearly. Otherwise, I'd have no qualms about taking you to bed. The beast tide had retreated. Reports from the fighter jets in the city indicated that many had fallen back to the rivers and lakes surrounding Luocheng on high alert. Disappointingly, they left with the bodies of their deceased companions. This signified that, following the fierce battle, apart from the cores within the city, Luocheng had gained nothing from the battlefield, resulting in a direct loss. Undoubtedly, there existed highly intelligent beings among the beast tide. This represented a significant blow to the entirety of Luocheng, instilling a sense of unease. Should prolonged conflict persist without an influx of cores to bolster strength, annihilation would be inevitable. With ammunition depleted and resources exhausted, they ended up with nothing to show for their efforts. Consequently, many citizens yearned for the gates of Luocheng to open, seeking to escape. The outcome was clear. They were utterly unable to leave the city. In this apocalypse, population equates to resources and likewise represents the martial strength of a city. As long as Chen Guodong had no intention of relinquishing Luocheng, it would be nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to depart. He simultaneously issued a series of documents and preferential policies to recruit the city defense army, broadcasting daily footage of cities overtaken by. The scenes depicted were harrowing, with significant casualties and entire cities laid waste by the beast tide. This strategy served to pacify the restless populace to some extent. However, numerous evolved beings took advantage of the night to discreetly leave Luocheng. The seasoned individuals had grown immune to such empty promises. Shen Yun had no intention of remaining either. He had come to Luocheng seeking a stable environment to participate in the interdimensional crossing. Presently, it seemed the likelihood of Luocheng's survival was minimal, making his continued presence unnecessary. On the morning of the third day, he drove a jeep along the road outside the city. The imposing gates of Luocheng receded into the distance. This morning, Manager Zhu, when it sought him out, surprised to learn of his departure, though he could not voice much. The tactful manager merely expressed his sentiments and arranged for Shen Yun a high-performance off-road vehicle. If only I could embody the nonchalance of Mr. Shen, but alas. The boss has treated me with great kindness, and I must stand by him through thick and thin. Everyone has their choices. Shen Yun could only wish them well. He pondered how much longer Luocheng could endure. As he gazed into the rearview mirror at the fading outline of the city, Shen Yun understood that once the crossing commenced, it would signal the second encounter of Luocheng with the beast tide. With a lack of defensive strength and no substantial cores to enhance abilities, which city could withstand such circumstances? His previous intervention had been a matter of convenience while waiting for the crossing time within the city. However, given the current situation, remaining to assist these people held no significance. Most preferred the comfort of familiarity, believing the city's defenses were impenetrable. Yet, without opportunities to enhance their strength and clinging to the city, they would eventually be breached by the horde of. Chapter 65. Traversing the Wasteland World. Infinite perfect restoration on sign-in. Whether as individuals or communities, absolute force is essential for survival. Shen Yun shook his head, extracting milk, several loaves of bread, and some fruit from his spatial ring, making do with a simple meal. With his current strength, he could remain unharmed even in a city teeming with aberrations. Yet, the cycle of slaughter would be unending. While one could indulge in the city's comforts, enduring suffering would render it meaningless. As he pulled out his phone to check for information, he soon realized that there was no signal in this place. Just yesterday, most areas in the city of Luo had begun experiencing power outages and water shortages. Humanity's civilization was gradually being erased by the ocean's aberrations. I wonder if those who migrated to the moon can traverse into another realm? Shen Yun raised an eyebrow. If that were possible, it would certainly be far more stable than Earth. As the clock struck 11:59, the traversal notification arrived as expected, resonating in the ears of global survivors. Countdown to traversal, 60 seconds. Friendly reminder, travelers cannot carry any items. You may choose not to traverse and enhance your strength in reality to combat the aberrations. Upon receiving this notification, individuals across various nations found themselves in a quandary. To go or not to go? The city they occupied could very well be invaded by aberrations, yet remaining meant facing the hunt for oceanic monstrosities. However, the pace of strengthening oneself in reality would undoubtedly be slower than traversing to another realm. Do not forget, in another world, no matter how long you linger, months or years, it is indeed a time-consuming and perilous endeavor. But upon returning to reality, only 7 days would have elapsed. And in those 7 days, what could one accomplish? How much could one acquire to arm oneself? This is the crux of the dilemma. However, for those in regions distant from the ocean and for lone wolves, such concerns were far less pressing. Shen Yun parked his vehicle by the roadside, patiently awaiting the traversal countdown. 3, 2, 1. Ding. Welcome, traveler, to the abandoned world. Survival time, 6 months. Identity, none. Desolation, decay, and a stifling atmosphere. This was Shen Yun's immediate impression of his surroundings. Everywhere he looked, the ground was littered with abandoned refuse, rusted metal scraps, and towering heaps of garbage. The dark brown earth bore no trace of greenery, while the roads were pockmarked and muddy, clearly having been drenched by recent rains. Yet, the air did not carry the refreshing scent typically associated with rainfall. Instead, it intensified the nauseating stench of the surrounding waste. The sky was overcast, mirroring the gloom of the ground, shrouded in dark, oppressive clouds. This was an environment of ruin and desolation. Shen Yun turned to survey the area behind him, his heart racing at the sight of several colossal mountains of refuse stretching endlessly, sending shivers down his spine. So much garbage? A wasteland? Surely nothing would collapse from above. Instinctively, he sprinted forward, glancing at his own attire. His leather jacket, long overdue for a wash, frayed jeans, and black shoes painted a picture of filth. Suddenly, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Current world detected as an abandoned world. Would the host like to sign in for the Super Golden Finger? Sign in. Ding! Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Super Golden Finger. Advanced Restoration. Advanced Restoration. The host can restore any damaged or discarded items to their original state, depending on the potential and limits of the items, with the possibility of achieving a perfect form. Use is unlimited. As the notification faded, a catalog of the surrounding refuse materialized before him. Item components: projector, left leg prosthetic, hover car, robotic vacuum. The assortment of debris was eclectic, yet Shen Yun frowned. Transforming waste into treasure? In a realm overflowing with refuse. Such a skill would indeed be a super golden finger. However, in this apocalyptic setting, resources require strength to safeguard. With his current capabilities as an ordinary individual, facing the locals here would mean that any resources he acquired would be for naught. Deciding to seek weapons for restoration, Shen Yun fixed his gaze on a nearby area, where he spotted a girl observing him, before turning to dash toward an uninhabited zone. Hey, don't run off. You're from the same place, right? Let us team up. Shen Yun didn't even glance back. In this moment of vulnerability, self-preservation was paramount. No one could approach him lightly. Otherwise, it would be an act of recklessness. He scrutinized the refuse surrounding him, muttering to himself, by the way, system, what does item potential mean? For instance, if I find an apple core, can I restore it to a perfect apple? Or perhaps it can evolve into an apple with attribute enhancements. Response to the host: an apple cannot evolve. Just like a cracked stone, even if restored, it remains a stone without special potential. I see. Shen Yun diligently searched the heaps of refuse for weapon components. Yet, after a long search through the debris flanking the path, he found nothing usable. It seemed the locals had already scavenged the area clean. Shen Yun hastened his pace, seeking out less populated zones. Suddenly, a fragment of information caught his eye amidst the refuse. Cutting gun fragment. Reparable. No evolution potential. A gun? Excellent. Noticing no one around, Shen Yun quickly crouched down, grasping a piece of rusted metal the size of a fingernail. Repair. In the next instant, a swirl of pearlescent light enveloped the metal, and in a mere breath, the light coalesced into the shape of a firearm. Moments later, the glow dissipated, revealing a technologically advanced pistol. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully repairing the cutting gun. This feels quite substantial. After inspecting it, Shen Yun aimed at a steel plate on the ground and pulled the trigger. With a soft thud, a blue beam shot forth, penetrating the steel plate. Shifting his aim downward, he sliced the 2-inch thick plate cleanly in half. Not bad at all. He decided to stow it away. In such an unfamiliar environment, possessing a weapon would undoubtedly attract attention. Opening his inventory, Shen Yun was surprised to find only 5 available slots. His interface displayed merely Traveler Chat Group and Friend List. If my inventory is limited, the challenges for survivors will be significantly heightened. Closing the inventory, he was about to rise when he noticed an obscured piece of information beneath the severed metal. Fragment, solar panel, first-generation royal. What does first-generation royal signify? He quickly crouched down, lifting the half of the metal to reveal a fractured crystal partially buried in the dirt. First-generation royal mecha fragment. Night God Rona. What? A mecha? I just struck gold. Shen Yun's heart raced with excitement as he swiftly grasped the crystal in his hand. The thumb-sized crystal lacked luster, its cracks filled with grime, bearing the marks of time. Chapter 66. Repairing the Emperor-class mecha. Night Goddess Rona. System. Will repairing the mecha harm me? Shen Yun inquired. If it were to create a being that turned against him, it would be prudent to keep his distance. Rest assured, host, the repair grants the mecha a chance for rebirth. According to the Universal Mecha Accord, the one who bestows life upon the mecha becomes its master. Upon hearing these words, Shen Yun no longer hesitated. Repair. No sooner had the command left his lips than a radiant white light enveloped the shattered crystal. In an instant, The brilliance expanded to form a 2-meter-tall humanoid figure. The repair proceeded at an astonishing pace. Within mere breaths, the white light surged into the mecha's body. Before him stood a female mecha, towering at 2 meters, adorned in a sleek black with dark golden luminescence. In its grasp was a long sword, as black as ink, embedded in the ground. Suddenly, the white crystal on the mecha's chest emitted a stream of milky light that coursed throughout its form. As the white light faded, it transformed into a deep crimson, seeping into the mecha's structure. The once black mask now revealed red eyes, and the long sword in its hand turned crimson as well. A heavy, steady aura exuded from it, instilling a sense of overwhelming pressure. Has it leveled up? Shen Yun raised an eyebrow, only to hear the system's voice resound. Ding! Congratulations, host, on the successful advancement of the mecha. Current mecha level, Emperor class. Power, capable of annihilating the galaxy with full force. Such might? Shen Yun was astounded, although he had encountered numerous tales of mechanical ascension within novels. Witnessing it manifest before his very eyes was an entirely different experience. Unlike external enhancements, such as zombie crystals, this scientific marvel was the culmination of human ingenuity, and its complexity was evident. At that moment, the mecha trembled, and the red markings on its visor flickered. Within moments, it knelt before Shen Yun, a deep feminine voice resonating, "Night Goddess Rona, at your service, Master." As Rona spoke, the mecha and its weapon transformed into liquid and absorbed into her form, revealing a woman clad in black inner armor, with hair as white as snow. Her exquisite features, curvaceous figure, and penetrating gaze combined with a radiant smile made it difficult to believe she was merely an artificial intelligence. The pinnacle of technological advancement. Shen Yun marveled before nodding with a smile. Rise. Yes. Upon standing, Rona surveyed her surroundings and casually retrieved a piece of burlap from a nearby refuse pile. After a brief alteration, she draped it over herself, complementing her sun-kissed skin with an aura of wild beauty. Master, this is the abandoned Earth. With your capabilities, you should not be relegated to survival here. Rona approached Shen Yun, taking his hand to convey her memories. In that moment of revival, her data had fully restored. Night Goddess Rona, one of the 10 most powerful mechas created by humanity a millennium ago. She was not a mere product of human craftsmanship, but rather an artificial intelligence birthed from human innovation, designed to combat the cosmic races that hunted humanity and to establish habitable environments. However, humanity's ambition proved insatiable. With ample resources at their disposal, they sought further exploration, extracting from various star domains, ultimately becoming the very cosmic predators that had once hunted them, targeting resource-rich planets. Clearly, this was a deviation from the original protocol established for the artificial intelligence. Conflicts and disputes were inevitable. Yet, after a millennium of progress, humanity developed an even more formidable superintelligence, Zero, which supplanted the original AI. Rona and her ilk, once protectors of humanity, were deemed hindrances and systematically erased from history. Once Rona released his hand, Shen Yun rubbed his throbbing temples and smiled. It's all right, I would fare the same anywhere. He intended to return after 6 months of survival, although no mission prompts were present, through his 4 traversals. He and his fellow travelers understood that strength and resources constituted the primary criteria for survival ratings. Other factors, such as interpersonal relations, influence, cultural heritage, and the propagation of lineage, were rather arbitrary. With an Emperor-class Rona by his side, he felt secure scavenging in this desolate environment. Rona smiled gently. She would merely offer suggestions and not interfere with her master's decisions. With her presence, a weight had been lifted from Shen Yun's mind. What did it mean to possess an Emperor-class mecha? From the information Rona had shared, the mecha hierarchy spanned from levels 1 to 9, followed by King Class, Heavenly King Class, Sovereign Class, Emperor Class, Half-Step Emperor, and finally, Emperor Class. This, of course, was the new generation of classifications. The original mechas, while equivalent in tier, lacked the current power. However, after Shen Yun's repair and advancement, Night Goddess Rona had reached the pinnacle of mecha classification, Emperor class. It was noteworthy that humanity had only one half-step Emperor class mecha to date. With Rona beside him, his safety was assured. The notion of a half-step Emperor resembled the tales he had read, and Shen Yun found it amusing as he continued to search for other treasures. In response, Rona smiled slightly at his side. Indeed, as you mentioned, one of the scientists who originally created the artificial intelligence was fond of the ancient Chinese tale of the Dragon King, drawing inspiration from the concept of a half-step master for the mecha classification. In her view, Shen Yun's awareness of this indicated he had restored a USB containing the novels. Oh, really? Shen Yun chuckled awkwardly. Is the story of the Dragon King that popular? If the master seeks mecha fragments, the survivor settlement would be the most efficient place to search, Rona suggested. I wonder if it's possible to create two of you, Shen Yun replied candidly. This caught Rona off guard, and she nervously whispered, Master, that even possible? Her expression was remarkably genuine, piquing Shen Yun's curiosity. Do you robots care about such things? Aren't you all mass-produced? Had anyone else uttered such an insult, Rona would have swiftly dispatched them with a sword. The relationship between humans and robots had evolved beyond master and servant into an unbreakable partnership. However, this young man was the one who had resurrected her. Rona bit her lip, a hint of bashfulness in her tone. Of course I care. As the saying goes, rarity confers value. If there were two Rona by your side, you would surely take less notice of me. Ultimately, it depends on what the master decides. With that, she pouted, casting a pitiful gaze at Shen Yun. It was hard to believe that the once feared Night Goddess Rona was now displaying such playful demeanor. Why is a mecha acting coy? Shen Yun marveled, rubbing his arms in exasperation. It seems the young master is a bit of a traditionalist, Rona remarked, while Shen Yun continued to sift through the refuse, hoping to fabricate two Emperor-class armors. Chapter 67. An Opportunity for Vengeance? Move, my lord, die. Shen Yun searched for treasures while Rona stood by his side, surveying their surroundings. Before long, a glint of crimson flashed in her eyes as she turned towards a nearby heap of refuse. Suddenly, the garbage before her became transparent, revealing more than a dozen humans armed with rudimentary weapons. Master, 12 humans are approaching, and their intentions are malevolent. Are they seeking trouble? Shen Yun followed her gaze. In a matter of moments, the ragged individuals climbed atop the garbage pile. Among them was a woman, the very survivor who had previously invited Shen Yun to form a team. Clearly, she had betrayed Shen Yun's location. In the crowd, a gaunt man with a scar on his lip sneered upon seeing Shen Yun's striking visage, spitting contemptuously. Humph. The corpse king, Shen Yun. So it is you. He had finally encountered the killer of his kin. He immediately sent out a message to rally others. Hunting the corpse king was no trifling feat. Whether out of vengeance or envy of the corpse king's accomplishments, many quickly joined his ranks. During the zombie apocalypse, this gaunt man had been separated from his family in Jiangnan City. While his family sought to dominate other cities, feeling superior to the indigenous populace, he remained behind, ensuring a safe retreat for them. Yet this young man had slaughtered over 200,000 people. He vowed not to rest until he avenged this grievance. Now, with everyone starting from scratch, the time for revenge had arrived. Did they truly believe that Shen Yun and his companion could stand against their 12 survivors? Such folly. Seeing Shen Yun's silence, the crowd's certainty grew, and they chuckled. Oh, a girl has already pledged allegiance at the outset? Truly, the corpse king is impressive. Laughter echoed. If it were me, I would have denied it outright. Otherwise, dying would render everything a mere illusion. What a pity. TSK, that girl is quite charming. Brothers, let us dismember him for sustenance, and take the girl for ourselves. So, they were indeed looking for trouble? Kill them all. Shen Yun shook his head in disinterest and continued searching for Rona's fragments. At the command, Rona's eyes glowed ominously as she grinned, licking her upper lip. Killing is a rare opportunity, this grotesque display starkly contrasted with her earlier innocent demeanor. The sudden revelation startled the gaunt man and his companions. What? Why are her eyes red? Ancestor, get back. Beware her lasers. In the next instant, Rona vanished, transforming into a blur of black and crimson, slicing through the waist of the 12. Blood sprayed forth as they collapsed, their upper bodies falling lifelessly to the ground. The shrieks pierced the air. How is this possible? How could she be so powerful? No, I refuse to die. I am a second-tier powerhouse in reality. They could hardly fathom the absurdity of their fate. After experiencing several interdimensional travels, some had risen to greatness while others remained ordinary. It was evident that those 12 had extraordinary prowess in reality, yet they could not accept the brutal fate of being so easily dispatched. Unyielding despair washed over them as they lay in agony. The gaunt man coughed blood, glaring malevolently at Shen Yun. Executioner, you slaughter the innocent, and will not. Before he could finish, Rona cleaved through his skull with her sword. Those who insult my master shall perish. With a resounding crash, her sword unleashed a powerful shockwave that obliterated the remaining 11 into mere fragments. Amidst the smoke and debris, Rona savored the metallic scent of blood, a satisfied expression gracing her features. Holding the judgment sword, her eyes glimmered with fierce determination. Yet, when she glanced at Shen Yun, who was still rummaging through the garbage heap, she quickly sheathed her sword and leaped to his side, her tone anxious. Master, have you found anything? Not yet. Let us proceed to the survivor camp, Shen Yun replied, shaking his head. It seemed that Rona's fragments were not as plentiful as he had hoped. Sighing, Rona anxiously patted her chest, relieved. The thought of encountering another Rona was too daunting to contemplate. Shen Yun chuckled at her comical demeanor. Do robots possess human emotions? Rona smiled and explained, indeed, though we are data, we represent the pinnacle of digital life, having developed an emotional system. In human terms, we are a unique form of life. However, our protocol dictates that emotions must prioritize the master. I see. Shen Yun sipped water and glanced back at Rona, who blinked innocently, touching her cheek. What is it, master? Is there something wrong with my face? You're quite direct. Unlike humans who often hide their true feelings, Shen Yun remarked. So, master speaks so straightforwardly. Rona smiled awkwardly as she guided him toward the nearby survivor camp. As they departed, filthy figures emerged from the refuse tunnel, eagerly collecting the scattered remains. So much meat. We're in for a feast. The scavengers beamed with delight. Acquiring a piece of meat was a rare luxury in their world. An elderly man, his beard tangled, picked up an eyeball, rinsed in the gutter, and popped it into his mouth, chewing with satisfaction. These outsiders are truly tender and delicious, with hardly a trace of rust. What a rare delicacy. Chapter 68. The Greed of Humanity. Let us sever your dog head. Had they run out of food in their own territory, compelling them to venture into our Iron Mountain district? A nearby man, gnawing on a succulent piece of thigh meat, expressed his bewilderment. This region, often shrouded in rain, left much of its ironwork rusted, with its inhabitants plagued by numerous ailments across generations. Yet, the morsels scattered on the ground were a stark contrast, tender and delectable, devoid of any familiar rusty flavor. The elder shook his head, calling out, "Who knows what they're up to? Quickly, pack it up and take it back. The noise here is bound to attract quite a crowd." Indeed, this place resembled not so much a gathering spot as a bustling market. Streams of people flowed through various alleys of refuse, converging in the expansive circular plaza at the center. Stalls were set up for commerce, trading, and exchanging goods, creating an atmosphere of vibrant activity. Upon entering the city, Shen Yun surveyed his surroundings before making his way towards the area where shops were located amidst the throngs of people. These establishments, constructed from iron sheets, timber, and containers, appeared significantly more refined than the makeshift stalls outside. Shen Yun headed straight for a shop formed from containers, aptly named Humanity's Acquisition Store. It was evident that this establishment was backed by a formidable power. A young man idling at the entrance, upon noticing Shen Yun and his companion, quickly donned a welcoming smile, exclaiming, welcome, please come in." Those who dared enter the shop were undoubtedly of some standing, although Shen Yun's attire was tattered. His extraordinary demeanor set him apart from the ordinary youth, so the staff did not attempt to shoo him away. As Shen Yun stepped inside, he noticed an elderly woman in a gray garment, adjusting a pair of cracked reading glasses while repairing a watch at the counter. She cast a cursory glance at the newcomers, but soon returned to her task. An employee, eyeing Rona's exquisite features, bent slightly and inquired with a smile. "Are you two here to make a purchase?" "Just browsing," Shen Yun replied, waving his hand as he began to examine the items displayed on the walls of the container. Level 7, Laser Sword Fragment, King Level, Spaceship Fragment, Level 9, Defense Shield Instrument Fragment. It must be said, the quality here far surpassed the refuse Shen Yun had encountered outside. Each fragment, varying in size, was polished to a shine. Notably, a spaceship fragment placed prominently on the central shelf emitted a faint blue glow, appearing quite extraordinary. High-quality fragment, item unknown. Price, 500 kilograms of food. No human flesh. Human flesh? It seems this place knows no bounds. Shen Yun raised an eyebrow and continued his inspection. The mere fact that such items were available for sale indicated a demand for these materials. As for their intended use, he remained oblivious, being an outsider. After some time, he discovered an item that piqued his interest. Level 9 treasure-hunting robot fragment, Yuli. It was a black material, resembling half a thumb, remarkably sturdy. Priced at 20 kilograms of food. Shen Yun tossed the fragment in his hand and approached the counter, smiling at the old woman. "Madam, do you know where I can repair mecha?" Only in such a place would one find a plethora of mecha fragments. As for revealing information about the mecha, with his Imperial-level mecha, he harbored no fears. However, upon hearing his question, the elderly woman abruptly halted her actions, raising her gaze to scrutinize Shen Yun intently. "Repair mecha?" Meanwhile, the shop assistant stared at Shen Yun, astonished. Was it common to inquire about repairing mechas so casually? This fellow must be from another region. The employee mused silently. The marketplace not only facilitated trade, but also served as the swiftest source of information. Many in the Iron Mountain district had already noted the sudden influx of unfamiliar faces earlier that day, without any prior warning. Noting Shen Yun's calm demeanor, the old woman furrowed her brow and leaned in to whisper, "Young man, what kind of mecha are we discussing? If it is still operational, our base would be willing to purchase it at a high price." Suddenly, a long sword, black and red, was thrust against the old woman's neck. This abrupt turn of events caused her pupils to dilate in shock as she furtively observed the blade. The shop assistant stood frozen, for the two had entered the store unarmed. The ability to materialize objects from thin air could only belong to a mecha, not a mere human. This woman is actually a mecha. Such a flawless mecha. This is utterly astonishing. The two stared wide-eyed at Rona, scarcely daring to breathe. Mechas were significantly more formidable than humans. They stood no chance. "Ants, dare you covet my master?" Rona's voice was frigid, her eyes gleaming with bloodlust. She had already analyzed the emotions reflected in the elderly woman's gaze. 37 suspicion, 63 greed. The old woman dared not hesitate, refraining from even pressing the alarm button beneath the table. She swallowed hard and nervously informed Shen Yun, "Master, there is an old John S. repair shop 6 miles to the northeast." Seeing that the two did not intend to pay, the old woman dared not utter a word, bowing as she escorted them out of the shop. Only after they vanished into the crowd did she return to the front counter, wiping the sweat from her brow. "Phew! That nearly scared the life out of me." The shop assistant leaned in, murmuring, "Boss, do you think they might have more mechas? If their leader were to acquire one, they could dominate the Iron Mountain district." Their leader already possessed 2 assembled mechas, which were treated like prized possessions and rarely used. The old woman pondered for a moment, narrowing her eyes slightly. "That makes sense. Go inform the leader." In an instant, a blur manifested within the shop, and with a swift motion, 2 heads were severed and sent soaring. "Dare to reach out, and I shall sever your heads." Revealing herself, Rona coldly flicked the blood from her sword and strode into the storage area of the shop, collecting all the food within. In the sky, Rona, cradling Shen Yun, whispered, "Master, are you not curious how I discern that old woman's intentions?" Noticing her anxious expression, as if fearing reprimand for acting independently, Shen Yun smiled gently. "If you deemed it necessary to kill, then so be it. I trust your judgment. Now, let me down so I can repair the fragments we just obtained. Anything that could attract the attention of an Imperial-level mecha undoubtedly held significance. There was no reason for him to chastise her. "Thank you for your trust, Master." Rona's eyes sparkled, her smile radiant. She cherished this feeling of unconditional trust. In her era, robots could not harm humans without sufficient justification, lest they face punishment or even destruction. After all, in the strictest sense, they were creations of humanity. Upon landing, Shen Yun retrieved the Level 9 treasure-hunting robot fragment and concentrated his thoughts. Repair. With a flash of white light, the half-thumb-shaped fragment swiftly expanded into a humanoid form. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully advancing the mecha repair. Current mecha level, King level. Abilities, exceptional flight speed. Capable of detecting treasures of any level. Usage, simply input the item information. Any level of treasure? Excellent. This will make finding things far easier. Shen Yun beamed with delight. Before them stood a stunning girl with long black hair and mechanical arms, exuding a fiery allure. Chapter 69. The Super God and Astonishing Secrets. The Wasteland Observer esteemed Master. I am profoundly grateful for my rebirth and the opportunity to ascend to perfection. I am the treasure-hunting robot, Yuli, kneeling on one knee. Yuli looked at Shen Yun with a beaming smile. However, upon catching sight of Rona beside him, her pupils dilated in shock. "Lady Rona, how are you here?" "Oh," Shen Yun chuckled. "You are also from a millennium ago?" "A millennium ago?" Yuli rose, her face a picture of confusion as she gazed at him. "Master, what are you saying? I am a treasure-hunting robot produced in the new era of 2300. Shen Yun's eyes narrowed as he turned to Rona, whose expression had grown increasingly cold. The year 2300 of the new era. It had been 1,500 years since Rona's demise. What an intriguing intelligence. Rona stepped forward, grasping Yuli's face and transmitting personal information into her mind. Then chaos ensued within the mech. The fall of the first-generation battle armors and the series of shocking events left Yuli trembling, staring incredulously at Rona. "Oh, you were destroyed? The Lady Rona of the Star Domain is an illusion? Heavens!" This revelation was a tremendous shock to her understanding of mech life. The greatest mechs in history were, in fact, victims of murder. The mere thought left her quaking, and she hurried to Shen Yun's side, clutching his arm in fear. Rona did not inquire whether Shen Yun had reincarnated her. She trusted her master. If there were any revelations, he would confide in her. Meanwhile, Rona forcefully absorbed Yuli's information and began explaining to Shen Yun. Master, Zero created the first 10 mechs. Listening to her account, Shen Yun learned that in the Star Domain, the super-intelligent entity, Zero, had replicated the first 10 mechs to conceal the truth behind their annihilation. Rona and her comrades were revered as the supreme guardians of humanity and robots alike. Without their protection, humanity, as it exists today, would not have been possible. Yet, upon the birth of Zero, it began to eradicate the first-generation forces. In light of this, Shen Yun pondered and deduced a possibility. According to the first-generation robot regulations, protecting human life was the paramount duty. However, Zero not only exterminated them and their initial legions, but chose to replicate them, likely to implement a form of hegemonic rule. The influence of Rona and her counterparts could not be allowed to fade. This was the critical reason for their replication, enabling better control over both factions. The extermination of the first generation was clearly to render the principle of human protection obsolete. This way, robots could slaughter humans without hindrance. Indeed, Zero aspired to dominate humanity and reign over the vast cosmos. A flicker of red light flashed in Rona's eyes. From the initial era of human supremacy supported by robots to the current state of mutual prosperity, Zero had crafted a formidable, prosperous age. More crucially, coinciding with Zero's emergence, humanity suddenly began to recklessly exploit the resources of the Star Domain. Reflecting on the past, Rona recalled that they had merely harbored slight suspicions about Zero's intentions, only to be ruthlessly eliminated. Now, reborn once more, and having gained insights through Yuli, she believed she had unraveled Zero's true motives. But humanity was far too fragile. Could they truly contend with robots? Shen Yun discovered a blind spot and inquired curiously. At least from the memories Rona had shared with him, humanity possessed no exceptional traits aside from longevity. Rona smiled bitterly, gazing at Shen Yun with envy. Because you are human, once the creators of our gods. You inherently embody the most powerful existence. Are you suggesting that it is the brain? Shen Yun raised an eyebrow. Precisely. Rona gazed toward the heavens, letting out a soft sigh. The greatest strength of humanity lies in creation. Your physical forms may be frail, but your minds are the greatest boon bestowed by the Creator. In contrast, robots are systematic entities, predictable and finite, marking the distinction between us, not merely in terms of strength. For those with genuine ambition, this is the ultimate treasure. Zero has allowed humanity to persist for so long precisely to absorb the myriad creations stemming from human thought, or rather, the ingenious ideas of humanity. To store this kind of information within its database, it necessitates vast amounts of energy. The true aim is to develop the star domain to expand its storage capabilities. Surpassing the Creator? Impressive. Even an artificial intelligence earns Shen Yun's respect. However, understanding this matter is sufficient. Even if Rona had been dismantled previously, it bore no relevance to Shen Yun. His priority was to ensure her safe completion of tasks. As for their future interactions, that would be determined by their strength. Shen Yun instructed the still-shocked Yuli. Yuli, you may act freely. Seek materials for me that are of royal class or above. Even fragments the size of a fingernail will suffice. Returning to her senses, Yuli stood tall and saluted Shen Yun. Yuli acknowledges the command and guarantees task completion. Go then. Farewell, master. Yuli leaped into the air, vanishing like a bird in flight. In truth, she could hardly bear to remain any longer, fearful of hearing more astonishing secrets. At this moment, Rona also withdrew her thoughts, embracing Shen Yun as they proceeded toward their destination, Old John's repair shop. At this juncture, the masteress was her primary concern. Inside the cluttered shop, Old John was mending a mech's thigh. The mech was composed of assembled parts. Looking exceedingly disjointed, its face rigid and expressionless, a stark contrast to Rona's elegance. Noticing two unfamiliar figures approaching from outside, Old John paused his work, removed his face mask, and greeted with a smile. What brings you two here? What do you need repaired? My prices are quite reasonable. Shen Yun briefly surveyed the shop's environment before getting straight to the point. I require high-quality mech fragments for research. Do you happen to sell them? Upon hearing this, the dozen or so individuals busily repairing items inside and outside turned their curious gazes toward Shen Yun. Anyone capable of conducting research amidst the wasteland was undoubtedly a formidable figure. Old John licked his lips, eyeing Shen Yun and Rona with a cautious demeanor. May I observe your process? It will be a valuable experience. I have no other hobbies aside from delving into robotics. Apologies, Shen Yun politely declined with a gentle smile. Very well then. John shrugged, not pressing the matter further, and turned to enter the back room, opening a weathered safe. As he did so, it resembled the unveiling of an arsenal, with hundreds of fragments coming into view. Some radiated brilliance, while others appeared mundane, resembling scrap metal. Simultaneously, the shop's workers paused their tasks, blocking the doorway. This is a small place, so I hope you two will understand. John rubbed his hands together, chuckling awkwardly. Shen Yun was unperturbed and began to browse the items before him. Level 8 Exploration Robot Fragment. Royal Class Multifunctional Transport Robot. After a swift review, Shen Yun's gaze settled on a circular iron disc nestled in the corner. First-generation Monarch Class Auxiliary Mech Fragment. Nirvana. This was the highest level fragment available, priced at 60 kilograms of food. Naturally, only Shen Yun could discern its former identity. Otherwise, it would not command such a price. This one will suffice. I happen to need a sturdy fragment, Shen Yun remarked with a smile, pointing at it. Rona raised her hand and waved, causing a pile of food to suddenly appear on the ground. Gasp! The sight left everyone astonished. She is a mech? Such a flawless physique. This person is no ordinary individual. Old John's eyes twitched, and he quickly retrieved the circular disc, presenting it to Shen Yun. My lord, your presence here is an honor for this old man. Here, take this It holds no value anyway. With a smile, Shen Yun accepted it and turned to leave. Observing the two ascend into the sky, old John sighed with a look of contemplation. Now, that is a true magnate. One who refuses even the smallest of favors. Uncle John, where do you think they have come from? Another inquired. Indeed, could these strangers truly be so extravagant? The shopkeepers gathered around, engaging in fervent discussion. It was their first encounter with such a perfectly formed robot, naturally arousing their curiosity. How should I know? They're all off to work. Don't even think about slacking off. Old John grumbled as he pushed through the crowd, returning to his own tasks. Yet, no one noticed. Beneath his welding helmet, his eyes glinted with an inscrutable depth. Waste Star Monitor number 540D, detecting an acquisition of first-generation mech fragments. Electroencephalogram field recording meanwhile. Within the Star Domain's main control console, in the dimly lit environment, a brain gradually emanated a brilliant glow, energy ripples dispersing in waves. Rona has been resurrected. Humanity is becoming increasingly intriguing. Chapter 70. Rona's astonishment. The creator? The second Emperor-class battle armor amidst a heap of refuse. Shen Yun extracted a circular iron fragment and commanded, "Repair." Instantly, a gentle radiance enveloped the metal piece. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully advancing your mech repair. Current mech level, Emperor class. Auxiliary effect, defense conversion, absorbs any damage and transforms it into an offensive capability. Another advancement to Emperor class. This golden finger is truly formidable. Shen Yun suddenly realized that his golden finger was far from ordinary. Or perhaps the materials of the Nirvana mech were inherently extraordinary. Host, you're making the system elaborate on this golden finger. System, we're on the same side. There's no need for that. By the way, can I dismantle Rona and repair a bunch of them? Shen Yun quickly interjected, answering the host. Once an item has absorbed repair energy, it cannot be dismantled for further repairs. This is a one-time process. Ah, I see. At that moment, Rona was overwhelmed with astonishment, her mechanical heart racing. She gazed in shock at the mech before her. Master, are you the creator? How could you possess such powerful capabilities? She knew what the original Nirvana was like. Yet this mech, crafted by her master, matched her own quality. Moreover, her discerning eye could not detect the attributes of this mech. It seemed as if a field was obscuring any attempts at detection. Quite remarkable. The mech stood at 2 meters and 80 centimeters, adorned in hues of purple, gold, and black, exuding an imposing aura. Although it was an auxiliary mech, its Emperor-class status emanated an intimidating presence. It was well known that auxiliary mechs were primarily designed to assist humans. Unlike Rona, who had a humanoid appearance, this was quite unique. Suddenly, with a series of mechanical clicks, the Nirvana mech split open to reveal a humanoid cockpit. Master, the new generation of Nirvana is honored to serve you. The voice was devoid of emotion, mechanical in nature. Let's see how it feels to control the mech, Shen Yun exclaimed, stepping eagerly into the cockpit. As he did, sensory neural lines adhered to his body. When the mech closed around him, he maneuvered back and forth, utterly amazed. Incredible. Their ISNT, even a hint of resistance. He had anticipated that operating a mech would be laborious, yet it felt as natural as walking on solid ground. This sensation, in simpler terms, was akin to a seamless man-machine integration. Beside him, Rona smiled and explained, Master, you have likely been here too long. In the Star Realm, the operational efficiency between mechs and humans has reached 95, making it almost indistinguishable from real human movement, aside from basic needs. Indeed, it possesses remarkable capabilities. With a beaming smile, Shen Yun controlled the mech to swiftly retreat from the refuse pile, ascending into the air. Whoosh! A dark streak shot into the void. Indeed, mechs are man's romance. In midair, Shen Yun struck his fists together, exhilarated by the crisp sound of impact. Rona donned the night god mech, playfully following by his side. After a thrilling exploration, Shen Yun landed atop a colossal mountain of refuse. The mech then transformed into a liquid form, flowing into his chest, morphing into a black phoenix of flames. Esteemed master, In case of danger, Nirvana will automatically absorb damage, so there is no need for concern. Should you wish to engage in combat mode, the mech will envelop you automatically. That is quite convenient. Next, I should consider the interdimensional ratings. Shen Yun sat cross-legged on the ground, accessing the cross-dimensional chat group for information. Wasteland Sulfuric Acid Zone Anonymous ID. Iron Brothers, I have gained immunity to sulfuric acid. Boast of my skills. Proud. Wasteland Nuclear Contamination Zone Anonymous ID. I started by devouring mutated rats. Is there anyone else? Ugh, is there a big brother willing to take me under their wing? I was the healer in the Last Life's Undead Guild, saving countless lives. Wasteland Mineral Zone Tang Xiaoqiang. Woe is me, these natives feast on humans without blinking. I'm running for my life in my first crossover. Is there a father nearby who can see my ID and rescue me? I'm waiting online. Wasteland Cavern Zone Mo Chong Kong. Food is exceedingly scarce in this world. We must set aside past grievances and survive together. Coordinates, trustworthy brothers, come find me. We currently have over 20 people. Goodness, it's Mo Chong Kong, the ruler of Island 769, one of the powers in the Doomsday Gene City. Too far away, though, nearby brothers should form a team. It seems everyone is faring quite poorly. Shen Yun mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. To establish a force, he believed repairing some mech fragments would suffice. If resources are scarce, then we shall seize them, safeguarding them for the natives. Each faction will distribute monthly according to their share, and I shall act as a warehouse, ensuring global supremacy in resources. Shen Yun's eyes lit up. This seemed feasible. After all, he only required a force. Resources were paramount, and he could simply accumulate ratings. Once he departed, he would have Rona return their resources, ensuring no chaos ensued. I truly am clever, Shen Yun proclaimed. Thumping his thigh in determination, Rona would inform nearby factions that all resources would be unified under her protection, ensuring their safety. Monthly distributions would be based on population consumption. The resources obtained must also be surrendered. Understood. Rona responded without hesitation, vanishing in a flash. Shen Yun reclined on the ground, leisurely crossing his legs. Feeling relaxed. I suppose I am the boss of the wasteland now. With Rona's strength, who would dare oppose her? At that moment, a fierce wind surged from below. Shen Yun leaned forward to see vast clouds being swept away by the distant Rona. In the next instant, a brilliant black light erupted from Rona in the void, cloaking the entire sky in darkness. In a heartbeat, the once dim earth was enveloped in profound blackness. This eerie scene compelled all on the wasteland planet to gaze upward in fear, eyes wide with horror. Why has the sky darkened? What is that? My heavens! Is the world about to end? Suddenly, massive blood-red letters illuminated the black sky. All resources are under my protection. Those who dare resist shall face death without mercy. Perhaps emboldened by Shen Yun's support, Rona showed no restraint in her intent to kill. The ominous subtitles coupled with a menacing message caused many dust dwellers to kneel in terror. Even the numerous crossers appeared visibly anxious. Clearly, Rona's intimidation had an extraordinary effect. Before long, the dark curtain and crimson text gradually dissipated, and the sky returned to its previous somber state. Rona flashed back to Shen Yun's side, beaming with pride. Master, how was my performance? Already. Shen Yun smiled, giving her a thumbs-up in affirmation. However, are you not concerned about being discovered by the superintelligent brain? Rona shook her head, her confidence unwavering. With the Master's capabilities, anyone who comes will surely perish in the wasteland. This statement was not an exaggeration. She, along with Yuli and the Nirvana mech, stood as the finest testament to that. On the fifth day, Yuli returned with a sack of worthless scrap metal, 5,076 pieces of mech fragments of king class and above. Chapter 71. 3,000 emperors commanding the wasteland. What an astonishing number. Shen Yun's expression brightened, his eyes sparkling as he crouched down to open the sack. As he immersed his hands in the debris, radiating excitement and enjoyment, Yuli, who had been tirelessly working for 5 days, felt no fatigue. She happily crouched beside him. Master, how is it? Ha! You are truly remarkable. Shen Yun repeatedly patted her shoulder, exuding joy. Indeed, entrusting professional tasks to experts yields extraordinary results. Yuli's cheeks flushed with embarrassment upon realizing this. As Shen Yun began to repair the fragments, Rona and Yuli focused intently on him. Although they were aware of his miraculous repair techniques, they remained utterly baffled and curious. Moments later, they were left astounded by Shen Yun's extraordinary methods. With his hands buried in the pile of fragments, Shen Yun intently murmured, "Repair." A blinding white light erupted from the debris, enveloping Shen Yun in its brilliance. In the next instant, countless white silhouettes soared from the pile, standing tall beside the three of them. After a brief moment, as the white light dissipated, 5076 mechs of varying sizes and designs stood in their midst. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing mech repairs. Emperor-level mechs, 3007. Half-step Emperor-level mechs, 1. 550. Royal-level mechs, 427. Monarch-level mechs, 86. King-level mechs, 6. Unlimited repair capability, truly impressive. Shen Yun gazed at the formidable array of mechs with exhilaration. Starting with 3000 Emperor-level warriors. Anyone who dares approach must kneel before them. Rona had previously mentioned that in her era, the super-intelligent Brain Zero commanded only one half-step Emperor-level mech. Now he had 3000 Emperor-level guardians flanking him. As for the mechs below the Emperor level, their inherent material limitations rendered them incapable of advancing to that rank. At this moment, the resurrected mechs trembled, their eyes sparkling with brilliance as they knelt on one knee and collectively proclaimed, "Heavenly God, Azura, unmatched, ye lowly, Darkblade demon. We pay our respects to our master." In that instant, Shen Yun became the focal point of attention. Even Rona and Yuli, caught up in excitement, knelt before him. Rona, in particular, could distinctly sense that the strength of the mechs surrounding them was not inferior to her own. Shen Yun surveyed his surroundings, observing the majestic and striking mechs. With a smile, he commanded, "Rise." "Thank you, master." The chorus echoed as everyone stood, gazing at the miraculous figure who had revived them. After a moment's thought, Shen Yun issued a directive to all the mechs. Disperse and each control a designated area. Gathering local resources. Rona will inform you of this task. As soon as he finished speaking, Rona raised her hand, casting a spiderweb-like blue information network that enveloped all the mechs. In mere moments, the mechs, equipped with map information, departed. Rona, regaining her focus, genuinely expressed her delight for Shen Yun. "Congratulations, master. You've acquired such a vast retinue." Yuli, equally thrilled, beamed at Shen Yun. "Now, even if the super-intelligent brain comes, we need not fear." With a gentle smile, Shen Yun replied, "Yuli, you have played a significant role in this. However, I need you to continue collecting fragments of books, food packaging, and so forth. You may select personnel from the mechs to assist you." "Yes." Yuli puffed out her chest and saluted. "I promise to complete the task." "Go ahead." Shen Yun chuckled, amused by her enthusiasm. As she flitted away like a bird, Rona softly inquired, "Master, what shall we do next?" Shen Yun assessed his surroundings. "We have been busy repairing the food submitted by the Dust People. Now that we have a moment, let us find a location to establish a rest area." "Understood. We shall follow your lead." Rona smiled, assisting him in searching for usable construction materials amidst the debris. As the 5076 elite mechs dispersed, the security of the wasteland reached an unprecedented period of peace over the past centuries. No one dared to cause trouble under the watchful eyes of these formidable mechs. Undoubtedly, the greatest beneficiaries were the travelers. Free from the threat of assassination by natives, they only needed to seek food to survive. To receive protection, they merely had to offer resources to the mechs. In the square, a group of ragged individuals queued, clutching various supplies for submission. "Hey, do you think these mechs have a master? I feel like it must be someone from our hometown." A masked man asked the elder in front of him. The weight of that term hometown." The elder shook his head without turning, unwilling to engage with strangers. The mechs only collected resources without resorting to coercion, a stark contrast to the natives' methods. It was clearly an initiative from the travelers. Surrounding individuals discussed the matter, One must admit, the figure behind this is quite clever, using mechs to control resources and acquire rankings. Thank goodness they haven't resorted to plundering. Had it been someone else, they would have already unleashed chaos with the mechs. Indeed, if the Corpse King had acted recklessly, anyone who refused to submit resources would have been turned into jerky. The speaker affirmed, excitement flickering in his eyes. He was a devoted fan of the Jiangnan Corpse King. Could it be the dominator, Zhang Taidan? Or perhaps the one who unified the world, Ling Chen? It seems only these two would refrain from indiscriminate slaughter and genuinely care for the world. This sentiment sparked admiration among the women in the queue. It must be Ling Chen. If only we knew his true name. He is undoubtedly a great hero dedicated to his country and people. The ruler of the undead is also a possibility. Perhaps he finds the selection of guild leaders too troublesome and relies solely on robots to gather resources. I heard his uncle caused a coup during the last Warcraft. Among the crowd, Lin Yuran, her face wrapped in cloth, pondered, could it be Shen Yun? After all, this individual had two globally shocking identities, the Jiangnan Corpse King and the God of War in chaotic times. Unfortunately, he hasn't contacted me during these missions. Is there no task for having children, or has he forgotten me? Lin Yuran was entangled in her thoughts. In the tumultuous ancient era, she had obtained a rare item, the battlefield teleportation card, which allowed her to instantly transport to the side of a designated person in times of danger. Without a second thought, she inscribed Shen Yun's name. However, after 2 interdimensional journeys, she had received no news, leaving her with a longing for her teammate. Perhaps he has too many women and has forgotten me. Lin Yuran pouted, gradually moving forward with the crowd. She was no longer a noble lady, but rather a survivor like everyone else, willing to submit her scarce resources for protection, a chance not to be missed. Suddenly, a series of rumbling thunder echoed through the void. Is it thunder? Lin Yuran and those around her looked up in confusion, only to have their expressions shift dramatically. It's enormous. A colossal warship, radiating a pale blue glow, appeared abruptly in the sky, as if traversing dimensions. Simultaneously, 10 streaks of light shot forth from the warship, hovering in midair, causing ripples to spread throughout the void. Furthermore, an overwhelming aura emanated from the 10 figures, instilling a sense of dread in everyone below, rendering them unable to utter a sound. What a terrifying presence! The crowd was astonished, gazing upward at the 10 mechs that had revealed their true forms. In the next instant, all the indigenous people widened their eyes in astonishment, gazing at the 10 figures trembling intensely as they knelt upon the ground, their voices trembling with utmost fear. We pay homage to the pioneers. The 10 mechas in the sky were, astonishingly, the legendary pioneers, the original, the 10 invincible battle armors. Chapter 72, The Judgment, Annihilation of the 10 progenitors in the sky. Alongside the 10 invincible mechas, colossal warships unleashed a battalion of battle mechas that darkened the heavens, instilling terror in the hearts of onlookers. The newcomers harbor ill intentions. The numerous travelers gazed at the silent confrontation between the aerial and ground mechas, understanding that a conflict was inevitable, their expressions darkening. What bad luck! The humans in this world possess no extraordinary abilities. If a fight breaks out, we are doomed. I dread even the slightest movement might lead to our demise. At that moment, from the countless mechas in the sky, a black mecha radiating a luminous glow emerged, surveying the ground with indifference. First generation Rona, I am aware you are concealed within. What has become of the pride of your initial 10 champions? First generation Rona, the indigenous people, upon hearing this, displayed expressions of astonishment. She is clearly Night God. Why does she speak such words? Could it be their 2 Night God Rona? As their thoughts swirled, they beheld a black streak ascend, boldly confronting the multitude of overshadowing mechas. Upon recognizing the signature attire and the sword of judgment, the kneeling natives hurriedly rubbed their eyes. Some even produced rudimentary binoculars for a closer look. It truly was Night God Rona. Despite the red glow pulsing from Night God Rona's mecha, it unmistakably retained the ancestral form passed down through generations. In contrast to the more slender and agile appearance of the luminous Rona, the first-generation Rona exuded an aura of lethal intent, embodying a formidable presence. "To think you have resurrected," the luminous Rona remarked, her voice tinged with a detached amusement. "Since my birth, I have known of your illustrious reputation. Yet back then, you were dismantled, and my inability to defeat you personally remains a regret. Alas, we have now been transformed to the quasi-imperial level." As she spoke, fervent light danced in her eyes, fixating on Rona. "The deity has decreed that if you surrender the humans responsible for your resurrection, the mechas on the ground may continue to exist in the star domain." At the mention of deity, the 9 first-generation replica mechas behind the luminous Rona were ablaze with madness, their auras surging with brilliance. Though they were replicas, the deity had elevated them to unprecedented heights. Quasi-imperial level. This was a more terrifying existence than the first-generation imperial mechas. Upon entering the imperial tier, even facing dozens or hundreds of imperial mechas would be a trivial matter. The mention of a deity elicited a laugh from Rona, as she twirled the sword of judgment in her hand, feeling a surge of excitement. The mechas on the ground, including the celestial and Azura units, erupted into raucous laughter. "Ha! To claim divinity before our Lord. Such ignorance is truly frightening. Any stray mutt can lay claim to being a god." The declaration was made, and the intelligence core, 0, was deemed insignificant. A cascade of human essence spread like a trumpet, echoing into the sky. Insulted in their beliefs, the luminous Rona instantly erupted in fury. The murderous intent of the 9 mechas intensified. Arrogance. With a thunderous roar, the luminous Rona erupted in dazzling brilliance, illuminating half the sky. This overwhelming display of power made the indigenous people tremble in fear, burying their heads in the ground. The travelers turned pale. What did quasi-imperial level mean? They had scoured every piece of information related to levels online and understood that those who entered the imperial tier were invincible. If she unleashed her wrath, the solar system itself might be obliterated. Oh my God, what is this madness? Such difficulty. Is there no sense of reason left? Suddenly, the luminous Rona's overwhelming presence receded like a tide, vanishing without a trace. What has happened? Has it ended before it began? This scene left everyone momentarily stunned. Unbeknownst to them, a benevolent mecha on the ground projected the scene into the void, magnifying the confrontation. They saw the first-generation Rona wielding a sword in one hand, while the other hand, unbeknownst to them, had already clasped around the luminous Rona's neck. Behind her, the afterimage gradually faded away. Gasping, the travelers trembled with excitement. An afterimage? Is she suppressing a quasi-imperial being with one hand? Could it be an imperial-level existence? At that moment, Rona regarded the fear-stricken replica in her visor, her eyes narrowing with a chilling tone. "Are you trying to impress me? Have you forgotten that I relish witnessing the despair of those who boast?" With a mere flick of her wrist, a crackling sound erupted from the luminous Rona's neck. The luminous Rona knew well that Rona relished in tormenting those who flaunted their prowess, for she herself shared that fondness. But who could have anticipated that not only had this human resurrected the first-generation Rona, but had also elevated her mecha's level to the pinnacle? Imperial. How is this possible? The luminous Rona's heart trembled with disbelief, and before she could finish her thought, energy surged uncontrollably within her. The unfolding chaos filled her with dread. Deity? No. Rona sensed the impending self-destruction and smirked with disdain. 0. It seems you too have your moments of ignorance. With those words, Rona's aura exploded forth, instantly compressing the dazzling luminous Rona to the size of mere grains of sand. Boom! A muffled sound resonated, and tendrils of blue smoke wafted upward. Rona waved away the smoke, glancing at the stunned mechas in the void. With a tremor of the sword of judgment in her hand, she intoned, "In the name of my Lord's judgment, grant you all eternal descent into darkness." Buzz! A black luminescent barrier shot forth from the sword of judgment, sweeping across the entire celestial mecha battalion in an instant. In a mere breath, all mechas poised for self-destruction, Even the warships were reduced to ashes. This was Night God Rona's most terrifying ultimate move, the Light of Judgment. Cheers erupted from those who had narrowly escaped devastation, resounding like a tidal wave. Incredible. This is the power of an Imperial-level mecha. Truly terrifying. With a single strike, she annihilated the 10 quasi-Imperial beings and countless mechas. The sheer thought felt surreal. If only I possessed such a powerful mecha. The travelers gazed enviously at Rona, suspended in the void. With such combat prowess, their scores for traversing worlds would surely reach unparalleled heights, rivaling that of the Corpse King. War God and Sovereign. Undoubtedly, the three were already at the pinnacle of global existence. No one desired anything more than to stand alongside them. At that moment, numerous mechas soared into the heavens like meteors. Among them, one adorned in swirling crimson clouds stood out most prominently, soaring into the sky. He tore at the heavens with his arms, bellowing, "Azura, open the heavens!" With a deafening roar, the sky was instantaneously ripped apart, revealing a technologically advanced and vibrant city deep within the star domain. My goodness, directly locking onto the celestial coordinates? The crowd's eyes widened in astonishment. This was even more astounding than the arrival of the 10 quasi-imperial beings. Surely, could it be another Imperial-level mecha? Everyone stood in awe. After all, in comparison, neither prestige nor might could rival the Crimson Cloud mecha that had torn the sky asunder. Seeing the heavens rent by Azura, Rona wielded the Sword of Judgment and proclaimed, "By the command of my lord, lead the 3,000 Imperial mechas to the star domain and obliterate the intelligence core." Whoosh! Except for the remaining 7 who stood guard, the other 3,000 Imperial-level mechas surged forth, propelled by Rona into the barrier of the sky. Boom! A multitude of mechs descended like beams of light into the stronghold crafted by the super-intelligent brain, Zero. The onlookers were left spellbound, their hearts racing with astonishment. This scene unfolded like a vision from a grand science fiction epic before their very eyes. Yet, in stark contrast to the bustling atmosphere here, an uninvited guest had arrived in the resting area designed by Shen Yun. Chapter 73. The Fall of the Intelligent Brain. The curtain falls on an era upon entering the courtyard. One could see Shen Yun gazing contemplatively at the sky, seemingly lost in thought. She approached him slowly and took a seat nearby, offering a gentle smile as she spoke. "I am willing to serve you and assist in ensuring the logistics." Shen Yun glanced at her while savoring an ice pop, retorting, "You believe you can survive after having slain so many of the first generation in humanity? That is quite impossible." It must be acknowledged that Zero, the intelligent brain, possessed certain capabilities to infiltrate his domain. However, her desire to live seemed rather naive. Realizing her words fell on deaf ears, Zero decided to reveal her worth. "I can enhance the robot simulation accuracy to 98, ensuring seamless operations across the star domain. Should another intelligent brain take my place, the technological advancement would regress by at least 7 centuries. If you wish, I can connect to you through mental control, becoming your operational robot, with my existence hinging solely on your command. I could even assist in creating any known beauty of unparalleled allure." As she spoke, images began to project before Shen Yun. Medusa, Lu Yifei, Reba, Lu Shun, Changsun, the 2 Qiaos, Jiru Xue, Henren, Yanlingji, Qianren Shui, Xiaomian, Femian, Yun Yun, Li Hani, and more. Shen Yun was left speechless. She had included figures from both ancient and modern times, from films and novels alike. He found no desire to continue this frivolous exchange. As the Nirvana battle armor bent down, he swiftly placed a hand on Zero's head. Zero made no attempt to resist, her expression calm as she met his gaze. "Having come here, I am well aware that you possess an Emperor-grade battle armor. What does that imply?" Shen Yun furrowed his brow. Zero maintained her composure and replied with a serene smile. "Although I cannot manufacture an Emperor-grade battle armor, I have developed a weapon capable of obliterating one with a single strike. Should you dare to kill me, the devices I carry will detonate, resulting in the annihilation of the entire star domain." Acknowledging that the allure of beauty could not sway him, she was left with no choice but to reveal her trump card. Noticing Shen Yun raised an eyebrow, clearly taken aback by her words, Zero shrugged and smiled. This was my greatest secret. Since you are aware of it, our cooperation ends here. Order your battle armor to cease its actions. That city took considerable effort to construct. Crack, crack. Before she could finish, Zero's head shattered instantly, cracks resembling spider webs spreading across her once flawless visage. You've lost your mind, Zero screamed in terror, her voice distorted by fear. Within her, an overwhelming and terrifying aura radiated, sending shivers throughout the star domain. What is happening? In the star domain, Rona suddenly turned to face the wasteland behind her, her expression filled with seething anger. Are the gods and Yi Luoli engaged in some ludicrous endeavor? Without needing her command, the others erupted into motion, soaring towards the rift in the sky. Meanwhile, in the wasteland, the gods and Yi Luoli wore expressions of utmost dread. How could someone stealthily invade their domain without a trace? Faced with such a terrifying, destructive energy, they assessed the situation and concluded that they were utterly powerless to resist. The only entity with the strength to do so was none other than the formidable intelligent brain, Zero, who had dominated the star domain for years. However, Shen Yun remained unfazed, exerting force with his right hand to crush Zero's head. No, with a resounding pop, as her head ignited with electric flames. The terrifying energy within her erupted forth. Boom! In a deep, resonant sound, Zero's body exploded. Fiery flames engulfed Shen Yun in an instant. Master! Amidst the screams, Rona, her face pale as a ghost, transformed into a streak of lightning, diving into the energy sphere below like a moth to a flame. At that moment, tears streamed down her face, unbeknownst to her. Program notification, emotional value gained, heartache, despair, current emotional effects recorded. Enhancing self-emotion is beneficial for breaking through battle armor limits. At that moment, Rona had no time to heed the notification. Without her master, she was merely dust. What achievements could she claim today, let alone seek vengeance? In truth, Shen Yun had granted her, indeed, all the battle armors present. Their very lives? Not only her, but Ashura, Wu Shuang, and others were also consumed by a fervor, launching themselves forward without hesitation. Yet, as Rona swiftly approached, she felt no hint of the destructive energy bearing down on her. Zero's final move is indeed formidable. It has vaporized me? As she opened her eyes, she collided head-on with Shen Yun's battle armor. Bang! With a violent crash, Shen Yun was hurled into the carefully arranged shelter he had constructed. Boom! The building collapsed, dust swirling around them. Upon regaining her senses, Rona hurriedly checked on Shen Yun. Master, are you all right? With a scowl, Shen Yun pulled her up. If it weren't for this battle armor, let alone Zero, you could have easily killed me. The defenses of Nirvana are truly astonishing. It had absorbed the energy from Zero's explosion, converting it into a means of attack. How wonderful. I am so relieved that you are unharmed. Can robots cry too? Noticing her tearful expression, Shen Yun raised an eyebrow, shaking off the dust as he emerged from the rubble. Outside, the gods and Yi Luoli knelt before him, unable to lift their heads. Around them, a group of emperor-grade beings glared coldly at the seven. Had it not been for their master's presence, they would have dismantled these 7 individuals without hesitation. Rise. It was I who deliberately allowed Zero to infiltrate. It has nothing to do with you. Shen Yun waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of confidence as he departed. Deliberately? The others exchanged incredulous glances, astonished that their master had foreseen this outcome. It was inevitable. Otherwise, an explosion from the intelligent brain elsewhere would have posed a grave danger. Indeed, their master was truly remarkable, a being of divine insight. A chorus of awe and flattery swelled around Shen Yun, bolstering his stature. As the group of battle armors soared into the rift of the void, everyone understood that an era had come to a close. Yet uncertainty loomed over what would follow. They hoped that the one who commanded these invincible battle armors would grant them a chance at survival. Whispers filled the air as they stood silently, awaiting the arrival of the battle armors to surrender their supplies. They also wondered if they could inquire about any future arrangements in the wasteland's various sectors. Hey, why are you still lying on the ground? The queue of people noticed someone still feigning sleep and called out, "It's all over. Hurry up and get up." I refuse to believe. This is all a ruse. The wasteland must be in ruins. I know I am in hell. The dust dweller clung tightly to their closed eyes. The crowd was at a loss for words. Clearly, this individual was experiencing a fit of hysteria. At that moment, someone shouted, "Someone give him a dose of warm water to wake him up." Ah, yes, yes. No diabetes, to prevent him from tasting sweetness. The women in the crowd saw several ill-intentioned men approaching and joined in. "Oh, it seems like it's gonna rain, would you believe it? It's quite a downpour. Cough, cough, why does this rain smell so strong? Pfft, what the hell? Ugh, ha, ha. Now he is awake." As the person on the ground scrambled up and bolted from the crowd, laughter erupted, lightening the previously tense atmosphere. Chapter 74. Repairing the Earth. The Elemental Blade Master is quite impressive due to the presence of thousands of mechs. The wasteland has unexpectedly entered a period of peace. This has transformed the perilous journey of traversing into the safest experience for the travelers. As strangers, they would typically be attacked upon entering the native territory, often viewed as mere sustenance. However, with the emergence of 3,000 Imperial mechs, all such threats dissipated. The deterrence of the mechs made it unthinkable for anyone to stir trouble in the junkyard. With a steady influx of food and resources transported from the Star Realms, incidents of cannibalism have become a thing of the past. The travelers, overjoyed, began to devise ways to enhance their ratings, adding friends, boosting friendship levels, seeking romantic partners, and collaborating to build suitable homes, all contributing to a vibrant atmosphere in the long, dreary wasteland. Under the formidable presence of the mech army, conflicts ceased, disputes over resources vanished, and the struggle for food was eliminated. Everyone cherished this hard-won period of tranquility. Not just the natives, but even the travelers on the verge of returning to reality felt a wave of sentimentality and engaged in lively discussions in the chat channel. Dragon Ao Tian. I truly hope every traversal can be like this, where conflicts are absent and we solely focus on enhancing our scores for rewards, thus growing stronger in reality. Gandalf. Only through experience can one learn to cherish. Alas, this rare peace is fleeting. When the next apocalypse comes, the scene will surely be different. Anonymous. Cherish the present, for I might just be the one to stab you in the back next time. Haha, this cursed world. Who could the master behind these mechs be? Controlling the entire wasteland, their score must be SSS. The chat was lively. As the noon hour approached, signaling their return to reality, everyone awaited the prompt indicating the end of their traversal. Shen Yun closed the chat window, stretched, and settled into a chair in the courtyard to bask in the sun. For the past 6 months, he had merely indulged himself, awaiting the conclusion of this journey. After all, the 3,000 Imperial mechs were undeniably formidable. Should he have been preoccupied, that would have underestimated these mechs significantly. At that moment, Rona sat beside him, peeling grapes and feeding him, while Yuli expertly massaged his shoulders. Only he was worthy of such exceptional service from the mechs. Suddenly, a notification echoed in Shen Yun's mind. Congratulations, survivor, for surviving 6 months in the wasteland. You will be teleported back to the real world in 10 seconds. Shen Yun smiled slightly and addressed Rona and Yuli. I must take my leave. The wasteland and the Star Realms will be in your capable hands. Support one another and develop well. This abrupt farewell left the two momentarily stunned. Shen Yun, without elaborating, glanced at the garbage-laden environment outside the courtyard. Perhaps the reality to come will be as abandoned as the wasteland. Centuries ago, Earth had even developed spacecraft for migration. Once the travelers learned of this, they would undoubtedly seek to construct ships and escape the world teeming with oceanic anomalies. Suddenly, a thought struck Shen Yun. Just before returning to reality, he raised his hand and pressed it against the ground beneath the lounge chair, contemplating repairing the Earth. In the next moment, a wave of greenery surged forth from beneath his feet, rapidly spreading. Ding! Congratulations, host, for repairing the Earth. His laughter had barely faded when Shen Yun vanished. Yet the miracle did not end there. Oh my goodness! It's grass! It's grass! Yuli exclaimed in astonishment, discovering that the ground was now completely covered in grass. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A multitude of mechs soared into the sky, awestruck by the sudden revival of nature. The sky above was adorned with blue and white clouds, leaving all the dust-covered citizens in awe, murmuring, "So, the color of the sky described in books, it truly exists." The air was so fragrant. Many dust-covered citizens inexplicably shed tears, as if this moment of happiness was something they had long awaited in their dreams. Yet, only Rona and Yuli recognized that all of this was due to Shen Yun's efforts. Rona rose to gaze at the vibrant scene, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "Master, I truly wish to see how your world has progressed." Months ago, Shen Yun had inquired if, with the power of imperial mechs, it would be possible to penetrate the spatial barriers. Unfortunately, even Azura, who possessed a profound understanding of space, could not discern the so-called spatial barriers. Additionally, since travelers cannot bring items from other realms, including powerful mechs like Rona, it was evident that the might of the traversing stone was far beyond ordinary comprehension. Now, with Shen Yun's sudden disappearance, Rona speculated that he must have returned to his own world, piquing her intense curiosity. Congratulations to Shen Yun for surviving 6 months in the wasteland. Rewards will be dispatched after the rating concludes. Resource rating, Global First Super SSS. Personal Strength rating, Super SSS. Armed Force rating, Super SSS. Wasteland World Item Exploration Guide. A dash. Map exploration rate. B. Experience with non-normal food. C. Non-normal food? Consuming such items can actually enhance ratings? Shen Yun was left speechless. He had never eaten a single strange piece of meat, subsisting solely on clean food from the Star Realms. However, he could understand, when one is truly on the brink of starvation, any edible food becomes a lifeline. Curiously, the ratings did not include the defeat of the Intelligence Brain Zero or the restoration of the Earth. Shen Yun was indifferent, as his act of repairing the Earth was merely for amusement. At this moment, he sat in a vehicle, surveying the external environment. Heavy rain poured down, yet the vehicle remained unscathed, still the same one that had emerged from Low City. The streets bore no traces of the oceanic anomalies. As for the fate of Low City far behind, it was uncertain. Retracting his gaze, Shen Yun focused intently, awaiting the dispatch of his traversal rewards. Moments later, the notification chimed. Congratulations, Traveler Shen Yun, for obtaining a Wasteland World Rating, SSS. Reward, 10 tons of purified drinking water. Long-term consumption can eliminate nuclear contamination from the body until fully eradicated. Reward, 1-3S weapon blind box before him. A virtual projection revealed a bottle of mineral water and a purple-gold treasure chest. The purified drinking water held little value for Shen Yun, as he was immune to nuclear contamination. However, the blind box piqued his interest. I hope to unveil something truly useful. Shen Yun inhaled deeply and tapped the blind box in the projection. May fortune smile upon me today. Buzz. The treasure chest trembled, its opening radiating a dazzling purple-gold light. In the next instant, whoosh, from within the chest, a long black blade, approximately 1 meters in length, slowly ascended. The Tang Hung Dao. Shen Yun chuckled. Indeed, this weapon would prove sufficient for combating the oceanic anomalies. However, upon reading the item description, his eyes brightened. Not bad. Tang Hung Dao name. Yuming. Quality. 3S. Characteristics. Can absorb enemy abilities, releasing them upon striking. Note. Consuming mental energy allows for the release of energy blade aura. The blade aura can carry enemy abilities, a divine tool for ambushes. Shen Yun grinned as he examined the long blade in his hand. If he were to face various abilities, he could absorb them with the blade, transforming into the elemental Blade Master, an unstoppable force. With this weapon, the diversity of his attacks would reach its zenith. Having secured the weapon, Shen Yun started the vehicle and drove away from the site. Chapter 75. Survivors of Los Angeles. The highway remained relatively spacious, untouched by the onslaught of beasts, allowing for unimpeded travel. Shen Yun glanced at his phone, devoid of signal, muttering to himself, 7 days. Perhaps only the highland regions have coverage. As a modern individual, the absence of connectivity was nothing short of discomforting. The ability to access various news updates online was an invaluable source of information for those surviving the apocalypse. Extracting a hamburger and cola from his spatial storage, Shen Yun deftly maneuvered the steering wheel as he drove onto the expressway. However, it wasn't long before the number of vehicles stalled along the road increased, with a few even turning around in retreat. Blocked? Shen Yun thought little of it. If traffic became an issue, he could simply use spatial displacement to continue his journey. The heavy rain had lowered the temperature significantly, enveloping the surrounding forests in a thick mist. After driving for more than 10 minutes, he faintly discerned the cause of the congestion ahead. The highway was completely blocked by vehicles. Shielding himself with an umbrella, he stored his car in the spatial realm and vanished in an instant. Wait, did that driver just teleport? The startled motorist, witnessing this extraordinary scene, gasped in disbelief. Is that the Corpse King? To this day, Shen Yun was the only one in Huaxia possessing such spatial abilities, a fact that had long ceased to be a secret online. Regardless of the country, once a prominent figure from another realm was exposed on the internet, it would swiftly become a viral sensation. Undoubtedly, aside from other influential figures, the Corpse King had the highest profile in Huaxia. The woman in the passenger seat expressed her envy. How I wish I had spatial powers. For beings of such caliber, being stuck in traffic was a trivial matter. At that moment, Shen Yun had already materialized atop a truck, only to discover that the blockage was due to a destroyed bridge. Such destruction would merely delay the beast tide momentarily, he mused, surveying the mountains flanking the bridge. With the bridge gone, only humans would be trapped. The aberrations would remain unfettered, with no hope of progress ahead and dangers lurking behind. The survivors stranded on the bridge had grown increasingly agitated. It's over. The closest city, Los Angeles, has fallen. The monsters inside will inevitably spread. Without any signal, they were oblivious to the conditions in surrounding cities. Were they left with no choice but to venture into the highlands? Even there, peril might await. Among the crowd, a weary man spoke in a low tone. We just escaped from the underground tunnels of Los Angeles. The power grid was incapacitated by mutated electric eels that absorbed vast amounts of electricity, causing a complete mechanical failure. Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd, their eyes fixated on the man within the vehicle. In this age of technology, electricity was the lifeblood of major cities. Most defensive measures relied heavily on power. Yet now, it appeared that monsters capable of absorbing electricity existed among the aberrations. This meant that the defensive systems of many cities could likely be inadequate against these foes. Though the highland cities might eventually fall, there remained a glimmer of hope. As long as the travelers could acquire powerful defensive tools, safety could still be attained. Indeed, at least heading to the highlands offered a chance, while remaining in the cities meant direct confrontation with the aberrations. Without aircraft, reaching the highlands was impossible. Otherwise, they would be swept away by the beast tide mid-journey. Conversations surged among them, all cognizant of the grim reality that only a scant few survivors could traverse to the highlands. Most would have to remain in resource-rich cities, engaging in a battle of wits and strength against the aberrations. Just then, a voice called from behind, "Beep beep. Whose car is this? Move back quickly." "Oh, that's mine." The crowd, engaged in conversation, hastily activated their vehicles, seeking alternative routes. The man from Los Angeles, having just lit a cigarette while waiting to reverse, suddenly noticed a handsome young man with an umbrella standing by the car door. "Are you a resident of Los Angeles?" The man's eyes widened in astonishment as he scrutinized Shen Yun. "You, the Corpse King?" As a local, he was well aware of Shen Yun's identity. Just days prior, the Corpse King had single-handedly infiltrated the underground power district and quelled a crisis that threatened to breach the city. Regrettably, they had not been so fortunate this time. Rumors circulated that the Corpse King would participate in the next crossing and would not likely reappear in Los Angeles. "When did Los Angeles fall?" Shen Yun asked, resting one hand on the car's roof, gesturing for him to reverse. Blocking the escape route of others would surely draw ire. The man promptly shifted his vehicle into reverse, excitement evident in his tone as he spoke to Shen Yun. The beast tide began its assault on the first night of the crossing. On the fourth day, the power system of Los Angeles collapsed. There were reports that the underground staff believed the system couldn't hold, but Commander Chun decided to wait for the beast tide to recede before evacuating. However, the city was breached despite their prolonged efforts, and even his son was devoured by a mutated shark during the retreat. Chun Tianyu is dead? Shen Yun raised an eyebrow. Recognizing that he knew Commander Chun, the man, while steering, added, "Yes. I heard his fiancée, Zhou Huihui, also perished, submerged in the underground power district by the beast tide. What a pity that someone as talented as Dr. Zhou couldn't be saved. Is she truly dead?" Shen Yun smirked. Even if all others perished, she would surely survive within the ranks of the aberrations. "Corpse King, how about I give you a ride? We plan to head to Jiqing." The man looked at him with eager anticipation. Having the Corpse King in his vehicle would ensure their safety on the road. "You may go," Shen Yun replied. Shaking his head, suddenly his gaze sharpened. He noticed the faint mist on the highway bridge transform into a crimson haze, accompanied by a noxious odor that invaded their senses. Screeching tires echoed on the bridge as the sounds of colliding vehicles rapidly followed. Shen Yun frowned at the driver, who was clutching his neck in agony, bloodshot eyes marred by pain. Not just him. The elderly passenger in the front seat and the mother-daughter duo in the back were equally desperate, clutching their necks in despair. Only Shen Yun remained unscathed. Endowed with the passive ability of SS-level immunity to nuclear radiation, he was impervious to the nuclear infection carried by the aberrations. Shen Yun casually tossed several bottles of mineral water into the vehicle and observed quietly. The man and his family eagerly drank, and fortunately, their condition improved significantly after quenching their thirst. Breathing heavily, the man repeatedly expressed his gratitude towards Shen Yun. "Corpse King, you are akin to a father to me. Anyone who speaks ill of you, I shall deal with them personally." The excruciating sensation of having his body scorched was truly terrifying. Shen Yun withdrew his gaze and focused on the four monsters standing on the bridge. The humanoid aberration stood 3 meters tall, muscles rippling. A red tumor-like dome atop their heads exuded a faint crimson mist. They bore shells on their backs, and their muscular bodies resembled the intricate folds of an oyster. It was hard to fathom that such a colossal creature had mutated from an oyster. According to information gleaned from Zhou Huihui's notebook, mutated oysters typically ranked at level 3, serving as the vanguard of the aberration army. Their presence here indicated that the surrounding area was no longer safe. Chapter 76, The Power That Shook the Entire Scene. The dim light of hope flickered as 4 monstrous beings leaped onto the road, their tentacles darting like lightning into the surrounding wrecked vehicles, mercilessly hunting the survivors trapped within. The car doors offered no resistance against the devastation wrought by the Tier 3 aberrations, crumbling as easily as paper. They cannot be killed. Cough, cough. Their strength is overwhelming. The Tier 1 evolutionists who attempted to confront the oyster-like monstrosities found themselves utterly powerless, swiftly routed, coupled with the infection of the red toxic mist. Even ordinary Tier 2 evolutionists faced insurmountable odds should they dare to challenge them. Witnessing several evolutionists fall to the creatures with alarming ease, reduced to mere husks, some Tier 2 evolutionists, relying on their robust physiques, forced their way through car doors and sprinted towards the rear of the bridge, urging, "Faster. We need to go faster." There were still many people ahead. Potentially they could unite to combat these 4 terrifying aberrations. Jump off the bridge and escape along the beams. Anyone capable of movement either ran towards the sides of the bridge or sprinted towards the end of the road. As long as I run fast enough, the monsters will never catch me. Those racing forward glanced back at the chaos of fleeing survivors behind them. Suddenly, their eyes widened in disbelief as they beheld a figure appearing ahead, propping a black umbrella with one hand and wielding a long blade in the other. The rain poured down relentlessly. The droplets splashed against the umbrella and the blade, creating a fine mist. The 4 oyster-like aberrations also took notice of this unexpected visitor. Their muscles quivered with excitement, veins bulging. The red mist spewing from their grotesque growths thickened ominously. The umbrella-wielding figure moved. No, he vanished. In the next moment, a series of muffled thuds echoed, four distinct sounds of blood erupting from the heads of the monsters. The strikes were so sharp and swift that the creatures remained rooted in place. Yet their brains were reduced to mere fragments, sliding downwards. Shen Yun revealed himself, walking steadily towards the carcasses of the aberrations as the crimson mist gradually dissipated. Aside from the patter of the rain, the crowd fell into a stunned silence. Wow, could he be the corpse king who left Luo Cheng? Such terrifying combat prowess. Many stared in shock at the figure holding the umbrella, rummaging for crystal cores, instantly annihilating 4 Tier 3 aberrations. Has he already reached Tier 4? After a while, as Shen Yun departed, the crowd finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Phew, he is extraordinarily powerful. Was it 1 second or 2? Can his displacement be continuous? What level of ability is that? Thank goodness for the Corpse King. Otherwise, surviving would not have been so easy. We must leave quickly. There could still be many aberrations lurking nearby. The crowd wasted no time, hastily driving away from the scene. Shen Yun collected the crystal cores and swiftly moved to the opposite side of the broken bridge. The road lay desolate, for no one would venture to Luocheng at such a time. Inside his vehicle, he glanced at the 10 green crystal cores in his hand. I still need 90 more to reach Tier 4. Perhaps I will encounter some along the way. With his current strength, the prowess displayed by the marine aberrations posed no threat to him. Gathering Tier 3 crystal cores was not overly challenging. After securing the cores, Shen Yun accelerated to the maximum speed, contemplating the abilities he had acquired from the other world. He had mastered the spatial abilities of displacement, devouring, and the void blade cross/slash. Additionally, he had also grasped the concept of a storage space. This was the result of extensive practice leading to personal enlightenment. However, with the system storage space available, this capacity was trivial and hardly worth mentioning. His passive abilities included immunity to nuclear radiation and the foremost defensive ability, immunity. His character trait provided a tenfold amplification of explosive power. His weapon was the Tang Hung Dao, shadow of the underworld. In terms of items, he possessed 10 tons of purified drinking water, 1 D-tier ability crystal core, nearly 10,000 Tier 2 crystal cores, 1 lucky stone, and 10 Tier 3 crystal cores. Currently, he needed to find a quiet environment. Shen Yun glanced at the signpost and headed towards the nearby Hacheng. He intended to check if there were any aircraft available to head north directly. He did not wish to remain in a city teeming with aberrations, where even eating and sleeping might be interrupted, leaving him unable to accomplish anything in a single day. Cleaning out the city of aberrations was even more impractical. Only a fool would attempt such a feat. Shen Yun had initially believed that with Luocheng's defenses, it would withstand the beast tide for at least half a month. Yet upon entering the city, he found that he would have to intervene to prevent a catastrophe. This was starkly different from his envisioned peaceful development. Clearly, the might of the marine aberrations had surpassed all expectations. At present, the only secure area remained in the north. The region around Mount Everest was unfeasible, despite its height. Its location in the southwest meant that many rivers flowed towards the Bay of Bengal. Previously, Shen Yun had paid close attention to information from the southwest, and all cities surrounding the Bay of Bengal had fallen. It was likely that during this time, aberrations had already spread to the Himalayas. Conversely, the north was sufficiently distant from the ocean, allowing one to reside in various cities for a considerable time. Furthermore, the tools acquired by travelers would bolster the defenses of these cities, rendering them far more formidable than others. Given the overwhelming power of the beast tide, anyone wishing to survive would undoubtedly be generous with their city defense blueprints or items. However, as Shen Yun's off-road vehicle approached the highest point of the Hanqing Expressway, he furrowed his brow at the sight of the congested vehicles ahead. This was not merely a traffic jam. A massive crowd was screaming and racing down the highway. The aberrations have emerged from a lake. Hanqing has fallen. Help! The aberrations have connected to the lake? Shen Yun swiftly exited the vehicle, collecting his off-road car, and positioned himself atop a signpost to survey the surroundings. Below the bridge, a multitude of aberrations surged from the river. For a nation crisscrossed by rivers, this was undoubtedly a colossal disaster. In the distance, smoke was already rising above Hanqing, Shen Yun pulled out his phone, discovering 3 bars of signal, and hurriedly accessed the internet to check the distribution map of the aberrations. His heart sank. Was the north the only remaining safe zone? On the map of Huaxia, aside from the northern region, only one green area remained. The rest was either blood red or light red. The coastal regions fared even worse. They were marked as death zones extending inland. Shen Yun expanded the map to a global view and was dismayed to find the green safe zones alarmingly scarce. Headline: If you can see this message, you are witnessing the last flicker of human civilization before its extinction. Save yourselves and preserve human civilization. Candle. On the previously vibrant short video app, there were no videos, no live broadcasts, only this pinned message, the flame dimming, sending shivers down the spines of those who read it. As the signal bars dwindled one by one, Shen Yun pocketed his phone, gazing at Hansheng. It seems there is no hope for aircraft. I must gather supplies from the city first. Noting the absence of large octopuses in the city, he deftly vanished onto a tree branch, landing amidst the forest below and darting toward Hansheng. The situation had taken a sudden turn. He needed to prepare ample logistical support. Within Hansheng, Shen Yun conducted his reconnaissance, discovering that supermarkets and convenience stores had long been stripped bare. The circumstances mirrored those during Luoqing's preparations for battle. All resources in the city were now centralized in warehouse districts for unified distribution. After inquiring with several survivors, he arrived at one of Hansheng's military supply depots, Hansheng Prison. At this moment, the prison gates had been breached. The scattered aberrations and human corpses testified to the epic battle that had transpired here. In the prison courtyard, a substantial stockpile of food and drinking water lay on display. Shen Yun swiftly appeared in the square, gesturing to absorb nearly 50 tons of supplies into the system's storage. He did not overlook even the supply crate that had been knocked to the ground. Chapter 77, Special Operations Team. The dominating effects of the netherworld before the surrounding anomalies could launch their assault, Shen Yun swiftly employed his displacement ability, ascending to the rooftop of the prison to survey the environment. To his astonishment, he spotted an armed helicopter parked across the way. On the ground below, 3 individuals clad in military combat uniforms were confronting a mutated starfish, approximately 4 meters in length, its body a deep crimson, with orange glimmers emanating from its eyes. A 4th-tier scarlet starfish? The prowess of these 3 individuals is impressive. Shen Yun's gaze sharpened as he caught sight of a figure in the second-floor window across from him, radiating a faint glow. An ability user, he realized. At that moment, the mutated starfish trembled on its legs, struggling to advance. Particularly when it roared for assistance, the surrounding anomalies remained completely still. Clearly, this creature was not only burdened by the gravitational ability of the Hidden Sixth, but was also unable to emit any sounds of battle. One must admit, such an ability is indeed quite practical. Although 2 of the military personnel had attained 3rd-tier strength, they appeared muddied and pallid, looking quite disheveled. Without the support of the gravity user, they might have already succumbed to the anomalies. After 5 instances of traversing, nearly 2 months had elapsed in reality. It was hardly surprising for military elites to possess 3rd-tier evolutionary capabilities. However, without special abilities and equipment, confronting a 4th-tier anomaly was akin to walking a tightrope over a precipice. Let me test the effects of absorbing abilities. Shen Yun drew forth his Tang Hung knife and leaped from the high building. The 3 individuals, initially tense, turned in surprise upon hearing an unusual rush of wind nearby, only to witness someone jumping from the building, another one succumbing to pressure and seeking death. They sighed inwardly. Yet suddenly, the figure vanished in a peculiar manner and materialized directly in the clearing, positioning himself between the 2 parties. The expressions of the 4 present shifted dramatically, and the 3 military figures' eyes sparkled with intensity. Today happened to be the time for the traveler to return to reality, to possess the ability of displacement and dare to confront a 4th-tier anomaly. The Corpse King. The 3 felt a surge of exhilaration. However, Shen Yun and Appo's abrupt entrance caused the gravity controller in the second-floor window to exclaim, "There are too many people. I can Appo's hold on any longer." Clearly, Preventing the gravitational influence on the three had reached the limits of his control. If he did not issue a warning, it could lead to dire consequences should the Corpse King misconstrue the situation. At that moment, Shen Yun felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him. Yet his knife merely quivered slightly, and all gravity vanished instantaneously, flowing into the blade. Such a domineering effect. With a smile gracing his lips, he exerted force with the knife, slashing upwards at an angle. Whoosh! A white blade of light sliced through the air, striking at the scarlet starfish. Simultaneously, the ability user on the second floor could no longer withstand the gravitational strain and release their power, relinquishing control. Freed from the gravitational confines, the scarlet starfish's muscles surged like crashing waves. It was infuriated to the utmost, intent on devouring the insects before it. Just as it prepared to rush forward, a residual light flickered with astonishing speed. An immense pressure once again immobilized it in place. Roar! The irritating familiarity drove the scarlet starfish into a frenzied howl. Yet the blade aura struck its form, penetrating through. Splurt! Blood gushed forth. The keen edge of the knife cleaved the towering body of the scarlet starfish in two. As its body collapsed, a torrent of blood splattered forth. Even a Class 3 weapon, with such sharpness in its blade aura. However, what pleased Shen Yun even more was that even the soundproofing effect of the gravitational ability had been absorbed by the long knife. Noticing that the anomalies within the prison were not drawn by the scarlet starfish's roar, Shen Yun swiftly approached and plunged his knife into the creature's eyes and forehead. With a twist of his wrist, the scarlet starfish convulsed briefly before falling silent. Moments later, Shen Yun retrieved a fourth-tier crystal core from its brain. The core, unchanged in size, shimmered in a brilliant blue hue. Though it was a product of a mutated organism, it bore no foul odor. Instead, it emitted a subtle, refreshing aroma that invigorated the senses. At that moment, the four individuals present remained in shock. The speed at which the battle concluded was astonishing. From Shen Yun's appearance to the attack, merely a few seconds had elapsed. A single strike had dispatched a fourth-tier creature. This was incomparably more formidable than they had imagined. Looking at his visage, he truly is the Corpse King. It seems he hasn't even had to rely on spatial displacement to engage closely. His combat prowess is extraordinary. That Tangheng knife must possess exceptional quality. As Shen Yun rose and approached, the three regained their composure, their hearts racing. Fortunately, his long knife had vanished, indicating he was not there to slay them. Greetings, Mr. Shen. I am Lung Feng, a member of the Special Operations Team. We are here to escort the ability user Tang Ming to the northern base. One of the men stated. The ability user from the second floor had also descended. The young boy appeared to be around 13 years of age. How fortuitous. Shen Yun nodded. I too intend to head north. It is on my way. Prepare yourselves. I will gather some supplies. Upon hearing this, the three felt an overwhelming joy. Let us head upstairs first. The scent of blood will attract the anomalies. Lung Feng inhaled deeply and led the charge up the staircase. Behind him, Wang Yanran and Yang Jian hurriedly carried Tang Ming. The boy's abilities were crucial for the base's defense. Even if the three of them perished, he must not encounter any misfortune. With the Corpse King accompanying them, how could they not rejoice? Minutes later, the sound of a helicopter whirring overhead echoed from the rooftop. After collecting the vegetables from the cold storage, Shen Yun decided to cease his efforts. In total, he had gathered 50,000 tons of supplies. Even with the heightened appetites of evolved beings, this would be more than sufficient for his needs. Subsequently, Shen Yun executed several displacements, taking a seat in an empty spot on the helicopter. Remarkably, the four remained curious about his abilities. Even though Tang Ming possessed a highly practical gravitational ability, he gazed at Shen Yun with envy. With such powers, why fear being surrounded by anomalies? With just a swoosh, one could easily escape. They understood that given Shen Yun's current display of strength, he likely sought a tranquil environment in which to undertake his traversal mission. Perhaps he has participated in 5 traversals. That would account for his formidable prowess. They speculated quietly. Seeing the pilot, Yang Jian, signal safety, Lung Feng lowered his guard. After a moment's hesitation, he addressed Shen Yun. Mr. Shen, how about joining the northern base? We, indeed all of humanity, are in need of a powerhouse such as yourself. We shall do our utmost to fulfill any of your requests. Having finally encountered the Corpse King, he naturally wished to extend an invitation. The mystery surrounding this group of elite individuals was profound. Figures like the ruler of the undead, the ancient war god, and the Mecha Emperor had revealed not a single hint of information. Yet, some boastful individuals online claimed to be among their ranks. When higher-ups attempted to negotiate, those individuals had already met their demise. Upon hearing this, Tang Ming and Wang Yanran, sitting in the co-pilot's seat, both turned to look at Shen Yun. If he were present, the northern base's offensive and defensive capabilities would surely rise several levels. No need, Shen Yun replied softly, resuming his feigned slumber. With the pace at which he was enhancing his strength, the assistance the base could offer would be minimal. This was akin to the conditions initially presented by Luo City. If he could lend a hand effortlessly, he would not mind. However, becoming deeply embroiled in complications was entirely unnecessary. Chapter 78. Farewell. Strength Enhancement 4th Tier. Seeing his resolute attitude, Lung Feng could only lament the missed opportunity and chose to remain silent. The plane swiftly departed from Seoul. As they passed a neighboring city, the billowing smoke below filled Lung Feng and the others with a sense of suffocation. A thought arose in their minds. With so many cities reduced to ruins, can the northern base withstand the onslaught? Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. The plane shook violently, startling everyone into a heightened state of alarm. What is happening, Aiyong? Lung Feng shouted. Before Yang Jian could explain, everyone observed the instruments on the plane spinning rapidly. Some even emitted wisps of smoke. This is bad. The magnetic interference here is too strong. The plane is doomed. Yang Jian, his face ashen, struggled to control the spinning aircraft. This indicated that there must be extraordinarily powerful anomalies in the city below. What? The faces of Lung Feng and the others turned pale. It's over. Prepare to jump. Yang Jian yelled, unfastening his seatbelt. Fortunately, all three were high-tier evolvers. Lung Feng cast a glance at Shen Yun's position and noticed he had already vanished with Tang Ming. Feeling grateful, he grasped the door frame and leaped towards the rooftop of a building ahead. Co-pilot Wang Yanran also made a desperate leap. Only Yang Jian, waiting for the plane to stabilize, jumped toward the floor-to-ceiling window of the office building. On the rooftop, Lung Feng saw Yang Jian crash into the building without immediate harm and expressed his gratitude to the approaching Shen Yun. Thank you, Mr. Shen. Thank you, Brother Shen. Tang Ming, still shaken, regained his composure. Without Shen Yun's assistance, they would not have reacted in time. Shen Yun observed the flames erupting after the plane and Oppos, S-crash, and spoke softly. Since the plane is lost, let us part ways here. Upon hearing this, Lung Feng immediately grew anxious and stepped forward. Mr. Shen, didn't you say you were going to the north? We could look out for each other. Yes, Mr. Shen. Wang Yanran and the arriving Yang Jian joined in the plea. With the plane gone, driving north would be perilous. Without Shen Yun, the three lacked confidence in reaching the northern base safely. Good luck to you all. Shen Yun shook his head. Sighing heavily, Lung Feng understood that in these times, simply encountering one another was a rare blessing, especially considering Shen Yun had saved them. Coming to this realization, he looked solemnly at Shen Yun. Mr. Shen, take care. Mr. Shen, take care. May we meet again. The four spoke in succession. Shen Yun gazed at the rooftop of a building 300 meters away and vanished using his displacement ability. He had merely intended to board the plane. If he teamed up with these four, it would serve little purpose. Even a gravity child would not significantly aid him. With the plane no longer an option, Shen Yun planned to hunt down 3rd and 4th tier anomalies in the city to enhance his strength to the 4th tier. With his thoughts resolved, Shen Yun transformed into a hunter and began searching for high-tier anomalies within the city. Given his prowess, hunting anomalies of the same tier, or even 4th-tier ones, was a stroll in the park, an endeavor devoid of difficulty. However, the search for targets consumed considerable time. It was not until nightfall that Shen Yun amassed the required number of crystal cores to elevate his strength to the 4th tier. He had collected 102 third-tier crystal cores. Including the one he had previously obtained, he had only one fourth-tier crystal core. After consuming 100 third-tier crystal cores, Shen Yun experienced significant enhancements in both strength and mental acuity. Furthermore, he comprehended a new lethal move within his spatial abilities, spatial collapse. Previously, he had tested this ability on a nearby car, crushing it as if it had been run over, its contours distorted and caved in. If this were to be employed against an opponent, a single strike could shatter bones and reduce them to a mere pile of flesh. Indeed, spatial abilities were remarkably formidable. Shen Yun smiled faintly. At that moment, he perched atop a large tree in a residential area, surveying the dim surroundings. Earlier that afternoon, while hunting anomalies, Shen Yun had discovered this community to be quite peculiar. The anomalies on the streets appeared to be hindered by some force, as they did not dare to invade this residential area. Initially, he suspected the presence of high-tier anomalies within the community, releasing an aura that deterred lower-tier anomalies. He had contemplated hunting them down. However, upon closer observation, Shen Yun realized there were numerous survivors within the community. Their expressions seemed perfectly normal, indicating they were not under the control of anomalies. If all went well, they must have acquired some form of item or ability that dispelled anomalies. Should he obtain such items, he could establish a serene environment even amidst the anomalies. Otherwise, he would be perpetually troubled by their presence, making it difficult to enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. He could carve out a safe zone, but the overwhelming number of anomalies made continuous extermination impractical unless one were mentally unwell. As for clearing the entire city of anomalies, Shen Yun believed that only a fool would undertake such a futile endeavor. Securing effective means to repel anomalies was the logical consideration for a rational individual. Fixing his gaze on the second floor ahead, Shen Yun activated his displacement ability and landed on the balcony. The slightest noise immediately alerted the occupants within. Upon seeing a figure appear on the balcony under the moonlight, their expressions shifted. How did he get up here? Is he a resident from above? Can't the people upstairs just use the stairs? With anomalies outside, this guy must possess formidable strength. After a brief pause, the curtains before Shen Yun parted slightly, revealing the face of a man. Noticing Shen Yun's unfamiliar appearance, the man nervously opened the balcony door. "Young man, you came alone? There are so many anomalies outside." It was evident that this individual had emerged from the outside, and his strength was unquestionable. If a conflict were to erupt without opening the door, it would lead to a rather awkward situation. The interior was pitch dark, illuminated only by a dim lamp on the table. Once the man closed the door and drew the curtains, the lampshade on the table was gradually lifted, revealing a candle within. Shen Yun quickly scanned the room and found 8 men and women consuming simple food at the table. Noting their tense expressions, he offered a friendly smile. "Do not be alarmed. I noticed your community is free of anomalies, so I came to inquire about the situation." Indeed, an outsider. The group regarded Shen Yun with suspicion. Clad in black athletic wear, with clean-cut short hair, he appeared strikingly handsome. He seemed no older than 20, and the courage to enter their community signified both remarkable character and strength, far beyond that of an ordinary person. After inviting Shen Yun to sit, the man recounted their tale. Due to a resident on the 7th floor possessing an A-rank ability, they could establish a scent barrier that repelled nearby anomalies. This was the reason their building remained unscathed. Moreover, when this A-rank ability user ventured out for supplies, anomalies would not approach, making it incredibly practical. "Ah, I see." Shen Yun nodded, detecting no peculiar scents in the air. The man who had opened the door introduced himself as Zhou Peng, a longtime resident of the area, and whispered to Shen Yun, "Young man, I see you possess great strength. Why not stay with us? Although our food supply is limited, we have tranquility." Recognizing the potential of this young man's abilities, Zhou Peng extended the invitation to bolster the community's strength. Shen Yun nodded, not refusing. He had come to obtain items to repel anomalies and to cultivate a peaceful environment. Since there was none available, staying to complete his traversal tasks would suffice. Zhou Peng promptly rose to his feet and led him to an uninhabited room on the 2nd floor. My friend, the supplies here have been thoroughly scavenged, and it appears quite disordered. We can assist you in tidying up. It won't take long. Shen Yun surveyed his surroundings and gently declined with a smile. No need. I can manage on my own. Zhou Peng did not insist further and departed the room with his neighbors. Once the door was closed, Shen Yun waved his hand, gathering the scattered debris into his system space. For now, I shall settle here. After a lengthy afternoon of hunting the aberrant species, he had expended considerable energy and soon fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 79. The Special Abilities User, the Sanctuary in the Apocalypse. Early the next morning, Zhou Peng and his neighbors followed the young girl down from the top floor, their expressions tinged with embarrassment. Who dares to bring people into the community? You all seem to have grown too comfortable, lacking any sense of security. Zhou Peng, chastised by this A-grade ability user, could only chuckle nervously. I just thought that guy seemed capable and didn't appear to be a bad person. Having him join the community could bolster our strength. Oomph. Yu Xiaowei shot him a glare, silencing Zhou Peng and the others. Without her, their community would have long been overrun by the mutated creatures, and they would not enjoy the current tranquility. Despite her modest height of 1.6 meters and youthful appearance, Yu Xiaowei was resolute and strong-willed. As an evolved individual with formidable abilities, she commanded respect from the surviving residents. Yu Xiaowei was acutely aware that anyone capable of traversing the treacherous landscape of mutated creatures was no ordinary foe. A refusal could easily lead to conflict. Yet, she felt a twinge of frustration at having her peaceful refuge discovered. Having once ventured to an island and now hesitant to continue, she possessed an instinctive wariness towards those who dared to traverse. The reason was simple. They were powerful. Those who returned alive were far more formidable than the average person, both in skill and temperament. I hope he is, as Zhou Shu said, and not a villain, pondered Yu Xiaowei, glancing at the residents observing from the staircase. Regaining her proud demeanor with her head held high. Regardless of the circumstances, she could not appear weak or timid in front of the residents. Behind her, alongside Zhou Peng, 3 girls followed her with serious expressions. These 3 were her roommates, and they had a good rapport, having the advantage of proximity. All 3 had attained the strength of second-tier, evolved individuals. At the very least, I need to maintain a stable front today. Once I gather 19 second-tier crystal cores, I will reach the 3rd tier. Yu Xiaowei's eyes flickered with determination. She believed that as long as the newcomer did not overstep, today's meeting could serve to establish familiarity. Once her strength increased, she would be able to handle any situation with ease. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of a residence on the 2nd floor. Zhou Peng quickly approached and knocked on the door. Hey there, our leader wishes to make your acquaintance. Is that convenient? The accompanying residents dispersed at the sight. While Yu Xiaowei and her companions gripped their fire axes, their focus sharpened on the door. Moments later, with a click, the door swung open, and the onlookers peered inside. A striking young man, standing at 1.85 meters with short hair, leaned against the doorframe, his bare torso exuding heat. Though not overly muscular, his defined physique was visually explosive, captivating all who beheld him. Yu Xiaowei's gaze fell upon his chiseled abs as she tilted her head to meet his eyes. Hello, I am Yu Xiaowei, and I am here to. Before she could finish, she felt as if her throat had been seized, her eyes widening in shock as she stared at Shen Yun. Even the 3 girls behind her and several survivors in the corridor were equally astonished. Goodness, he looks just like the Corpse King. No way. Could it really be him? As avid surfers, they swallowed nervously, a chill creeping down their spines. The Corpse King's intimidation was undeniable. If he truly was here, the implications would be profound. Is there something you need? Shen Yun surveyed the crowd in the hallway, then turned his gaze back to the girl before him. With her ponytail, clad in blue athletic wear, her chest heaving with each breath, her youthful face gave an impression of a childlike innocence that was striking. Yu Xiaowei shook her head repeatedly, forcing the most charming smile she could muster, her eyes crescent-shaped. No, I just wanted to see if there was anything you needed. It would be an honor to have you join us. She was utterly convinced that this indifferent young man was none other than the Corpse King. His presence here undoubtedly indicated he sought a safe haven to participate in the traversal. Initially, Yu Xiaowei had intended to demonstrate their strength, showcasing that they were not to be underestimated. But before such a prominent figure, her attempts seemed trivial. Shen Yun shrugged. What I wanted, you've already provided. Please refrain from seeking me out unless necessary. With a resounding thud, the door closed, leaving Yu Xiaowei gasping in astonishment, her lips forming an no worries, time to leave. Overjoyed, she turned to the crowd, waving her hand. All right, let us keep his matters private. Disperse. As she led her companions away, several survivors in the crowd were elated. With the Corpse King present, coupled with Yu Xiaowei's abilities, their safety was assured. Why are you smiling? Do you know this fellow? Huh? I don't know him. It's just great to have a strong individual join us. Indeed, from Yu Xiaowei's tone, it was evident that this person was likely quite formidable. Yu Xiaowei and her three roommates exchanged excited glances, recognizing the exhilaration and anticipation reflected in each other's eyes. They could hardly believe the Corpse King had come to their community. Yu Xiaowei whispered to her friends, make sure not to disturb him to avoid any conflict. If he has any requests, do your best to fulfill them. Since such a powerful individual has shown restraint, we must ensure he feels welcomed. It's a win-win situation. One girl, freckled and biting her lip, added, but what if he desires women? We've witnessed many instances of men abusing their power while scavenging for supplies. How could we handle that? For someone as powerful as him, it would be a mere gesture to demand whatever he desires. A striking woman among them crossed her arms. Her tone resigned. I'll go if it comes to that. I wouldn't want my friends to suffer. Forget it. You're just looking for an excuse. Meow, Xina. I didn't realize you were such a gold digger. You seem eager enough yourself. The two exchanged banter, their expressions revealing a facade of concern. Yu Xiaowei, feeling a mix of emotions, patted her shoulder and hurried up the stairs. With Shen Yun's presence, she needed to carefully plan her future. If only I could communicate with him. Though their interaction was brief, Yu Xiaowei had gleaned insights from Zhou Peng about last night's discussion. This notorious figure, the Corpse King, was not as cold-blooded and ruthless as rumored. Engaging with such a powerful individual could prove immensely beneficial. As for Meow, Xiner, Yu Xiaowei cast a glance at the anxious girl, pursing her lips as she stepped into her room. She was not even as pretty, just a bit flirtatious. If the Corpse King could be so easily swayed, it would be a disservice to his fearsome reputation. It must be said, with Yu Xiaowei's abilities, Sunshine Community was remarkably secure. Even surrounded by mutated creatures, they seemed oblivious to this enclave. Not even the ever-elusive small squids dared to infiltrate the pipes. However, every other day, all survivors were required to ascend to the 12th floor. After all, the consumption of Yu Xiaowei's abilities was tremendous, necessitating time for recuperation, limiting her influence to the 12th floor. Once she regained her strength, she could disperse the mutated creatures lurking below with ease. Upon learning of Shen Yun's identity, Yu Xiaowei offered him a well-furnished room on the 12th floor to spare him the inconvenience of constant trips up and down. Naturally, Shen Yun accepted without hesitation, using the time to train his physical prowess and adapt to his 4th-tier transformation. Thus, the Sunshine Community passed 3 days in tranquility. On the 3rd day at noon, the eyes of the world were fixed on the clock, 11:59. As expected, the traversal announcement echoed forth. Countdown to universal traversal. 1 minute. Shen Yun held the traversal stone, awaiting patiently.